After enduring numerous tribulations, Wu Yin was struck by lightning and returned to the 21st century. Penniless, she resorted to setting up an online fortune-telling stall, offering services such as fortune-telling, ghost hunting, and healing. As long as one could afford the fee, there were no tasks she would refuse. "Master, if you possess true skill, can you tell me where my daughter, who's been abducted for many years, is?" Wu Yin replied, "You do not have a daughter who has been abducted. You only have a daughter whom you murdered and buried in the pigsty back home." "Master, is my mother being haunted by a ghost?" Wu Yin responded, "It is because your mother mistook your father-in-law's ashes for camel milk powder." "Master, I have a nagging feeling that my daughter-in-law intends to harm me." Wu Yin reassured him, "Rest assured, your daughter-in-law cannot be bothered with you. The one plotting against you is your own son. Master, I have heard that you cured Mr. Tan's leg." A pair of long legs in a suit appeared on camera. "Indeed, it was my wife who cured it." Fans exclaimed, "The couple we secretly ship is actually real." Wu Yin's primary goal was to amass wealth, while her secondary objective was to discover a way to return to her sect. Tan Si's foremost ambition was to marry Wu Yin, with his secondary aim being to remain with her forever. Haters labeled her a counterfeit and a plastic surgery monster, a mimic of their idol. Later, those detractors exclaimed, "To think we were actually fans of a criminal who replaced the true heiress through cosmetic surgery." Further down the line, the critics gasped, "Good heavens! The master is indeed the true heiress. She is incredibly strong and capable." Previously, the critics believed that the master was unworthy of Mr. Tan, but now they hoped for Mr. Tan to be spurned by the master, allowing them to indulge in their fantasies. Mr. Tan quipped, "Aren't we dreaming right now?" Chapter 1, Returning in a State of Utter Poverty. At 4 in the afternoon, it was not mealtime. Surrounded by construction sites, the small stir-fry eatery, though not engulfed in dust, offered little in terms of ambience. Yet, the proprietor's culinary skills were undeniably commendable. Assistant Yen only dared to discreetly glance at his boss, Tan Si, who seemed entirely out of place in this environment, after nearly finishing his meal. He noticed that since their arrival, Mr. Tan had been fixated on a spot to his left, his brow furrowed in concentration. Such curiosity was uncharacteristic of the ordinarily uncurious Tan Si, leaving Assistant Yen both surprised and intrigued. Unable to resist, he followed his boss's gaze and turned to look. To his astonishment, he discovered a young girl dressed in white, or perhaps it could be termed ancient attire, sitting by the roadside. At her feet stood a cardboard sign, evidently taken from a box, inscribed with a line of text. The script was elegantly stylized, and while the penmanship was exquisite, the content piqued Assistant Yan's curiosity. There were 3 lines: divine calculation, fortune and love, luck and wealth. Anything can be divined, but the fee for a reading is quite steep. Unable to contain himself, Assistant Yen chuckled softly. Just then, a gust of wind blew, causing the sign to topple to the ground. Upon its fall, he noticed that the reverse side also bore writing. Again, 3 lines. The reincarnation of Hua Toa specializes in treating difficult ailments. Equally expensive, the girl's visage was devoid of any cosmetic enhancements, yet she possessed a beauty that even Assistant Yen, who had encountered countless beauties, could not help but admire. Internally, she was undoubtedly the most exquisite girl he had ever seen. Without exception, noticing that the 2 men were observing her, she glanced up momentarily. Lowering her head, she rested her chin on her hands, appearing somewhat disheartened. At this point, Assistant Yen could no longer suppress his laughter, bursting forth with a hearty laugh. He turned to his boss, chuckling, "Mr. Tan, this is simply too amusing. That girl seems to be a bit dim-witted at such a young age." Wu Yin was not hard of hearing. In fact, her auditory acuity surpassed that of the average person. She heard the man laughing boisterously and was well aware he was mocking her. Picking up the fallen paper, she approached the 2 men. Assistant Yan's laughter ceased abruptly as Wu Yin drew near, stealing a glance at him, causing his heart to skip a beat. Surely, she wouldn't be coming over to confront him in anger, would she? He glanced at his boss across the table and quickly stood up, adopting a posture that suggested he was willing to take a hit, but would not allow his boss to be harmed. Unbeknownst to him, Wu Yin was equally startled by Assistant Yan's sudden movement. Upon raising her gaze and meeting his fierce expression, she paused, incredulously asking, "Do you wish to strike me?" Assistant Yen was momentarily taken aback by her question. Wasn't it she who intended to confront him? Faced with a girl who had already clenched her fists, he was left with a cascade of question marks swirling in his mind. In such a scenario, who was truly eager for a confrontation? Her tone was fierce, and her demeanor exuded an air of defiance, suggesting she was well-versed in combat. Tan Ci, with a dispassionate glance, signaled Assistant Yen to sit down. Once Assistant Yen, still wary, returned to his seat, Tan Ci turned his attention back to the girl, inquiring, "Is there something you need?" Wu Yin lowered the sleeves that had rolled up to her elbows and nodded. "Boss, would you like to have your fortune told? For the first reading, I won't charge 9,999, or even 999. All I need is a meal." Noticing that the individual in the wheelchair was observing her, Wu Yin met his gaze in return. Some individuals inherently possess a demeanor that starkly contrasts their surroundings. The man before her, clad in a well-tailored suit with neatly cropped hair, exuded an impression of efficiency and perhaps a hint of fastidiousness. Even though he was confined to a wheelchair, he still radiated an air of authority. His strikingly handsome face bore a pair of alluring phoenix eyes, yet the depths of those eyes were shrouded in darkness. Those very eyes, with a mere glance, could instill trepidation in others. However, at this moment, they regarded Wu Yin with a sense of reminiscence rather than hostility. Now was not the time for Wu Yin to dwell on such thoughts. She quickly diverted her gaze and, considering it prudent to evoke sympathy, raised 3 fingers, declaring, as a newcomer, "I have not eaten for 3 days." Assistant Yen could hardly believe it. In this day and age, could anyone truly go without food for 3 days? His astonishment prompted him to blurt out, "You are that impoverished? You lack even the money for a meal. I did have some." Wu Yin replied, exasperated as she shrugged her shoulders, "I scavenged for half a day and earned 10 yuan. When I saw someone at the bridge setting up a fortune-telling stall, I decided to join in." Her tone had remained calm until this point, but as she continued, her eyes rolled skyward in exasperation. "However, I never anticipated encountering a lecher. He asked me for a palm reading, but when I requested payment, he attempted to drag me to his home, spewing lewd remarks. Incensed, I gave him a good thrashing, and the only 10 yuan I had on me went to cover his medical expenses." Fortunately, Wu Yin had made a hasty escape. That scoundrel, despite being beaten, still sought to extort her for more money. Despite having lost 10 yuan, Wu Yin found herself less aggrieved. After all, given the force of her blows, she was certain that the old lecher would require more than 10 yuan for his hospital visit. But if anyone deserved to lament, Wu Yin believed she was the foremost candidate. She was indeed the epitome of misfortune. This marked the 4th day since Wu Yin's return to the 21st century. Originally a native of this place, she had unexpectedly found herself in the realm of cultivation 3 years prior, having been rescued by a master who foresaw a new disciple's arrival and brought to the Wufang Valley to become a junior sister there. Upon entering Wufang Valley, Wu Yin was promptly seized by her seniors, who insisted on rigorous training. Time passed in the mountains unremarked, and in the blink of an eye, a century had slipped by without her leaving Wufang Valley. Wu Yin had spent a century as the junior apprentice in Wufang Valley, a realm where 100 years merely marked the threshold of adulthood. Yet, she remained the cherished focal point of affection among the inhabitants of Wufang Valley. Unexpectedly, during a tribulation, Wu Yin was thrust back into the 21st century. Astonishingly, only 3 years had elapsed since her departure. The prospect of being returned to the 21st century by the heavenly tribulation had never crossed her mind. In a desperate attempt to protect her possessions from the wrath of the lightning, she stripped herself of all removable items, resulting in her arriving in this era with nothing but the clinking sounds of her impoverished state. The entirety of her spiritual abode, intricately linked to her soul, accompanied her, yet it was rendered dormant as the spiritual essence had been siphoned away by the lightning. Tribulation. Without adequate spiritual energy, she could not even access her spiritual abode. The most valuable possession she had left was her pristine white robe. However, in this 21st century, devoid of spiritual energy to sustain it, it proved utterly futile. Compared to ordinary garments, it was merely a durable piece of clothing. To make matters worse, her body, which had long since transcended the need for sustenance, found itself inexplicably hungry in the absence of spiritual power. Chapter 2. A meal in exchange for a fortune. Assistant Yen was at a loss as to whether to laugh or to feel sympathy for the misfortune of the girl before him. It was indeed rather inappropriate for someone so young and capable to resort to deception. He gestured towards the cardboard sign and suggested she should earnestly seek honest employment instead. Just as Assistant Yen was about to impart further wisdom, he noticed Tan Ci suddenly passing the menu across the table, succinctly stating, "I'll order for myself." Assistant Yen dared not meet his boss's gaze directly, stealing glances instead, pondering when Tan had become so accommodating. Wu Yin, feeling quite famished, accepted the menu and ordered a meat dish, a vegetable dish, a soup, and a staple. After placing her order, she pulled out a chair to sit opposite Tan Ci, setting the cardboard sign on the unoccupied chair beside her. Leaning on the table, she stated, "What will it be? Show me your fortune." In exchange for her fortune-telling, which would merely cost a simple meal, if the people from Wufang Valley were to discover this, Wu Ying knew she would be the subject of their ridicule. Tan Ci withdrew his gaze, firmly declining, "I do not believe in such things." Wu Ying was taken aback. Did he doubt her abilities because of her youth? Or did he simply not believe in the realm of metaphysics? Tan Ci smirked slightly, offering an explanation, "I only trust in myself." This left Wu Ying momentarily stumped. "I owe no debts." Those who dwell outside societal norms tend to owe favors, which essentially amounts to a karmic debt. Wu Ying inquired, "If you do not believe in fortune-telling, how can I repay you for this meal?" Instead of responding immediately, Tan Ci contemplated for a few seconds before articulating, "I shall pose you a question, and your truthful answer will suffice as compensation." Wu Ying raised an eyebrow, finding no objection. "Ask away." The question seemed to have circulated in his mind numerous times. As soon as Wu Ying finished speaking, Tan Ci posed, "Have we met before today?" This query bore the hallmarks of a pickup line, and Assistant Yen struggled to maintain his composure. Yet, such a seemingly straightforward question caused Wu Ying to furrow her brow. "Is this question difficult for you?" Tan Ci noted her hesitation. "My memory is incomplete, hence I cannot accurately answer," Wu Ying replied, recognizing that to counter the fortune-telling, she could not dismiss the inquiry lightly. "I can only say that in the remnants of my memory, this is our first meeting. Therefore, this question does not count. You may ask another." Throughout her speech, Tan Ci's gaze remained fixed on her, as if attempting to discern something from her expression, perhaps whether she was being deceitful. Wu Ying was aware of his scrutiny, but remained unperturbed. After a brief moment, Tan Ci averted his eyes and suddenly said, "Look at your right palm." Uncertain of his intent, Wu Ying extended her right hand palm upward. She lifted her gaze to meet the man's, only to see his expression shift from astonishment to confusion as he focused on her palm. "What is it?" Wu Ying asked. "Nothing," Tan Ci replied, quickly concealing his overt emotions. "Since you have no further questions, I shall analyze your features for you." Wu Ying withdrew her hand and resumed her upright posture, her gaze returning to the man before her. After a moment's pause, she began, "From your features, it is evident that you hail from a wealthy family, born into affluence. Financial worries were never a concern for you, and your fortune is indeed favorable. However, your familial ties are tenuous. Your parents passed away early, leaving you as the sole heir, though you likely have a sister or a close relationship with an adopted sibling. Despite your excellent financial prospects, your overall fortune is poor. You will face 4 significant calamities, 2 of which you have already survived. The first was the loss of your parents. Your life was spared in exchange for theirs. The second calamity occurred 3 years ago." As Wu Ying concluded, her brow furrowed slightly. And before she could speak further, Assistant Yen scoffed. "My boss is the president of Tan Corporation. These details are common knowledge online, easily searchable. Your ability to deceive is sorely lacking." It was not that Assistant Yen held a poor opinion of the girl. Rather, her lack of skill in crafting a believable story left much to be desired. He even began to suspect that she was attempting to catch Tan's attention through this peculiar method. Wu Ying, unfazed, simply nodded and continued, "The third calamity for President Tan is today, likely in the northern direction. To avert this disaster, from the moment you leave this small restaurant, you must travel southward and refrain from stepping out again until after dawn." Just then, the restaurant owner emerged to serve the dishes and, overhearing Wu Ying's words, chuckled, "Oh, are you fortune-telling here? Young lady, you seem quite knowledgeable. How about you tell me when I'll strike it rich?" Wu Ying turned to the owner and asked, "Are you certain you wish to know?" After indicating the cardboard sign she had placed on the chair, she added, "1 fortune for 1,000. The young proprietor was taken aback and quickly shook his head. "I cannot afford such a fee. A fortune teller at the market charges only 20 or 50. My shop doesn't even earn 1,000 in a day." The owner had merely been jesting, surprised that such a young girl would dare to ask for payment. However, upon hearing her bold inquiry, he grew curious and probed further. "If you foretold that this gentleman's calamity lies to the north, what will happen if he disregards your advice and travels north today?" "Severe injury and unconsciousness for nearly 2 years, Wu Ying replied, then proceeded to eat her meal. Since entering Wufang Valley, she had long forgotten the sensation of hunger. The valley was rich in spiritual energy, ideal for cultivation. And it was not uncommon for her to engage in solitary training for decades without sustenance. Assistant Yen was momentarily rendered speechless, as Wu Ying's final statement was terrifyingly ominous. The restaurant owner, sensing the gravity of the situation, decided it best not to jest further and hurried back inside, feigning busyness. Among the three, Assistant Yen had yet to recover from his shock, while Wuyin focused intently on her meal, feeling justified in her fortune-telling as a means of covering the cost of her meal. In contrast, Tan Ci, the subject of the fortune, remained surprisingly unfazed, instead asking a trivial question. "What is your name?" Wuyin swallowed her food and replied, "Wuyin. Is your surname Wu?" The character for grass followed by no.
Tan inquired.
Indeed. The character is Wu, meaning grass, and yin as in music, Wuyin. Assistant Yen exclaimed, "I've never heard of such a surname. Are you from a minority group?" "Which one?" "I received the name Wuyin from my master in Wufang Valley. My earthly name has long been forgotten," she replied. The name from the mundane world was among the memories she had lost. Thus, when she claimed to forget, she truly meant it. Just as Assistant Yen was about to inquire about Wufang Valley, he noticed Tan Ci's wheelchair shifting. Instinctively, Assistant Yen stood up, only to realize that the driver had already pulled up the car to the curb. Chapter 3. A fatal blow. Tan Ci had already moved towards the vehicle, and Assistant Yen hurried to follow. Wuyin observed as Tan Ci, with one hand on the car door and the other on the back of the seat, used his own strength to transfer himself from the wheelchair into the car. She couldn't help but click her tongue in regret. Had she abundant spiritual energy? Perhaps she could have opened his spiritual meridians and healed his legs. Once Assistant Yen confirmed that Tan Ci was settled, he made his way to the other side to open the door. Wuyin contemplated for a moment, set down her chopsticks, and hurried after them. Approaching Tan Ci's side, she tapped on the car window. When it lowered, she spoke, "President Tan, I understand you do not believe in me, but have you ever heard the saying, if you do not read the fortune, do not look. If you do, listen carefully? I have but one message. Travel south today, not north, and refrain from stepping out after returning home to avoid today's calamity." Wuyin had noticed the lingering darkness surrounding Tan Ci, and out of gratitude for the meal, she felt compelled to offer her counsel once more. Upon receiving a simple thank you, Wuyin raised the car window once more. The man exuded an air of detachment and coolness, making him a rather inaccessible individual. As the vehicle roared to life, Wuyin hastily retreated to her seat to resume her meal. After the car had commenced its journey, Assistant Yen glanced back to ensure the individual had departed before he spoke. "Mr. Tan, that girl is most likely a fraud. This Wufang Valley she mentioned is unfamiliar to me. If she truly possessed such capabilities, she wouldn't be in a position where she could scarcely afford a meal." Tan Ci remained silent, merely lowering his head to massage his temples before suddenly inquiring, "What are the arrangements for the afternoon?" Assistant Yen promptly shifted from their previous casual conversation back to a professional demeanor. "In an hour, there's a meeting with the RD department that requires your presence, Mr.
Done.
Additionally, the old residents received a call from the elder this morning, requesting your return for dinner tonight, as a young lady from a prominent family will be visiting." After speaking, Assistant Yen suddenly realized that, whether for business or family matters, everything seemed to be situated in the north. Could it be mere coincidence? "Postpone the meeting until tomorrow morning and inform the old residents that I am unwell and will not be attending," Tan Ci instructed Assistant Yen before directing the driver. "Uncle Wang, take us home directly." Uncle Wang acknowledged with a yes, and upon exiting the small lane, he swiftly turned right, steering the car towards the southern district of the city. Assistant Yen dared not utter a word. Just a moment ago, he had labeled that girl a fraud. Yet Tan Ci had abruptly cancelled all remaining afternoon engagements to head home. The journey from the construction site to Tan Ci's villa took an hour. Only after the car entered the community did Assistant Yen feel emboldened enough to check his phone for short videos. To his astonishment, the platform immediately pushed a hot local news story, causing him to gasp in shock. "Mr. Tan, look." Assistant Yen quickly extended his phone towards Tan Ci. There was an incident on Hongyang Road. Hongyang Road had been the only route to the company for the past few months, as another major road was under construction. Consequently, it was unavoidable. Hongyang Road was narrow, originally a two-way street, but due to the demolition of old shopping malls on either side, only one lane remained passable. During rush hour, traffic could be at a standstill for half an hour without movement. 15 minutes prior, a crane at the construction site malfunctioned, and a massive metal plate weighing several tons fell from above, tragically killing the son of the mall owner who had come to inspect the site. "Mr. Tan, you must see the footage from the scene. It's terrifying. That large Jeep was crushed flat. If I recall correctly, that vehicle had been modified." As Assistant Yen continued, his voice trembled with fear. Had Tan Ci not cancelled his afternoon plans and returned, It was likely that their vehicle would have been at the scene when the accident occurred. A metal plate of that magnitude would surely have crushed several cars. I read the comments on the video. Some said the deceased had been stuck there for as long as his vehicle had been parked. Just before the incident, he had an argument with a passerby, blocking traffic for over half an hour. In his frustration, the passerby eventually reversed away, leaving the deceased to wait, unaware that tragedy would strike before he could leave. Had it not been for Tan Si's sudden return home, the three individuals in that vehicle would have been caught in the chaos. Naturally, given Tan Si's stature, the wealthy heir would not have dared to confront him, but they would have inevitably exchanged pleasantries. The more Assistant Yen pondered, the more an icy dread crept up from his feet. He finally grasped the meaning of regret. Mr. Tan, that girl possesses remarkable insight. Assistant Yen felt an overwhelming urge to crawl back and embrace the magnate's leg in repentance, regretting his earlier dismissive remarks about her being a fraud. Despite her youth, she clearly had an uncanny ability. After watching the entire video, Tan Si returned the phone to Assistant Yen, his expression remaining calm and composed, as if he had not just narrowly escaped a calamity. Upon parking in the garage, Tan Si's home bore the mark of meticulous renovation post-incident, designed to facilitate his mobility. Even the garage featured a handrail beside the car door, and an elevator granting direct access to the residence, greatly easing Tan Si's movement in his wheelchair. The two proceeded directly to the study, where Tan Si retrieved a file from the safe. Assistant Yen initially assumed it to be an important document, only to see Tan Si extract a personal dossier containing several photographs. Mr. Tan, isn't the person in this photograph Wu Yin? Assistant Yen exclaimed in surprise. Do you know her? Otherwise, why would I keep her photo and information in my safe? Tan Si replied, placing the dossier on the table. Assistant Yen took it, glanced at it, and exclaimed, Wait, this isn't Wu Yin, it's Cheng Yining. Isn't she the one who identified Wei's younger brother, leading to his imprisonment for 2 years? Assistant Yen had not seen Cheng Yining, but had heard her name from Wei. How can this Cheng Yining and the Wu Yin we encountered today look so strikingly alike? Could it be that Cheng Yining has an estranged identical twin? Assistant Yen pondered, utterly astonished by the resemblance. Even if they were twins, differences would typically emerge as they matured. Such an indistinguishable likeness was remarkable. Tan Si could only entertain that possibility and promptly dialed his friend Wei Xian. Upon connection, Tan Si directly inquired, Wei, does your classmate Cheng Yining have an identical twin sister? Wei Xian happened to be in Wei Shin's office. Upon hearing the question, he glanced at his brother, who was throwing darts at the wall inscribed with Cheng Yining's name, and called out, Tan Si wants to know if that classmate of yours has a twin. Chapter 4. The Fate of a Lost Daughter. Wei Shin paused in his throwing. Who? Cheng Yining? Seeing Wei Xian nod, Wei Shin scoffed. Her mother only bore that one calamity. After finishing his sentence, he resumed throwing, the dart landing accurately on target. The wall, adorned with brush-written characters for Cheng Yining, was now riddled with holes. Wei Xian clicked his tongue, reminding, You should replace that board. The phone was on speaker, and Tan Si heard Wei Shin's response clearly. Wei. Assistant Yen and I encountered a girl today at the construction site who looks almost exactly like Cheng Yining, Assistant Yen stated. Wei Shan remained indifferent and casually asked, What period does she resemble that calamity? Is it her current appearance or her pre-surgery look? She resembles her pre-surgery appearance, Tan Si replied, examining the photograph in his hand. Since the Chung family had not lost a child, it was evident that it was merely a coincidence that the two bore such a striking resemblance. What luck for the person you encountered to resemble someone so unfortunate, Wei Shin scoffed. If I were her, I would rather mar that beautiful face. This statement was laced with personal grievances. Assistant Yen thought to himself that, honestly, who would be willing to disfigure such a beautiful face? Meanwhile, after finishing her meal, Wu Yin returned to her previous spot, clutching a cardboard sign. The area was bustling with workers, but the laborers passing by would glance at her beauty, only to curse crazy upon reading the words on the cardboard before walking past her. Unsurprisingly, it was yet another day without any business. By 9 o'clock in the evening, the small restaurant was only populated by a few clusters of laborers enjoying drinks and chatting. They would see Wu Yin sitting there when they finished work, and she remained there when they came for late-night snacks. Wang Dali, who had been working at the construction site for over a year, was familiar with the restaurant owner and called out to him, What is the story with that girl? Why is she still here so late? As night falls, the area becomes increasingly deserted, posing a considerable danger for a young girl. I find it perplexing. She has been sitting here since morning with a cardboard sign. claiming to read fortunes for people, seemingly without the means to afford a meal. In the afternoon, she managed to exchange a fortune reading with a restaurant owner for a lunch. The owner scratched his head, bemused by her lack of tact. Despite being treated to a meal, she insisted on warning him of impending doom. Wang Dali, a man with a tender heart, upon learning of her hunger, set down his chopsticks and stood up to leave. May, this area is rife with construction sites, and the crowd is quite mixed. It's unsafe for you to be here alone at this hour, he advised gently. Did you have a quarrel with your family and run away? Regardless of any disputes, your safety is paramount. You should return home promptly. As he spoke, he rummaged through his pockets and handed her 200 yuan. Take this to catch a cab home and buy some food and drink. Don't you young folks adore bubble tea? They say there's no problem a cup of bubble tea can't solve when you're feeling down. Treat yourself to one on your way home to lift your spirits. For the kind-hearted Wang Dali, Wu Yin displayed a touch of patience, turning to him with a smile and shaking her head. I actually live nearby. Wang Dali scratched his head. Really? I've lived around here for several years. Yet I've never seen you before. Did you just move here recently? Wu Yin pondered for a moment and nodded. That's true. I just arrived a few days ago. No wonder you seem unfamiliar, he remarked, not taking back the money, but instead pressing it into her hands. Use this to buy something delicious and return home early. You look like you're still in high school. Staying out late will worry your parents. Wu Yin intended to return the money, but as she looked up, a car passed by, its headlights illuminating Wang Dali's face, allowing her to see him clearly for the first time. However, upon this realization, she frowned and, after some contemplation, clutched the money tighter. Uncle, I'll accept this 200 yuan as payment for the fortune reading, just a nominal fee for my services, she stated. If it's not too much trouble. Could you share your birth date and time with me? I need that information to interpret what I see in your features. Wang Dali chuckled, treating it as a playful jest, and nodded. Once you finish your reading, you should hurry home. You have classes tomorrow, don't you? After offering this advice, he shared his birth details. Intrigued, Wang Dali recalled what the restaurant owner had said about this girl being blunt with her words, curious to hear what she might reveal. He watched as the young girl counted on her fingers, her lips moving as if reciting something quietly. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze to meet his, her brow furrowing. Uncle, according to your birth details, you were born in the north and have 6 siblings, 3 older and 3 younger. You are the 4th child, and it seems you were not favored by your parents. In your childhood, you were sent away, and after your adoptive parents had their own children, you were returned to your biological family. Wang Dali was taken aback. Every detail she mentioned was accurate. Your destiny indicates late marriage and an unfortunate union. You have only one daughter, who is currently 5 years old and resides in your hometown in the north. The restaurant owner, having stepped outside, overheard and chuckled. Wang Dali, your situation is known to your coworkers. Is this girl just repeating what she heard from your neighbors? Ignoring the restaurant owner, Wu Yin continued speaking to Wang Dali, her tone transforming into one of grave seriousness, almost commanding. You must call your parents immediately and instruct them to search for your daughter at once, especially near any bodies of water. Seeing Wang Dali still in shock, her voice intensified. What are you waiting for? Hurry. It will be too late if you delay. I observed your face and noticed a new bloodstain in the area representing your children. This is an ominous sign. According to your birth details, you are destined to lose a daughter. Panic gripped Wang Dali as he swiftly pulled out his phone to call his parents. Uncertain of their whereabouts, he dialed several times without success. The restaurant owner, equally anxious, urged him, hurry and call your neighbors to help locate your daughter. While Wang Dali searched for his neighbor's contact information, the restaurant owner glanced at Wu Yin, noticing her unwavering focus on Wang Dali's face. Fortunately, Wang Dali managed to reach a neighbor. Old second, I can't reach my parents. Someone here has foretold that my daughter is in grave danger tonight. Could you please check if she is at home? The neighbor replied promptly, your daughter isn't home. I've been sitting here, chatting with everyone, and around 7 o'clock, I saw her leave with her cousins to play. Your father is at the village shop drinking, and your mother is playing cards at your aunt's house. There's no one at your home. Hearing this, Wang Dali's urgency escalated. Old second, please help me find my daughter. The fortune teller said to look near water. Wu Yin interjected, Wang Dali, tell me your daughter's birth date and time. Initially, he had approached this with a playful spirit, but now, with his daughter's safety at stake, he felt a surge of anxiety, forgetting his earlier nonchalance. After a brief moment, he instinctively responded with the details. Within half a minute, Wu Yin spoke rapidly. Search to the east. There's water to the east. Wang Dali relayed her instructions to the neighbor, who suddenly had a flash of insight. There's a well to the east of our village. The neighbor dashed off, and shortly after, he spotted a group of children returning. He quickly grabbed the largest boy among them. Where's your youngest cousin? Why haven't you seen her? I don't know where she went to play. The boy casually replied, then broke free and ran off, followed by the others. The children were quick, disappearing from sight before the neighbor could ask more. All he could do was continue running toward the well. Upon reaching the well, he noticed the cover was still in place, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness she's not in here. Yet, as he inspected further, he noticed a puddle nearby, indicating someone had drawn water recently. He stepped closer, straining to hear any sound, sensing something splashing in the water. Quickly, he stowed his phone and pushed aside the stone covering the well. To his astonishment, he discovered a child thrashing about and calling for help, though her voice was growing weaker. Oh my goodness, Wang Dali, your daughter is truly in this well. He shouted down, don't be afraid, child. I'll lower a bucket for you. Just be careful not to let it hit your head. Hold on to it, and I'll pull you up. The old phone's speaker worked remarkably well, and as he bent down, Wu Yin could even hear the little girl's cries from within the well. After roughly 2 minutes, the neighbor finally managed to hoist the girl out of the well. She coughed up water and, still in distress, cried out for her father. Uncle Air resumed his conversation with Wang Dali through the phone, reassuring him, Dali, your daughter is safe now, rest assured. Her cries were quite resounding. The master you found is truly remarkable. Had it been 3 minutes later, who could have discovered the child in the well? By the time Uncle Air arrived, the child was nearly out of strength, her calls for help barely audible. At this hour, the villagers were mostly at home, and even if someone happened to pass by, they would likely be elderly with poor hearing. The well was obstructed by large stones, making it nearly impossible to hear the child's desperate cries unless one was particularly attentive. Indeed, had it been 3 minutes later, the child would have been beyond salvation. Child, your father is on the phone. Say something to him. Uncle Air held the phone to the child's ear. Wang Dali, overwhelmed with relief, sank to the ground. A middle-aged man clutching the phone in one hand and wiping away his relentless tears with the other, his voice hoarse and trembling with fear. Dear one, Daddy is here. Don't be afraid. Tomorrow, I will buy a ticket to come home and bring you back with me. Wherever I go, you shall follow. The hardships I endure mean nothing as long as you are by my side. The restaurant owner, who had been so tense he could hardly breathe, finally exhaled. He looked up at Wu Yin, his eyes filled with admiration. You are truly a master. I was remiss today. It is nothing short of miraculous. Had it not been for your intervention, Wang Dali's daughter would not have survived. Wang Dali expressed his profound gratitude to Uncle Air, and after hanging up, he knelt before Wu Yin, bowing deeply. Master, had it not been for your assistance, my daughter would have perished today. Wang Dali wiped his tears, continuing, the stars were not in my favor. I am the 4th child in my family, overshadowed by my elder brothers and younger siblings. I was never valued, struggled academically, and lacked the charm to win over my elders. My attempts to earn a decent living fell short. I married in my 30s and finally had a daughter. Yet my wife left me for another, deeming me incapable. My parents never cherished me, and even my daughter seemed to fail to earn their affection. I had to leave for work, unable to keep her with me, so I entrusted her to my parents, sending a little money each month for their care. I knew she would face hardships, yet I kept hoping that once she grew older and I saved enough, I could return to the county seat, buy a home, and bring her to me. Yet I never anticipated that I might not live to see her grow up. Wang Dali, a grown man, wept openly, his tears flowing freely as he spoke. A child's childhood is fleeting, and the years of carefree innocence are even shorter. You wish to wait for her to mature. Yet when she does, her heart may drift far from you due to your absence. Children do not comprehend luxuries or fine houses. For her, the greatest happiness lies simply in being with you, her father. Wu Yin helped Wang Dali to his feet, reminding him, after being rescued, the first person your daughter called for was not her grandparents, but you. So, bring her to your side. The restaurant owner nodded repeatedly, understanding the truth in Wu Yin's words. The grandparents had cared for her for so long, yet she did not think of them first upon her rescue. This indicated their lack of affection for her. Though young, she is perceptive enough to discern who truly cares for her. Wang Dali, wiping his tears, expressed his thanks and rummaged through his pockets, only to find that in this digital age, the 200 yuan in cash had been sitting there for quite some time. I heard from Boss Huang that you charge 1,000 for one divination. Master, may I transfer the money to you via my phone? Wang Dali inquired. That 200 yuan is for the milk tea I owe you, separate from the fee for the divination. Wu Yin shook her head. As I stated, I have already accepted the 200 yuan as a consultation fee. Thus, this divination is accounted for. The payment has been settled, and the reading completed. Chapter 6. Planting radishes at midnight. Wu Yin continued. Wang Dali, your fate may not align with great wealth, but your diligence and kind heart ensure you will never suffer from hunger or cold. Your kindness, evident in your concern for a young girl sitting alone on the roadside, despite your own struggles, is what led me to charge you 200 yuan for this divination. A benevolent heart is never misplaced. Your daughter has passed a significant trial. While she may face minor challenges ahead, nothing of great consequence lies in her path. In your later years, you will enjoy the blessings brought forth by her existence. As the saying goes, those who survive great calamity are destined for future fortune, and your daughter embodies this truth. Remaining in the southern city will be advantageous for both your futures. I shall not elaborate further, but this alone fills Wang Dali with immense gratitude, compelling him to insist on transferring money to Wu Yin until she raised her hands in surrender, stating she had no phone. Wang Dali promptly purchased a train ticket for his return home, skipping the late-night meal, and hurriedly called his foreman to request leave. Then went home to pack for his journey, while also asking the restaurant owner to keep an eye out for affordable rental properties in the vicinity. Previously, he had shared a dormitory with his co-workers at the construction site, but with plans to bring his daughter, such accommodations would no longer suffice.
Meanwhile,
Wu Yin walked alongside Wang Dali and the restaurant owner, carrying a cardboard box. She had not deceived Wang Dali. She indeed resided nearby, albeit not in a rented space, but rather under a bridge in a place that cost nothing. This area was under development, filled with construction sites. By 10 o'clock at night, the riverside was devoid of human presence. The environment here was not pleasant, with construction debris strewn about and several mounds of sand resembling small hills. Wu Yin had arrived at this riverside, having no money for other destinations, and had spent the past few days wandering this vicinity. Her bed consisted of flattened cardboard boxes, with additional boxes serving as her blanket. Fortunately, although her body was devoid of spiritual energy and she felt hunger, she was not afraid of the cold. Were she in Wufang Valley, sleep would be unnecessary. Meditation would suffice for both cultivation and rest. Although Wu Yin had earned 200 yuan, she did not indulge in the luxury of a hotel. She lacked an ID, and compared to the necessity of accommodation, she loathed the sensation of an empty stomach even more. Wu Yin sighed, considering how wretched her existence as a fairy from Wufang Valley had become. If this were to reach the ears of her fellow practitioners, she would surely be mocked mercilessly. After sitting down, Wu Yin attempted to probe her spiritual reservoir, only to find it still unresponsive. However, during this examination, she discovered a trace of golden light within her body, the result of the merit gained from saving Wang Dali's daughter. To her astonishment, she realized she could convert this merit into spiritual energy. This was indeed an unexpected boon. The night deepened, and the surroundings were filled only with the sounds of chirping insects and birds. As weariness overtook her, Wu Yin placed her hands over her dantian and closed her eyes, preparing to rest, contemplating that perhaps she could try selling goods at the market tomorrow. In the dead of night, the development area was devoid of pedestrians, lacking any entertainment venues, rendering the nightlife non-existent.
Avon.
Its license plate obscured by a black plastic bag, traversed the unmonitored back roads, heading toward the riverside. The vehicle halted beside several sand piles, and a tall, stout man emerged first, followed by a shorter, thinner one. The two men, after alighting from the vehicle, sneaked around the area, even climbing atop the sand mounds for a better view. Big brother, I told you there's absolutely no one here. Just a bit further ahead is an unfinished building, long abandoned for 5 or 6 years. They say it's haunted, and no one dares to venture near. The shorter man boasted. I know this place like the back of my hand. Look at this river. Don't be fooled by how still it seems. I assure you, it's quite deep. If we toss that little fatty into the water, no one will ever know. Nobody would be able to find him. The diminutive figure stomped his foot. Brother, look at the sand beneath our feet. This is all substandard sand left over from that abandoned building, unwanted and piled here for years. If we were to bury the little chubby one within it, no one would ever know. The taller companion glanced at the river. casually suggesting that they toss the boy in. Within days, he would swell and float to the surface. However, since they hadn't brought any heavy stones, burying him in the sand pile would suffice. Are you sure no one will come to deal with this sand pile in the coming years? Rest assured, brother. It's absolutely certain that no one will come, the shorter one replied confidently, patting his chest. I've inquired. And there are no development plans for this area in the foreseeable future. New developments take time, don't they? Just look at that vast expanse of land to the east. Who knows how long it will remain undeveloped? Besides, with the haunted abandoned buildings so close, which fool would want to acquire land here? The taller man nodded in agreement. All right, go fetch that little chubby one from the car. The shorter fellow dashed down the sand pile to the vehicle, dragging out the boy who had been bound and gagged in the back seat. Seeing the child's tear-streaked face, he said, "Little brat, don't blame your uncle for being cruel. Your parents brought this upon you. Someone paid for your life, and I'm just a poor soul. You see?" As he dragged the boy toward the sand pile with one hand and clutched 2 iron shovels with the other, he continued, "Look at how plump you are. You've enjoyed more comforts in your few years than I have in my decades. You've lived your life well, so why not die early and be reborn? Perhaps in your next life, you'll be born into a wealthy family and continue living as a pampered young master." Upon reaching the sand pile, he tossed the boy aside and handed a shovel to his taller companion, grinning, "Brother, let us dig a pit to bury this little chubby one. Doesn't it feel like we're planting radishes? And I must say, this radish we're about to plant is quite plump and valuable." The taller man chuckled in response. "This isn't planting radishes. It's more akin to cultivating ginseng." As they joked, they began to dig. After a few shovelfuls, the taller man complained, "How long has this sand been sitting here? It's not loose at all. It's quite hard." "Brother, the sand was already subpar when it was dumped here, mixed with dirt, and has been piled for quite some time. It's normal for it to be compact. Besides, it's better this way. It'll hold up well for burying someone, wouldn't you agree?" The shorter one flattered. Chapter 7. Rescuing the Little Chubby One. Awakened by the noise, Wuyin, with her keen hearing, discerned the faint sounds of a child crying. Following the sound, she unexpectedly overheard 2 individuals discussing planting radishes and ginseng. Turning, she realized that the radish they intended to bury was, in fact, a plump little boy, no more than 5 or 6 years old. The child was terrified, tears streaming down his face as he squirmed helplessly, bound and gagged. The taller man turned just as the child attempted to roll beneath the sand pile, seizing the boy by the feet and tossing him into a pit that was already half a person's height deep. "This little chubby one thinks he can escape? No one has ever managed to flee from my grasp," he laughed as he began to fill the pit with dirt. Practitioners of the arcane arts tread lightly, and it was not until Wuyin stood behind the 2 that they noticed her presence. However, the child in the pit, upon spotting her, widened his tearful eyes and fervently shook his head, seemingly urging Wuyin to flee. It was the boy's expression that alerted the shorter man to something amiss. He turned to see a girl in white, and recalling the ghostly tales surrounding the abandoned building, his hair stood on end as he screamed, "Oh my, a ghost!" His shriek startled the taller man, who turned to see a hand slicing toward his head. In an instant, he was knocked unconscious. Wuyin swung her hand, aiming at the shorter man, but he fainted before she could make contact. "Useless," she muttered, retracting her hand. She then stepped over the 2 men and crouched down, swiftly pulling the little chubby one from the pit. She kicked the unconscious duo into the pit, positioning them headfirst before using her powers to flip them over. So they were lying on their backs, and then waved her hand, covering them with sand until only their chests were exposed. "Isn't this how you plant radishes?" she mused. After ensuring the child's safety, she untied the ropes binding him and removed the tape covering his mouth. The boy, Zhao Yu, peered up with wide eyes, his pudgy features now animated with surprise. Wuyin waved her fingers before his face, exclaiming, "Oh, what a silly boy." "I'm not silly," he quickly protested, wiping his tears and sniffing. "I can talk." He stared at her, bewildered, and asked, "Sister, are you a fairy or a ghost?" "I just saw you." Zhao Yu mimicked Wuyin-'s earlier motion. "Sister, when you did that, those 2 bad guys fell over, and then the dirt just slid into the pit by itself." Wuyin found the boy amusing. He displayed remarkable courage, having faced such a perilous ordeal yet remained coherent enough to converse. She pinched his cheek playfully. "I'm not a ghost." The boy, displaying incredible bravery, reached out to touch her hand, exclaiming, "It's warm. You're really not a ghost. You must be a fairy." Thank you for saving me, fairy sister. With a smile, Wuyin pulled him to his feet, brushing the sand from his clothes. Yet it was evident that he had been dragged, as his pants and shirt were torn. It's quite late. Your parents must be worried sick, she said, ruffling his hair.
Can you walk on your own?
If so, I'll take you to the police station. Nodding, Zhao Yu grasped Wuyin' hand, seeking comfort in her presence. The police station was quite distant from the river, and neither of them had a phone, leading to a minor detour. Initially, the child was able to keep pace, but after an hour, fatigue set in, causing him to lag behind, though he remained silent, rubbing his tired eyes. Upon glancing back, Wuyin noticed the boy trying to keep his eyes open, and with a chuckle, she bent down to lift him onto her back. Am I heavy, sister? He inquired bashfully. I'm really fat. My dad calls me a little chubby one, and my mom can't even carry me anymore. Not at all. I'm quite strong, Wuyin replied, demonstrating her strength by effortlessly lifting him with one hand. You know, I could carry you like this all the way to the police station. But it wouldn't be comfortable for you, so I'll stick to carrying you on my back. Zhao Yu had never been lifted like that before. He found it exhilarating and urged Wuyin to do it again. At 4:30 a.m., the officer on duty at the police station was taken aback to see a slender girl carrying a dirty little boy inside, both of them laughing. Little chubby one. We've arrived at the police station, Wuyin announced, setting him down and explaining the situation to the bewildered officer. This child was kidnapped by two men. Their van is still by the river. They were digging a pit in the abandoned sand pile to bury him, but I managed to rescue him.
Oh.
And the two evildoers are buried in the sand pile. You can accompany me to see them shortly. As she spoke, Wuyin gently nudged the chubby child named Zhao Yu a little forward. This child remembered his parents' phone numbers, and since I lacked a mobile phone, I hadn't had the opportunity to inform his family during our journey. I must trouble you to lend this child your phone, so he can call home. The police officer comprehended the lengthy explanation but found it somewhat perplexing. However, he did not delay and quickly handed his phone to the dirt-covered little boy. Zhao Yu indeed remembered his parents' phone numbers. After receiving the phone, he politely expressed his gratitude with a thank you, uncle, before dialing the number. On the other end of the line, Tan Jiai was in a state of frantic despair. Since the nanny had been struck unconscious at the school, they had not even glimpsed the assailant's appearance. The family had been searching tirelessly, their tears long since exhausted. As she drove aimlessly through the streets, Tan Jiai imagined seeing her little chubby boy walking alone by the roadside, waving and calling out to her. When the phone rang, she instinctively slammed on the brakes, immediately answering the call upon seeing the unfamiliar number without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 8. Such Strength. Upon hearing the familiar voice of her child on the line calling out Mommy, tears streamed down Tan Jiai's face. My dear son, where are you? You've made Mommy search so hard for you, your daddy and I have been worried sick. Mommy, I'm at the police station and I'm safe now. Please don't worry. A very beautiful sister saved me. She is incredibly strong and knocked out the bad guys with ease, then brought me here to find the police officers. At 5 years old, in a place of safety, he felt relaxed and couldn't help but boast to his beloved mother about the thrilling day he had, praising the remarkable sister he had met. Tan Jiai's heart nearly stopped when she heard the words the pit where they were going to bury me. My chubby son, please hand the phone to the police officer. Your daddy and I will be there to collect you right away. Eager to see her child, Tan Jiai quickly learned the location from the police and initiated a group video call with her family. Husband, Tan Xiai, Dad, Mom. We found the child at the police station on Dachin Road in the new district. Whoever is closest, please hurry over. Drive slowly. There's no need to rush. I just spoke with the child. He was saved and is fine. Upon hearing this, the Zhao family finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tan Xiai glanced at the location and said, I'm closest to Dachin Road. I can reach there in about 20 minutes. You all drive carefully. After hanging up, Tan Xiai instructed the driver to head towards the police station on Dachin Road. With less traffic at night, they arrived in under 20 minutes. It took Tan Xiai half a minute to transfer to a wheelchair before entering the police station. As soon as he reached the duty room, he heard his nephew Zhao Yu's animated voice, chattering away. The fact that he could still talk freely indicated that everything was indeed all right. Zhao Yu, Tan Xiai called out. The chubby boy turned around and immediately jumped off his chair, rushing towards him. Uncle! Wuyin turned at the sound, and upon seeing Tan Xiai, she was astonished by the serendipity of their encounter. It's you? Tan Xiai exclaimed in surprise. Hearing from Tan Jiai that his nephew had been rescued, and noting that besides the police, only Zhao Yu and the girl named Wuyin were present, it became clear that she was the one who had saved him. Uncle, do you know this sister? Zhao Yu asked, momentarily fascinated by his uncle before running back to Wu Yin and taking her hand. Uncle, this sister saved me. She's amazing. Having met her just the day before, Tan Ci turned to Wu Yin, expressing his gratitude for both yesterday's encounter and for rescuing his child. What happened yesterday is entirely up to you, but saving this child today indicates that his life was meant to be preserved and that we share a connection, Wu Yin replied. Tan Ci refrained from further conversation with her and instead inquired about the situation from the police officer. My colleagues have already driven to the location mentioned by Ms. Wu Yin to apprehend the suspects and should arrive shortly, the officer replied, scratching his head, but we have encountered an issue with taking her statement as Ms. Wu Yin cannot provide her identification details, making it impossible for us to file a report. Tan Ci looked at Wu Yin incredulous. You can't even remember your own ID number? Wu Yin shook her head. Not only had some of her memories been sealed away, but even if they hadn't, she would likely have forgotten her ID number long ago. The police officer struggled to find any results under the name Wu Yin. There simply was no one in their database matching that name or age. Wu Yin shrugged. Then why not consider me a person who has lived in the mountains all my life and lacks proper documentation? It's not that simple, the officer replied, exasperated. Just as his phone rang, his colleagues had found 2 individuals at the sand dune. However, the 2 seemed to have lost their sanity, continuously shouting about seeing ghosts. One of the suspects was described as tall and heavy, weighing over 180 pounds, making it hard for them to fathom how such a slender girl could have subdued them both. When the officer hung up and turned back to Ms. Wu Yin, his expression had turned notably serious. Ms. Wu Yin, although this may seem presumptuous, your reluctance to disclose your identity, combined with the physical descriptions of the suspects, makes it difficult not to suspect that you may be complicit in this charade, the officer said sternly. As a slender girl, it's perplexing how you could have taken down both suspects. What is there to misunderstand? It is merely that I possess great strength, Wu Yin replied, raising her hands in a gesture of innocence. I am exceptionally strong. How strong can a girl possibly be? The officer questioned skeptically. Wu Yin scanned the duty room and then walked over to Tan Ci. Approaching him from behind, she bent down and effortlessly lifted both him and the wheelchair overhead, as if it were nothing.
See?
I am indeed this strong, she said with a tone of levity. The officer gasped, while Tan Ci gripped the armrests of his wheelchair, too shocked to move. Only Zhao Yu clapped his hands in excitement, exclaiming, Wow! Sister, you are truly strong. You lifted my uncle high up. At that moment, Zhao Jinluan and his wife, Tan Jiayi, entered the room and were left speechless at the sight. This is utterly absurd. Zhao Jinluan rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Is my brother-in-law really being lifted by a girl? Tan Jiayi shook her head. I see it too. Put him down. Quickly. The police officer snapped back to reality, urgently instructing Wu Yin to set Tan Ci down, fearing the consequences if he were to fall. Now convinced of the extraordinary strength of this girl, the officer held back the urge to test her muscles himself, wondering how it was possible. Officer, it was truly my sister who saved me. She is not a bad person. Zhao Yu rushed towards his parents. Mommy, please tell the police officer that my sister is incredibly capable and not in league with the bad guys. Wu Yin gently lowered Tan Ci and continued to explain to the police, I am a practitioner, having followed my master in seclusion for a long time in the mountains. Thus I have genuinely forgotten my previous name and ID number. To the officer's ears, this translated into a tale of abandonment at birth. Rescued by an old monk who raised her in the mountains without formal education, becoming a modern-day hermit, mastering martial arts, and developing extraordinary strength through years of self-reliance. This narrative resonated not only with the officer but also with Zhao Jinluan and Tan Jiayi, who regarded Wu Yin with newfound compassion. Chapter 9. She is Wu Yin. The transcription, though arduous, must persist. An hour later, the 2 suspects were brought back. The slender man was thoroughly frightened by the female ghost and confessed everything during the preliminary interrogation, openly admitting to the intent to kidnap and murder Zhao Yu. However, the hefty man, the mastermind behind the scheme who orchestrated the operation, remained tight-lipped, yielding no useful information for the time being. Once the documentation was completed, Wu Yin and her companions were free to depart, and by this time, dawn had broken. Reluctant to part ways with Wu Yin, the chubby boy, with tearful eyes, clung to her hand, unwilling to let go. Sister, may I invite you to my home as a guest? He pleaded, looking up at his mother. Mommy, I want to invite sister to our house. Tan Jiayi nodded. I'm not sure if you're free tomorrow evening, but we would like to properly thank you for saving Zhao Yu, and we would be delighted to have you over. Seeing Wu Yin hesitate, the chubby boy shook her hand gently, playfully coaxing, "Sister, please come, I beg you." Unable to resist his charm, Wu Yin agreed after obtaining the detailed address of Zhao Yu's family. "Tan Ci, please see Wu Yin off," Tan Jia instructed, turning to him. "You haven't tea rested at all last night. Make sure to take a good break when you get back. Put aside work for a bit." The Tan group one tea collapse. "Understood," Tan Ci replied, and after watching Tan Jia and her husband depart with the reluctantly clinging chubby boy, he invited Wu Yin into the car. "Where do you live? I'll take you." "Close to the place where the chubby boy had his incident." "Thank you for the trouble," she replied gratefully. Eager to reduce her walking distance, Wu Yin willingly got into the car, calculating the time. After returning home, she could still rest for a few hours before heading out to work. The two remained silent during the ride until the car stopped. As Wu Yin opened the door to exit, Tan Ci noticed that the location was rather remote. He called out to her, "Do you live around here?" Wu Yin nodded. "Yes, I'm temporarily residing nearby, but it looks like it's going to rain in a few days, so I should be moving soon." Tan Ci handed her a business card. "If you need help with moving, feel free to call me. I can arrange for assistance." "No need, really." Wu Yin waved her hand dismissively, yet she accepted the card with polite hands and thanked him, bidding farewell as she closed the car door. The driver, after moving several meters away, glanced back in the rearview mirror to see her still standing there, watching them leave, and chuckled. This girl was quite cautious, refusing to let Tan Ci escort her directly to her residence, only allowing them to drop her off nearby. The driver found it amusing. Had it been another girl with ulterior motives, she would have eagerly accepted a ride straight to her bedroom. A heightened sense of caution in young women isn't necessarily a flaw, Tan Ci remarked, lowering his head to text Tan Jia. Upon returning to the bridge underpass, Wu Yin closed her eyes and fell asleep almost instantly. After a few hours, she awoke, performed a cleaning ritual, and set off with her cardboard to the nearby market. There, she spent 8 yuan on breakfast, lamenting the current high prices, and found a spot that was busy yet unobtrusive to sit down. Despite the bustling crowd at the market, the morning slipped by without her making any sales. Passers-by, in their hurried glances, muttered curses at the scam artist before hastily moving on. Wu Yin counted the remaining money in her pocket. Before visiting Zhao's family, she needed to eat 4 more meals, averaging 10 yuan each, leaving her with only 150 yuan. It would be quite improper to visit someone's home empty-handed, as she also intended to bring along fruits or flowers worthy of presentation, but the remaining money might not suffice for a gift. As the morning wore on without success, she overheard some local women discussing temporary job openings at a nearby construction site. After some deliberation, she tucked away her cardboard and headed to the site. Though Tan Jia had specifically advised her brother to rest before returning home, Tan Ci, upon arriving, merely closed his eyes for a brief moment before heading to the company. Due to the cancellation of his afternoon schedule, he had to squeeze in all the tasks from that afternoon into every spare moment throughout the day. He also had to take time to answer a call from the elder Mr. Tan and inquire about the kidnapping case involving Zhao Yu. Before he knew it, the day had passed in a blur. Tan Ci worked late into the night at the office, and by the time he returned home, it was nearly dawn. Just as he was about to settle down for sleep, a call from Wei Xian interrupted him. "Are you at home or the office?" "Home." Tan Ci pinched the bridge of his nose, hearing Wei Xian's frantic voice on the other end. "Is your brother drunk again?" "Yes," Wei Xian sighed. "I spent the afternoon waiting outside that small restaurant you mentioned, hoping to see the girl who resembles Qing Yining, but when I didn't find her, I went to a bar and got wasted. Now, he insists on seeing just how similar she really is to that woman, so I'm calling to find out where she lives." Tan Ci understood the deep-seated animosity between Wei Xian and Qing Yining and replied, "She saved Zhao Yu last night. Regardless of how much she resembles Qing Yining, she is Wu Yin, not Qing Yining. She is a benefactor to the Zhao family and to me as well." Wei Xian caught the underlying tone in Tan Ci's words. It was clear that Wu Yin was someone he wished to protect. "I understand. Regardless of whether she is Zhao Yu's savior, simply because she is not Qing Yining, I won't allow Wei Shen to harm an innocent person." After this, Wei Xian inquired about Zhao Yu's situation and listened to a thrilling tale. Then Wei Xian asked, "Could you check with Jia if it would be convenient for me and Wei Shen to visit the Zhao family tomorrow night? If he doesn't see her in person, he might go mad." "Not convenient," Tan Ci refused outright. "She will be a distinguished guest at the Zhao family tomorrow night. You may go, but Wei Shen cannot." "That's true. I was being too simplistic. It's indeed inappropriate for my brother, in his current state, to attend such a gathering." Wei Xian nodded. fearing that Wei Shen might act out due to the striking resemblance to Qing Yining, thus disrupting the esteemed guest at Zhao's home. Please convey to Jia that I will be going to the Zhao family for a meal alone tomorrow night. After Wei Xian hung up, he glanced at his brother, who was still pouring drinks, his expression dark and brooding. Don't involve the innocent. If you must go mad, direct your madness towards the right person. That girl is the savior of the chubby child, Zhao Yu. I won't do anything to her. I just want to see her face. Wei Shen's voice was heavy. I know better than anyone how suffocating the term innocent can be. With a long sigh, Wei Xian ruffled his brother's hair. Drink less. It's bad for your health.
Get some rest.
After Wei Xian left Wei Shen's room, he was unaware that Wei Shen had made numerous calls late into the night, ultimately learning from Tan Xi's driver where Wu Yin had been dropped off. Sobered up, Wei Shen decided not to drink any more and, instead of calling the family driver, secretly arranged for a ride and headed straight to the location where Wu Yin had gotten out of the car the previous night. Upon opening the car door, he found himself surrounded by desolation. The driver, curious, asked, "What brings you here at this hour?" "Looking for someone," Wei Shen replied. "Looking for someone here? There's no one around." The driver chuckled. "Are you sure you didn't misplace your location? There's no residential area here. The nearest one is half an hour away by car." Chapter 10. Who comes here? I've committed no crime. Wei Shen, now mostly sober, responded, "You say there's no one living here?" "The truth is, there are no residents here at all," the driver explained. "Once I got lost and ended up here. I drove around for quite a while, so I know this place well. There are indeed no inhabitants." Wei Shen smirked slightly, realizing that even Tan Ci could be played by someone else. It seems all women with the same face are deceivers. After paying the driver to leave, he decided to stay and wait. Had Wei Shen been there the previous night, he might have actually encountered Wu Yin. However, that night, Wu Yin never returned, spending the entire evening diligently working at the construction site. Only when she was satisfied with her efforts did she leave, wiping the sweat from her brow, find a secluded spot to tidy herself up, and then head to grab breakfast before returning to her spot at the market where she had set up her stall the day before. The Zhao family greatly valued the visit of Zhao Yu's savior, and Tan Jia and her husband took a leave of absence from work to remain at home. Realizing her scant knowledge of Wu Yin, Tan Jia decided to call Tan Ci. "My friend thought you mentioned that you and Wu Yin are acquainted. Do you happen to know what she enjoys eating or her flavor preferences?" she inquired. Tan Ci reflected on the dishes Wu Yin had ordered that day in the small restaurant. "I'm not entirely certain, but she might lean towards lighter flavors. You are more familiar with her than we are. Please come over early this afternoon to help me entertain her," Tan Jia emphasized, cautioning him not to forget amidst the busyness. Tan Ci agreed, but just then another call came in. He hastily ended the call with Tan Jia to answer the unfamiliar number. "Hello, is this Mr. Tan Ci? This is the Daichen police station. Has there been any progress on Zhao Yu's case?" Tan Ci asked anxiously. The officer on the other end replied, "Actually, Zhao Yu's case is not under my jurisdiction. I am dealing with a matter concerning Ms. Wu Yin and a contractor here. Ms. Wu Yin provided your contact information, and you may need to come down. Is she all right?" Tan Ci pressed, relieved to hear that Wu Yin was unharmed. "I'll bring my lawyer right away," he concluded. After hanging up, Tan Ci swiftly instructed Yan Ming to notify the legal department to send 2 competent lawyers to accompany him to the Daichen police station. The traffic was somewhat congested, and an hour and a half later, Tan Ci, along with Yan Ming and 2 adept lawyers from the Tan Group's legal department, entered the police station once more. Upon seeing Tan Ci arrive with such a formidable entourage, Wu Yin sheepishly lowered her head and touched her nose. "What's going on?" Tan Ci asked, scanning Wu Yin to ensure she was unharmed. Wu Yin crossed her arms, her feet entwined with the chair legs, and pouted defiantly. "Even if the King of Heaven were to come, I haven't committed any crime." Her words were laden with emotion. Tan Ci turned to the officer. "What do you have to say?" The officer shook his head and explained. The contractor reported that Ms. Wu Yin, last night when the construction site was deserted, moved all the bricks to the entrance and stacked them into a wall, blocking the gate entirely. Wu Yin jumped off her chair. "I merely relocated the bricks from one spot to another. I didn't steal them. If you don't believe me, check the surveillance footage at the site. Count the bricks. I assure you, not a single one is missing. And I didn't damage any of the bricks. Everyone I've touched is in perfect condition." Yan Ming and the 2 lawyers were left speechless. "What were you thinking, working alone at the construction site all night?" Yan Ming blurted out. "What do you mean working alone?" "It was because that old man was bullying an honest person." Wu Yin scoffed. Was I supposed to let it go? If it weren't for my indignation, why would I waste my energy on this? Yesterday, I went to the site to apply for a job as a laborer, agreeing to move bricks for 5 cents each. But when I tried to collect my pay in the evening, he denied it and refused to compensate me. If he wanted pay, why should I help him for free? I moved the bricks back and neatly stacked them for him. Did I do anything wrong? He didn't even say thank you. That's his lack of manners. That old man thought he could take advantage of me just because I'm a girl.
Dream on.
Are you saying you secretly worked hard all night? Yan Ming asked, seeing Wu Yin nod. He raised his hand to his forehead in exasperation. Tan Ci's gaze lingered on her fair hands for a moment before he turned to the contractor standing aside and asked, "Do you have anything to explain regarding her claims?" The contractor, having lost his nerve since Tan Ci's group arrived, thought to himself that he had only reported the incident out of frustration, believing he could easily intimidate a young girl without an ID. He anticipated that the girl he thought he could bully would bring such well-credentialed individuals with her. It was clear from the surveillance footage that she had indeed worked there the previous night. Forget it, forget it. What does a grown man have to argue about with a little girl? Just let her take the bricks back. And I'll pay her the wages for yesterday right away. The contractor was reluctant to escalate the issue further, fearing complications. Wu Yin scoffed, "In your dreams. Since this isn't a grave offense, I will leave my lawyer here to negotiate with you. I'll take my people with me first." Tan Ci addressed the contractor. "She won't be moving the bricks back. If you believe you have incurred a loss, you may discuss it with my lawyer, but rest assured, we will also pursue your breach of contract from yesterday." After speaking with the contractor, Tan Ci turned back to Wu Yin. "Let us go." Wu Yin huffed at the contractor and strode out confidently. Once outside the police station, Wu Yin finally spoke. "I appreciate your help today. The officer asked me to contact a family member, and you were the only one I could think of. If I hadn't received your business card yesterday, I would have spent the entire day at the station without anyone to reach out to. This isn't a matter of gratitude. You are Zhao Yu's savior. Picking you up was merely a small courtesy," Tan Ci replied as he got into the car. After Yan Ming placed Tan Ci's wheelchair in the trunk, he returned to the front passenger seat. Once inside the vehicle, Yan Ming turned to Wu Yin and asked, "As a girl, what made you think of going to the construction site to move bricks?" "Because I'm strong, and they pay cash for temporary work," Wu Yin explained. "Are you in dire need of money?" Yan Ming probed. "Yes," Wu Yin confessed, nodding. "I have only 140 left. And I'm visiting Zhao Yu's family tonight, hoping to earn some money to buy a gift." Tan Ci was taken aback. "Your presence alone is more than enough. It's customary to visit someone's home empty-handed." Wu Yin shook her head and looked at Tan Ci. "If not, could you drop me off at a busy place in the city center to set up a fortune-telling stall?" Yan Ming inquired. Chapter 11. Truly a good person. Exactly. Wu Yin affirmed with a nod. "Live streaming is quite popular now. You might as well start a live session to read fortunes. There's a metaphysics host on the Hangyu streaming platform who has a large following," Yan Ming suggested. Wu Yin was certainly aware of live streaming. She had seen market vendors watching their phones while shopping. "But I don't have a phone," Wu Yin lamented. After pondering, she sincerely asked, "Can I buy a second-hand phone that can stream for 140? Yan Ming chuckled at this point. 140 wouldn't even buy an old flip phone, let alone a smartphone. Even a second-hand one would cost 700 to 800. "Then I still don't have enough money," Wu Yin admitted candidly. Just as Yan Ming was about to offer her a loan, Tan Ci spoke first. "Would you mind coming to my office first?" Wu Yin shrugged nonchalantly. Tan Ci led Wu Yin through a private passageway to his office. Once there, he instructed his secretary to bring in desserts, tea, and snacks. As soon as the female secretary entered, he gestured toward Wu Yin and said, "Please go to the nearby mall and purchase the latest model of a phone for her. Ask her what color she prefers. Also, buy her several outfits from head to toe." Afterward, Tan Ci handed over his card. "Use this for my personal account." Wu Yin thought for a moment. Both the phone and new clothes were indeed necessities for her, so she did not refuse. Once the secretary left, she added, "Make sure to keep the receipt. Consider it a loan, and I will repay you once I earn some money." Having interacted with Wu Yin a few times, Tan Ci was aware she disliked being in debt. With a slight smile, he nodded in agreement. "Then please ask your secretary to also get me a 20-inch suitcase." Wu Yin touched her nose, reasoning that having more debt wouldn't hurt since she was already indebted. Tan Ci's office, like many others, exuded a somber atmosphere. Devoid of any vibrant colors, it was an expansive space dominated by shades of black, white, and gray. The secretary was efficient, And by the time Wu Yin had savored a few snacks and sipped half a cup of tea, she returned with the items, placing them on the sofa before exiting the office. As Wu Yin stuffed clothes into her suitcase, she praised Tan Ci, exclaiming, "You truly are a good person." Yan Ming could not help but chuckle at her earnestness. Compliments were not foreign to Tan Ci, the president of the Tan Group. He had heard all manner of accolades. Yet, this simple and unadorned expression, "You truly are a good person," was a first for him. His gaze shifted from the new phone in his hand to Wu Yin squatting on the ground, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips, his eyes glimmering with amusement. "Since you lack an ID, I asked my secretary to issue a new SIM card under my name for you," Tan Ci reminded her, emphasizing the inconvenience of living in the information age without proper identification. From Wu Yin's demeanor and conversation, Tan Ci discerned that she remained connected to society. Despite her lack of a mobile phone, she was familiar with the terminology of live streaming that Yan Ming had mentioned, indicating she could not possibly be a ghost in the system. "If you require assistance, I can help you verify your identity," Tan Ci offered. Though he was uncertain how much she remembered about herself, Wu Yin closed her suitcase and shook her head. "My memories are those I chose to discard, not those lost passively. As soon as I find a way back to my sect, I will leave this place." Yan Ming, intrigued, interjected, "Without an ID, you cannot open a bank account. How do you expect to receive money?" His curiosity piqued at her notion of actively discarding memories. "Is there a method to do so? Do you seek someone to hypnotize you?" "There exists a technique that can extract a portion of one's memories," Wu Yin replied, gazing at Yan Ming. "Should you wish to try, I can perform the ritual for you in the future. However, I lack a memory pearl to preserve that portion of your memories. Once extracted, they would dissipate into the ether." Yan Ming's eyes widened in astonishment as he hastily shook his head. "I am merely curious. I have no intention of trying." "The world of masters is indeed fascinating." "Oh," Wu Yin replied dryly, then turned her attention back to Tan Ci, who had activated her new phone. She approached him, noticing he had already downloaded social media applications. "The SIM card is in your name, so could you link a WeChat account for me? You can provide me with your payment code, and when I receive money, I'll have them scan it first. When I need cash, I'll come to you." Tan Ci, as the president of a substantial corporation, would hardly be concerned with her meager earnings. Yan Ming found her request rather abrupt. Yet he was taken aback when he heard Tan Ci acquiesce with a simple, "All right." "You truly are a good person," Wu Yin reiterated, her words lacking flamboyance, yet imbued with sincerity. Tan Ci found himself amused by her repeated praise. After a couple of minutes, Tan Ci handed the phone back to Wu Yin. "If you require additional software, feel free to download it yourself. I will ask the secretary to print your payment code." Wu Yin's eyes sparkled with joy as she accepted the phone, quickly acclimating to its feel before skillfully navigating its features. "Which live streaming platform is currently the best?" she inquired of Yan Ming. "The company run by Xiao Wei is gaining momentum and has substantial traffic," Yan Ming began, but Tan Ci interrupted him. "Choose another platform." His tone was slightly brisk. "Redfish is currently the largest live streaming platform in terms of traffic." Yan Ming scratched his head, perplexed by Tan Ci's reluctance to recommend Xiao Wei's Duiziu, where familiarity could afford her more support and a boost in visibility. "Then I will download Redfish. Could you assist me in linking it afterward?" Wu Yin stated, already locating the Redfish app in the software marketplace within moments. After initiating the download, she handed the phone back to Tan Ci. Yan Ming, realizing it was none of his business, turned to retrieve a phone stand he had only used once, intending to gift it to Wu Yin. Navigating through each platform was relatively simple, and within a minute, Tan Ci successfully registered Wu Yin on Redfish, adding a new streamer under the name Wu Fanggu Wu Yin. "You can add a personal introduction," he advised, tapping the phone screen to prompt her. Wu Yin quickly typed, "1 fortune-telling session for 1,000, detailed discussions on feng shui, ghost catching requires additional payment, payment first, service afterward." With everything set, Wu Yin nudged her suitcase with her foot. "This will stay with you for now. When I go to Zhao Yu's house tonight, please help me take it along. I need to earn money first." Tan Ci, with a meeting on his agenda, arranged for the company driver to take Wu Yin to People's Square. In this era of street market economies, S-City was no exception. People's Square was a bustling hub, and a designated area had been established to embrace the trend. Upon arrival, Wu Yin found a spot to set up her newly crafted sign and propped her phone to commence her live stream. The payment code Tan Ci had printed hung prominently in front of the sign, clear and conspicuous. Chapter 12. If you cannot calculate, do not recklessly guess. A new stall had opened, piquing the curiosity of neighboring vendors, who glanced over. Upon realizing it was a fortune-telling booth manned by a youthful girl, they quickly withdrew their interest, casting Wu Yin fleeting glances. Such scrutiny was nothing new to Wu Yin. She focused on her stream, positioning the front camera toward herself. Yan Ming was the first to follow Wu Yin. Seeing her start her live broadcast, he promptly followed the boss's instructions, gifting her a spaceship worth $10,000. This substantial contribution propelled Wu Yin's stream onto the newcomer leaderboard, and soon, a multitude of viewers flocked in from the rankings. Unregistered visitors. This is a newly registered streamer who is so extravagant as to catapult someone onto the newcomer leaderboard. Registered visitors. The host is stunningly beautiful, and she is even barefaced. Her skin is exquisite. I'll follow her just for her looks. Unregistered visitors. Wu Fanggu Wu Yin? Where is Wu Fanggu? I have never heard of that place. Is it a tourist attraction? Unregistered visitors. A newcomer already has a top supporter? It's a safe bet that this is a ploy by the host to gain popularity, spending her own money to ascend the newcomer list. Unregistered visitors. This new streamer is quite generous. 10,000 is no small sum. And have you noticed her introduction? I thought she was a beauty or talent streamer, but it turns out she is a metaphysics streamer. Unregistered visitors. As a fan just coming from the Great Kong Masteress stream, I find this live broadcast rather unappetizing. Is she just trying to ride the coattails of the Great Kong Master as popularity? Unregistered visitors. I am also a fan of the Great Kong Master. Can we refrain from mentioning him here? How can someone like her, who simply mimics, compare to the Great Kong Master, the foremost metaphysics streamer? Unregistered visitors. To the one above, your description of her as a mimic is spot on. This host looks like a plastic surgery monster. Her face seems modeled after a newcomer actress named Cheng Yining. Even her attire mirrors that of the character Cheng Yining portrayed, draped in white. Unregistered visitors. I'm feeling nauseous. She is trying to imitate everything. Can't the platform ban such individuals from dirtying my screen? Yan Ming stared at the onslaught of insults, bewildered. Tan Ci had intended for him to splash the cash to help Wu Ying garner attention, but he had not anticipated that her rapid ascent would attract so many detractors. Wu Ying noticed the barrage of comments flooding in, shifting the camera away from her face. Yet, this action only led viewers to perceive her as guilty, prompting further ridicule in the comment section. Finally, Wu Ying spoke to clarify. The reason I moved the camera is not out of guilt. I simply do not wish for newcomers to focus excessively on my appearance. I do not know who this Cheng Yining actress is. I have not undergone plastic surgery and have no need to feel guilty.
I was born this way.
Furthermore, Wu Fanggu is my sect. If you do not appreciate my stream, feel free to leave. She adjusted the sign forward, ensuring the viewers could clearly read the words displayed. Unregistered visitors. One fortune-telling session for 1,000? What makes you think you can demand such a price? Unregistered visitors. Why don't you dance for us? Perhaps if you dance well, we might consider tipping you. Fanned YYY. Can you all refrain from harboring such malice towards new streamers? Master Wu Yin possesses remarkable foresight. I can vouch for that.
Unsubscribed visitor.
Look who is speaking. It's the top fan, putting on quite the show for their own. If you disbelieve, dislike, or wish not to watch, feel free to exit the stream. Those seeking divination may connect with me directly. As Master Wu Yin spoke, the chat was inundated with comments of gone, interspersed with a few praising the host's melodious voice. Additionally, some bewildered newcomers were inquiring about the unfolding events. Among these comments, a lengthy message from a subscribed visitor stood out prominently. Subscribed visitor, host. Could you assist in locating someone? I'm at my wit's end. My father has been missing for 3 days. Upon seeing this, Wu Yin responded affirmatively, stating that those wishing to inquire could connect with her. The comment section quickly filled again with remarks proclaiming that although the aid may come late, it is indeed coming. As these individuals flooded the chat, the visitor seeking assistance promptly sent a $1,000 hot air balloon and requested to connect with Wu Yin. Once the connection was established, a middle-aged man appeared on the screen, his unkempt beard and dark circles under his eyes resembling a panda, clearly indicating he had not rested in days. Zhu Ping had originally intended to post a missing persons notice online but unintentionally stumbled upon this live stream. Observing the host's ability to tell fortunes, he decided to take a chance and inquire if she could assist in locating his father. The moment he heard the host affirm her capability, Zhu Ping wasted no time and deposited $1,000 into his account, sending the host a hot air balloon worth the same amount.
To him.
The greatest loss would merely be that 1,000 yuan. However, What if a blind cat happened upon a dead rat, and he truly found a genuine master? Upon connecting, Zhu Ping immediately spoke. Master, my name is Zhu Ping. My father has been missing for 3 days. He suffers from Alzheimer's and disappeared in the village. We've reported it to the police, and everyone has been searching the mountains for 2 days without success. I'm nearly beside myself with worry. Could you please help me ascertain my father's whereabouts? Wu Yin acknowledged him and requested that he privately send her his father's birth details. This request was made to safeguard personal privacy. Zhu Ping acted swiftly, and after half a minute, Wu Yin received the birth details. She glanced at the information on her phone and asked, "Could you confirm whether the details you sent contain any errors?" "Master, there are no mistakes. I sent you my father's birth details," Zhu Ping hurriedly replied. Wu Yin responded, "If you are certain that the information you provided is accurate, then this is the birth data of a deceased individual. He passed away 2 days ago. Before his death, he harbored concerns and went to the place he most wished to visit. This location lies to the west, surrounded by pine trees and bamboo." After a brief pause, she added, "There is also a grave, his wife's grave. Your father passed away before his wife's tomb. If you wish to locate your father's remains, you must search there." Zhu Ping's anger flared upon hearing this. "You charlatan! If you cannot tell fortunes, you need not attempt it. How dare you curse someone like this? I tell you, we've already visited my mother's grave multiple times while searching the mountains. We've passed by it several times without seeing my father's shadow." Zhu Ping's outburst provided fresh fodder for mockery in the live stream. Unsubscribed visitor. Haha, I didn't expect the host to be so quickly confronted. Indeed. If you cannot tell fortunes, refrain from doing so and cursing others. Unsubscribed visitor. I thought this was a scam, but it turns out to be a debunking. This is hilarious. Host, did you hear? Your client is telling you not to make baseless predictions. Unsubscribed visitor. I feel a bit sorry for Zhu Ping, clearly. He is desperate to find his father suffering from Alzheimer's, and he hastily spent $1,000 only to receive a curse in return. In Chapter 13, before the grave of the ex-wife, Wu Yin remained unfazed, shaking her head and speaking slowly. "Zhu Ping, from your father's birth details, I can discern that he has had 2 marriages. His first wife passed away young, dying during childbirth along with their child. Your mother is his second wife. Your mother must have passed away only 6 months ago." Zhu Ping's expression shifted as he recalled that his father had indeed had a deceased first wife. Moreover, the timing of his mother's passing was also accurate. "What I mean is, your father passed away before the grave of his first wife, where his 2 beloved ones are interred, his wife and the child who never took a breath at birth." Zhu Ping, your father must have expressed to you while he was lucid that he wished to be buried with his first wife after his death, but you did not agree, correct? The expression that crossed Zhu Ping's face betrayed his thoughts, and the audience quickly discerned the truth. Subscribed visitor, just look at Zhu Ping's expression. The host has surely hit the mark. It appears this host possesses genuine skills. Subscribed visitor, Zhu Ping, speak up. You're not the only one eager to know the truth here. Unsubscribed visitor, could it be that he really is a scammer? Top fan YYY, scammer, scammer, scammer. You only know how to call him a scammer.
What?
Can a scammer seek his deceased father's whereabouts? If the host is this remarkable, then she truly deserves to be called a master. Unsubscribed visitor. With money, what kind of scammer can't one find? The top supporter just dropped 1,000. Who knows what relationship exists between the top supporter and the host? As the chat began to stir again, Wu Yin grew annoyed and directly disabled the comment section, allowing them to argue among themselves while she remained unperturbed. Zhu Ping, unwilling to acknowledge certain truths, gritted his teeth and said, "Whether my father is in the place you mentioned is still uncertain." Despite his stubbornness, Zhu Ping's heart had already grasped the answer. He understood that the master had likely spoken the truth. Unsubscribed visitor, Zhu Ping, don't disconnect. Let us all witness whether the master is accurate. Yet Zhu Ping refused, abruptly ending the connection and logging off. The audience felt a sudden loss of interest. Subscribed fan, given Zhu Ping's reaction, it seems the master must have been correct. He simply struggles to accept that his father loved his first wife more than him and his mother. I shall join the master's fan club for now. On the Hangyu platform, followers of the host who had not sent gifts remained as subscribed visitors. Only after sending a mere 10 cents worth of roses would their title change to subscribed fan. The live stream was soon filled with roses, and the number of subscribed fans began to rise steadily. Others in the stream began to discuss as well. Subscribed fan. If it were me, I couldn't accept it either. This must be the devastating effect of the white moonlight and the vermilion mole. Unsubscribed visitor. Zhu Ping's mother accompanied his father for decades and bore him children. Yet, even in death, his father wished to be buried with his first wife. This seems deeply unfair to Zhu Ping's mother, who is quite pitiful. Thankfully, she passed before her husband. Otherwise, it would be heart-wrenching. Wu Ying reopened the comment section to see this remark and shook her head, choosing not to delve into explanations. Zhu Ping had merely asked her to ascertain his father's whereabouts, so she focused solely on that. As for other matters, unless Zhu Ping's father had disclosed them to him, she would not interfere unless necessary. Others wishing to inquire could directly apply for a connection. Wu Ying nodded towards the payment code, indicating it would be best to scan it. Since gifts in the live stream required a share with the platform, Wu Ying had just finished speaking when a new connection request came through. "Host, I've already sent the payment. You can check," spoke a young girl. Wu Ying did not inquire whether Tan Ci had received it. She merely feared running into debts rather than being owed. If the payment for the divination was evaded, the individual would surely repay her elsewhere. "What would you like to inquire about?" Wu Ying asked. "Host, my name is Xiaoyan. The situation is this. I suddenly lost contact with my boyfriend and haven't heard from him for 4 to 5 days. I want to report it to the police, but his parents are preventing me from doing so." Xiaoyan was consumed by distress, feeling an inexplicable unease that she could not articulate. The primary source of her anxiety stemmed from her inability to contact him, which left her deeply worried. A concerned follower suggested, "Could it be that your boyfriend is secretly going on blind dates? Perhaps his family views you merely as a backup option?" Upon reading this comment, Xiaoyan shook her head in disbelief, asserting, "No, my boyfriend loves me dearly. Our relationship is strong. Our families have met, and we have even discussed an engagement during the National Day holiday." Perhaps fearing skepticism from online viewers, she quickly added, "In fact, my family circumstances are significantly better than his. I can sense that my boyfriend's parents are quite pleased with me, and they treat me very well." A follower remarked, "That is indeed peculiar. He has gone completely off the grid, yet has not allowed you to report it to the authorities. His parents must be concealing something from you." Xiaoyan sighed, confessing, "I don't know, which is why I wanted to consult the streamer, hoping she could shed light on my boyfriend's situation and also provide insights into my future marriage." When one finds themselves in a state of confusion, there is often a desire to seek solace, to consult a master and hear their words of wisdom, hoping to calm one's restless heart. "Please send me the birth dates of both you and your boyfriend privately," Wu Ying instructed. Upon receiving the private message, she opened it to review. For her, matching birth dates was an exceedingly simple task. "Would you prefer to learn about your boyfriend's situation or your marriage first?" Wu Ying inquired. Xiaoyan responded, "Please begin with my boyfriend's situation. I am truly worried about him." Wu Ying smiled slightly. "Then let me reassure you about your boyfriend. He is currently safe, surrounded by numerous police officers watching over him." "What do you mean?" Xiaoyan was taken aback. A follower quipped, "The streamer means your boyfriend is in jail. No wonder he suddenly went missing, and his parents forbade you from reporting it. Turns out he's incarcerated." Another follower added humorously, "Indeed. Jail is quite safe with all those police officers around." The streamer knows how to speak. From the analysis of your boyfriend's birth date, it appears that he is a rather unfaithful individual, lacking in responsibility. At 28 years of age, with limited education, he has been apprehended due to an offense involving his girlfriend. He has a 9-year-old son, and while he runs a small business, his financial prospects are dismal, relying heavily on his parents for support. His parents' kindness towards you stems from the fact that you are the most innocent and well-off among his many romantic interests. Chapter 14. Not a family, not under one roof. All the viewers were left speechless. A follower exclaimed, "Sister, where did you find such a trashy boyfriend? You sound quite young. Are you really ready to play the role of a stepmother? Your boyfriend even has a criminal record." The audience was stunned, but Xiaoyan appeared even more shocked. After a prolonged silence, her voice quivered with emotion. "Streamer, you say he has a 9-year-old son? He and his family told me that boy was his brother. He deceived me, and his parents assisted him in misleading me and my family. During our last visit to their home, my mother remarked on how much the two brothers resembled each other. His brother seemed to dislike me, often glaring at me, and I thought it was because I hadn't impressed him enough. I even promised to be good to him. How foolish I was. I was completely duped by their family." Overwhelmed, Xiaoyan could not hold back her tears. "In truth, what you found strange was your intuition trying to alert you. When a girl is in love, if she feels any doubt, she should not hastily rush into an engagement or marriage. It is wise to give oneself time to thoroughly assess the situation, Wooin advised. A follower remarked, at 28, with a 9-year-old son. That means he became a father before reaching the legal marriage age. Another commented, the child's mother did not stay with him after giving birth, which speaks volumes about his character. A visitor noted, clearly, this is not his first time in such a predicament. Yet another observed, did no one catch the additional message from the streamer? The young lady's boyfriend is unfaithful and has other women. The family chose her as the most suitable daughter-in-law among his many partners, fully aware of their son's true nature, yet they conspired to keep it from her family. A visitor remarked, indeed, not a family, not under one roof. Trash breeds trash, producing its own kind. An unregistered user questioned, why do you all blindly believe everything the streamer says? Do you not possess any discernment? You claimed your boyfriend loves you. Surely you wouldn't take the streamer's words at face value without verifying? Wiping her tears, Sharon declared, I will call my boyfriend's mother right now, more than anyone. I hope the streamer is mistaken. Taking a sip of water to compose herself, she cleared her throat before dialing her boyfriend's mother's number and activating the speakerphone. The call was quickly answered by a middle-aged woman's voice. Xiaoyan, aren't you supposed to be at work? Why are you calling me? Do not worry about Yang. We just received a message from him. He is fine. He said he was overwhelmed by work pressure and spontaneously decided to travel to clear his mind, turning off his phone to avoid being disturbed. This was the explanation that the family had concocted. Xiaoyan was caught off guard by her boyfriend's mother's immediate response. Viewers in the live chat quickly offered their advice. A visitor suggested, sister, just tell her that your family has connections, and you already know your boyfriend was arrested due to his girlfriend, and that you are aware the boy she claims is his brother is actually his son. Xiaoyan, though innocent, was not naive. Armed with the viewer's advice, she spoke firmly, Auntie, there's no need to deceive me anymore. My family has already found out that Yang was arrested due to his girlfriend, and I know that his brother is indeed his son. My family uncovered all of this. What? The middle-aged woman on the other end was clearly taken aback, her reaction intense. Auntie, the facts are clear. You, Uncle, and Yang have all been deceiving me and my family. I am deeply disappointed in you. Realizing her deception had been uncovered, the woman grew anxious. Xiaoyan, please listen to me. Yang is young and naive. He has been led astray by other women. But now that there is a child, we must take responsibility, right? The child is innocent. We cannot abandon him. Yang must fulfill his duty as a father. Xiaoyan, we are both women. As someone who has been through this, I can tell you that when choosing a husband, looks and wealth are not the most important factors. What truly matters is whether the man possesses a sense of responsibility. Look at our Yang. He is willing to take responsibility for his mistakes. And Xiaoyan, all men have a weakness for women. Yang is still young and inexperienced. He simply could not control himself. It was those unscrupulous women who seduced him. This was his first encounter, and unfortunately, he found himself in this predicament. Xiaoyan, he genuinely loves you. For the sake of our relationship, would you consider forgiving Yang this one time? You have been together for over 2 years. It is a rare bond. Please give him another chance. Once he is released, I will ensure he apologizes to you. Every anxious word from the middle-aged woman echoed Wuin's earlier statements. She had confirmed the 2 crucial facts. As the woman attempted to continue speaking, Wuin had lost her patience. Some individuals are inherently fickle, and your boyfriend is one such person. His mother seems to believe that you are oblivious to the fact that he has numerous other girlfriends aside from you, his fiancée. In truth, your boyfriend possesses an insatiable appetite. He is not picky, welcoming all comers. When he is flush with cash, he indulges in extravagant affairs, and when funds are low, he seeks out more modest escapades. The viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. A follower remarked, "What a voracious individual. The host truly captures the essence of words." Another chimed in, "The host is right. Some men are irredeemably flawed. Expecting change from them is akin to hoping for their early demise." Yet another added, "It seems the person above has quite the backstory." A fan responded, "Listen closely, what nonsense is the mother of the girl spouting? She keeps saying he is young and naive, and that all men have a weakness for lust. Who is she trying to manipulate?"
Get lost.
A visitor interjected. At 19, he already had an illegitimate child, and that was deemed youthful ignorance. Now, at 28, he is poised for engagement while his girlfriend is incarcerated. Is he still to be considered young and naive? When exactly does he mature? Is it only when he is reduced to ashes? A man commented, "As a man, my lust is reserved solely for my girlfriend. We have endured a long-distance relationship for many years, and I remain faithful. The fleeting thrill of infidelity pales in comparison to the devastating consequences of losing her. Chapter 15. I shall not profit from your wealth. Another visitor stated, as a man, if one truly loves his girlfriend, there is nothing that cannot be controlled or restrained. Inability to control oneself stems from a lack of genuine concern. Xiaoyan increasingly found tears welling up, realizing that in this relationship, she was the only one taking it seriously. The middle-aged woman finally recognized that others were listening to her conversation with Xiaoyan, rebuking her. Xiaoyan, who else is by your side? Handle your own affairs. Family disgrace should not be aired publicly. How can you speak of it with outsiders? You are being utterly thoughtless. Auntie, I too am an outsider. Let us cease our communication henceforth. Xiaoyan promptly ended the call and sat there, weeping sorrowfully. The viewers in the live stream rallied to comfort Xiaoyan, urging her not to be upset over a scoundrel. Her tears should not be so easily squandered. Thank you for your comforting words. Hearing you all speak has lightened my heart. I deserve better, Xiaoyan said, regaining her composure before addressing the camera. Host, does this mean my future marriage will be fraught with difficulties? After investing so much seriousness into this relationship, I thought it might yield a fruitful outcome, only to find myself nearly ensnared in a pit of despair. A visitor replied, fortunately, you encountered the host today. Otherwise, you would have been deceived by that family until the very end. The mere thought of you becoming a part of such a family sends shivers down my spine. Wuyin nodded at the comment, affirming, indeed, had you not met me today, they would have ensnared you. Imagine, you become engaged and subsequently married. Within 6 months of marriage, you discover that your brother-in-law is your husband's illegitimate child. You contemplate divorce to avoid embarrassment for your family, so you endure it. You are a kind person, believing that adult grievances should not affect children, hence you do not project your resentment onto your husband's illegitimate child. However, this child has never been kind to you. When you were 3 months pregnant, he deliberately set a dog on you, causing you to fall and miscarry. During your confinement, you discovered your husband's criminal record. Only then did you learn he had been arrested due to a previous girlfriend. Coupled with the loss of your child and the burden of an unwelcomed illegitimate child, you resolutely chose to divorce, thereby ending this absurd and laughable marriage. A fan exclaimed, that is tragic. It's enough to infuriate even a listener like me. Xiaoyan turned pale. Could I truly have been so unfortunate? Had I not entered Wuyin's live stream, this would have been the story of my first marriage. Wuyin, you are suited for late marriage. Your true partner will appear when you turn 29. Until then, regardless of how many times you marry, you are destined for dismal divorces. Wuyin advised, you are still young. Do not rush into marriage. Your destiny holds a career meant solely for you. If I am not mistaken, you are currently embarking on an entrepreneurial venture, correct? Master. You are indeed correct. I have just started my own small studio. Xiaoyan eagerly nodded, even beginning to address her as master instead of host. Focus on your career. When it flourishes, your true partner will emerge, Wuyin reminded her.
Now.
There is one more task for you. Publicly disclose the reasons for your breakup with this boyfriend in your social circle. And then promptly move to a neighborhood with better security. Once relocated, do not reveal your new address to anyone. A visitor asked, does the host mean to suggest that the scoundrel will seek Xiaoyan out after being released? Perhaps even slander her and cause her harm? Wuyin simply smiled enigmatically, and Xiaoyan replied, Master, I will remember all of this.
Thank you.
I must now call my parents to discuss this matter. So I will log off for now. Thank you, everyone. Goodbye.
Goodbye, dear.
Take care of yourself. Heed the host's advice. Focus on your career. And remember that we women must strive to earn our own money, avoiding the pitfalls of romance. A fan remarked, I am beginning to believe the host is indeed a master. Another visitor scoffed, these are clearly paid actors. Those who believe them are fools lacking in intelligence. Have you ever encountered a master so young? Top fan YYY replied, have you ever judged a hero by their age? Youth does not equate to a lack of capability. Rather, it should signify extraordinary talent. A visitor commented, the top fan seems to be quite the sycophant. You have wealth, so your words hold sway. Another noted, whether genuine or not, the host's live stream is undeniably entertaining. Even listening to stories is worthwhile. Watching television is one thing, but experiencing these narratives here is equally enjoyable, right? Regardless, I have followed the channel. It's a great way to pass the time when bored. The live stream's popularity surged, with an increasing number of viewers joining. However, no one else attempted to connect. Wuyin glanced at the time. having earned a bit of money that would suffice for a gift to bring to the Zhao family's residence, and thus decided to wrap things up. Just as she prepared to close the stream, a middle-aged man approached her stall. "You are here for fortune-telling, I presume? I have been watching your stream for a while. This is quite a novel experience for me. If you truly possess the gift, why not tell me whether I will strike it rich today? I have a significant deal to finalize shortly." The man brandished a stack of cash in his palm, saying, "If you make me happy with your predictions, this money is yours." The viewers in the stream were captivated by the sight of the cash. A visitor noted, "That stack of cash looks to be at least 5,000. Another added, "Now this is someone who truly seems to be generous." A fan exclaimed, "Who is this affluent gentleman? Host, hurry and read his fortune. If he strikes it rich, he may reward you even further." Wuyin scrutinized the man's features for nearly a minute before resolutely rejecting his request. "I shall not profit from your wealth." Her refusal provoked an immediate response from a viewer. A visitor remarked, "It seems this man is genuinely seeking a fortune-telling, and the host is too afraid to read for him, fearing exposure. If this wealthy man realizes she is a fraud, she could face repercussions." Top fan YYY urged, "Wuyin, go ahead and read for him. Let everyone witness your true abilities. Do not fear, be bold." Yanming was nearly beside himself with anxiety for Wuyin, imploring her to proceed. How could she not? Was she not allowing herself to be underestimated? Chungyong was also holding his phone, having been captivated by Wu Yin's stunning appearance while he was wandering around the square earlier. Upon discovering her live stream through the nearby function, he felt a surge of pride as he saw the viewers in the chat urging Wu Yin on. Chapter 16. A Rush Towards Death. Little beauty, are you afraid that if you don't read my fortune well, your uncle might retaliate?
Fear not.
Your uncle is a good man and would never harm you. However, it seems that the viewers in your live stream are calling you a fraud. If you truly refuse to read my fortune, then you are nothing but a charlatan masquerading as a fortune teller. A mockery danced in Wu Yin's eyes. Some people truly are courting disaster. Are you sure you want to proceed? Wu Yin inquired once more. Chungyong tossed a wad of cash onto Wu Yin's makeshift stand, declaring, "Calculate for me, and let me know how much wealth I shall amass today." Wu Yin smirked. "There's no rush. Let me send a message first." Viewer, could she be secretly seeking outside help? Fan, I can't shake the feeling that the host's smile earlier was a bit unsettling. Viewer, so, is this all staged? Host, please finish your message and set your phone back. We can't see the live action. Wu Yin overlooked the comments, having switched her screen to a green messaging app. She sent a lengthy message to Tan Ci, fearing he might be too occupied to notice. After a moment's thought, she also messaged Yanming, urging him to prompt Tan Ci to check her message. Yanming, currently tasked with monitoring the live stream, promptly entered the conference room upon receiving her text. Chungyong, growing impatient after half a minute, craned his neck towards Wu Yin's phone, wondering whom the little beauty was messaging. Is it your boyfriend? Are you calling him for assistance? Afraid I might genuinely strike you? Wu Yin swiftly turned her phone away, instructing him to return to his previous position. Chungyong scoffed and took 2 steps back. Wu Yin's phone vibrated, and she glanced at it. Tan Ci had replied, "Since you wish to know your fortune, please provide your birth date and time." Wu Yin repositioned her phone on the stand, briefly scanned the comment section, and redirected her attention to the man named Chungyong. It was evident that Chungyong was a rather arrogant individual. When asked for his birth details, he merely shouted them for all to hear. Wu Yin nodded. "Let us not rush into determining your fortune for today. Instead, I shall first speak of your past, and you can judge the accuracy of my words. I have time. So go ahead." Chungyong, having taken a plastic stool from a neighboring stall without permission, sat down with an air of nonchalance, crossing his legs and placing his hands on his belly, chuckling. "Others say I am full of fortune." Wu Yin mused, "Where is this fortune of yours? You hail from a middle-class family, your father ran a small business, and your childhood was relatively comfortable. However, when you turned 10, your father developed a gambling addiction, and within 6 months, the family fortune was squandered entirely." Chungyong's hand on his belly froze, and the confident smile faded from his face. "After losing everything, your father turned to alcohol, neglecting his responsibilities and borrowing money to fuel his drinking. When inebriated, he would return home and resort to violence, sometimes against your mother, sometimes against you. The most severe incident resulted in both you and your mother being hospitalized due to fractures inflicted by him. At the age of 15, your mother, unable to endure the domestic violence and alcoholism any longer, attempted to flee with you, seeking divorce and shelter elsewhere. But after just 3 months, your drunken father found you. And in a heated argument, your mother accidentally killed him, resulting in her current imprisonment. Chengyang's face, once jovial, now bore no trace of a smile. And the viewers in the stream suddenly realized that the moment Chengyang's pudgy face lost its greasy grin, it revealed a semblance of menace. Chengyang grimaced. You certainly seem to possess some insight. Having achieved wealth, Chengyang had meticulously crafted the persona of a rich heir, burying these hidden pasts deep within his mind. So much so that he had nearly forgotten the existence of a mother serving time in prison beneath the facade of his glamorous life. Can you truly deduce such intricate details from a person's birth date and time? Chengyang's confidence began to waver. Perhaps others cannot, but I can. Wu Yin stretched her arms and locked her gaze onto Chengyang's face. A sudden commotion erupted nearby, prompting Chengyang to rise abruptly to see what was happening. Why the rush? Did you not wish for me to assist you in divining your fortune today? Wu Yin stood to obstruct Chengyang's view, using one hand to firmly press him back into his seat. Chengyang was taken aback. How could such a young girl possess such strength? You've already paid. And the reading has yet to conclude. You cannot leave. Wu Yin stepped back slightly. Your father is deceased, your mother imprisoned, and thereafter, you are left to fend for yourself, engaging in petty crimes with street thugs. However, such minor thefts could not satisfy your vanity nor quell the gambling and drinking tendencies inherited from your father. After squatting for half a year, you committed a significant crime. Chengyang could no longer contain himself, shouting, "To hell with you. I'm not interested in this charade. Consider the money a gift." He attempted to flee but was effortlessly yanked back into his seat by Wu Yin. The viewers in the live stream were left in shock. Fanned, I have a bad feeling that significant crime can't be anything good. Otherwise, he wouldn't suddenly change his demeanor and want to escape. Viewer, look at his face. It seems increasingly menacing. Fan, this man has undoubtedly committed a crime. He fears the host might expose him, hence his desire to flee. Viewer, has anyone noticed the host's immense strength? Despite his size, she easily pulled him back into his seat. That was impressive. I told you I have accepted your money, but this reading is not complete until you comply. Wu Yin, noticing Chengyang's desperate attempts to escape, delivered a swift kick to his knee pit. The force sent him crashing to the ground, clutching his knee in pain, unable to rise. Wu Yin continued, a decade ago, after your initial theft, you did not immediately dispose of the loot. Given the inferior surveillance of the time, you evaded suspicion for 2 years before melting down the gold and leaving that county, gradually converting the valuables into cash. However, those funds quickly vanished into gambling, and once again, you contemplated robbing another jewelry store. Armed with your prior experience, you meticulously planned your second heist, targeting a smaller establishment, and you succeeded once more. Chengyang erupted in a tirade. You are nothing but a fraud. There is no evidence. How can you accuse me? Having successfully committed 2 robberies and murders without capture, you developed an inflated sense of confidence, even looking down upon law enforcement. So, the grand scheme you intend to execute today is... Wu Yin's gaze remained fixed on Chengyang's hands, pausing for a few seconds. As Chengyang reached for his waist, Wu Yin swiftly delivered a powerful kick to his arm, forcefully pushing his hand away and swiftly toppling him to the ground. With a deft maneuver, she placed her foot upon him, simultaneously pressing down on his other arm, rendering him utterly immobilized beneath her weight. The live audience was abuzz with excitement. One fan exclaimed, "Goodness! No wonder the host claimed she wouldn't profit from him. It seems she discerned his malevolent nature. His money is tainted." Another chimed in, "The host is not letting a villain escape justice." A third remarked, "The host's skills are truly impressive." Yet another pleaded, "Please reveal the grand scheme he intends to execute today. My curiosity is unbearable." An unregistered viewer taunted, "Continue the charade. I assume you've employed some expensive actors for this performance?" Chengyang, now devoid of reason, resorted to vile curses, his face pressed against the ground, his eyes seething with fury. He struggled defiantly, only to discover that a mere young girl had him completely at her mercy. The more he resisted, the more pressure she applied to his hand. "Wu Yin, today you have gathered 3 accomplices to rob a bank. This is the grand venture you speak of," she stated. "Had you not sought me for this divination, your plan might have succeeded. The 4 of you, armed, would have emptied the bank's cash reserves, and in your arrogance, you even murdered 2 individuals to assert dominance. The police apprehended your accomplices in merely 3 days, but your escape abroad consumed considerable time and resources. To you, your companions are merely tools to be exploited, and your strategy of sacrificing one to buy yourself more time is transparent. Chung Yong's future misdeeds will not be confined to these. Having committed 3 crimes emboldened him and endowed him with experience. After fleeing abroad, he did not hide in seclusion but instead reveled in his audacity, his methods growing increasingly reckless, resulting in the loss of more innocent lives. Wu Yin borrowed a rope from a nearby vendor, expertly binding Chung Yong like a zongzi. Just as she finished, a swarm of police officers rushed towards them, with Yan Ming among them. "Master, how are you?" Yan Ming gasped, barely managing to keep pace with the officers. "Mr. Tan sent me ahead to assist you. He will arrive shortly." Wu Yin gestured toward the subdued Chung Yong. "I'm fine, he's just tied up here." She then reminded the officers. "He has a gun concealed at his waist. Have all 3 of his accomplices been captured? Our team, acting on Mr. Tan's information, has apprehended the other 3. The police captain replied, expressing gratitude for Wu Yin's assistance. "We also discovered similar firearms on them." "You're welcome," Wu Yin replied thoughtfully. "This money he just gave me for the divination, should it be surrendered?" "Yes," the officer nodded, thanking her for her cooperation, as it constituted stolen funds. The online viewers erupted with excitement. One noted, "I came for fortune-telling and unexpectedly witnessed a major criminal apprehension." The police. "This proves the host truly possesses foresight." Another remarked, "The host is adorable for voluntarily returning the money given by Chung Yong." A fan added, "I sensed that while she asked about the money." Her brow furrowed slightly, as if torn between empathy and a desire to adhere to the law. Yet another exclaimed, "Goodness. I was in line at the bank in the square when a group of plainclothes officers suddenly apprehended a man in his 20s wearing a suit. Turns out he was an undercover robber. I was terrified. He had a gun." Another chimed in the parking lot, there were also plainclothes officers who suddenly seized a vehicle, yanking the driver out. They even fired shots. It was even more frightening. A viewer lamented, "Chung Yong, the host has said your fate is sealed. Why did you refuse to heed her warnings? Look where it has led you." Another added, "Given Chung Yong's crimes, he deserves the death penalty. He's hastening his own demise." One more echoed, "Thus, one must heed advice. Ignoring it leads to a swift end." Wu Yin surrendered the money, then returned to her phone. Observing the rapidly scrolling comments, she remarked, "To be a good person, justice has a way of catching up, and one mustn't harbor any illusions. I need to return to the police station to provide a statement. So I will log off now. I shall resume streaming later this evening. Here's a small token of appreciation for the host. Were you texting a friend to assist in alerting the authorities? Did you provide information on the other 3 accomplices?" One fan inquired. "Host, when will you resume your stream?" Another asked, "Let's set a time. We'll be there promptly." Upon seeing these messages, Wu Yin replied, "Yes, I provided that information. As for the evening stream, let us say after 10 o'clock. I will log off now." Wu Yin had initially recounted much of Chung Yong's past not merely for the sake of narration but as a strategy to delay, awaiting the capture of his accomplices. Each of them was armed. Had she captured Chung Yong first, his cohorts might have resorted to desperate measures, endangering innocents. Thus, she opted for the most prudent approach. Enlisting Tan Si's help to alert the police based on her intelligence, ensuring the other 3 were apprehended before binding the mastermind. Confident that Chung Yong would be unable to retaliate, Wu Yin felt assured, for his beer belly indicated a physically weakened state. After concluding her stream, she prepared to tidy up her equipment when she turned to find Tan Si approaching. Chapter 18. A visit to the Zhao family. Seeing Tan Si brought Wu Yin joy akin to finding her lost fortune. She hurried to him. "Please assist me in retrieving the earnings from my stream and convert today's earnings into cash. I need to buy a gift for Zhao Yu." Wu Yin had already decided on a present for the chubby little boy, a figurine of Ultraman, the same height as him. "Of course," Tan Si replied, messaging his secretary, while surveying Wu Yin for any injuries. "Are you hurt?" Wu Yin raised an eyebrow and waggled a finger. "I'm merely fine." I didn't even give him a chance to draw his weapon. Her boastful words drew laughter from several officers, yet with Chung Yong bound like a zongzi nearby, it was evident she was not exaggerating. He truly had no opportunity to reach for his gun. Tan Si was the one to report the incident, while Wu Yin merely needed to corroborate and supplement the details. As for Wu Yin's revelations regarding Chung Yong's additional robbery and homicide cases, that evidence was for the police to pursue. Nonetheless, she had provided them with a significant lead and direction. While Tan Si remained engaged inside, Wu Yin and Yan Ming took a moment to rest. "I just heard the captain say they can apply for a reward for you," Yan Ming announced, delighted for her. "So your divination for Chung Yong wasn't in vain. Is there truly such a reward?" Wu Yin exclaimed, her heart brimming with joy. She owed Tan Ci nearly 20,000 yuan. Any additional income meant she could repay her debt sooner. The two, exiting from the office, overheard Wu Yin's exclamation. The police captain, smiling, continued, "For these two robbery cases, we have been soliciting useful information from the public for years. And thanks to your assistance in averting the bank heist, once the cases are resolved, we can apply for a 10,000 yuan reward." Having recently emerged from poverty, Wu Yin could hardly contain her elation, declaring, "I've decided to become a model citizen." Tan Ci's secretary arrived, and Wu Yin followed Tan Ci to the car, where the secretary handed over a bag containing the cash she requested. In the live broadcast room, the initial substantial reward must be deferred for extraction, as per the regulations. The divination money provided by Zhu Ping, combined with other fans' contributions, barely amounted to 1,000 in Wu Yin's possession. An additional 1,000 was directly transferred from Xiao Yun to Tan Ci, thus the cash given to Wu Yin by the secretary totaled a little over 2,000. "Thank you." Wu Yin expressed her gratitude to the secretary and then reiterated the sentiment to Tan Ci, her tone remaining unchanged. Tan Ci had grown accustomed to Wu Yin's seemingly perfunctory yet oddly sincere manner of speaking. "Where are you headed now?" he inquired. "To buy a gift for Xiao Pengdun." "Where can I find Ultraman?" Wu Yin gestured, specifying that it should ideally be an Ultraman figure as tall as Xiao Pengdun. This was undoubtedly a question Tan Ci would not know the answer to. Yuan Ming, seated in the front passenger seat, turned to Wu Yin with a smile. "There's a commercial plaza nearby with a toy store that has a comprehensive selection, including Ultraman figures that are the perfect height for your little friend, all authentic." "Then let us go there," Wu Yin decided, pondering aloud. "Do you think my budget will suffice?" "That's hard to say. Let me check online for you," Yuan Ming replied, pulling out his phone to search. "Momentlati." He chuckled, "Master, your funds are just sufficient." He handed his phone to Wu Yin. "I have a membership card for that store, which offers a discount. After the discount, this Ultraman is 2,200. That's enough," Wu Yin mused, thinking there would still be leftover for tomorrow's meal. Yuan Ming reclaimed his phone, teasing, "It seems Master truly has a profound affection for Xiao Pengdun, willing to spend every last penny for him." The commercial plaza was conveniently close, and the vehicle swiftly made its way into the underground parking lot. Upon exiting the car, Wu Yin turned to see Tan Ci also stepping out.
Oh,
"You're not returning to the office?" she asked, surprised. "No, I'm also purchasing a gift. After we're done, we'll head straight to the Zhao residence," Tan Ci replied. The toy store was located on the third floor, and as soon as the elevator doors opened, Wu Yin spotted the shop. The size of the store astonished her, and once inside, she was once again taken aback by the array of products on display. "Children today are truly fortunate, aren't they?" she thought. Zhao Yu's joy began the moment he opened his eyes that morning, and every second of Wu Yin's visit was filled with happiness. When the doorbell rang and Wu Yin walked in, Zhao Yu's happiness skyrocketed from 90 to 100. As he received the Ultraman figure, which matched his height, from Wu Yin's hands, his delight exceeded all bounds. "Sister Wu Yin, I really adore you. I love the gift you gave me. You remembered that I said I liked Ultraman, and you actually listened during our conversation," Zhao Yu exclaimed, one arm around the Ultraman figure while the other clung to Wu Yin's leg. "Unlike my dad, who often brushes me off, I'm starting to like him less and less. I remember all the things we talked about on the way to the police station." Wu Yin bent down to pinch the chubby boy's cheek. "I knew you would love the gift I brought you. Sister Wu Yin, I also remember what you told me." Zhao Yu leaned closer to Wu Yin's ear. "I didn't tell anyone that you're a fairy sister. Not even my mom and dad. I can keep a secret." "That's wonderful," Wu Yin praised, giving Zhao Yu a thumbs up, and his innocent compliment filled him with pride and joy. On the way to the police station, not wanting to explain her magical abilities, Wu Yin had instructed Zhao Yu to keep it a secret. "Little Yu, your uncle also bought you a gift," Yuan Ming announced, entering behind Tan Ci with the present he had chosen. Zhao Yu turned, surprised to see Yuan Ming holding a large backpack. He accepted it with a polite thank you, and then asked Wu Yin, "Did you come with my uncle? Did you both choose the gifts together?" "Yes," Wu Yin replied, stepping further inside after changing into slippers, clearing the entrance for Tan Ci and Yuan Ming. Sighing, Zhao Yu clutched the backpack. "Uncle is such a persistent man. Sister Wu Yin can't even carry it, and I'm not even in elementary school yet. Yet he has already gifted me several backpacks." Tan Ci glanced at the little boy. "Next time, I'll get you something else." "Okay," Zhao Yu responded, holding one gift in each hand as he led Wu Yin inside, chattering incessantly. Tan Jai emerged from the kitchen. You shouldn't have gone through the trouble of buying gifts for the child. Please sit down. It's still early. Have some fruit. By the way, would you like ice cream? We also made milk tea in the kitchen. I thought you girls would enjoy it. There are chips on the table as well. Zhao Yu personally picked out all these snacks this morning. In gratitude for her son's savior, Tan Jai laid out all the best treats at home, treating Wu Yin as if she were her own little sister. Zhao Yu's grandparents were originally supposed to come over tonight, but Zhao Yu's grandfather's old comrade had suddenly been hospitalized, so they went to visit him instead. They asked me to apologize to you and hope you don't mind their absence tonight, Tan Jai explained, but they sent a gift over with the driver. Chapter 19. I have a brother named Wei Shin. Sister Wu Yin, this box is a gift from Grandpa and Grandma. Thank you for saving me, Zhao Yu said, placing aside his own gifts and rushing to Wu Yin with a wooden box that had been sitting on the table for half the afternoon, thrusting it into her arms. Sister Wu Yin, it's a jade bracelet that I picked out with Grandma. I think it suits you, he added, opening the box for her, gazing up expectantly for her praise. Wu Yin smiled appreciatively. It's beautiful. You both have excellent taste. After complimenting Zhao Yu, she turned to Tan Jai. This jade bracelet is too precious. I cannot accept it. It's a token of appreciation from the child's grandmother. The bracelet was selected from a trusted source, so it's not overly expensive. Besides, no matter how valuable the bracelet may be, it pales in comparison to your life-saving grace towards Zhao Yu, Tan Jai insisted, still feeling apprehensive. If you hadn't saved Zhao Yu that night, in such a remote place, we wouldn't have reached him in time. He would have been buried. That night, there was no one at home. Tan Jai and her husband were both working late while the nanny went to pick up Zhao Yu from school. But she was knocked unconscious. By the time she woke up to inform them, Zhao Yu had already been kidnapped for quite some time, past midnight. Tan Jai abandoned her international video conference, and Zhao Jinluan rushed back from another city overnight. The thought of their child being held for so long without receiving a ransom call from the kidnappers left the couple nearly fainting from fear. The incident alarmed Zhao's patriarch, who mobilized multiple resources to search overnight. However, the nanny had provided almost no useful information. And since the child had been abducted from a location without surveillance, everyone could only wait anxiously for leads to emerge. Please accept it, Tan Ci said, wheeling himself over. It suits you well. Seeing Zhao Yu's almost teary expression, Wu Yin nodded in gratitude and accepted the gift. Wei Xian arrived after finishing work, just in time. When he entered, Zhao Yu and Wu Yin were sitting together watching television, laughing heartily at a Tom and Jerry episode.
Zhao Yu,
Wei Xian called out, prompting Zhao Yu to turn around, followed by Wu Yin. Upon seeing Wu Yin's face, Wei Xian was momentarily taken aback. He had heard both Tan Ci and Yuan Ming remark on their resemblance, but he hadn't anticipated it to be this striking. Had he not known beforehand that Wu Yin was present, he might have mistaken her for Cheng Yining before the incident. Hello, Uncle Wei. Welcome to my home. You go play with my uncle. I want to watch TV with Sister Wu Yin, Zhao Yu said, reluctant to leave Wu Yin's side, waving dismissively at their guest. Wei Xian smiled at Zhao Yu before greeting Wu Yin. Hello, I'm a friend of Tan Ci's. My name is Wei Xian, and I've heard about you from Tan Ci and Yuan Ming. Satellite? Wu Yin blurted out upon hearing the name. Tan Ci chuckled. It's Wei from Weigua, and Xian with 3 gold characters. Wei Xian had encountered this misunderstanding before, and wasn't he bothered by it. I have a brother named Wei Shin, he added. Wu Yin fell silent for a few moments, remarking on the whimsical nature of her parents' naming choices. Your brother is named Wei Xing, and your younger brother is called Wei Shin, correct? We, too, feel as though our names were merely a playful jest on the part of our parents. Wei Xian observed Wu Yin's expression, noting her unfamiliarity with both his and Wei Shin's names. Seizing a moment, he settled into the adjacent sofa beside Wu Yin. Your name is quite rare as well. I have never encountered anyone with the surname Wu Yin before. Where do you hail from? Before Wu Yin could respond, Tan Ci's voice carried a note of warning. Wei Xian, do refrain from disturbing their television viewing. Wei Xian was all too aware that his friend was attempting to deter his inquiries into Wu Yin's background. It was previously unbeknownst to him that Tan Ci could be so protective. It appeared that Tan Ci truly regarded Wu Yin as one of their own. I shan't interrupt your television time any longer. I'll converse with Tan Ci, Wei Xian announced as he rose. I simply adore chatting, so please excuse me. Zhao Jinluan returned from outside, carrying a cake, and upon entering, he stomped his feet in the hallway. It's raining outside. It started pouring the moment I stepped out of the car. I didn't make it to the basement in time and nearly got soaked. Sister Wuyin. My father bought a vanilla ice cream cake. The chubby little boy exclaimed, leaping towards Zhao Jinluan with such fervor that he nearly knocked the unprepared Zhao Jinluan out of the house. Without turning her head, Wuyin interjected, it will rain for 3 days. As the little boy clutched the cake, he reminded, Dad must heed Sister Wuin's advice. Remember to bring an umbrella if you go out in the next few days. Sister Wuyin is remarkable. She said it would rain for 3 days. Zhao Jinluan ruffled his chubby son's hair, concern evident on his face as he looked at Tan Ci. On rainy days, your leg tends to act up. Remember to consult old Lu when we return tonight. Wuyin turned to glance at Tan Ci, her heart torn momentarily before she faced forward again. With everyone gathered, Tan Jai called them to dinner. The new auntie assisted in bringing the dishes to the table before promptly departing. I'm unsure of your preferences, but hearing from Tan Ci that you might favor lighter flavors, I instructed the aunt to prepare several dishes accordingly. The seafood is all steamed. Here are 2 dipping sauces, one savory and the other sour and spicy. Feel free to choose, she offered. Thank you, Sister Jai. I'm not particular about flavors at all. Wuyin replied, genuinely pleased by the attention. Tilting her head slightly, she cast Tan Ci an appreciative glance, unable to resist complimenting him once more. You truly are a thoughtful person. Master, is that all you can say? Yan Ming chuckled, nearly collapsing onto the table in laughter. Not at all. The words I know are simply not suitable for Tan Ci. Wuyin replied, her eyes crinkling in a smile. Though my vocabulary may be limited, I assure you my compliments are heartfelt. She had adapted her way of speaking since her time in Wufang Valley, cautious of how her words might be perceived here, mindful that excessive peculiarities might draw attention. By the way, have they uncovered the mastermind behind Zhao Yu's kidnapping? Wuyin inquired. If not, perhaps I could attempt to divine some insights? Zhao Jinluan and Tan Jai exchanged glances of surprise. Yan Ming, now a devoted fan of Wuyin, swiftly interjected to clarify. Wuyin is a master of metaphysics. Her fortune-telling skills are remarkable. Today, she accurately predicted 2 situations during her live stream, even managing to send one suspect to the police station. If there are still no leads in Zhao Yu's case, perhaps she could indeed assist. Fearing disbelief, Yan Ming recounted the events from that afternoon with Tan Ci. That day, Tan Ci decided to cancel the company as scheduled based on the master's advice. Or else we can't imagine what might have transpired. Such a thrilling turn of events. Tan Jai gazed at Wuyin with increased gratitude. Thank you so much. It seems you not only saved Zhao Yu, but also Tan Ci. That afternoon, I did receive payment for the divination from Tan Ci, Wuyin interjected, shaking her head. Tan Ci has assisted me greatly these past few days, so there's no need for further thanks. I am especially grateful to you, Zhao Jinluan. Zhao Yu's father and Tan Ci's brother-in-law expressed his appreciation no less than that of his wife. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to us. While the Zhao family may not possess the wealth of the Tan family, we have our own connections, Zhao Jinluan continued. Though the elderly patriarch had stepped down from his position years ago, his network remained intact. Wuyin understood that Zhao Jinluan was sincere, and she merely replied, thank you, as a form of acknowledgement. We are already aware of the circumstances surrounding Zhao Yu's case. It is intertwined with the legal troubles Zhao Jinluan is facing. If we ever find ourselves in need of your expertise, we will certainly seek your help. Tan Jai placed a peeled shrimp into Wuyin's bowl, insisting, you must eat well tonight. If there's anything you fancy, do come by our home again. Tan Jai and Zhao Jinluan were exceedingly warm towards Wuyin, and as she prepared to leave, they packed numerous treats she adored. Tan Jai also gifted her a set of diamond jewelry, perfectly suited for a young girl. Unable to refuse, Wuyin accepted the present, and as she settled into the car, she let out a long sigh. As Tan Ci took his seat, he heard her sigh and turned to see Wuyin frowning at the gift box she held. Why the long face? Receiving a gift? He inquired. It's just too extravagant, Wuyin replied, recognizing the brand of diamonds as belonging to a high-end luxury line. Definitely not inexpensive. I wish to draw a talisman for Zhao Yu, she added, rubbing her face, which had grown sore from smiling all evening. She then turned to Tan Ci and said, I still have to go live when I get home. If you're free tomorrow, I'll come get some cash from you. I intend to purchase some supplies for the talismans. Whenever you're free, just call Yan Ming when you arrive at the office, and he will come down to meet you, Tan Ci responded. Wuyin smacked her thigh playfully, replying, just give Yan Ming the cash directly. When I reach your office, he can hand it to me. This way, I won't disrupt your work.
Don't you pause it slightly.
It wouldn't be a disruption. Yenming struggled to suppress his laughter, and as Tan Ci gently tapped the back of his chair, he quickly forced a more neutral expression. Fearing he might burst into laughter, Yenming sought to shift the conversation with Wuyin. Master, if you find yourself in need of funds, you could liquidate the gifts from the Zhao family, whether it be bracelets or jewelry. They would fetch a handsome sum. Wuyin shook her head firmly. Zhao Yu and I are friends. The gifts from his elders are not to be sold unless absolutely necessary. It would be impolite to do so. This response made Yenming instantly realize how fortunate it was to befriend a master. He found himself rather envious of the chubby little boy. Zhao Yu's elders would surely be overjoyed to hear the master's sentiments. I'll take you home, Tan Ci interjected, breaking the conversation. Shall I drop you off at the usual spot? With the rain, I've moved, Wuyin said, leaning forward to speak with the driver. Sir, please stop where I alighted last time, and then I'll guide you from there. The driver acknowledged and immediately started the engine. The evening rain was gentle, merely a fine drizzle, as Wuyin gazed out the window, observing the celestial phenomena amidst the rain. When she turned back, she found Tan Ci watching her intently. It seemed as though his gaze was merely wandering, subconsciously landing upon her while his mind drifted elsewhere, perhaps lost in contemplation. The vehicle arrived at the previous drop-off point, and Wuyin busily navigated the driver. Stop here, please. I can walk the rest of the way. She halted the driver, now quite close to the unfinished building. Yenming exited first to open the door for Wuyin, offering her an umbrella before retrieving her suitcase from the trunk. Tan Ci reached out to stop Wuyin from closing the car door, saying, It's raining. Allow the driver to take you downstairs. Realizing Wuyin's cautious nature, Tan Ci added, You and Zhao Yu are friends, and I am Zhao Yu's uncle. We are acquaintances as well. Are you still uneasy about me escorting you to your doorstep? It took Wuyin half a minute to grasp that Tan Ci had misinterpreted her hesitation. The sudden realization struck her as humorous, and she laughed outright. You think I don't want you to escort me downstairs because I don't trust you? Wuyin waved her arm, asserting, I can carry you myself. If you doubt my abilities, I assure you, I have no such reservations about you. Yenming, ever loquacious, nodded in agreement. Indeed, if you manage to abduct President Tan single-handedly, the driver and I would have no choice but to surrender, raising the white flag. Beyond this point, the path becomes treacherous, and it is ill-suited for ordinary individuals like yourselves to approach. Hence, I must disembark here. Wuyin retrieved her suitcase and waved goodbye to the group. Be cautious on the slippery roads in this rain. See you tomorrow. With one hand holding an umbrella and the other pushing her suitcase, she ventured into the downpour. The absence of streetlights rendered the surroundings pitch black. Wuyin moved swiftly, and soon the three occupants in the car lost sight of her. After a considerable wait, the driver finally received the directive from Tan Ci to depart. This dilapidated structure had languished for nearly a decade, haunted by legends, and had remained untouched for years. Initially intended for a factory, the framework was complete, yet work abruptly halted for reasons unknown. Aside from the pervasive drafts, the environment here surpassed that of the bridge underpass in terms of comfort. However, for Wuyin, the noise here was far from the tranquility she found beneath the bridge. It was rather too boisterous. Just as Wuyin found a sheltered spot to set down her suitcase, a pale little hand reached out to touch it. It is impolite to meddle with another's belongings without permission. Wuyin waved her hand, using her spiritual energy to push the little hand away, her tone laced with a threat. This place is vast, go play elsewhere. I have work to do tonight, do not disturb me. The two shadows in the corner promptly dispersed, vanishing in an instant. As the appointed time approached, Wuyin propped up her phone and began her live stream. Viewers, eagerly waiting, logged in just as the broadcast commenced, only to be greeted by the enveloping darkness. Fans in attendance. Host, why is it so dark? Are you not turning on the lights? Wuyin scratched her head, realizing that practitioners like herself had superior vision, allowing her to navigate such conditions effortlessly, but she had forgotten that her viewers would struggle to see her. No power. We shall make do, she mused, contemplating purchasing candles or a flashlight the next day. As long as you can hear me, that suffices. Even if you cannot see the payment code, a hot air balloon sent directly in the chat will suffice. Fans in attendance, is there a power outage at your place? Haha, how unfortunate. Wuyin chose not to elaborate on the trivial comments she encountered. Visitor. Host, I heard from others that you can divine the whereabouts of missing persons. Could you assist in locating my lost pet? My dog, whom I've raised for many years, has suddenly gone missing, and I am frantic.
Upon seeing this,
Wuyin confirmed she could indeed help. Before she could finish her response, A hot air balloon emoji floated across the screen, followed by a connection request. Chapter 21. Related to your husband. It was evident that the individual was genuinely distressed. Just as Wuyin approved the request, the girl urgently spoke. Host. My name is Xiaohe. Please, I beg you to help me. My little cloud has been missing for 2 days. I've searched everywhere for it. The girl was in tears as she recounted. Little Cloud's mother was a stray dog I took care of since childhood. I helped deliver Little Cloud. And when it was less than a month old, its mother brought it to me, placing it in my palms. Since then, I have not seen Little Cloud's mother. Little Cloud has been my companion throughout my life's pivotal moments, accompanying me from girlhood to womanhood, and eventually motherhood, moving with me from one home to another. Ever since I became pregnant, my mother-in-law has insisted that I send Little Cloud away. But Little Cloud is family. How could I comply? After I gave birth and returned home, my mother-in-law grew increasingly intolerant of having both the baby and Little Cloud in the house. A few days ago, when I visited my parents, I discovered upon returning that Little Cloud was gone. My mother-in-law claimed that Little Cloud had noticed my absence and had gone out to look for me and the baby, and then it never returned. Fans in attendance. No need to ask. Your mother-in-law must have sold your dog. Visitor. It's highly likely she did. Either she sold it or gave it away, leaving it to become a stray. Xiaohe, tearful and distraught, pondered the possibility of her mother-in-law's involvement, but her mother-in-law denied everything and refused to provide any information. Wiping her tears, Xiaohe implored, Little Cloud was delivered by me. I remember the exact time of its birth. Can you help me divine where Little Cloud is? No matter where it may be, I must find it. Just as humans have their birth dates, so too do animals. Xiaohe immediately sent Wuyin a private message. However, Wuyin sighed as she observed the girl's video, where a yellow mixed-breed dog wagged its tail behind her, desperately trying to cheer up its sobbing owner. The moment Wuyin sighed, Xiaohe's heart sank. Fans in attendance. The most dreaded sight is the host shaking her head and sighing. It might mean Little Cloud has passed away. Xiaohe, upon reading the comment, could no longer contain her tears. No, that can't be. Little Cloud is surely still out there waiting for me to bring it home. Does your Little Cloud have an injured paw? Wuyin inquired. Xiaohe, her voice trembling, recounted. During my senior year of high school, a thief broke into our home late at night while my parents were working overtime. I was the only one home, having taken a leave of absence due to feeling unwell. When the intruder entered, he was armed with a knife. He must have been casing the place and was startled to find someone inside. He froze for a moment before charging at me with a knife. I was paralyzed with fear. It was Little Cloud who bravely lunged at the thief, biting his leg and dragging him outside. Little Cloud sustained a severe injury to its leg from the knife, but thanks to its bravery, I had the chance to escape and seek help from the neighbors. Unfortunately, Little Cloud was left with a disability due to the severity of its injury. Xiaohe, her voice quivering, asked, Host, is my Little Cloud really gone? Yes. Little Cloud has passed away, Wuyin replied. Xiaohe immediately broke down, crying uncontrollably and pleaded, Can you at least tell me how Little Cloud died? How did it leave home? Little Cloud was indeed taken out by your mother-in-law, Wuyin remarked, feeling a pang of sympathy for the little dog as she watched it burrow into Little Cloud's embrace on the video. Your mother-in-law deceived Little Cloud into following her. Little Cloud, unaware, happily accompanied her, only to be taken to a rural town where your mother-in-law sold it to a dog meat restaurant. That same day, Little Cloud was served as a meal in the restaurant. Wuyin could envision Little Cloud wagging its tail joyfully in front of the dog meat restaurant, thinking it would soon reunite with its beloved owner and little master. Little did it know, the owner's mother-in-law was smiling as she haggled with the restaurant owner, receiving 500 yuan in exchange before leaving, abandoning Little Cloud behind. Xiaohe's voice turned hoarse from crying. How could she do this? How could she? Little Cloud is my family. How could she treat my Little Cloud this way? In a fit of rage, Xiaohe burst out of her room, finding her mother-in-law in the living room, soaking her feet while watching television. She seized the footbath and splashed it directly onto her mother-in-law's face, shouting, I knew Little Cloud's disappearance was linked to you. You know how much I care for Little Cloud. How could you sell it to a dog meat restaurant? Are you a beast? This is my home, and Little Cloud is my dog. How dare you sell my dog? Xiaohe's husband stood frozen in shock, while the middle-aged woman, drenched in foot water, was livid. I see you've lost your mind. I am your mother-in-law. How dare you splash me with foot water? In the past, I could have had my son divorce you. Don't think that just because you birthed a grandson for the Chen family, you can trample over me. Understand this. I am your mother-in-law, and this house belongs to my son. I have the right to manage anything within it. Xiao He's phone was still connected. And although everyone couldn't see the scene in the living room, the door was ajar, allowing them to hear the commotion. A concerned follower remarked, Xiao He's mother-in-law truly instills a daily dread of marriage. Another follower commented, look at that old woman. She hasn't refuted Xiao Yunduo's situation at all, merely clinging to her identity as a mother-in-law to exert pressure on Xiao He. Thus, the streamer was correct. Xiao Yunduo was indeed sold by Xiao He's mother-in-law. A third follower expressed, Xiao He's mother-in-law is utterly inhuman. Xiao Yunduo is part of Xiao He's family and even saved her. I must say, Master, please accept my reverence. The phone continued to echo Xiao He's anguished tirade. This house was bought by my parents. I spent my own money to decorate it before marrying you. Though I am wed to your son, this home has nothing to do with you, or even him. If you dare sell my Xiao Yunduo without my consent, I will report you for theft. Upon hearing Xiao He mention calling the police, her husband panicked and quickly embraced her to soothe her. Darling, my mother is just confused for a moment. Please don't hold it against her. Xiao Yunduo is gone, but I'll buy you a new dog tomorrow. For my sake, please bear with this one foolish act of my mother. Why should I endure? That was Xiao Yunduo, the only Xiao Yunduo in the world. What can you offer me as compensation? Can you bring Xiao Yunduo back to life? Why should I forgive a thief? Your mother is a thief. In my eyes, she is even a murderer who has taken my loved one. Both of you, get out. With that, Xiao He forcefully shoved her mother-in-law and husband out the door, slamming it shut with a resounding bang and locking it from the inside. A follower commented, Xiao He's husband only knows how to smooth things over, urging his wife to endure. Why doesn't he ask his mother to endure? Another follower added, living in Xiao He's house, yet daring to sneak out Xiao Yunduo and sell her. That is truly heinous. Xiao He, tears streaming down her face, returned her phone and pleaded, Streamer, is there any way I can get my Xiao Yunduo back? Calm yourself for a moment. I have something important to discuss with you concerning your husband, Wu Yin advised. Chapter 22. A self-directed kidnapping. My husband? Xiao He took nearly a minute to suppress her emotions. Streamer, I am ready now, please speak. When I was with Xiao Yunduo, I discovered some troubling matters. And I observed that your financial situation has recently taken a downer, Wu Yin explained. Regarding Xiao Yunduo's sale, although your husband was initially unaware, he learned of it afterward. What do you mean? Xiao He, taken aback, leaned closer to her phone. Your mother-in-law sold Xiao Yunduo and received a call from your husband immediately after. She informed him of Xiao Yunduo's sale, and at that moment, your husband could have asked her to buy Xiao Yunduo back or gone himself. There was still time. However, your mother-in-law told your husband that Xiao Yunduo was sold for 500 yuan, and since your husband is short on cash, he merely went to collect the 500 yuan from her. Wu Yin suggested, you can send me both your and your husband's birth dates, and I will calculate further. Xiao He hurriedly removed her phone from its stand, messaging Wu Yin while saying, after we married, we kept our finances separate. We live on an AA system. I have not inquired about his salary or his spending habits, but his salary is not low. How could he be so financially strained that he needed even that 500 yuan? Wu Yin did not respond immediately, but focused on calculating Xiao He's husband's birth date. After a moment, she finally spoke, your husband has fallen into gambling. His salary is insufficient to cover his betting habits, and he has borrowed extensively from online lenders and many colleagues and friends. Your mother-in-law's sudden decision to sell Xiao Yunduo also stems from your husband's constant requests for money. She has been seeking ways to acquire funds. You should check your gold jewelry. More than half has already been swapped out by your mother-in-law for counterfeit items purchased online. The money she made from selling your jewelry has been given to your husband. Xiao He stood up abruptly, determined to search her jewelry box. Xiao He, don't rush. Let me finish, Wu Yin called after her. A follower remarked, the streamer hasn't he finished yet? My fists have been clenched several times. Another follower warned, a man who gambles is not worth keeping. Xiao He, consider divorce. And start collecting evidence of his gambling debts so he can bear his own burdens during the divorce. A visitor added, this mother and son duo is truly cursed. Living in someone else's house, they sold Xiao Yunduo for 500 yuan and swapped out her jewelry. A follower speculated, is Xiao He's husband from a less fortunate background? Indeed, marrying down seems to be the beginning of misfortune. Xiao He nodded. He comes from a rural single-parent family and has always had it tough. During our marriage, I didn't want him to feel pressured over the bride price. My family only asked for 66,000, and I secretly lent him 60,000. A follower remarked, "It seems that feeling sorry for a man is the start of misfortune." A visitor added, "He is a phoenix man, one who doesn't he appreciate having such a wonderful wife. Hurry and divorce him. You deserve better." Wu Yin glanced at the comments before continuing, "Your husband has a decent job, but due to his gambling debts, he has been robbing Peter to pay Paul. The pressure from online loans has driven him to madness. He fears that calls from loan agencies will reach his workplace or that his colleagues will discover his gambling debts, prompting him to devise a plan involving you. He is likely already orchestrating a self-directed kidnapping scheme targeting your son. He will concoct an excuse to distract you, allowing his compatriots to take your son, pretending to be kidnappers demanding a ransom, threatening you that if you dare to call the police, they will harm him. With him constantly in your ear, you will fear for your son's safety and hesitate to contact the authorities. When they demand 300,000, you might think it worthwhile to pay that amount to secure your son's life, thereby transferring the money to them. Your husband will see how easily you part with the 300,000 and will have his compatriots raise the ransom 3 times, testing your limits, ultimately swindling you of all your money. Your son is still very young. After being taken by his compatriots, he will fall ill due to improper care, and without timely treatment, it will lead to severe consequences, adversely affecting his brain development, resulting in irreversible lifelong disabilities." A follower exclaimed, "Damn, that scoundrel." After hearing this, "I want to sharpen my knife." Xiao He stood there dazed, her lips trembling violently as disbelief rendered her momentarily speechless. "After bringing the child back, he will suffer from intellectual disabilities, and your mother-in-law will shift all the blame onto you, accusing you of not watching over the child, resulting in this catastrophe. From then on, your family will be embroiled in endless arguments over the child's intelligence issues. You, burdened by guilt, will continually yield until you witness your mother-in-law slap the child for not eating, prompting your ultimate decision to leave with the child. To secure custody, you will relinquish most of the couple's assets to your husband, enduring the hardship of raising the child alone. In your old age, you will choose to depart this world alongside your intellectually disabled son, unable to trust leaving him alone in a world that could be cruel." Xiao He covered her face and wept, nodding gently. Indeed, this was a choice her personality would lead her to make. "Xiao He, the evidence is all on his phone," Wu Yin reminded her. Xiao He, for the sake of her son, immediately regained her composure. "When I kicked him out just now, he hadn't had the chance to take his phone. Your husband has another phone in his study drawer. The evidence is on that device, not on the one he commonly uses." Upon hearing this, Xiao He rushed to the study and returned within a minute, clutching a black phone. As she stood there, tears streaming down her face, she scrolled through the contents of the phone. After a long while, she finally dimmed the phone screen, wiped her tears, and thanked Wu Yin. "Thank you, dear host. Were it not for your guidance, the words intellectual disability would have weighed heavily on my heart, difficult to utter in relation to my child. If such a fate were innate, I could perhaps accept it. However, it is the actions of his father that have condemned him to a life of suffering, a truth that pierces my soul. Xiao He, know that little Yin Duo has always been by your side, though invisible to your eyes. In your moments of sorrow, it anxiously seeks to comfort you. All things possess a spirit. Your little Yin Duo, so benevolent, has been offered to the human table, yet its essence remains untainted. Still a pure white cloud, journeying from the small town to you. Once offline, please share your address with me. I shall draw a talisman for you. Upon receiving it, at sunset, recite the 8 characters of little Yin Duo's name and incinerate the talisman. Before the flames extinguish, you may bid farewell to Yin Duo, allowing it to depart in peace. Should fate allow, you shall meet again." Chapter 23. Are there ghosts? After expressing gratitude multiple times, Xiao He concluded the connection. Everyone understood her heart was heavy with sorrow, and thus, netizens flooded the comments with words of comfort. Some even advised her on how to rid herself of the scoundrel burdened with his own gambling debts, urging her to preserve all evidence of his misdeeds. Xiao He did not respond immediately. Instead, she sent 3 spaceships in the live stream. Followed fan, "I am Xiao He. Thank you all for your concern. I have a cousin who is a lawyer, and I shall call him now. I also express my gratitude to the host. Thanks to you, my child has been spared from calamity. Once I settle my family matters, I shall return to thank you properly." "Not at all, and thank you for your gifts," responded Wu Yin. "You treated little Yin Duo as family, and thus, it is with its very essence that it has brought you this opportunity." Followed fan, The host's words hold great wisdom. Had Xiaohe not been so anxious for little Yun Duo, willing to spend 1,000 to consult the host, she would never have encountered you, and thus missed this chance to uncover her husband's treachery. Followed fan. Little Yun Duo truly evokes tears. It is a heartbreaking little cloud. Followed fan. Xiaohe, once you are divorced, please return to the live stream and let us know. Sisters, whatever we are doing, we must pause to congratulate you. Unfollowed visitor. Earlier, the host mentioned that little Yun Duo has always been by Xiaohe's side. Can you truly see little Yun Duo? Yes, I can see it, Wu Yin replied. Unfollowed visitor. Host, can you also see ghosts? Are they real in this world? Wu Yin glanced outside, a shadow darting away from her sight. Yes, she nodded, but there are paths for both humans and ghosts, without cause and effect. An ordinary person may never encounter a ghost in their lifetime. Followed fan. Host, you have topped the rookie list on Hongyu. Followed fan. Xiaohe, the affluent lady, has sent 3 spaceships at once, totaling 30,000, propelling the host to the pinnacle of the weekly rookie list. Wu Yin was taken aback, realizing the surge in viewership during the live stream. Unfollowed visitor. I just came from the forum, where many praised the host's accuracy. Is it true that you can see ghosts? Wu Yin refrained from answering such questions of belief. Those who believe would not inquire, and those who doubt would remain skeptical regardless of explanation. Responding to such inquiries would be a mere drain of energy. If no one wishes to consult, I shall take my leave, she stated, reaching to end the live stream. Just as her finger was about to touch the screen, someone sent a hot air balloon and requested a connection. Very well, I shall assist one more before resting. Wu Yin accepted the connection. Upon successful connection, a middle-aged man's face appeared, his expression darkened. The sudden activation of his phone's camera startled the viewers. I apologize for startling everyone. I have been feeling unwell lately, and I dread sleep, hence my pallor, Wang Fugue began, addressing the audience before turning to Wu Yin. Host. You claim to see ghosts, can you assist me? I believe I am haunted. Particularly at night, I feel a chill, and despite the heating, it makes no difference. I often awaken to strange noises, as if something is watching me. Though unseen by others, Wu Yin immediately perceived the ghost behind Wang Fugue. To her astonishment, a female ghost reached out as if to grasp his throat, yet hesitated, withdrawing her hand repeatedly, caught in indecision. This was a newly emerged ghost, still clinging to reason. Wang Fugue continued, I assure you, I am not fabricating stories. My neck feels the cold most acutely, and I have been unable to sleep well for several nights. Even my dog has shunned me these days, barking and running away whenever I approach. Wu Yin acknowledged his words. You are correct. There is indeed a ghost nearby. However, as I previously mentioned, ghosts do not attach themselves without reason. Reflect on your recent actions. Have you perhaps done something you ought not to have? The ghost's aura was pure, indicating it had not taken a life, and was not malevolent. Yet, it bore a significant grievance, unable to find peace. Hence its attachment to Wang Fugue. Host, I am an honest man. I would never engage in wrongdoing. Wang Fugue protested vehemently. Surely you have a method to exorcise the ghost? I will pay you. Is 10,000 enough? If not, I can offer 20. Upon his declaration, the ghost's hesitant hand suddenly tightened its grip. You lie. You lie. It is you who has cursed our family to this fate. The ghostly wail shattered the mirror behind Wang Fugue. Ah! A ghost. Host, save me. There is truly a ghost. My throat is being squeezed. Wang Fugue cried out, feeling the grip tighten around his neck. The viewers were startled by the sudden shattering of the mirror, and when Wang Fugue clutched his own throat in desperation, they were too frightened to even breathe deeply. Followed fan. Host, please save Wang Fugue. I think I really saw a ghost behind him. It seemed to be a female ghost. I am terrified. Wu Yin discerned that the female ghost did not harbor malicious intent. Wang Fugue's words had provoked her, inciting her to act. Wang Fugue, I shall offer you a warning. The spirit that clings to you is a young woman, perhaps around 20, who has only recently passed. Long hair. Having said this, she urged him to reflect on whether he recognized such a person. As if granting Wang Fugue a chance, the ghost released its grip. Wang Fugue finally caught his breath, yet turned to Wu Yin in anger. You deceitful fraud. Didn't you claim you could capture ghosts? They are trying to kill me. Why don't you exorcise it? The ghost, seeing Wang Fugue's unrepentant nature, was truly enraged now. She reached out again, this time with lethal intent, lifting him from his chair and pressing him against the wall. His feet dangled in the air as he struggled, his hands desperately clutching his throat, able only to emit a faint whimper.
Speak.
You tell her, Wu Yin commanded. If you truly wish to avoid bloodshed, maintain your integrity. This statement was directed at the ghost, who took a moment to comprehend, slowly raising her gaze to the phone propped on the table. Host, you can see me? The ghost asked, astonished. I can see you, and thus, I grant you the opportunity to explain why you are haunting Wang Fugui, Wu Yin asserted. Chapter 24. Spending Unwisely. The ghost cast Wang Fugui aside into a corner before floating to the phone, her emotions gradually settling as her appearance began to transform back to that of her living self. I am the host, and my name is Wang Xiaoya. I am the neighbor of Wang Fugui, and our families are even distantly related. During my senior year of high school, I unexpectedly fell ill, and upon examination at the hospital, I discovered I had a severe illness. Being the only child in my family, my parents were determined to provide me with treatment, even though our financial situation was dire. For several consecutive years, I remained in the hospital, undergoing conservative treatment while awaiting a surgical opportunity, while my parents tirelessly sought funds. 6 months ago, I finally received the chance for surgery. My parents scraped together every last penny, borrowing from every relative and pleading for assistance, and ultimately managed to gather the necessary funds for my operation. As Wang Xiaoya recounted this tale, her eyes brimmed with resentment as she cast a glance towards the unconscious Wang Fugui. That fateful day, my mother accompanied me in the hospital while my father set out from home with the money for my surgery. Upon arriving at the hospital, he discovered that the bag containing the money was missing. In a panic, he retraced his steps, even reporting the loss to the police. But the money was nowhere to be found. As the time for my surgery approached, my desperate parents took me around the neighborhood, bowing to neighbors, pleading for any information about the lost money. Yet, when the moment of my surgery arrived, the funds remained elusive. Without the money, my operation could not proceed, and my fragile health could not withstand my parents' further attempts to gather funds. 2 months later, I succumbed to my illness in the hospital. 7 days after my death, I returned to witness my father standing on the rooftop, consumed by guilt, lamenting that his carelessness had cost me my chance at life. Had my mother not pulled him back just in time, he would have leapt from the building to join me. My mother told my father that, for my sake, they had incurred substantial debts to relatives, and they could not let their loved ones feel disheartened nor betray their trust. She vowed that once the debts were repaid, they would reunite with me. As Wang Xiaoya spoke, an ominous aura enveloped her, and her ghostly eyes glowed ever more crimson. My parents worked tirelessly, holding 3 jobs each day, delivering packages during the day, working as delivery drivers at night, and taking on odd jobs whenever possible. They deprived themselves of basic necessities, all to repay the debts owed to relatives at the earliest opportunity. After my death, I was unwilling to let the matter rest. I sought out neighbors one by one until I discovered that Wang Fugui had taken the money meant for my surgery. That day, my father had encountered Wang Fugui, who engaged him in conversation. After my father hurriedly departed, Wang Fugui had seen the bag fall from my father's possession and seized the opportunity to snatch away the money while no one was watching. When my parents approached him, humbly bowing and pleading for assistance, he feigned sympathy while callously suggesting that I should have died sooner and reincarnated, all the while frivolously spending the funds intended for my medical treatment. In life, I had heard it said that the sins of children would befall their parents, and had it not been for my concern for my father and mother, I would have exacted my revenge upon him. Wang Xiaoya, your concerns are valid, Wu Yin quickly interjected, attempting to soothe the increasingly agitated Wang Xiaoya. Master, I have already passed away. I do not wish for resurrection. But Wang Fugui must not be allowed to mock my parents while squandering my surgery funds and belittling them for their misfortunes. He must not deride them as being childless due to past misdeeds. The viewers in the live stream were left in a state of confusion. Host, who are you speaking with? Is it the female ghost haunting Wang Fugui? Her name is Wang Xiaoya? Host, could you allow us to see this ghost? We are eager to know what Wang Xiaoya has shared with you and the depth of her animosity towards Wang Fugui. Wu Yin acknowledged the messages, confirming, yes. I am conversing with the ghost of Wang Xiaoya, the daughter of a relative of Wang Fugui. Do you all truly wish to see her? Upon seeing the flood of affirmations in the comments, Wu Yin turned to Wang Xiaoya and asked, would you like the viewers to see you temporarily? Is that permissible? Would it frighten them? Wang Xiaoya, momentarily shedding her vengeful demeanor, reverted to her former self. It's all right. The impact will be minimal, Wu Yin instructed. I will teach you a spell, and once you master it, you will be able to manifest before people briefly. After imparting the incantation to Wang Xiaoya, Wu Yin reminded the viewers, tomorrow, ensure you bask in the sunlight for at least an hour. Wang Xiaoya, displaying a degree of intelligence, took only a few minutes to grasp the spell, and soon the viewers observed a figure appear on the screen. No, it should be said a ghost. There is indeed a distinction between a human and a ghost. The apparition visible on camera was ethereal, resembling a gathering of mist, yet sufficient for the audience to discern Wang Xiaoya's visage. Wang Xiaoya, share your experiences with the viewers, Wu Yin suggested as she settled back. Reaching for a jelly snack prepared by the Zhao family, Wang Xiaoya required an outlet for her pent-up emotions. After becoming a ghost, she uncovered the truth. Yet no one could see her. Thus, she channeled her frustrations towards Wang Fugui, merely causing disturbances to frighten him instead of taking lethal action. Following her account, the viewers erupted in outrage, condemning Wang Fugui's entire lineage. Sometimes, humans are far more terrifying than ghosts. He brazenly spent the money meant for saving a life. When the host mentioned the ghost, Wang Fugui should have realized it was Wang Xiaoya haunting him. How dare he even contemplate using her surgery funds to silence her? Wu Yin nodded, acknowledging the viewers' comments. In this world, every action has its consequences. Wang Fugui misappropriated funds that did not belong to him, and he shall inevitably pay the price elsewhere. Moreover, by spending this money, he has incurred a debt of life to Wang Xiaoya. A debt he must repay either in this life or the next, until the balance is settled. Wu Yin continued. Wang Fugui still harbors some of the unspent money hidden beneath his bed. A portion of it was borrowed from one of your relatives, with sequential numbers considered auspicious. Your relative remembers it vividly, having boasted about its fortune on social media, believing it signified that she would recover swiftly from her surgery. A viewer exclaimed, "Oh, that's my colleague's social media post. I've seen it. I even liked it." My colleague later posted another message expressing regret for their hospitalized relative, and I commented how unfortunate it was. I had no idea it was Wang Xiaoya. Another chimed in, "Wang Xiaoya, do not despair. I have already alerted the authorities. With the evidence provided by the host, Wang Fugui will not escape justice. Your parents will finally be free from their burdens." However, Wang Xiaoya grew anxious, expressing her concern that her parents might lose their will to live after repaying the debts. A viewer suggested, "I'll call my colleague and urge her to inform your parents to join the hostess livestream so they can see you. When they arrive, you can speak with them and offer comfort." "Don't worry, little sister, I'll make that call right away." Another viewer declared, "Where do you live? If it's nearby, I can visit your parents more often." Wu Yin pondered, realizing this was indeed a splendid idea. "Dear viewer, please inform your colleague to request that Wang Xiaoya's parents connect with us. I will allow for multiple connections, enabling them to speak directly with Wang Xiaoya." Although Wang Xiaoya could manifest momentarily, as a ghost, she lacked the ability to interact with physical objects such as a phone. While waiting for Wang Xiaoya's parents to join the call, Wu Yin took the opportunity to educate the viewers about the dangers of engaging with ill-gotten gains. For instance, individuals like Wang Fugui could drive even the most benevolent of spirits to madness once a ghost loses its sanity and becomes malevolent. One life would not suffice to atone for the consequences, and the entire Wang family would truly face extinction. Due to this divination, Wu Yin encountered Wang Xiaoya, who had not yet succumbed to the fate of a malevolent spirit, granting her the opportunity to unveil the truth to the world and to voice her grievances. Wang Xiaoya's parents swiftly entered the live stream, submitting a request to connect. Following the system's prompts, Wu Yin activated the multi-person connection. On the screen appeared an elderly couple clad in delivery uniforms. Although Wang Xiaoya was still quite young, her parents appeared aged beyond their years, with gray hair and weary expressions. A concerned viewer commented, "Every day I watch my uncle and aunt, witnessing their once black hair turn white overnight. How can they not feel a pang of guilt?" Another viewer chimed in, "Xiaoya, I am your cousin. I visited you in the hospital and gifted you a wig, which you said you adored. Do you remember?" A follower remarked, "The person above is my colleague. Both Wang Xiaoya's parents are here." Wang Xiaoya nodded vigorously, saying, "Because of chemotherapy, I lost all my hair. You were the first to tell me that even while sick, one should still look beautiful. I truly cherish the wig you gave me. After I left, my parents helped me wear it. Thank you, cousin." With assistance from bystanders, Wang Xiaoya's parents finally managed to unmute themselves. Gazing at their daughter on the screen, the couple wept, calling out her name.
"Dad, Mom.
I know how much you love me, and I love you too. Being your daughter brings me immense happiness. Dad, Please don't blame yourself. I hold no resentment towards you. The love you and Mom have given me is already more than enough. I only regret that I can no longer accompany you both. In the future, even when I am not by your side, please take good care of yourselves. Live on for me. Experience the world and savor its delights for my sake. You must take care of yourselves so I can rest easy. Mom and Dad, I must depart now. In my next life, I will grow up first, then return to be your mother, repaying you for your love. In the next life, we shall be a family, once again. As she watched her parents nod and respond affirmatively, Wang Xiaoya felt an unexpected lightness envelop her. She smiled at the camera, saying, "Thank you, host, and thank you to all the kind strangers in this room. I appreciate your support." In that moment, all her lingering regrets began to dissipate. Surrounded by the goodwill of unfamiliar faces, and after sharing her heartfelt sentiments with her parents, she felt a profound sense of release. Host, I believe I see a light, a path illuminated, with a voice beckoning me forward. Wang Xiaoya rose slowly. I must go now. Goodbye, Dad and Mom. And to all of you kind souls, I came from love, and I depart in love. I am truly happy. Boldly following the voice toward the light, Wang Xiaoya stepped forward. Wu Yin sat cross-legged, offering her final blessings to this girl, both unfortunate and fortunate. The online audience could not witness the path of the soul's transition, but could see Wang Xiaoya smiling as she gradually faded away. A viewer commented, "I'm genuinely in tears." Another added, "Uncle and Aunt, please do not cry. Xiaoya is departing joyfully." Meanwhile, on the other side of the screen, Wang Fuguei slowly regained consciousness. After rubbing his head and recalling the earlier events in the live stream, he was about to grab his phone to continue his tirade when a sudden, urgent knock at the door interrupted him. Without time to retrieve his phone, he hastened to open the door, revealing the police officers investigating the case of the missing funds from Wang Xiaoya's family. "We have received a report that you found Wang Xiaoya's medical funds and concealed the unspent money under your bedroom's bed frame." The officers entered without delay. The viewers witnessed as the police lifted Wang Fuguei's mattress, uncovering a colorful plastic bag filled with money. Wang Xiaoya's father shouted hoarsely, "That is the bag containing Xiaoya's treatment money that went missing." Realizing he could no longer hide the truth, Wang Fuguei shouted, "I found it. It's not like I stole or robbed it. I found it by chance. Why shouldn't I be able to spend it? It's mine now, and I can spend it however I wish. You have unlawfully appropriated someone else's property, resulting in significant and irreversible consequences," the police stated. Taking Wang Fuguei into custody, without further ado, the live stream erupted in cheers. A viewer exclaimed, "I reported the police. This is so satisfying. He deserves a life sentence." Another added, "Uncle and Aunt, you will no longer have to struggle. Once the police return the money to you, you can settle your debts and live more comfortably. Wang Xiaoya would want you to explore the world and enjoy delicious food. You must take good care of yourselves so she doesn't worry." With tears streaming down his face, Wang Xiaoya's father vowed, "We will live well for our daughter. My wife and I will take care of ourselves. We cannot let our daughter worry about us from the afterlife." Wang Xiaoya's mother nodded in agreement, expressing gratitude to the host. "If it weren't for you, we would never have known our daughter could still find peace after her passing." A viewer remarked, "My uncle and aunt are older and didn't know how to contribute funds, so they entrusted me with 10,000 yuan to give to the host. They are incredibly grateful." As this message was shared, the viewer also sent a spaceship as a token of appreciation. Although it was late and the live stream audience was still buzzing with excitement, Wu Yin decided to end the stream. Upon concluding, her first action was to withdraw all the earnings from the broadcast. After all, she was genuinely in need, living paycheck to paycheck, with plans to purchase supplies the next day. Aside from a safety talisman for Xiao Pengyu, she also needed to prepare a spirit money offering for Xiao He to use for Xiao Yunduo. Meanwhile, Wei Xian put away his phone and patted Wei Shen, who remained in a daze. "Remember to soak up 2 hours of sunlight tomorrow." Wei Xian sighed. "Tonight has shattered and reassembled my worldview accumulated over decades." During dinner, I was skeptical of Yanming's extraordinary claims, but now I have no choice but to believe that Wu Yin is indeed a true master. Wei Shen, appearing tense, merely nodded in response. "Brother, what could possibly cause two unrelated individuals to sound exactly alike?" he suddenly inquired. "Unless it were an intentional imitation. It seems impossible for their voices to be identical," Wei Xian pondered, dismissing the notion. "You must have misheard. I can forget your voice, but I could never forget hers," Wei Shen retorted with a cold laugh. If you doubt it, you can watch the interview with Cheng Yining. After that, you will see if they sound the same. Wei Xian shook his head, unwilling to subject himself to the torment of revisiting old footage. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence, he reasoned, recalling the previous night. Wu Yin's voice did not seem feigned. It likely was a coincidence. After all, mimicking Cheng Yining would be disadvantageous for Wu Yin, and quite unlucky as well. I am increasingly curious about this Wu Yin, Wei Shen remarked, regretting that the live stream had not revealed her face clearly. Your curiosity is welcome. But do not let it interfere with her, Wei Xian cautioned. She is a benefactor to the Zhao family and Tan Xi. He protects her fiercely. In the dilapidated building, Wu Yin awoke to find her phone had run out of battery. Glancing at the time, she noticed a system alert indicating an imminent shutdown. Having streamed for an extended period the previous afternoon and forgetting to charge her phone after visiting the Zhao family, it had displayed a low battery warning when she ended the broadcast the night before. After checking her suitcase, Wu Yin changed her clothes and grabbed only the charging cable. She made her way outside, walking until she reached the rickety railing, where she called out into the void, "Come out." After a brief pause with no response, she added, "I will count to 3. If you do not reveal yourselves, do not blame me for resorting to other methods to summon you. 1, 2, 3. In the next moment, the air shimmered, and the figures of 2 girls, one large and one small, materialized in midair. At first, we thought the master was not looking for us. The older girl, appearing no more than 15 or 16 in her lifetime, stood alongside a younger girl of about 10, explaining herself before inquiring, "Might I ask what the master requires of us?" The smaller girl timidly retreated behind her sister and whispered, "Master, I didn't mean to touch your box last night. I was merely curious about what it was, and I didn't hear a turn afterward." These 2 sisters were not the only spirits haunting this dilapidated building. However, it seemed that the spirits had designated territories, and the area where Wu Yin resided happened to fall within their domain. "I wish to request your assistance," Wu Yin said, gesturing toward her box. "As I will be away during the day, would you mind keeping watch over my belongings? I shall bring you incense upon my return at night as a token of gratitude." With the agreement established, Wu Yin felt a sense of relief and departed. Utilizing the leftover change from yesterday, Wu Yin navigated several bus transfers before arriving at the Tan group. Initially, she feared that her phone's dead battery would prevent her from contacting Yan Ming and that she might not gain entry into the Tan group's premises. To her surprise, the security guard recognized her and granted her passage, revealing that Tan Xi had already informed them earlier that morning. After waiting only 2 minutes downstairs, Yan Ming appeared. "My phone is dead. Could you please help me charge it?" Wu Yin said, feeling somewhat embarrassed, as if she were consistently taking advantage of Tan Xi's kindness. With the power outage at the dilapidated building, she needed to use her phone for a live stream, which indicated that she might have to rely on Tan Xi's electricity daily. "Mr. Tan watched your live stream last night and guessed that you would need it due to the power outage," Yan Ming explained. He carried a backpack filled with a substantial amount of cash, which Tan Xi had instructed his secretary to procure for Wu Yin early that morning, anticipating she might not have a bag of her own. Dressed in a light pink knitted sweater beneath a thin, mid-length trench coat, paired with jeans and white sneakers, Wu Yin looked quite fashionable. "This outfit and the bag suit you perfectly," Yan Ming remarked. "The taste of your secretary is commendable," Wu Yin replied with a raised eyebrow, adding, "And I do have my own charm." Yan Ming chuckled, amused at her unabashed confidence. Wu Yin, feeling that Yan Ming's sense of humor was rather simplistic, chose to ignore his laughter and followed Tan Xi into his office. The lounge adjacent to Tan Xi's office was concealed behind a wooden hidden door, which appeared to be part of the wall. Upon entering, Wu Yin spotted her phone charging on a stand. As she reached for it, a suddenly excited Yan Ming rushed in. "Master, you've made the trending list," he exclaimed, his eyes glued to his phone screen, nearly colliding with the coffee table in his haste. "You're ranked 5th on Weibo. Red Fish livestream, Wu Yin predicts and captures a robber." This refers to the incident yesterday afternoon when you helped Ching Yong and sent him to the police station. After a night of gaining traction, it has now gone viral. The comments from netizens were mostly skeptical, although a few fans from Wu Yin's livestream defended her in the comment section. Some even recounted their experiences of encountering spirits in her stream. But those testimonies were met with ridicule from others, accusing them of shameless self-promotion. Many viewers were inquiring when she would next go live. "Master, why not register on Weibo?" suggested Yan Ming. "No, it sounds too troublesome," Wu Yin replied, shaking her head as she returned the phone to him. "Please leave. I have work to do." Once Yan Ming exited, Wuyin set about organizing the tools she had just purchased. While others might require a series of rituals such as cleansing and burning incense to draw talismans, Wuyin needed none of that. Channeling her spiritual energy, she dipped her brush in vermilion and let the brush dance across the paper, each stroke effortlessly guided by her essence. Crafting several talismans was a trivial task for her. Had it not been for her need to conserve some energy for the live stream, she could have completed all the talisman papers in one breath, leaving no waste behind. Chapter 27. Drawing talismans to enhance fortune in marriage. Once the talismans infused with spiritual energy were completed, they required no drying time. Wuyin gathered them into her bag but paused to retrieve 2 more, intending to gift them to Tan Ci and Yan Ming later. After tidying up her workspace, she began her live stream. Initially, she anticipated a sparse audience given the early hour and the lack of prior announcement. But the trending topic on Weibo drew a significant influx of viewers. Within mere seconds, the viewer count surged from 0 to 100. And in the blink of an eye, it surpassed 1,000. Wuyin positioned the payment code to the side and greeted the audience, informing them that she would only be reading 3 fortunes today before signing off, adhering to the established protocol of payment via the code. Why the indoor live stream today? Aren't you out on the streets? One follower asked. It's raining outside, Wuyin replied. Master, you're trending. I told everyone about our ghost encounter last night, and they wouldn't believe me. They even insulted me. Another follower lamented. That's alright. Last night's events ceased to exist due to others' disbelief. Don't waste your energy arguing over trivial matters, Wuyin advised, responding to a few more comments before a connection request came through. Upon approval, the screen displayed a meticulously groomed middle-aged woman. Hello, Master, my name is Sun Xiuli. I was referred by Xiaoyan, who said your predictions are incredibly accurate. And her relationship with her boyfriend flourished thanks to you. Sun Xiuli was very conscious of her appearance, brushing her hair back as she spoke into the camera. What would you like to inquire about? Wuyin asked. I'm not asking for myself, but for my daughter and her suitor. Could you help me determine if their birth dates are compatible? Certainly. Please privately send me their birth details, Wuyin replied. ISN, it a bit hasty to check compatibility for just a suitor? A follower commented skeptically. What's hasty about it? My daughter has been with him for over 2 months, and his family is quite well off. If we don't settle this soon, she might lose her chance. Sun Xiuli countered, her disapproval evident. You young people just dawdle. The young man is very pleased with my daughter. If she agrees, we could arrange a wedding for them immediately. As Wuyin received the birth information along with their names, she listened to Sun Xiuli extolling the virtues of the young man's family and prospects. Shaking her head, Wuyin interjected, Your daughter is not suited for this individual. Sun Xiuli's smile vanished in an instant, her expression hardening into one of disapproval. I perceive you as nothing more than a charlatan. You clearly lack the ability to calculate. Were it not for Xiaoyan persuading my daughter to seek your counsel, I would never have approached someone who exudes the very essence of deceit. My daughter conceded, stating that she would agree to marry him if you deemed them compatible. Otherwise, I would have never consulted a person like you, who is evidently a fraud. Xiaoyan claimed that your predictions are accurate, yet I suspect you merely stumbled upon a stroke of luck, akin to a blind cat encountering a dead mouse. Allow me to inform you. The male suitor consulted a true master with my daughter's birth chart, and the master proclaimed that my daughter's chart is auspicious for her husband. Much to the satisfaction of the man, Wuyin found the situation amusing. Do you genuinely love your daughter? If so, how could you overlook the fact that the man merely stated your daughter's chart is favorable for her husband, yet did not mention that their charts are destined to be harmonious? Wuyin scrutinized the visage of Sun Xiuli in the video, noting her strong desire for control. Did you truly respect your daughter's opinions regarding her romantic prospect? My daughter requires my guidance. I am her mother, and I could never wish her harm. Everything I do is for her benefit. Sun Xiuli, taken aback by Wuyin's reprimand, felt a flicker of annoyance. Host, the fact that a woman's chart is favorable for her husband is inherently a good thing. Perhaps she is simply reserved and hasn't shared everything with me. Followers, goodness. This triad of sentences is utterly depressing. Visitor, given a mother like this, I would prefer to be an orphan. Follower, Auntie, if the host says it's unsuitable, then it undoubtedly is. One must heed advice. The last person who ignored counsel is now behind bars. You are absolutely correct. The man has certainly not divulged everything to you. Wuyin nodded, acknowledging that indeed, your daughter's chart is favorable for her husband, which is precisely why the man is particularly pleased with her. However, Do you comprehend what your daughter would need to do to sustain her husband's fortune should she marry him? Without waiting for Sun Xiuli's response, Wuyin provided the answer directly. She would need to sacrifice her very life to enhance her husband's fortune. Wuyin stated, as indicated by the divination, that this man presents your daughter with a dead end, a path of despair. Should you insist on forcing your daughter into marriage with this man, brace yourself for the possibility of receiving her lifeless body in a year and a half, only to witness your content son-in-law using your daughter's life insurance payout to establish a business, living lavishly alongside his friends in luxury. Your daughter would have exchanged her life for the capital to start his enterprise. Would you not agree that she is indeed enhancing his fortunes? Wuyin countered. This, however, is not the extent of Wuyin's perception of Sun Xiuli's failures as a mother. Sun Xiuli, my divination reveals that your daughter is suffering from depression, Wuyin inquired. Are you aware of why your daughter repeatedly concedes to your wishes? It is because she finds life utterly devoid of meaning. Nothing seems worthwhile to her. She believes that if she can make you, her mother, a little more content, even if it causes her suffering, it is of no consequence. Followers, this content is overwhelming. I cannot absorb it all. Does she actually have a boyfriend? Followers, my heavens. A life sacrifice for her husband. Someone please carry Sun Xiuli's daughter away. Visitor. Even if he were a billionaire, she should not marry him. Moreover, he doesn't even have a fortune. Visitor. Hearing the host say Sun Xiuli's daughter has depression doesn't surprise me. With a mother like that, who wouldn't be depressed? Followers. Look. Sun Xiuli's daughter is sitting quietly by her side in the video. We can see half of her body, yet throughout, she has not uttered a single sound. As if she is detached from the event. Sun Xiuli glanced at her daughter seated beside her. In her memory, since her daughter had matured, she had become increasingly quiet, more introverted. Thus, Sun Xiuli found her daughter's silence perfectly normal. She dismissed the gravity of depression, believing it to be a trivial ailment, born out of idleness. My daughter could not possibly be depressed. She has her days meticulously scheduled. Chapter 28. Not surviving until tomorrow's early hours. Sun Xiuli elaborated on her daughter's schedule to the vast audience. She rises at 8 and works until 5. If she does not dine with her suitor, she returns home by 6:30, has dinner by 7, and then attends a yoga class at 7:30 to maintain her poise. Following an hour and a half of yoga, she returns home by 9. If she dines with her suitor, they might catch a movie, returning home by 10:30. I insist she goes for a night run for an hour and a half to burn off the calories consumed that day. That is how she maintains her figure. Her weekends are even busier. The viewers were not inclined to hear Sun Xiuli's monologue. Followers, Sun Xiuli, please, for the love of all that is good, be quiet. Listening to you is making me depressed. Followers, my mother only cares whether I am hungry, never worrying that I might overeat and gain weight. Visitor, as a psychologist, I must responsibly inform you that depression is a serious mental illness. Severe depression can lead to suicidal thoughts. Immediate intervention is crucial if depressive tendencies are present. Sun Xiuli. Please have Jiang Qinghe or her father contact me. Wuyin perceived Sun Xiuli as a self-centered and obstinate individual, one who only believes in her own convictions, entirely disregarding the words of others. Jiang Qinghe is the name of Sun Xiuli's daughter. Upon hearing her name called, she stirred slightly, not to engage with Wuyin, but to address her mother. Since you do not believe anything anyone says, why waste their time? You may believe whatever you wish. After speaking, Jiang Qinghe reached for her phone and terminated the live connection. Followers, I sense this girl is truly despondent. As Wuyin was about to search for Xiaoyan in her private messages, a notification from Xiaoyan arrived promptly. Xiaoyan, master. Mayan is just that way. She doesn't listen to a word others say. Please do not take offense. Xiaoyan, master, I have already called Jiang Qinghe's father. May I connect you with him shortly? Wufeng Gu Wuyin. This divination is not yet concluded. That is acceptable. After responding, Wuyin set her phone back on its stand, just as a new connection request arrived. Followers. Host. The applicants for connection are a somewhat renowned adventure group, known for exploring supposedly haunted locations. Followers. They probably came here seeking the trending topic. Wuyin was indifferent to the identities of the applicants. As long as they could pay, she would proceed. Thus, she accepted the request. Once connected, 5 young individuals appeared on screen, 2 girls with somewhat similar features and 3 boys, all introducing themselves to the camera. One girl was named Zhuang Xiaoyu, the other Zhuang Lily, who were cousins. Among the 3 boys, one was Zhuang Lily's boyfriend, named Wu Yu. The other 2, one with dyed red hair named Zhou Chu, and the other named Jiang Huaidong. The first to speak was Jiang Huaidong. We heard the host is a master in metaphysical matters, capable of divination, and even seeing ghosts. Is that true? Jiang Huaidong smirked mischievously. We have visited numerous supposedly haunted places, yet none of us have ever encountered a ghost. Zhuang Lili chimed in. Since you are so adept at divination, why not read for the 5 of us as well? We are in City C and plan to explore an abandoned old house in the mountains rumored to be haunted tonight. Perhaps you could predict whether we might encounter any spirits? Oh, and to the viewers in the live chat, feel free to join us for our live adventure in the old house tonight. Zhou Chu brandished another phone towards the camera. Host, I have sent you the divination fees for all 5 of us. Please read our fortunes quickly. Muin had encountered individuals seeking peril before, but never a group so eager to court danger. I need not examine your birth charts. Simply observing your visages allows me to provide you with an answer directly. Muin cast a glance at the 5 individuals in the video, declaring, if you insist on venturing out tonight, you will undoubtedly meet your demise. Each visage within the frame was shrouded in a thick veil of ominous black energy, a harbinger of death that only the perceptive could discern. A follower inquired, are you implying that the haunted old mansion in Sea City truly harbors malevolent spirits? Muin responded, I cannot ascertain the existence of such apparitions without witnessing it firsthand. Yet if these 5 do not alter their plans for the evening, none shall survive to see the dawn of tomorrow. After addressing the viewer's question, she urged the adventurous group to privately send her their birth dates for a more comprehensive reading. Zhuang Lili feigned terror before bursting into laughter, exclaiming, the host's words are so frightening that I am actually scared. We simply must go tonight. Wu Yu chimed in, indeed, if you claim we will not survive until dawn. We shall ensure we greet you in the morning, and if your predictions prove inaccurate, we will await the return of our divination fee. The audience was encouraged to join their live stream to witness them challenge the so-called metaphysical experts trending on social media. Jiang Huaidong laughed heartily, recalling, when I was a child, my mother had someone predict my future, and the master claimed I would live to be 90. Wuyin retorted coolly, even if you were destined for a century of life, it would not withstand your reckless pursuit of danger. She warned, should you disregard my counsel. If you return to seek a refund for your divination fee tomorrow at this time, I will refund you tenfold. She urged them to heed her advice. For ordinary individuals should not recklessly venture into forbidden realms. Observing their countenances, Wuyin noted that their determination to proceed with their perilous adventure only intensified the aura of imminent death surrounding them, confirming that their fate was indeed entwined with the adventure they sought. However, as they spoke of their expedition into the mountains, Wuyin realized they had not provided their birth dates, leaving her unable to determine if their fate stemmed from an accident or a more sinister cause. The 5 had also adorned themselves, particularly the women, whose cosmetic enhancements obscured any further insights into their impending doom. As the 5 continued to jest and laugh in the video, Wuyin composed herself and severed the connection. It is futile to advise the damned, she mused. Having offered her warning, she concluded this reading, intending to move on to other matters. A viewer, having arrived from social media, inquired, I heard you can locate missing persons and pets. Can you help me find a lost document? I am quite anxious and awaiting your response. Wuyin assured them that she could assist, instructing them to send the divination fee and their birth dates privately. Li Yiming, adopting a mindset that his situation could not worsen, sent the payment. For him, losing an important company document meant jeopardizing not only the client meeting but also his job. With everything on the line, he felt that the fee was a small price to pay. In Chapter 29, Fate entangled with ill-fated love and malicious people, Li Yiming introduced himself, explaining, I am currently on a business trip and brought crucial documents to meet a client, but I discovered they were missing on my way here. I distinctly remember placing them in my briefcase before bed, even checking to ensure they were there. His anxiety escalated as he recounted, when I opened my bag this morning, the documents were inexplicably gone. If they're lost, I will surely lose my job. He pleaded for assistance, promising to return with a reward once he concluded his meeting. As Li Yiming shared his plight, Wuyin listened intently while calculating his destiny. Once he finished, she acknowledged his concerns. Your birth chart reveals you to be a steady, diligent individual, she remarked with a smile. You must have been a class monitor from a young age? He responded with enthusiasm, indeed. I have been a class leader since elementary school and continued into university, even joining the student council. Wuyin noted, you possess a commendable social circle, and your friends enjoy your company. You are a person of great charisma. Li Yiming blushed at the compliment, admitting, I do have many friends. and my colleagues get along well with me. Wu continued, you are at a pivotal moment in your career, correct? Li Yiming, feeling increasingly reassured, confirmed, yes. I am in a probationary period for a promotion, so losing this document has me very anxious. If it is lost, I just miss out on promotion. I may lose my job altogether. Your character displays many admirable qualities, yet you are cursed with ill-fated romantic entanglements and are prone to the machinations of deceitful individuals. Wu observed, leaning back in her chair, her gaze playful as she looked at Li Yiming on screen. Your cheeks are flushed. You must have brought your girlfriend along on this trip, enjoying a delightful evening together? Regardless of Li Yiming's anxiety or embarrassment, the audience erupted in laughter. A follower commented, I was worried for Li Yiming, but seeing the host so relaxed and teasing him made me chuckle. Another mused, ill-fated love and deceitful people. Could it be what I think it is? Li Yiming, feeling bashful, scratched his head and explained, this city is a tourist destination. My girlfriend insisted on joining me, and I couldn't refuse her. Wu probed further, so, do you have any idea where your lost document might be? Li Yiming responded, bewildered, I don't know. You haven't said yet. The audience was nearly in stitches. A viewer exclaimed, the host is practically spelling it out for you. Your romantic distractions are clearly blinding you. Another added, the host implies that your girlfriend has taken your document. Upon reading the comments, Li Yiming was left speechless. But she wouldn't have any use for my document. Surely she didn't take it? His romantic fixation was evidently a profound affliction, and Wu joined in the laughter. It would be of no use to her, but she may have taken it for your competitor. You've made a significant error at work, jeopardizing your promotion. And, as a result, someone else will rise to the position that should have been yours. Seeing the need for clarity, Wu continued, your ill-fated love interest is, in fact, your girlfriend, who has strayed. Her affair is with a colleague from your department. She accompanied you on this trip under the pretense of support, but in truth, she conspired to seize your documents, ensuring that when you falter, your rival can ascend in your stead. Wu revealed, your girlfriend is currently at the airport, her flight delayed. You may still have a chance to apprehend her if you report this to the authorities. She acknowledged, it's fortunate you are diligent. You habitually arrive early for client meetings and have a practice of checking your documents, so you still have an opportunity to rectify this. Yes. I always leave early for client meetings. I want to ensure I have ample time to address any unexpected issues, Li Yiming replied gratefully, feeling nearly in tears. Thank you, host. No wonder the documents I meticulously placed were suddenly missing. It was her doing. I will contact the police immediately and return to reward you once I am finished. Wu concluded, your true match will appear next year, a girl 2 years your senior. Wu remarked, do not let this girlfriend lead you to despair in love. Really? Thank you, host. Li Yiming expressed his gratitude joyfully before disconnecting the call. A follower commented, this Li Yiming is so hardworking, yet so unfortunate, and yet so lucky. Another visitor added, indeed, it's hilarious. It's the first time I've witnessed such a trifecta of contradictions in a single individual. A dedicated fan noted, his work ethic is both earnest and responsible, affording him ample time to handle unforeseen circumstances. Yet he is so unfortunate, having been cuckolded by a rival who covertly sabotages him. On the other hand, he is also quite fortunate. His troublesome girlfriend's flight was delayed, allowing him to retrieve his documents in time. A visitor rated the previous explanation a perfect score. Wu barely had time to glance at the messages before a new connection request arrived. It was from Jiang Qinghe's father. Hello, host, I am Qinghe's father. My wife has a rather difficult temperament. I apologize for the inconvenience, but could you please discuss Qinghe's situation with me? Due to having a strong-willed wife, Zhang's father had always assumed the role of the more gentle personality at home. Having been soft-hearted his entire life, he finally found the strength to assert himself for his daughter's sake. After receiving a call from Xiaoyun, he hurried home, pushed aside his wife, who was in the living room trying to convince their daughter to marry her matchmaker, and took Qinghe to the study, locking his wife outside. Xiaoyun told me that you just performed a fortune reading for my daughter and her match, saying she has the fate of an early demise. I wish to understand, why would my daughter die if she were to marry this man? Zhang's father inquired. Your daughter's current match is a homosexual. Do you comprehend the implications of what I am saying? Wu asked. Zhang's father nodded. I understand. You mean to say that this man is deceiving everyone by marrying my daughter to conceal his true nature, correct? Precisely, Wu affirmed. His family is aware of his situation. Thus their deception extends beyond merely a marriage to include the potential for children. Chapter 30. Stifling Maternal Love. Initially, after your daughter marries, they will feign normalcy. But once your daughter becomes pregnant, he will frequently excuse himself on business, almost never returning home. After your daughter gives birth, his parents will regard her as no longer useful and will often speak harshly to her. Your daughter was already depressed before marriage, and the burden of motherhood exacerbated her condition. Just after her confinement, her in-laws demanded she return to work, denying her the chance to bond with her child. Gradually, a series of pressures overwhelmed her, and one night while working late, her depression manifested, leading her to leap from the building, tragically ending her young life. That man knew your daughter died at her workplace, and his family, holding their few-month-old child, caused a scene at her company. Fearing negative publicity from the incident, the company compensated him handsomely. A fan remarked, "So this deceitful scoundrel used the compensation to start his own business?"
I'm truly infuriated.
Another follower added, "It's not that I look down upon homosexuals. I disdain those who deceive through marriage and pregnancy. Such individuals deserve nothing but demise. Should they not stay away from good women?" Zhang's father felt a surge of dread as he considered the brevity of his daughter's existence. It pained him deeply. "My daughter is still so young. How could she endure such hardships?" He turned to Jiang Qinghe, who had been silent, and declared, "Block all contact with this man. You shall not communicate with him again. Even if every man on earth were to perish, I would never consent to your marriage with him." At that moment, Sun Shuli happened to find the spare key to the study and entered. Hearing Zhang's father's emphatic disapproval, she became enraged. "What does your objection matter? That young man is handsome, well-built, and has a promising career. He earns 20,000 a month. You object? Do you expect our daughter to marry a man as pathetic as you and live in poverty all her life? What is 20,000 a month worth? He is a fraud. Marrying him would only bring suffering to our daughter." Zhang's father bellowed. "What fraud?" Sun Shuli was bewildered upon seeing Zhang's father connecting with the live stream. She snatched the phone from him and glanced at the comment section. After reading, she turned to the live stream and shouted, "I see you cannot bear to see my daughter do well. You, a young person, do not tell me you are not trying to offer your own fortune to my daughter's match." Sun Shuli lashed out. "What nonsense! Anyone who stands in the way of my daughter's happiness is nothing but rubbish. I don't care if you are indeed a master. I will never gamble my daughter's life on a mere chance." Zhang's father reclaimed the phone, insisting, and it was this host who aided Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun and our Qinghe grew up together, akin to sisters. She would never harm Qinghe.
Bah!
I believe Xiaoyun is merely envious of my daughter as prospects, stirring trouble here. Sun Shuli retorted confidently. "I have inquired widely, and everyone praises Xiaozhang. If one person praises him, it could be false. If everyone does, it cannot be. And how is it that in this day and age, you still believe in fortune-telling, you fools? Can't you see this is merely a ruse to swindle you?" As Sun Shuli continued her tirade, she attempted to seize the phone again. Finding her husband unwilling to relent, she could only resort to her daughter, weeping, "Qinghe, I am your mother, the one who wishes for your happiness above all else. I would never harm you. It is my fault for marrying your father, a spineless man, and not allowing you to have the wealthy parents that Xiaoran has." Sun Shuli clutched Jiang Qinghe's hand, sobbing, "I have endured a lifetime of hardship alongside your father. I do not wish for you to follow in my footsteps. We are merely ordinary people. Being able to marry a young man who earns 20,000 a month and is tall and strong should be enough. My daughter, listen to your mother. Xiaozhang is still young and earns 2,000 a month. His company values him. In time, his salary will surely rise to 3,000 or 5,000 a month, at which point you won't have to struggle like I did, working while raising children. Plus, Xiaozhang's parents have retirement funds to assist you too. Once you have children, he can even afford a nanny, sparing you from the hardships I endured." Zhang's father had listened to such complaints his entire life, and seeing his daughter struggle to escape her mother's grasp, he rushed to help. However, he did not anticipate that in tugging at his daughter's hand, her sleeve would inadvertently rise, revealing numerous scars on her wrist. Zhang's father suddenly comprehended the truth behind the host's words. His daughter indeed suffered from depression, inflicting pain upon herself repeatedly in silence. "Enough! Look at your daughter's arms." Zhang's father shouted in anger, forcefully pushing his wife away as he grasped his daughter's wrist. He reached out to touch the wounds, but she instinctively withdrew her hand, concealing it behind her back, refusing to allow anyone to see. The latest cuts had not yet scabbed, and there were still traces of blood on her sleeve. "Sun Shuli, look at what you have driven your daughter to," Zhang's father exclaimed, his voice thick with emotion. "Yes, I may not have amassed great wealth in my life. I cannot provide you with a life of luxury. But since marrying you, I have ensured you have never gone hungry or cold. I have never forced you to submit to others or beg for money. You, who only have a meager salary, dare to say such things? Other families drive cars, while you still ride that old bicycle, clattering along. You do not care that our daughter suffers the cold wind behind you, but I do. Other families live in grand houses, while their daughters wear princess gowns and glass slippers. My daughter is confined to this shabby home. Even practicing the piano draws complaints from our despicable neighbors. As Sun Xiuli's accusations mounted, Zhang's father slowly lowered his head. Yet, Jiang Qinghe suddenly erupted in response. She abruptly rose from her chair and lunged towards Sun Xiuli. Just as Sun Xiuli anticipated her daughter would, as before, cry and apologize for provoking her anger. She was taken aback to see her daughter clutching her waist and pulling her towards the window. Mom, since you are living in such torment, let us die together.
Shall we?
Mom, do you know? I find existence so painful too. Every minute, every second after I wake up, I feel immense suffering. If living is so agonizing, then let us end it together. Sun Xiuli stood frozen, rendered speechless by her daughter's shocking declaration. Chapter 31. How I Long for Him. Qinghe, please don't frighten your father. Jiang Dad hurriedly intervened, pulling their daughter back from the window. Dad, please let me go. I am in unbearable pain. I feel suffocated in this home every single minute, every second. Jiang Qinghe pleaded through her tears. Dad, I know you love me dearly, but I am utterly exhausted. I feel like a marionette in Mom's hands. I cannot have my own thoughts or make my own decisions. I am so weary. Sun Xiuli was paralyzed with fear, trembling, and at a loss for words. Since childhood, I have not been allowed to have my own friends. They must be approved by Mom first. She forbade me from associating with children from single-parent families, claiming such friends would lead me astray. Friends with poor academic performance were also off-limits, as she said they would distract me. She only permitted me to socialize with top-performing classmates, yet I could never fit in with them. I have grown up without a single good friend. None at all. In high school, when I grew close to a male classmate, she stormed into the school, unleashing a tirade against him, accusing him of leading me astray, pointing a finger at me and berating me for being too young to engage in romantic relationships. I did not mind the embarrassment for myself, but why did it have to drag my classmate down with me, subjecting us both to the teacher's scorn? What crime did I commit by wanting to be friends? When I expressed my desire to study science, she disregarded my wishes entirely and insisted I pursue the arts instead. She proclaimed, girls should study the arts, choose a good major, secure a stable job, and find a suitable husband. Am I studying solely to get married in the future? After enduring the grueling college entrance exams, I applied to a school far from home, believing I would finally be free. Yet she didn't even inquire about my choice. Instead, secretly altered my application to a university in our city. All the sleepless nights I endured in my final year, all the luck I needed to achieve scores higher than usual, she destroyed it all. The school was her choice, the major was her choice. I was not allowed to have my own aspirations, my own goals, or my own thoughts. Mom, if you love controlling everything so much, why did you even let me go to school? Why not pursue your studies yourself? In college, she kept a watchful eye, frequently making surprise visits, bombarding me with calls. If I didn't answer within a few minutes, she would erupt, accusing me of being in a relationship, chastising me for being indiscreet, for lacking shame, incessantly reminding me that a girl's first time is precious and should be reserved for marriage, so my future in-laws wouldn't criticize me. Upon graduation, she pressured me to marry, enforcing blind dates with men she deemed suitable, regardless of their character, insisting that if I rejected any of them, I was being unrealistic and ungrateful. She never listened to my voice. Why am I even alive? Mom, you claim it's all for my benefit, but is it really? Have you ever asked me how I feel about it? It's not good at all. I feel like I'm living in hell, in constant agony. And I truly wish to die. Jiang Qinghe cried out in despair. Her words resonated with countless viewers in the live stream, evoking empathy from those who understood her plight and leaving others, content in their comfortable lives, feeling suffocated. Jiang Qinghe continued to plead with her father. Dad, if you truly love me, please let me be free. Jiang Dad shook his head, fearing to relent even slightly. The open window just a few steps away filled him with dread. He was terrified that if he loosened his grip, his daughter might leap through it. It's my fault. I shouldn't have allowed your mother to control you like this. I promise you, from now on, do whatever you wish. If you find a boy you like and want to marry, go ahead. If you don't want to marry, then remain single for life. I was wrong. I will change, and I will never let your mother interfere with your decisions again. Sun Xiuli collapsed to the ground, still unable to comprehend where she went wrong. Why did her daughter harbor such hatred towards her? Jiang Qinghe, give yourself a chance. Embrace a different way of living, and you will discover the joy of existence. After Jiang Qinghe had vented her pent-up emotions, Wu Yin finally spoke. Do you remember your high school desk mate? Jiang Qinghe appeared to reminisce about the happiest moments of her high school life, her intense emotions beginning to subside slightly. After a minute of silence, she nodded. I remember him. He was the first to notice my self-harm. I thought he would see me as a monster, but he didn't. He always comforted and encouraged me. I had no friends, and he was the only one willing to talk to me and befriend me. Jiang Qinghe, he has liked you since high school and still does. Even after transferring schools, he has continued to watch over you, Wu Yin revealed. He is your destined partner. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiuli broke down, shouting, I do not approve. He doesn't even have parents. He is raised by his grandparents, who are farmers with no retirement benefits. I will never agree to you two being together. I agree. Jiang Dad retorted. As long as Qinghe loves him and he treats her well, that is enough. Whoever Qinghe chooses as her boyfriend, whoever she wishes to marry, that son-in-law I will accept. Jiang Dad's stance granted Jiang Qinghe immense courage. With trembling lips, she asked host, does he really still like me? Yes, he still likes you very much. He is often near you, but he doesn't dare let you know. Fearing it would disrupt your current life, so he can only watch from afar, Wu Yin replied. Listening to Wu Yin, Jiang Qinghe seemed to struggle to believe it. Why would he like someone as flawed as me? What do I have that deserves his affection? He is such a wonderful person, with a life full of positivity, while I am merely sinking deeper into the mire. Tears streamed down Jiang Qinghe's face, but I truly miss him. How could she not? He was the brightest light in her life, the source of her greatest joy, and the one who instilled in her a curiosity about the world. Wu Yin lamented the unfortunate fate of these two destined souls, interrupted by the overbearing presence of Sun Xiuli, a life cut short, and another never married. At that moment, Xiaoyan sent a private message to Wu Yin. Master, I've contacted Qinghe's deskmate. He wants to apply for a group call to say a few words to Qinghe. Wu Yin's eyes sparkled with joy as she replied with a simple affirmation. While waiting for the connection to be established, she shared the news with Jiang Qinghe. Chapter 32, 10,001 Talismans. As they spoke, the connection request arrived. Wu Yin accepted it, and the next moment, the screen revealed a boy with slightly tan skin. Qinghe, it's me. I heard you say you miss me. What a coincidence, I miss you too. The boy's eyes were slightly red. Do you remember our promise in high school? Jiang Dad quickly brought the phone closer. I remember how every weekend you would return to our countryside home, and on Mondays, you would bring me a bouquet of wildflowers. You promised to teach me about a different wildflower each week and share the meanings behind each bloom. The boy grinned widely. This season, the mountains were adorned with an abundance of flowers, many of which I had yet to introduce to you. I stand beneath your building now, eager to lead you into the mountains to discover them together. Would you care to join me? Jiang Qinghe, instinctively glanced at my mother, who sat on the ground, glaring at us in anger. My father, Jiang, gently urged me outside. Go on. You miss him, and he misses you too. He has come to fetch you. If you wish to go, then go. I support you. Quickly, pack your clothes. Once we reach the countryside, do capture some videos for me, so I may also become acquainted with the wildflowers you've discovered. His words instilled in me the courage to take that first step. With tears welling in my eyes, I smiled at my father before dashing out of the study. 10 minutes later, the viewers in the live stream caught sight of me, Jiang Qinghe, racing towards the boy, suitcase in tow. In that moment, I felt the embrace of the liberating wind, a breeze filled with joy. At that instant, this young girl seemed to possess her own soul, no longer the lifeless puppet who sat beside her mother earlier. The followers commented, Qinghe, you must find happiness. You deserve true joy. There are countless beautiful wildflowers in this world awaiting your discovery. You must explore them all and depart this world with a head of white hair, filled with bliss. Wu Yin watched as my countenance transformed before the camera, no longer reflecting the despondency of just moments prior. How wonderful! I relish witnessing others' happiness. She mused, recognizing that this signified the addition of two souls thriving in joy. The followers chimed in. After hearing the hostess' words, I find myself unexpectedly fond of the idea of love. From now on, I'll bless anyone who shares their happiness in my circle. This is the first time I have so fervently wished for 2 more people to find happiness in this world. Zhang's father and Wu Yin continually expressed their gratitude, sending 5 hot air balloons to the stream before concluding the connection. Today, as fortune-telling is complete, I have other arrangements and will not be live streaming today. I will likely return at the same time tomorrow, Wu Yin announced before decisively shutting down the stream. In dire need of funds, Wu Yin's first action was to withdraw the earnings from the live stream, then glanced at her phone's battery. She had been charging while streaming, and it now stood at 90%, soon to be fully charged. Wu Yin made no move to grab her phone, returning to the sofa, her gaze sweeping over the small snacks on the table. Presumably prepared by Tan Ci for her, she indulged in a piece of cake. Just as she had taken a few bites, Tan Ci knocked gently on the door of the lounge. Wu Yin, is it convenient for me to come in? Wei Xian urgently sought her out. Upon hearing Wei Xian's voice over the phone, she remarked, I thought the background of your live stream seemed familiar. Turns out it's in your office lounge. Have you two grown this close? Tan Ci chose not to respond to Wei Xian's comment. Upon hearing Wu Yin call for him to enter, he pushed the door open and maneuvered his wheelchair inside. Wu Yin placed the partially eaten cake back on the table, wiped her hands with a tissue, and accepted the phone Tan Ci handed her. Hello, you're looking for me? She inquired into the device. Wu Yin, I watched your live stream earlier. You did remarkably well, Wei Xian began, complimenting her before divulging his purpose. The members of that exploration team, Zhou Chu and Jiang Huaidong, are my friends. I wanted to inquire about them. I shared everything I knew in the live stream. Since they are your friends, it would be ideal if you could persuade them to reconsider, Wu Yin replied. Without their birth dates, and given that they were in makeup, my ability to discern their fates from their appearances is limited. It's not makeup, it's the beauty effects from the live stream, Tan Ci clarified from beside her. Wu Yin turned to him, realizing he was addressing her, and after a brief moment, she appeared enlightened. She had never delved into the intricacies of the streaming effects, mistakenly believing the 5 angular faces were the result of makeup or from the same cosmetic clinic. I've already contacted them, but they are unyielding, Wei Xian sighed. Is there any other way you could ensure their safety? If Wei Xian could persuade them, he wouldn't have resorted to calling Wu Yin. Yes, Wu Yin replied, rummaging through her bag to produce 2 charms. You can purchase the peace and protection charms from me. They could save their lives in a critical moment. I'll take 2, Wei Xian stated. How much? I'll transfer the funds to Tan Ci, and he can give them to you. I'll send someone to collect them from him. 11,000 each, Wu Yin added after a moment's thought.
No discounts.
Wei Xian, unconcerned about the expense, promptly agreed. Wu Yin returned the phone to Tan Ci and set the 2 charms aside. When Wei Xian's person arrives, please hand these to him and inform them to keep them close and avoid getting them wet. Where are you headed next? Tan Ci inquired. Little Fatty invited me to his home for a meal. I also need to deliver the protection charms to him, Wu Yin responded, her face alight with joy. He is going to make sushi for me. Let the driver take you there, Tan Ci suggested. If you need to stream again this afternoon, you can have the driver bring you back here. I won TV streaming this afternoon. I'll return tomorrow morning instead. Wu Yin folded the remaining 2 charms into triangles and handed one to Tan Ci and the other to Yenming. These are peace charms. Keep them close and avoid water contact. She currently lacked the surplus spiritual energy necessary to enhance the waterproofing of these charms. After speaking, Wu Yin's gaze fell upon Tan Ci's legs. Zhao Jinluan mentioned that your legs become uncomfortable whenever it rains. Tan Ci paused momentarily before smiling gently. I've grown accustomed to it. To be accustomed to discomfort and pain does not mean one is free from it. Wu Yin knelt and placed her hands upon his knees. Tan Ci was uncertain of her intentions, but as her hands rested on his legs, he suddenly felt a warm current emanating from her palms, spreading throughout his limbs. This warmth alleviated all discomfort from his legs, even dispelling the numbness he experienced from prolonged sitting. I've used my spiritual energy to clear your meridians and dispel the dampness and cold. This will provide temporary relief, but it is fleeting, lasting merely a week. This is merely a remedy, not a cure. Once the energy dissipates, you will still feel discomfort. Wu Yin resumed her seat. When I have an abundance of spiritual energy, I will be able to heal you properly. Before Tan Ci could respond, Wu Yin turned to him with a playful glint in her eye. Consider this my payment for your electricity and the driver's fare. When I treat you, I shall charge you.
All right, Tanchichakold.
Don't celebrate too soon. My treatment fees are quite high, Wu Yin teased, sharing a laugh. I forgot you're quite wealthy. You can afford it. Tan Si was well aware of the high costs associated with Wu Yin's treatments. He had seen her write it down on the notepad that day. As they continued to laugh, Yan Ming rushed in, looking frantic. Master, there's trouble. Your live stream has been suspended. Chapter 33. The live stream is suspended. Yan Ming entered in a flurry, colliding painfully with the coffee table. The sound alone made Wu Yin wince.
Ow.
Yan Ming exclaimed, momentarily forgetting his pain as he hurriedly handed his phone to Wu Yin. While he bent over to rub his knee, he explained this morning that actress Cheng Yining was interviewed during a program. Since you two bear a striking resemblance, the reporter asked her some questions about you. Wu Yin opened the video on Yan Ming's phone. The well-dressed girl was indeed being interviewed by a reporter, and she bore a notable resemblance to Wu Yin. The news of Wu Yin's burgeoning fame spread like wildfire. Even her live stream videos had circulated, and naturally, many had seen her appearance during the stream. The reporter was quick to capitalize on the similarity, using it as a sensational hook. The reporter inquired of Cheng Yining, have you been following the trending topic regarding Wufeng Wuyin? Do you have any thoughts on the striking resemblance between you two? Furthermore, regarding Wufeng Wuyin's fortune-telling endeavors, what is your perspective? Cheng Yining responded, I have heard that many individuals undergo cosmetic procedures to resemble me. I have grown accustomed to it, and perhaps some have achieved notable success. As for the fortune-telling, I am aware of the trending discussions. Personally, I believe that for someone so young, there are far better pursuits than resorting to deceit for monetary gain. In this era, where opportunities abound, one can easily sustain oneself, which leads me to conclude that the current trend among certain internet celebrities is rather disconcerting. After watching the video, Wu Yin returned the phone to Yan Ming and opened her own device to access the Hangyu platform. Upon logging in, she was met with a system notification stating that due to violations of platform regulations, her live streaming account had been permanently banned. Master, Yan Ming exclaimed, your account suspension has also made it to the trending topics. Many of your fans have come to your defense, and a conflict has erupted between your followers and those of Cheng Yining. Are you not going to register a Weibo account to clarify things? Infuriated by the derogatory comments from Cheng Yining's fans, Yan Ming was fervently tapping on his phone, now undeniably a devoted fan of Wu Yin. Then let us register one. Wu Yin decided. She quickly downloaded Weibo, created a new account under the name Wufeng Wu Yin, and posted her first update. Those who have undergone plastic surgery are dogs, struck by lightning, and doomed for life. One should refrain from commenting on realms unknown, rather than making grand proclamations. Congratulations, Ms. Cheng Yining. You are the first to enter this Master's blacklist. After posting, Wu Yin tucked her phone away. Yan Ming, eager to support her, immediately followed her new Weibo account and admired her eloquent comeback. This retort is truly satisfying. He commented beneath her post, affirming his support for Master Wu Yin. Once Wu Yin concluded her live session, both her fans and Cheng Yining's flocked to her personal Weibo, turning the comment section into a battleground. Wu Yin's candid response resonated with her fans. Master, why not stream on the Duetsu platform? We will continue to support you. Another fan suggested. Is there no executive from Duetsu willing to reach out to Master Wu Yin? With her immense popularity, are you not compelled to take notice? Of course. There were also numerous detractors, primarily Cheng Yining's followers. During the brief moment when Wu Yin placed her phone in her pocket, it incessantly chimed with new messages. Master, you could adjust your settings to disable notifications for new comments in the backend, or even turn off the private messaging feature, and while you're at it, let's follow each other back, Yan Ming eagerly suggested. I believe it won't be long before you surpass 1 million followers. You handle it, I'm not adept at this. Wu Yin replied, handing her phone to Yan Ming before turning to Tan Si. Do you have Weibo? Shall we follow each other? I'll register now, Tan Si declared, retrieving his phone and diligently setting up his account, subsequently following Wu Yin. Yan Ming had already configured Wu Yin's settings and was in the process of following her back when he noticed Tan Si's new follow request. He muttered under his breath, Tan, your username lacks creativity. What did you say? Wu Yin leaned in to peek at Tan Si's screen, noticing his username was simply Tan Si. She turned to Yan Ming. Have you ever made a similar remark about me? Yan Ming stammered and quickly shook his head. I swear I haven tea. Tan Si had clicked into Wu Yin's Weibo to check the comments on her post, but after a brief glance, he exited. Do not concern yourself with the ill-mannered fans of Cheng Yining, Tan Si advised. I refuse to let trivial matters disturb my peace of mind. Wu Yin shrugged, reclaiming her phone from Yan Ming's hands, slinging her backpack over her shoulder, and cheerfully announced, I'm off to the Zhao family. You all continue with your tasks. Regarding the suspension of her live stream, Wu Yin simply remarked, Fortunately, I withdrew my earnings just before the ban. I am quite resourceful. Compared to her initial days when she struggled to afford mere meals, Wuyin felt no anxiety now. Moreover, she had friends to rely on, alleviating her fears of hunger. Master truly exemplifies mastery. Her demeanor remains unfazed, Yan Ming praised, giving Wuyin a thumbs up. If it were anyone else, they would be furious to see their streaming popularity abruptly halted by an inexplicable ban, while Wuyin would be lying if she claimed not to feel any displeasure. It did not hinder her from joyfully heading to her appointment with the Zhao family. En route, Zhao Yu messaged Wuyin to inquire about her whereabouts. And when the chubby boy asked for the third time, Wuyin finally reached the Zhao household. The chubby boy dashed out to open the door for her, and upon entering, he jumped up and embraced Wuyin. The Zhao grandparents were taken aback by their stout grandson's exuberance as he leaped into the embrace of the slender girl. Yet to their amazement, Wuyin effortlessly lifted him high, maintaining her grip with ease as she brought him inside. Sister Wuyin, this is my grandpa and grandma. The chubby boy exclaimed excitedly, waving at the elderly couple. Grandpa, grandma, this is my friend Sister Wuyin. She is incredibly strong. Mr. Zhao chuckled. I can see that. She certainly possesses great strength. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Zhao, Wuyin greeted, and as she approached, she noticed something unusual. Mr. Zhao, Mrs. Zhao, where have you been these past couple of days? Why do you seem to carry an aura of misfortune? Chapter 34. Wei Shen's Olive Branch. Tan Jiayi was in the kitchen assisting the aunt in preparing sushi when she was startled by Wu Yin's words. Even with their limited understanding of metaphysics, they knew that an aura of misfortune was not a good sign, and being tainted by such an aura was even worse. In the last couple of days? Mrs. Zhao pondered. We went to the Jade Market yesterday, and then spent the afternoon at the hospital, returning home around 9 before coming here this morning. Could it have been from the hospital? People do pass away there every day, she speculated. Not quite. Wu Yin shook her head. The aura of misfortune differs from negative energy. While one may absorb negative energy from encounters with the deceased, it dissipates quickly and has little impact. In contrast, misfortune often stems from malevolent entities, such as wicked spirits. As Wu Yin rummaged through her bag for an exorcism talisman, she asked Mr. Zhao, Mrs. Zhao, do you currently feel any discomfort? For instance, fatigue, low energy, or sensitivity to the cold. Indeed, we have been feeling unwell, Mrs. Zhao exclaimed. Since returning from the hospital, both old Zhao and I have experienced these sensations. We thought it was merely fatigue from lack of rest, compounded by the distress concerning an old friend. After retiring early, we hoped a good night's sleep would remedy it, but we woke up feeling even more exhausted. Please, Mr. Zhao, Mrs. Zhao, take a seat while I dispel this aura of misfortune, Wu Yin instructed. As two talismans floated gently in the air, guided by her spiritual energy, circling around the elderly couple before finally resting before them. With a commanding voice, she declared, "Dispel." The talismans spontaneously ignited without flame, and the ashes enveloped the two elders, who suddenly felt a wave of warmth enveloping them. This sensation quickly dissipated, leaving them feeling lighter and no longer chilled. Mrs. Zhao marveled at the transformation and promptly removed the shawl she had draped over her shoulders earlier. Mr. Zhao regarded Wu Yin intently, recognizing the remarkable abilities of this young girl, who is indeed a formidable force. These two talismans are for your safety, Grandpa Zhao and Grandma Zhao. Please carry them closely and avoid exposing them to water. If the talismans become warm, it serves as a warning of impending danger. These two charms can safeguard your lives, but you must swiftly distance yourselves from any peril. Should the need arise, do not hesitate to contact me. Upon receiving the talismans, Grandpa Zhao and Grandma Zhao cautiously tucked them into their pockets. Having witnessed Wu Yin's remarkable abilities, the elderly couple treated the situation with utmost seriousness. These 3 talismans are for your family, Sister Jia Yi. Wu Yin handed over another set of 3 that she had prepared earlier. After providing her instructions, she set off to find Zhao Yu, who was already waiting at the dining table. Sister Wu Yin, shall we play house? I will be the owner of a sushi restaurant, and you'll be the customer. The little chubby boy had already donned an apron and put on disposable gloves, embodying his role as a proprietor splendidly. Greetings, esteemed guest. What ingredients would you like to add? Any special requests? Wu Yin surveyed the small plates on the table, nodded, and began to place her order. Owner, I would like sweet shrimp, beef, fish roe, and eel, if you please. Just as she was about to speak again, her phone suddenly rang. Noticing an unfamiliar number, she calmly finished her order, adding, and please, do add extra meat. After completing her request, she leisurely answered the call. Who is this? Wu Yin, hello. This is Wei Shen, the owner of Duitsu. I am Wei Xian's younger brother. My brother has mentioned my name to you. So you should remember me, right? Wei Shen wasted no time and directly expressed the purpose of his call. I am aware that your live stream on Hangyu has been suspended, and on behalf of Duitsu, I would like to invite you to join our platform. I can offer you the highest level of contract with Duitsu, where all income from your live stream will be shared between you and the platform at a ratio of 9-to-1. Moreover, the Duitsu platform will provide you with top-tier promotional resources, ensuring that your live stream and personal brand are elevated to the forefront in the quickest and most effective manner. Wu Yin felt as though a pie had fallen from the sky and struck her on the head. On the Hangyu platform, her earnings were split 50-50, and every withdrawal made her feel the sting of her hard-earned money. I have heard your name from Wei Xian, but if I sign with you, what is expected of me? I must clarify that I only do fortune-telling live streams, and I prefer to act freely, without constraints. If you wish for me to sing or dance to attract fans, you should look elsewhere. Wu Yin was not about to lose her rationality due to the allure of the offer. Duitsu will not impose any restrictions on you. Under normal circumstances, all you need to do is ensure that you are online for at least 2 hours each day. If you truly cannot find the time, taking occasional leave is permissible. If you are apprehensive, we can start with a 1-year contract. Wei Shen paused for a few seconds before continuing. Given the relationship between my brother and Tan Shi, I have no reason to deceive you. My brother has stated that you are someone Tan Shi wishes to protect. I will consider it, Wu Yin replied, not rushing to agree, as she intended to consult Tan Shi first. Do you know why Hangyu suspended your livestream? Wei Shen suddenly inquired. Wu Yin recalled the platform system notification but remained unclear, stating, they said I violated relevant regulations, though I am unsure how. The notification from the backend system is merely a formality, a perfunctory measure. The Cheng family bribed a senior executive at Hangyu with 1 million to take action against you. Wei Shen explained. The Cheng family? Wu Yin immediately thought of Cheng Yining's interview video. Is it that actor, Cheng Yining? Yes. It is indeed the Cheng family that is attempting to suppress you. Wei Shen stated bluntly. You need not worry that my generous offer carries any ulterior motives. I will be frank with you. I simply harbor a personal grudge against Cheng Yining and the Cheng family. Elevating you will serve to discomfort Cheng Yining, which will bring me satisfaction. Tan Shi is hesitant for me to engage with you because you bear a striking resemblance to Cheng Yining. He fears that I might project my personal vendetta onto you and, more so, that I might inadvertently cause you harm. In this world, there is no one who could inflict harm upon me, Wu Yin declared with unwavering confidence. I know you are formidable. Even if you weren't, I would never target the innocent. My enmity lies solely with Cheng Yining, not you. I am not so deranged as to confuse the innocent for the guilty. Wei Shen sensed Wu Yin's wavering resolve and seized the opportunity to press further. Chapter 35, a win-win situation. Tan Shi took the initiative to invite the Hangyu owner to dinner tonight regarding your live stream. However, the Hangyu owner is a businessman, and his actions are dictated by self-interest. He has no other ventures and relies solely on Hangyu for his livelihood. Thus, while Hangyu may offer you a contract of the highest grade at A level due to Tan Shi's influence, the revenue split is 7-3, with you receiving 7 and Hangyu 3. To my knowledge, the top streamers at Hangyu who have signed S-level contracts have already secured the highest agreements available, with a split of merely 8-2. Furthermore, the resources available to you as a newcomer on Hangyu will not compare to what Duitsu can provide. If you return to Hangyu, even if you were to become a top streamer there, your treatment would still fall short compared to what you would receive by joining Duitsu directly. Wu Yin was thoroughly convinced. To refuse such an offer would be sheer folly. To ascend to the top on Hangyu would yield less than the advantages of starting anew at Duitsu. Moreover, if Hangyu could silence her for 1 million, they could very well silence her again for 2 million. However, given Wei Shen's animosity towards the Cheng family, it was unlikely he would be swayed. I will join Duitsu, Wu Yin decisively declared. Excellent. I will send you the company address shortly. You are welcome to come by any time this afternoon to sign the contract, Wei Shen replied, expressing his hopes for a fruitful collaboration. I will be waiting for you at the office. After hanging up with Wei Shen, Wu Yin promptly called Tan Shi. At that moment, Tan Shi was having lunch in his office. When Yan Ming handed him the phone, he mentioned that it was Wu Yin calling. Without a second glance, Tan Shi answered the call. The next moment, Wu Yin's cheerful laughter rang through the phone. Tan Shi, just now Wei Shen called to invite me to Duitsu, and I accepted. He mentioned offering me the highest level of contract, a 9-to-1 split in my favor. Wei Shen also informed me of your concerns. Rest assured, I do not mind being utilized by him in this manner. It is a win-win for both of us. He also mentioned that you arranged a dinner with the Hongyu owner regarding my livestream. Wu Yin exclaimed, "Oh no. Please don't go through with that. With that money, you would be better off treating me and Yan Ming to a meal. I hold grudges, you know." Hongyu accepted $1 million from the Chung family to suspend my stream. Who knows if they might accept $2 million to silence me again. How many meals would that require? Tan Chi's voice was low, barely concealing his amusement. Very well. I will cancel tonight's dinner with Hongyu and instead treat you. I wonder if you have any availability this evening. I was joking. I didn't mean for you to take it seriously. Wu Yin felt a bit embarrassed. You really don't need to go to such lengths for me. I feel increasingly indebted to you, and if this continues, I'll never be able to repay you. On the other end of the line, Tan Chi fell silent for nearly 10 seconds before speaking. I thought we were friends. Friends help each other out, whether by treating to a meal or giving a small gift. None of this should be considered a debt. Do you agree? Knowing Wu Yin's character, Tan Chi had not intended to inform her about his initiative to invite the Hongyu owner. He hadn't anticipated that she would learn of it from Wei Shen instead. That day at the Zhao family, didn't you mention wanting to try the lemon fish that Zhao Jinlun spoke of? Do you have time tonight? Wu Yin found it challenging to decline now. The allure of lemon fish was simply irresistible. The Wufang Valley lacked a chef, making it easy to resist the temptations of culinary delights. However, upon returning to the 21st century, Wu Yin found it exceedingly difficult to resist the allure of food, especially considering that she would inevitably feel hunger in this place. Goodness. Even a moment's hesitation on Wu Yin's part would be a grave disrespect to the lemon fish. I will finish my work this afternoon and wait for you at your company. Zhao Jinlun mentioned that reservations at this establishment are quite challenging to secure. So, you must remember to book a table in advance. Very well. Tan Ci agreed, adding a reminder when you sign the contract with Duiziu. Please send it to me first. I will review it to ensure everything is in order before you proceed. Putting away her phone, Wu Yin couldn't resist flaunting her good fortune to the chubby little one who was gazing at her. I am indeed fortunate today, she exclaimed. I heard it's your uncle treating you to a meal. Zhao Yusin chimed in, her curiosity piqued. Sister Wu Yin, may I join you? It is Tan Ci who is treating. You can inquire with him if you wish to attend. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu immediately called Tan Ci on his childless phone. Wu Yin, sitting aside, overheard Tan Ci offer no explanation, promptly declining the little one's request to join. With other matters to attend to in the afternoon, Wu Yin departed the Zhao residence while the little one took a nap. Wu Yin first visited the small stir-fry restaurant where she had first encountered Tan Ci. Despite her change of attire, the restaurant owner recognized her at once.
Master.
Are you here for a meal? Please have a seat. What would you like? It's on me. The owner, closely following online trends, had pursued Wu Yin's live stream after she became a hot topic, learning that this young master had helped many with fortune-telling recently. Upon seeing Wu Yin again, the owner's demeanor became even more respectful. Thank you, but I have already dined. I came to ask you to deliver this talisman to Wang Dali. It is for his daughter. She should keep it close, but it must not come into contact with water. Wu Yin remembered the little girl and had left a talisman for her while drawing, hoping to bring her some good fortune and ensure her safety as she grew. Wang Dali was a good father, and if his daughter faced fewer bumps along the way, it would ease his worries as well. This was Wu Yin's way of repaying Wang Dali's kindness towards a stranger, wishing for more individuals like him in society and fewer like Wang Fugui. Wang Dali would return the day after tomorrow, and I have already arranged for his accommodation, the owner noted, pleased for Wang Dali. He was indeed fortunate to have encountered a master like Wu Yin, who even took the time to deliver the talisman personally. After leaving the stir-fry restaurant, Wu Yin headed straight to Duiziu. Before departing, she had called Wei Shen, not expecting him to be waiting at the company entrance for her. Having watched Wu Yin's live stream, Wei Shen had already discerned that she bore an uncanny resemblance to Qing Yining before the incident. Yet, as Wu Yin emerged from the car, holding an umbrella and smiling while waving at him, Wei Shen found himself momentarily entranced. In that moment, he felt as if he had been transported back to his high school days. Why are you staring at me like that? Wu Yin asked, having put away her umbrella. Turning back to find Wei Shen still gazing at her in a daze, she waved her delicate hand in front of him. Only then did Wei Shen snap back to reality. You and Qing Yining bear such an incredible resemblance. Similar hardly does it justice. Wu Yin was nearly bored of hearing this, rolling her eyes at him. Now it looks even more alike. Wei Shen chuckled, shaking his head, and gentlemanly took the dripping umbrella from Wu Yin's hands. When I have the chance, I will show you her pre-surgery photos. You will realize I am not exaggerating. For now, let us head to my office. Chapter 36. It serves you right if you get hit. As soon as Wu Yin entered Wei Shen's office, she noticed a board prominently displaying Cheng Yining's name, adorned with several darts. What on earth do you have against Cheng Yining? To harbor such animosity? She exclaimed. It's nothing that cannot be discussed, Wei Shen replied. Handing her a prepared contract before continuing, she wrongfully caused me to spend 2 years in prison. Even now that I've been released, I still bear an unjust stigma. Upon hearing this, Wu Yin instinctively focused her gaze on Wei Shen's face. What can you deduce from my features? He inquired with a smile. I can discern that your father passed away early, your mother remarried, and your relationship with her is tenuous. You have one brother, and while your romantic prospects are abundant, genuine connections are elusive. Most importantly, you are certainly not of the sort to engage in criminal activity. Thus, Wu Yin believed Wei Shen's claims of unjust imprisonment. I suppose you have been entangled in misfortune and have encountered deceitful individuals. Otherwise, if you provide me with some funds, I can delve deeper into your fortune and see if there's a way for you to clear your name within your lifetime. Wu Yin sincerely extended her payment code towards him. Wei Shen was caught between amusement and annoyance. So you plan to profit off your boss right away, do you? He brushed aside her outstretched payment code. That won't do. Life is meant to be lived slowly and meaningfully.
For now.
Review the contract and sign if you find it satisfactory. Wu Yin giggled as she retrieved her payment code and pulled out her phone to take pictures of the contract. I will send it to Tan Ci for his input. Wei Shen felt a pang in his heart. Did Tan Ci ask you to do this? Does he not trust me at all? I've called him Brother Tan for over 20 years, yet he seems utterly indifferent to my feelings. Wu Yin feigned deafness to his lament, recognizing it as mere jest. While Brother Tan reviews your contract, why not register on Dwitsu? Wei Shen suggested, tapping his phone screen. Once you're registered, send me the link to your live stream. I will arrange promotional resources for you. So, Master Wu Yin, let's be friends. Wu Yin pondered this. Given that he was her boss, not adding him as a friend seemed unreasonable. Tan Ci had already informed Wei Shen of Wu Yin's personal information. So when Wei Shen saw her signing the contract using Tan Ci's details, he raised an eyebrow, choosing to turn a blind eye. After registering, Wu Yin quickly posted her live stream link on Weibo, announcing her arrival at Dwitsu. The official Dwitsu account promptly responded, retweeting and tagging Wu Yin to welcome her to the family. Wu Yin spent some time at Dwitsu, and by the time she returned to the Tan group to find Tan Ci, he was just finishing work. They decided to meet in the underground parking lot and proceeded to the restaurant together. The establishment was aptly named Lemon Fish Private Kitchen, and due to the peak dining hour, the designated parking spaces were nearly full, forcing the driver to circle around before locating a spot. As Tan Ci had difficulty moving about, the driver needed to wait until he exited the vehicle before maneuvering the car into the space, so Wu Yin stepped out first. As she walked towards the parking spot, a bright yellow sports car suddenly approached, honking its horn at her. When Wu Yin did not move, the driver's window rolled down, revealing a woman with voluminous hair, who shouted at Wu Yin's back, "You blind woman. Can't you see I'm trying to park? Are you just going to stand there and let me hit you?" Wu Yin turned to face her. While others may disregard her, she would not. This parking spot is already taken. My friend has difficulty moving and is getting out slowly. We arrived first, and we intend to park here. You can find another spot elsewhere. To her astonishment, the woman responded with haughty arrogance, I don't care who arrived first. I want this parking space, so it's mine. If you don't move, it serves you right if I hit you. Before Wu Yin could respond, the woman rolled her window up without hesitation, flooring the accelerator and barreling towards Wu Yin's position. As Tan Ci settled into his wheelchair, he heard the commotion and turned just in time to see the yellow sports car hurtling towards Wu Yin and himself with no intention of stopping. Wu Yin! Tan Ci exclaimed in alarm, maneuvering his wheelchair towards her in a desperate attempt to pull her to safety. The driver, equally terrified, shouted, Mr. Tan, it's dangerous. Wu Yin stood there, silently observing as the yellow car hurtled towards her, until it was but a mere 5 centimeters away. Only then did she turn her head, raising her right hand delicately to conjure an invisible surge of spiritual energy, which she swept backward. In an astonishing display, the car that was on the brink of collision was suddenly lifted as if caught in a tempest, spinning several times in midair before crashing into a tree in the flower bed with a resounding thud. Upon hearing the noise, Wu Yin glanced back, her expression tinged with regret for having wasted her spiritual power. Truly, Luxury cars live up to their reputation. Their safety features far surpass those of ordinary vehicles. Despite the car's dramatic flip, the two occupants emerged with nothing more than minor scrapes. A long-haired woman, flustered and unsteady in her high heels, approached Wooin with a furious glare, her eyes filled with a murderous intent as she shouted, "I will kill you."
Tanci pulled Win closer.
Maneuvering his wheelchair to block the woman's path. "Who do you intend to kill?" he asked, his tone dark and foreboding. The woman's rage was instantly doused, her expression shifting to one of shock as she stammered, "Cousin, what are you doing here? Am I obliged to inform you of my whereabouts?" Tan Ci retorted sharply. This long-haired woman was Tan Ruzhen, the eldest daughter of the Tan family's third branch and Tan Ci's cousin. She had always harbored a fear of her cousin, who had bypassed all elder family members to take control of the Tan group from their grandfather at such a young age. Had she known Tan Ci was present, she would never have come here. The realization that she had just attempted to vie for a parking spot with him made her limbs go weak. "Cousin, I had no idea she was with you," Tan Ruzhen hurriedly explained. "I wasn't trying to steal your parking space."
"Oh?
"So, if she isn't mine, you think you can just run her over?" Tan Ci sneered. "I must say, the upbringing in your uncle's household is rather fearsome." Tan Ruzhen lowered her head, silenced by his words. "If it's a wrecked car, it should be sent for destruction. Thankfully, it was a junker that flipped on its own. Had it truly collided with me..." Tan Ci's gaze lifted, all threats and warnings glinting in his eyes. Words were unnecessary. Tan Ruzhen already comprehended the gravity of the situation and nodded repeatedly. Just as she was about to leave, the man who had crawled out of the car alongside her rushed over. Chapter 37. A bloodbath looms. His voice preceded his arrival. "Ruzhen, was that vile woman behind this? I saw her raise her hand, and then our car just flew away." Chun Jinxing bellowed, "I'll make her pay for this." "Shut up." For the first time, Tan Ruzhen regretted her choice in boyfriend. "My cousin is right here." "Which cousin?" Chun Jinxing scoffed. Upon arriving, he finally noticed Tan Ci seated in his wheelchair, his usually emotionless eyes now glinting with icy disdain. "Tan Zong," Chun Jinxing shivered, "I spoke out of turn. Please don't take it to heart." If his father learned that he had offended Tan Ci, he would surely face dire consequences. "Do I need to personally instruct you on whom to apologize to?" Tan Ci returned his gaze to Tan Ruzhen. Without hesitation, she turned to the girl who had been standing quietly aside. "I'm sorry. I should not have hit you." "I apologize." Chun Jinxing quickly chimed in. "Sorry, I spoke without thinking. My vision isn't the best." Wooin could discern between genuine and insincere apologies. The pressure from Tan Ci rendered both apologies begrudging. With a smirk that danced on her lips, Wooin regarded the pair, her expression hinting at amusement. Some individuals, it seemed, were simply unfit to drive. Perhaps they should relinquish the steering wheel for good. Yes, quietly and permanently strip them of their driving privileges. Wooin chose to disregard the two further and turned to Tan Ci.
"I am hungry."
"Let us go eat." Tan Ci withdrew his cold gaze from the two of them, smiling slightly. "Zhao Yu mentioned he would compete with you at lunch to see who could eat more. You won." Some individuals required a method to make their discomfort apparent. He accidentally consumed a chili pepper and was now guzzling water, nearly bloated from it. As they walked further away, their voices dwindled until they were out of sight. Only then did Tan Ruzhen feel a sense of revival. "Ruzhen, who is that girl? Why is her relationship with Tan Zong so amicable? I've never heard of him having a girlfriend before, nor have I seen her around. Where did she come from?" After a pause, Chun Jinxing added, "It felt like she had a strange aura. Do you remember how our car was whisked away as if by a gale when she waved her hand?" Tan Ruzhen was equally unfamiliar with her, shaking her head. "I've never seen or heard of her before. She doesn't belong to any prominent family." With a scoff, Tan Ruzhen dismissed the notion. It must have been a coincidence. The car malfunctioned, not something out of a fantasy film where one wave sends people flying. She stomped her feet, glaring at Tan Ci's driver who stood by. "What bad luck. Had I known I would encounter him, I would have chosen to stay home." After saying this, Tan Ruzhen ignored Chun Jinxing and the car, hailing a taxi by the roadside in a huff before leaving. The restaurant was bustling with patrons, and as Wooin and Tan Ci entered, they found a long queue at the entrance. Tan Ci had made a reservation in advance, leading them directly to a private room. Once seated, Wooin remarked to Tan Ci, "Your cousin and her boyfriend carry heavy negative energy. They must be haunted, particularly him. They may soon face a calamity." "No need to concern ourselves with that," Tan Ci replied, his interest in her revelation waning in comparison to the menu before him. I recall you mentioning that ghosts typically do not attach themselves to others without reason. Indeed, Wu nodded. Tan Ci showed no concern for his cousin, and it was evident that neither of the two was of good character, so she chose to mind her own business. She leaned over to Tan Ci to glance at the menu. He handed it to her directly, prompting a chuckle from Wuyin as she scanned it before pointing to the crispy chicken feet. I want this. While waiting for their dishes, Wuyin pulled out her phone and accessed her social media, where she was greeted with a delightful surprise. I've surpassed 100,000 followers, she exclaimed. Even more intriguing was a message from a business inquiring about potential collaboration, offering to pay her for advertising their products. Wei Shun will be thrilled, Wuyin said, switching to the profile of actress Cheng Yining to show Tan Ci. She just debuted, yet her follower count is still lower than mine. She's so petty. She banned me from her live stream simply because I resemble her. She must be furious right now. Wuyin's social media had also announced her signing with Duetsu, and the comments below were filled with excitement and anticipation. Yet, some skeptics called her a fraud, suggesting she was merely switching venues to continue deceiving people. Wuyin was unfazed. After all, with so many people in the world, she wasn't a currency that everyone had to like. Zhao Jinluan was not exaggerating. The lemon fish was indeed delectable, with the chef's knife skills impeccable. The fish slices served were as delicate as gossamer, devoid of bones. Most importantly, dining with Tan Ci was a true pleasure. There was no need to fret over maintaining a conversation to avoid awkwardness. Enjoying the meal was paramount, and even in silence, they felt no discomfort. Wuyin recognized that Tan Ci was an excellent dining companion. After leaving the restaurant and returning to the car, Wuyin patted Tan Ci's arm. Next time, it's my treat. We should return here, and you'll help me make a reservation. Her joy was evident, and Tan Ci smiled in agreement. The car parked in the same spot as before, and Wuyin waved goodbye to Tan Ci as she grabbed her belongings and headed inside. Upon reaching the floor where she had stayed the previous night, Wuyin shook her umbrella with a flourish and called out, I'm back. Resting the umbrella against the side, Wuyin formed a hand gesture, and the moisture enveloping her instantly dissipated, leaving her feeling refreshed as she stepped into her little abode. Upon entering, the two female spirits instinctively retreated towards the wall, their attempts to hide nearly merging them with the surface. Wuyin couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. You haven't done anything wrong. I won't take you away, she reassured them, shaking the bag in her hand. I've brought the promised reward. After setting down her other belongings, she looked up at the two ghostly sisters, who were also staring intently at her. Tell me your birth dates and names. I will burn them for you now. Wuyin assumed that these wandering souls would be thrilled to finally receive some incense. To her surprise, the two spirits displayed expressions of confusion and shook their heads.
Master.
Neither my sister nor I remember anything from our past lives, replied the elder spirit. We don't even recall how we died or how we came to be here. We only know that we cannot leave, trapped within this dilapidated building. Chapter 38. The New Ghost with Virtuous Merit. You don't remember anything at all? How do you know she is your sister? Wuyin inquired. Though we have forgotten. There is an intrinsic feeling that tells us to be together and to take care of each other, the elder sister explained. Wuyin circled the two sisters for a while, unable to discern anything unusual. Wait for me while I draw a talisman. As there was no table available, she spread her materials on her suitcase and completed the talisman in mere seconds. She handed the talisman to the sisters, instructing them to infuse their ghostly essence into it. However, upon noticing their bewildered expressions, Wuyin hesitated and then patted her head. Never mind, just touch it. The sisters complied obediently, each daring only a single touch. Wuyin found their antics amusing and stood by, watching with a smile. When the sisters turned to her with their confused gazes, she suppressed her laughter, lighting the talisman while also burning incense. After a few moments, she asked, Can you feel the energy of the incense? The sisters stared blankly for a few seconds before nodding. The younger girl peeked out from her sister's embrace, her large, watery eyes glistening as she mustered the courage to ask, Master, can we not have this tomorrow when we help you with your luggage? She pointed at the still-burning incense. Wuyin was taken aback once more. What do you wish for instead? The girl's gaze flickered towards the bag of snacks Wuyin had brought. My sister, and I want jelly and cake. Master, can you do like this tomorrow? We touch it, and then jelly and cake will appear in our hands? Wuyin's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. You two ghosts don't want incense but snacks? She blurted out. Surely, you can't be starving ghosts. She shook her head again, pondering the oddity. Even starving ghosts wouldn't desire earthly snacks when incense is the most revered offering for spirits. Moreover, the appearance of the younger girl, plump and healthy, suggested she was far from starving. Wu Yin circled the sisters once more, still unable to uncover any clues. Do you mean all the spirits here have forgotten their past lives, just like you? She mused, stroking her chin. This was indeed strange. One or two could be mere coincidence, but all of them? That was quite extraordinary. The atmosphere in this abandoned building was thick with negative energy, and Wu Yin knew without inquiry that numerous wandering souls lingered here. The sisters explained that once they arrived, they could not escape this crumbling structure. However, the situation of earthbound spirits shouldn't have applied to these two. Furthermore, how could so many earthbound spirits have emerged from just this building? If they were indeed ghosts, how many years must they have lived to forget their pasts? Yet, their clothing was contemporary, suggesting they had only died in the last few years. Realizing the sisters had no interest in incense, Wu Yin decided to withdraw her spell. With so many wandering souls present, she thought it best to leave the incense to others. She led the incense outside, then affixed a talisman of warning onto her suitcase to deter any wandering spirits that might be drawn by the offerings. Show me around this area. I am eager to uncover the secrets hidden within this abandoned building. The sisters, recognizing Wu Yin's benign nature, guided her through the dilapidated structure as if it were their own home. They shared stories of who resided on each floor and their temperaments. Master, on the A3 floor of Building A, there's a bearded uncle. Can we not pass by there? Or, if we must, let us be quiet, the younger girl said, her toes timidly nudging the ground.
Why?
Will that ghost bully you? Wu Yin's tone shifted, filled with concern. Master misunderstands, the elder sister quickly clarified. That uncle must have been a teacher in life. He always drags people to listen to his lectures. He is very knowledgeable, but because he knows so much. His classes are endless, going on for days and nights. My sister despises attending classes. Wu Yin couldn't help but chuckle, unable to contain her laughter at the thought. Her mirth, however, summoned the teacher ghost from the A3 floor, who floated before them, exclaiming, "Oh, I've never seen you before. Are you a new student? Wonderful. Come to my classroom. I have another new student there too." The younger sister pouted, revealing her distress. "I don't want to attend class. There are many classmates in the classroom. Even if we don't have a lesson, we must meet the new students, and the new students must meet the old ones." The teacher ghost insisted, pulling the elder sister with one hand and the younger sister with the other, warmly inviting Wu Yin to ascend the stairs. The so-called classroom was merely a spacious office, and indeed, there were many spirits gathered, contributing to the heavy atmosphere. "Are all the spirits here?" Wu Yin inquired. The teacher ghost shook his head. "A few have yet to arrive. Some of the older classmates are quite reclusive. No matter, you will meet them in due time." Wu Yin roughly counted and realized over 30 spirits filled the room, likely the new students the teacher had mentioned. The teacher ghost floated to a table missing a leg and called out, "Classmates, we have 2 new students tonight. Let us welcome them together." As the spirits dispersed and approached her, the 2 sisters grew fearful, worried that Wu Yin might find them bothersome and obliterate them. Fortunately, Wu Yin merely took 2 steps back, her gaze landing on another newcomer who was also observing her. To her astonishment, he radiated an aura of virtuous merit. Wu Yin was taken aback and brushed aside the spirits attempting to close in on her, moving towards the elderly newcomer whose hair had turned white. "From the merit you carry, you must have been a person of significant virtue in life, or perhaps you made great contributions to your country and people. Logically, you should have received special guidance after passing, akin to using a VIP passage for reincarnation," she remarked. "Why have you ended up here? Do you also not remember your past?" The old man shook his head. The teacher ghost floated over and commented, "By the way he stands, I suspect he was a soldier in life." Afterward, the teacher ghost queried, "Is the golden light surrounding him merit?" Many of us had similar light when we first arrived here, though none shone as brightly as his. Chapter 39. The Gathering of Yin in the Abandoned Building. "Many of you had it?" Wu Yin gasped in astonishment. "Yes, even I had it." The teacher ghost nodded slightly. Having lingered here for so long that he gradually faded away, it was unclear whether it was because we could no longer see him, or if he had truly vanished. "Let me take a look," Wu Yin said, forming a gesture with her hands. Hesitant to direct her spiritual energy towards the ghosts, Wu Yin instead waved her hand in front of her eyes and glanced once more at the teacher ghost. As he had mentioned, enveloped in the dense Yin energy, there indeed radiated a faint halo of virtue around him. Thus, he had not disappeared. Rather, he was shrouded by the oppressive Een energy, obscuring him from their sight. Turning her gaze to the other ghosts nearby, Muin discerned that many of them bore a similar aura of virtue, similarly masked by the thick Een energy. While varying in intensity, none possessed as much as this new classmate before her. Upon observing the new classmate again, Muin stumbled upon yet another revelation. She scrutinized each ghost in her vicinity, realizing that the Een energy enveloping them was not inherent to their beings. At last, Muin contemplated a possibility. These ghosts might not be the souls of the deceased, but rather living souls. They seemed to have been forcibly extracted from their bodies by some malevolent sorcery, their memories left behind, rendering them oblivious to their past lives. A sudden realization struck her. These wandering souls congregated in this unfinished building were indicative of a grave issue, or rather, the building itself posed a significant problem. "You all stay here. I shall investigate elsewhere," Muin declared, turning on her heel and departing the classroom. The teacher ghost peeked out to see her already at the ground floor, seemingly searching for something unknown. Does this new classmate recall her past life? He pondered, glancing at the two sisters. The elder sister ghost shook her head, asserting, "She is not a ghost. She is a master." The younger sister ghost nodded in agreement, observing Muin's impressive capabilities, noting her talent in drawing talismans that would ignite without fire. Unbeknownst to Muin, her departure had made her the focal point of conversation among the gathered souls. She circled the entire area of the unfinished building twice before her gaze settled upon a few trees within the vicinity. These trees were the only greenery in the area, appearing strikingly out of place amidst the dilapidated construction. Regardless of the type of building, landscaping is typically the final step in the construction process. However, this unfinished structure had only reached the skeletal framework stage, indicating that it was far from time for landscaping. The trees were evidently not preserved as native flora, but had been transplanted to this site later. Muin envisioned the sandy ground as her canvas, sketching the layout of the entire unfinished building area, marking the position of the trees on her makeshift sand table. Upon completing the final tree's location, a formation diagram of a Een gathering array emerged on her sandy canvas. "I understand now," Muin exclaimed, experiencing a moment of enlightenment. Indeed, the Een energy enveloping these living souls was not their own. There existed a gathering array, and these souls were confined here, akin to how incense permeates clothing. Over the years, they had become tainted by this Een energy, likely to obscure their vitality. Even if someone knowledgeable passed by inadvertently, they would merely assume the thick Een energy resulted from the congregation of wandering souls. Muin gazed at her rudimentary sand table for an extended period, discovering yet another conundrum. Merely relying on the gathering array could not account for such an intense concentration of Een energy. This seemingly inexhaustible source of Een energy, where could it possibly originate? Muin circled the vicinity once more but found no additional clues. To uncover the source of the Een energy, she would have to dismantle the gathering array. However, disrupting the array was easy. Once it was disturbed, the person who set it would surely notice. Until she could return these souls to their bodies, she must tread carefully. Returning to the classroom, Muin sensed her identity was becoming apparent. As soon as she arrived, the group of souls recoiled in fear. "There is no need to fear me. You are neither malevolent spirits nor ghosts. I shall not harm the innocent," Muin assured them. "Most of you possess virtue, which is sufficient proof of your good nature. I will swiftly ascertain your identities and return you to your bodies." "Thank you," the new classmate spoke first. "I would like to inquire what you mean by returning us to our bodies?" "You are not ghosts. You are living souls. You have not died," Muin explained. "It appears you have been ensnared by some dark sorcery that has detached your souls from your bodies." Muin held deep respect for each individual possessing virtue, particularly for the elder among them who had made significant contributions to the country and its people. Her admiration was profound. Therefore, even without discussing compensation, Muin was eager to assist them. Muin led the two sisters back to her temporary dwelling. Regrettably, she could not yet access her spiritual abode. If she could, she would possess the means to extract all the living souls from the unfinished building in one fell swoop. In such a scenario, even if the array's disturbance alerted the orchestrator behind it, she would have little to fear. For several days, S-City had been shrouded in rain, the unfinished building cloaked in Een energy. Yet, upon stepping outside, the light of day became remarkably brighter. Muin rose early, arriving at the Tan group even before the employees. She initially thought that Tan Ci might not yet be present, but upon entering, the receptionist directed her upstairs, informing her that Mr. Tan had arrived half an hour prior. Wu Yin exclaimed softly, taking the exclusive elevator straight to Tan Ci's office. The door was ajar. She extended a hand inside to wave before peeking her head in.
Tanchi.
Good morning. Tan Ci looked up at the sound, amused by her appearance. Good morning to you as well, he replied, inviting her in. Have you had breakfast? I had something on the way, Wu Yin said, glancing at the steaming cup in Tan Ci's hand, unable to hide her distaste. You're drinking coffee this early? Why do you all enjoy such bitter beverages? Tan Ci countered playfully. And why do you indulge in overly sweet cakes? Wu Yin retorted, flashing her teeth. Tan Ci chuckled softly. Your teeth are indeed very white. Knowing that Wu Yin was preparing for a live broadcast, Tan Ci waved her off, encouraging her to proceed at her own pace. No hurry. Wu Yin shook her head. I need to trouble your secretary to prepare some drawing tools for me. Just sketching supplies will suffice. I also need your assistance shortly. The administrative department of Tan Group was well equipped with such items. After Tan Ci made a quick internal call, the supplies arrived in the lounge within 15 minutes. Wu Yin, possessing a talent for drawing, could effortlessly maneuver both sketches and traditional Chinese paintings. Half an hour later, she had completed sketches of the two sisters, the teacher, and the elder new classmate. Chapter 40. Have I been possessed? Tan Ci, do you have a moment? Wu Yin called as she opened the lounge door. Peering out to see that Tan Ci was not engaged in a video conference and there were no other individuals present in his office. She brought her drawings with her. Tan Ci, could you assist me in identifying these individuals based on these sketches? Wu Yin handed the drawings to Tan Ci. I suspect these individuals may be comatose in a hospital. She pointed to the elder new classmate sketch. He likely just fell into a coma recently, making him easier to trace. He may be a soldier. May I inquire what has transpired? Tan Ci asked, examining the 4 sketches. Though they were simple outlines, they sufficiently showcased Wu Yin's skill. Wu Yin nodded. It was not a matter that needed to be concealed, since she required Tan Ci's assistance. It was only right to clarify certain details. Did I not mention that I moved after the rain began? Wu Yin settled across from Tan Ci, pushing his coffee cup a little further away. She disliked coffee and even the scent of it. Yes, Tan Ci acknowledged while capping his cup. The aroma of coffee contained within. I could no longer stay in the bridge tunnel due to the rain. So, I moved to the nearby unfinished building, the one rumored to be haunted in the development zone. Wu Yin feared that Tan Ci might not comprehend the situation. Hence, she took the time to elucidate her thoughts before proceeding. Last night, I discovered that those gathered in the abandoned building were not specters, but rather souls that had been forcibly detached from their bodies, confined within that desolate structure. They possess no memories, belonging to various age groups, and most importantly, many harbored virtue. The abandoned building had been ensnared in a gathering array, intended to obscure these souls with negative energy. Wu Yin could not fathom why the orchestrators kept these souls there without any apparent purpose, merely allowing the energy to gradually taint them. She struggled to understand their motives. Wu Yin spoke earnestly, while Tan Ci listened with furrowed brows. I will assist you in locating these individuals, Tan Ci assured, turning her gaze toward Wu Yin. You mentioned you previously resided beneath a bridge? Did you relocate to the abandoned building? So, your phone ran out of battery not due to a power outage in your community, but because the abandoned building lacks electricity altogether? Indeed, Wu Yin nodded. Did you not rent a place? Tan Ci pressed, applying gentle pressure to her temple. Wu Yin shook her head nonchalantly, explaining that initially she had no funds, and later deemed it unnecessary, compounded by the fact that she lacked an ID, making it improbable for anyone to rent a place to her. Tan Ci regarded the girl before her, realizing that Wu Yin truly did not perceive residing beneath a bridge or in an abandoned building as peculiar, which was why her demeanor was so composed. Among all the individuals Tan Ci knew, Wu Yin stood out as the most unconventional. By the way, when you request an investigation, please exercise caution. I'm concerned about attracting the attention of those behind the scenes. It would be best to conduct the inquiry discreetly, Wu Yin continued. These 2 girls are likely sisters, and the one with the beard might be a teacher. Understood, Tan Ci replied, carefully tucking away the sketches while adopting a seemingly casual tone. Would you mind if I arranged accommodations for you? If you prefer not to stay with me, I can provide you with an apartment. Before Wu Yin could respond, Tan Ci continued. Living in an abandoned building must be quite inconvenient without a charging source. What if your phone dies at night and someone urgently needs to reach you?
Oh.
And Yenming also resides with me. I have a chef at my place who can prepare a variety of dishes and desserts. Wuin's eyes visibly brightened, her posture shifting slightly. Cherry yogurt is Zhao Yu's favorite, but I believe the chef's specialty dessert must be mango cake. In the next moment, Wuin immediately exclaimed, I'll stay with you. I won't take advantage of your kindness. I'll pay you rent. I have money now, I can afford it. After work. We should first retrieve your belongings from the abandoned building before heading back, Tansy suggested. What would you like to eat tonight? I can ask the chef to prepare it. I'm not picky. I'll eat whatever the chef makes, Wuin replied, her grin nearly stretching to her ears. Tansy, you are truly a wonderful person. You carry on with your tasks. I'll head back to start my live stream, Wuin said, waving her hand cheerfully as she returned to the lounge. She tidied the items on the table before beginning her broadcast. The promotional resources provided by the Twitch platform for Wuin's live stream were undeniably powerful. As soon as Wuin clicked to start the live stream, the operations team sent out notifications across the internet. Within mere seconds, the viewer count surged past 1,000. Hello everyone. I am Wuin from Wufang Valley. Today marks my first day live streaming on Twitch, and as per usual, it's 1,000 for a divination. Please pay the divination fee before requesting a connection. The payment options for the divination fee can be via fireworks in the live stream or by scanning the QR code here. One firework in the Twitch live stream costs 1,000. Unfamiliar viewer. I'm just here to see what this streamer can possibly do to dare challenge the daughter of the Qing family. Established fan. I came here from Hongyu. Streamer. Did you watch the exploration live stream of those 5 people last night? I heard those 5 streamers are missing. Established fan. I saw it. It's quite strange. After those 5 streamers entered that dilapidated house, they lost all signal and there has been no news since. I wonder if they truly went missing or are just trying to create a mystery for attention. I'm not interested, so I didn't watch the live stream, Wuin stated. 3 out of the 5 will certainly perish. The remaining 2 should have survived last night. Wuin held a strong confidence in her talismans. Established fan. Didn't the streamer say all 5 wouldn't survive until the hour of the tiger today? How did it change to 3 for certain death? Because I have a friend who knows 2 of the streamers. He purchased 2 talismans from me for them, and if they followed my instructions on properly utilizing the talismans, they should have avoided immediate death last night. Wuin noticed a new connection request in the live stream and chose to accept it without further chit-chat. Hello, Master. I'm Wang Desheng S. Villager. My name is Wang Fachuan. I heard from Wang Desheng that your predictions are remarkably accurate. His daughter owes her survival to you. As soon as Wang Fachuan stated his name, laughter erupted in the live stream's comment section. Wuin, however, did not mock others for their names. She replied with a simple and asked, What would you like me to predict? Master, I would like you to help me look into my son. I suspect he is possessed, Wang Fachuan said, his face filled with worry. My son has been acting strangely for the past 10 days, locking himself in his room and refusing to go anywhere. Even during the day. He insists on tightly closing the curtains, blocking out all light. One day, my wife could no longer bear it and entered his room to pull back the curtains. He suddenly went mad, clutching his head and screaming, then dove into the wardrobe, refusing to come out no matter how much we called. It wasn't until my wife closed the curtains again that he finally emerged. He has suddenly developed an insatiable appetite and a newfound love for alcohol. My wife has to buy a lot of meat and alcohol every day, spending hundreds on food and snacks, and he consumes it all by himself. If we don't buy it for him, he cries out in hunger, and when we try to stop him from drinking, he even threatens us. Wang Fachuan lamented, thumping his head in frustration. My son used to be an avid gamer, but ever since he started acting strangely, he hasn't touched the computer. Instead, he just scrolls through odd videos on his phone, acting as if he is possessed. Established fan. This child might have developed manic depression or something similar. Established fan. If he were sick, he wouldn't have been able to quit gaming so easily. I really think he is possessed. Wang Fachuan felt a deep sense of agreement with the comments. Yes, he used to play games obsessively, even sneaking out to internet cafes at night when we didn't have a computer at home. My wife and I were extremely worried about his safety. So, we eventually bought him a computer to play at home. Since we couldn't control him, it was better for him to play at home where we could keep an eye on him. After sharing, Wang Fachuan asked Wuin, Master, I'll send you my son's birth date and time. Can you help me with a reading? Wuin had already gleaned the situation from the moment Wang Fachuan opened the video. Initially, she thought it was Wang Fachuan who was troubled, but now it seemed the issue lay with his son. I can tell you that your family is afflicted with Yin energy. It seems a ghost is entangled with your son. Based on what you described, your son is possessed, Wuin stated. After you send me your son's birth date and time, go to his room and point your phone's camera at him, so I can see his current state. Wang Fachuan promptly replied affirmatively, and as he approached his son's room to knock, Wuyin glanced at the birth date and time in her private messages. After a while, Wang Dongdong opened the door. Wuyin smirked slightly, redirecting her gaze back to her phone. Established fan. I'm most afraid of the streamer smiling like that. Something must be afoot. Established fan. Oh my, I think I see an old age on the face of this 17-year-old boy. Unfamiliar viewer. This boy indeed gives off a chilling aura. Wang Dongdong was unaware that Wang Fachuan was broadcasting live. Upon opening the door and seeing that Wang Fachuan had brought nothing to eat or drink, he erupted in a fit of rage. You old fool. What nonsense is this? Banging on my door for no reason? I warn you, if you don't buy me some liquor, I will take your life while you sleep. I've heard that Guizhou Mitai is exquisite. Bring me back 2 bottles to indulge myself. Dong dong. A bottle of Guizhou Mitai costs several thousand yuan. How can your father afford that? After toiling all month, I barely make a few thousand yuan. Wouldn't it be better if I just got you 2 jugs of rice wine from the village shop instead? At his age, Wang Fachuan hadn't just tasted Mitai. He hadn't even touched a bottle. Unable to contain his curiosity, Wang Fachuan asked, Dong dong, what is wrong with you? You used to smoke, but you never drank alcohol. Wuyin, observing the menacing apparition behind Wang Dongdong, suddenly barked, Wang Laifu, you are a ghost, whereas Wang Dongdong is a human. By possessing him, you jeopardize his well-being and shorten his lifespan. If you do not vacate his body immediately, I will take matters into my own hands and make you understand the meaning of heaven has a path you refuse to take, while hell has no door you choose to enter. Wuyin never accepted ghosts that harmed innocent lives. Should she intervene, it would be against a malevolent spirit steeped in wrongdoing. Those who fell into her grasp would either see their souls scattered or be condemned to suffering in hell. Who? Wang Fachuan was startled by Wuyin's sudden exclamation of an unfamiliar name. After pondering, he felt the name resonated but could not recall who Wang Laifu was.
Who is calling me?
The spirit of Wang Laifu, possessing Wang Dongdong, was equally startled, never expecting to be recognized. It's the master. Wang Fachuan retreated repeatedly. But upon realizing the ghost had taken possession of his son, he steeled his resolve and pushed his phone forward. You ghost. Get out of my son's body at once. Otherwise, I'll have the master drive you to the brink of despair. I tell you, this master I found is formidable. Once she strikes, you won't even have the chance to flee. The ghost's eyes, nearly devoid of pupils, slowly turned toward Wang Fachuan's phone. Wuyin held up a talisman toward the screen. To eliminate a lowly ghost like you, this talisman will suffice. It was a threat. Wang Laifu, there should be limits to your vengeance upon Wang Dongdong. You have already inflicted significant harm upon him by possessing his body. If you continue to be stubborn, not only will you risk my intervention and your chance of reincarnation, but even if I do not act, once you enter the underworld for judgment, you will not be qualified to be human in your next life. Even through the phone screen, Wang Laifu felt the potency of the talisman in Wuyin's hand. The master's prowess intimidated him. He was merely trying to intimidate Wang Fachuan because Wang Dongdong was his son. Faced with Wuyin's menace, he faltered. Master, I did not wish to take Wang Dongdong's life. I merely sought to retaliate against him, Wang Laifu stammered in explanation. Wang Laifu was not inherently evil, neither in life nor in death. However, he was petty, lazy, and greedy, and these traits persisted in his ghostly existence. Initially, he sought revenge on Wang Dongdong, but once he possessed his body, he found such delight in the comfort it provided, being able to command the Wang household and indulge in all manner of luxuries, he became reluctant to leave. Master, Wang Dongdong is Wang Fachuan's son. It is only fitting that he pays for his father's debts. I have done nothing wrong. I only require Wang Fachuan to cater to my whims, Wang Laifu argued. You have already sought repayment from Wang Dongdong. So, where does the notion of paternal debts come from? Wuyin countered, her tone growing sharper. Wang Laifu, my patience for your kind of ghost is limited. At last, Wang Fachuan remembered who Wang Laifu was. It's you. I recall now. You died alone in your home. And it was I who reported it after passing by and smelling the stench of death. You had no family, no friends, and it was I who took charge of your funeral arrangements. How could you repay my kindness with such malice? Wang Dongdong is my only son, and you wish to harm him. Wang Fachuan regretted his past kindness, wishing he had let Wang Laifu rot in his home. Wang Laifu retorted, I'm already dead. Even if you hadn't discovered me, someone else would have. Without you, others would have handled my affairs. What gratitude do you think you deserve? The viewers in the live stream were thoroughly disgusted by Wang Leifu's remarks. Wang Fachuan was nearly driven to despair by his words. Stepping back a few paces before inquiring of Wu Yin, "Master, what grievance does Wang Leifu hold against my son? Why does he seek vengeance upon him?" Wang Fachuan could not comprehend. His son was of a different generation and had no real interactions with Wang Leifu. Moreover, Wang Leifu had died by accident, having fallen and starved to death, with no external involvement. There may be no deep-seated hatred, but your son is reckless. Wu Yin raised an eyebrow. Wang Leifu was buried not long ago, and your son happened to pass by his grave. In a fit of anger, he deliberately kicked over the offerings at Wang Leifu's grave and extinguished the incense with urine. Wang Leifu, being a glutton in life and a petty spirit in death, naturally sought revenge against your son. It was this chain of events that allowed Wang Leifu to so easily possess Wang Dongdong. Wang Fachuan, upon hearing this, felt a strong urge to slap his son. Is this how one behaves? If you're upset, take it out on a tree or a stone, not on a dead person. To bully the deceased is to invite the wrath of ghosts. Master, since you are aware of the grievances between Wang Dongdong and me, would it not be justified for me to retaliate against this brat? Wang Leifu felt justified in his actions. I have stated that there are limits to all things. You have crossed that line, Wu Yin replied, standing up. She finally addressed Wang Leifu. Do you know there exists a technique called the 1,000-mile escape? From where I am to your presence. I only require a moment to cast the spell. As Wu Yin spoke, she began to pack her belongings, putting away the talisman she had previously taken out, indicating her intention to confront Wang Leifu in person. Terrified, Wang Leifu shouted, "Master, please don't come. I'll leave myself." Wang Leifu, no longer daring to delay, swiftly exited Wang Dongdong's body. Without the ghost's presence, Wang Dongdong weakly collapsed to the floor. Wang Fachuan, unable to see Wang Leifu's spirit or ascertain the truth of his departure, instinctively rushed forward, propelled by paternal love, to catch his son before his head struck the ground. Has the great master Wang Leifu left my son's body? Wang Fachuan asked, trembling with concern. He has. Wu Yin affirmed. Wang Leifu was merely a cowardly spirit, too intimidated to remain once she approached. If only he had recognized the situation sooner. I wouldn't have had to tidy up, Wu Yin remarked to Wang Fachuan. Send me your address in a private message. I will send you a talisman. Once it arrives, ensure Wang Dongdong keeps it close. Should Wang Leifu dare to approach him again, this talisman will be sufficient to eradicate such a ghost. Wu Yin's final statement was also directed at Wang Leifu. Wang Leifu was merely an ordinary hungry ghost, neither burdened by grievances from his unjust demise, nor possessing any lingering resentment as a new spirit devoid of incense offerings. Had it not been for his entanglement with Wang Dongdong, he would not even have the capacity to possess him. Such a feeble ghost could be vanquished by a single talisman from Wu Yin, and Wang Leifu was genuinely terrified. Upon hearing Wu Yin's words, he vanished completely. Wu Yin advised, having been possessed by a hungry ghost and indulged in excessive eating, your son's spleen and stomach have suffered damage. It is imperative to take him to the hospital promptly and inform the doctor of all the recent foods he has consumed. After discharge, ensure he sunbathes for at least 2 hours daily for an entire month. Wang Fachuan, with reddened eyes, expressed his gratitude. After sunbathing, will my son be all right? Unlikely. Wu Yin shook her head. The damage inflicted by Wang Leifu's possession is irreversible and has shortened his lifespan. This is the consequence of the karma he himself has created. However, fortunately, you sought my help in time, so he has only lost a few years. Wu Yin refrained from mentioning the grievous impact on the elderly father. Examining Wang Dongdong's birth chart, she discerned that his life would be akin to that of a parasite living off his parents, the second incarnation of Wang Leifu in their village. The only distinction was that Wang Dongdong was not as petty and vengeful as Wang Leifu. Nonetheless, a life lived in such aimlessness would not be greatly affected by a few fewer years. Thank you, broadcaster. How much for that talisman? I'll transfer the payment, Wang Fachuan inquired. In consideration of Wang Dali's reputation, I shall gift it to you, Wu Yin replied with a playful smile, advertising her services to the camera. I offer a variety of talismans here. Those in need can message me with their addresses. The cost is 11,000 for each. She added, in future broadcasts. Should I require talismans, please be prepared to pay. The audience was left uncertain whether to deem Wang Fachuan fortunate or unfortunate. One must not demean themselves in life. It only leads to unnecessary suffering. Broadcaster, I am genuinely curious if the thousand-mile escape technique is real or just a ruse to frighten that ghost. Upon seeing this question, Wuyin grinned mischievously. What do you think? If the broadcaster did not smile like that, I might have believed it was just a scare tactic.
But now,
I feel it must be true. What a broadcaster. Clearly, a true master. An unregistered visitor remarked, I came from Master Hongyu's stream, and I asked him about it. He said he has only seen the thousand-mile escape technique in the ancestral manuscripts. No one in this world can master such a technique. It's a fraud. Master Hongyu's talismans only cost 5,000 each. This scammer dares to charge 10,000. What a robbery. Wuyin remained unfazed, stating, I do not engage in forced sales. Those who wish to buy for 5,000 may do so. Those who prefer my offerings can proceed. She noticed a feature in her current stream allowing her to mute certain users. Spotting the one who persistently called her a fraud, she promptly silenced them. If you think I'm a fraud, why waste your time here? Here's a metaphorical ticket for you to leave. Goodbye. Permanently muted.
now.
If anyone wishes to have their fortune told, please request a connection. Just then, a knock sounded at the lounge door. Please hold on a moment. Wuyin said as she got up to answer. Wei Xian is looking for you, Tan Ci said, handing Wuyin his phone. His two friends are in trouble.
Chapter 43. IAM Saudi.
Wuyin took the phone and answered, hello? Master, Zhou Chu and Zhang Huaidong are currently in the hospital undergoing emergency treatment. When the rescue team found them, both were barely clinging to life, severely injured. The other three, who lacked talismans, have already been confirmed dead. The coroner has determined that their time of death was between 2 and 2:30 last night. Wei Xian felt a deep respect for Wuyin. She had predicted they wouldn't survive past the hour of the tiger, and indeed, the three without talismans had not made it. The three deceased had terrifying appearances. It is said their chests were brutally pierced, their hearts missing, and some peculiar details have been suppressed by officials. I have not been able to gather more information, but it has been heard that DNA comparisons confirm the identities of the three deceased. Zhou Chu's parents wish for you to visit the hospital to check on his condition. Wei Xian continued. S-City has excellent medical facilities. After the rescue team found Zhou Chu and Zhang Huaidong, they were airlifted directly to S-City. If you agree, I can arrange transportation to pick you up. I will wait for you at the hospital. Before Wuyin could reply, the viewers in her stream began to converse. I thought I heard a man say two friends are in trouble. The broadcaster mentioned that the 5-member expedition team wouldn't survive past the hour of the tiger. And look, there has been no news from them since. Things don't look good. If they were okay, they would have emerged by now to confront the broadcaster. Such an attention-grabbing event. How could they remain silent? I'm an insider. 3 members of the expedition team have indeed died, and their deaths were horrifying. When I saw them, I nearly lost my soul. The 3 died at 2:30 in the morning, before the hour of the tiger. To the insider above, please elaborate. We are all quite curious. How come the authorities have not issued a statement on such a significant matter? Such events typically do not warrant public announcements. May I inquire who the 2 survivors are? It's those 2 wealthy heirs. They received talisman paper sent by a friend yesterday and both were dressed in shirts, placing the talisman paper in their breast pockets. I must say, this broadcaster truly possesses some skills. Regardless of disbelief, let us refrain from insulting her. We wouldn't want to attract trouble. Wuyin glanced at her phone, which indicated a new connection request. After contemplating, she asked, is this urgent? I have a connection request to handle. Can it wait until I finish this matter? Yes, the individuals are still in the emergency room, and arranging transportation will take time. Rest assured, regardless of the outcome, your compensation will not be diminished. Understood. Wuyin returned the phone to Tan Ci. I have an important meeting soon. Just in case, I'll have a bodyguard accompany you. Tan Ci insisted. It's unnecessary, should any serious matter arise. It's unclear whether the bodyguard would protect me, or I would protect him. Wuyin waved her hand dismissively. Have you forgotten last night's events? I doubt anyone in this world can harm me. As she spoke, Wuyin leaned closer to Tan Ci and whispered, the thousand-mile escape technique is indeed real. If I encounter someone I cannot defeat, I assure you I can still escape. Tan Ci chuckled softly, reasoning that major issues were unlikely at the S-City hospital. Since she disliked having a bodyguard accompany her, he let it be. Wuyin returned to her chair, waving Tan Ci off to attend to his matters before approving the connection request, glancing at the comment section. My divination cannot be wrong. I stated when they would meet their demise. They did not heed my warnings, and thus did not survive that time. As for the question regarding the individual who had just spoken to her, Muin chose not to answer, for the girl who had requested a connection was already speaking. Broadcaster. My name is Li Xiaodi. The girl introduced herself with a hint of insecurity. It's a name that feels rather outdated for a girl my age. Wouldn't you say? Indeed, it is quite rare. I believe it's a name more common among our grandmother's generation. You're only in your 20s. It's quite surprising. A visitor remarked. Sometimes, when I'm offline, I truly forget that there are girls my age named Xiaodi. It's disheartening. I genuinely hope that heaven grants these families their dreams, sparing girls from such fates. Wuyin inquired. What would you like to inquire about? Forgive me for taking up your time, but I would first like to share my story with everyone before revealing my question. I genuinely need someone to listen.
Li Xiaodi pleaded.
You may proceed. Wuyin nodded in agreement. I was born in a remote mountainous area where my parents held a pronounced preference for sons over daughters. I have a younger brother who is 2 years my junior. At the age of 16, I graduated from middle school as the top student and gained admission to the best high school in the county with the highest marks. The high school had a policy to support impoverished students, allowing me to enroll without any fees and providing a monthly stipend of 50 yuan for living expenses. I initially believed that with these provisions, my path to high school was secured. However, that summer, my brother insisted on having the latest Nokia tablet smartphone. It is worth noting that in our impoverished village, the average annual income for each household barely exceeded 2,000 yuan, while that phone cost over 8,000. My brother resorted to fasting to coerce my parents, who scoured for loans but found no one willing to lend them money upon hearing it was for my brother's phone. Then, my parents conceived a dreadful idea to sell me for a bride price of 20,000 yuan. They were elated, believing that after purchasing the phone for my brother, they would still have money left over. A 40-year-old man from the village approached my parents and haggled, finally offering 18,000, to which my parents agreed. Listening to this, I felt a surge of anger. I was merely 16. Yes, we count age in lunar years, but if we consider solar years, having been born at the end of the year, I was only 14. They truly deserved condemnation. It was rare for me to express my emotions so candidly during live broadcasts, but to them, raising pigs was merely a prelude to slaughter for profit. And raising me was no different. After years of nurturing, it was time to repay the family. With a self-deprecating smile, I resolved that I would not allow my life to be squandered in such a manner. Thus, I fled from home in the dead of night, heading to town in search of my former teacher for assistance. Unfortunately, fortune was not on my side. My teacher was away on training. Yet, I was fortunate to encounter a former classmate who also happened to be my boyfriend. He took me back to the village and assured my parents that if they granted him 2 months, he would gather enough money to take me away. To persuade them to wait, he promised to pay them 20,000, which is what ultimately swayed my parents. That summer, he took me to work in the county and borrowed money from his close friends, managing to raise the 20,000 before my school term began. And he enlisted the help of a distant relative to transfer my household registration away from my parents. I believed my future would revolve around working alongside him to earn a living. However, when high school commenced, he accompanied me to school, purchasing an array of stationery and declaring that he would support my education for as long as I wished to study. Chapter 44. A Ray of Hope. He was diligent and a man of his word. Eventually, I gained admission to an esteemed university, supported entirely by him. Upon graduating with outstanding grades, I qualified for a recommendation for further studies. At that time, I was eager to start earning money and contemplated relinquishing that opportunity, but he encouraged me to pursue my master's degree, insisting he would keep his promise to support me, even if it meant sacrificing everything he had. This year, I finally graduated from my master's program, and my advisor recommended me for an internship at a prestigious organization with excellent benefits. I believed that from then on, as long as we worked hard, our bright future was just around the corner. Yet, unexpectedly, he changed his heart. From being unreachable for a couple of days, he vanished for an entire week, only to call me yesterday to announce our breakup. I buried my face in my hands, weeping uncontrollably, unsure of where I had gone wrong, questioning why he suddenly chose to part ways with me. I began to doubt my worthiness of love, wondering if I had inadvertently hurt him in some way. Host, please help me ascertain if he has been unfaithful, I pleaded through my tears. The thought of his potential infidelity tormented me. If he truly no longer wanted me, I would respect his choice. A comment from a follower speculated whether he, like the previous Wang Dongdong, had been possessed by something inexplicable, causing his sudden transformation. Another user remarked that, from a practical standpoint, My boyfriend had invested not only money, but also his youth in me. As a person with only a middle school education, I struggled to comprehend what could compel him to end our relationship, especially since I had just graduated and started working. It was precisely the time when he would no longer need to invest in me, unless he suddenly came into a fortune of 5 million and sought new romantic prospects. Mused another. 5 million after taxes, nets 4 million. It is clear which option to choose, especially since he could have it all. A concerned follower speculated whether he might be under some form of control, perhaps deceived into participating in a scam. They suggested that if someone had seized his phone, he might be using this method to keep me calm, fearing I would report him. Panic gripped me as I realized I had not seen him for nearly 2 months. Even during the busiest times, we would still video call. I would take moments to glance at him while working on my thesis, and those fleeting glimpses brought me immense joy. Host, I will send you his birth details. Please help me determine if he is in danger, I implored. My concern for my boyfriend momentarily eclipsed my thoughts about our breakup. Peering at his birth chart, although sighing was ill-advised, I couldn't help but let out a breath of concern. At last, I had encountered a genuinely decent man. Such individuals are exceedingly rare in today's society, but fate seemed to be playing tricks on him. Host, please refrain from sighing. Your sighs unsettle us all, a follower chimed in. With no intention of inciting anxiety among viewers, I addressed Li Xiaodi directly. Your boyfriend has neither been unfaithful nor abducted. He is safe. Li Xiaodi sank heavily into her chair, disheartened, realizing that it must mean he simply no longer loved her, which prompted the breakup. He loves you. I corrected her gently. It is precisely because he cares for you that he does not wish to be a burden. He wants to spare you the pain of his struggles, which is why he chose to break things off. Your boyfriend was abandoned by his parents at a young age and was picked up from a ditch by his grandfather. His life has been fraught with challenges. And when he was in 6th grade, his grandfather passed away. Li Xiaodi nodded, recalling how well he had performed academically until that fateful loss had devastated him, leading to his disengagement from school and eventual dropout after completing the 2nd year of junior high. While most dropouts succumb to the temptations of the streets, he had chosen to learn auto repair, lamenting that he had not earned money sooner to provide his grandfather with a more comfortable life before his passing. Wiping away her tears, she reflected on how truly wonderful he was. When I went to university, he accompanied me to my school city and worked at an auto repair shop. He would deny himself basic comforts, urging me to eat well and dress nicely, fearing that otherwise I would be looked down upon in the big city. Every time he spent money on me, he did so generously, insisting on buying this and that. Dismissing my protests, he said, others enjoy their 20s and I want you to experience the same. Life is fleeting, and we cannot afford to leave regrets behind. He assured me that a salary was sufficient to support me, insisting that I should not worry about saving money for him. Even when I expressed a desire to take on part-time work, he discouraged me, reminding me that there would be ample time for work in the future. As tears streamed down my face, I could recount countless reasons why he was a remarkable person, yet when it came to his flaws, I could not name a single one. Indeed, he is an extraordinary individual, I affirmed, and I believed it was precisely because he was so exceptional that he could not bear to cause me distress, which led him to withdraw and ultimately end our relationship. This is precisely the reason why Wu finds herself sighing. She was abandoned by her biological parents due to a hereditary illness that plagued her family. For those fortunate enough, life may extend into their 20s or 30s, but for the less fortunate, the onset of illness may strike in their teenage years. Consequently, your boyfriend has succumbed to this affliction, having been hospitalized for over a month. He suffers from a rare disease, and the hospital has failed to provide a viable treatment plan. He is merely awaiting death. He no longer wishes to pursue treatment, fearing that all his resources will be exhausted without any hope of recovery, leaving him bereft of life and wealth alike. Thus, he intends to return to his hometown and await his fate. You can visit him at the Military General Hospital in your city, as he will be discharged tomorrow to return home. Li Xiaodi sat slumped in her chair, her hand trembling as she clutched her phone. Host, is there truly no way out for him? Not even a glimmer of hope? Why must such a wonderful person endure such suffering? It seems so unjust. Tears streamed down Li Xiaodi's face as she lamented. Why couldn't it be me who fell ill? I would gladly bear the burden myself.
Lisa?
I just consulted the divination for your boyfriend. You should persuade him to change his ticket back home to the capital. That city holds a thread of hope for him. However, I must caution you that if he finds this glimmer of hope and you choose to remain by his side, you will endure a decade of impoverished living. But what is a mere decade? Even if it stretches into a lifetime, What does it matter? I have known hardship and suffering, yet if I were to lose him, I would never find another who treats me with such kindness. Li Xiaodi had made her decision. Thank you, host. I shall seek him out immediately. I will drag him to the capital, if I must. Li Xiaodi, I wish you and your boyfriend the best of luck. Wu Yin smiled with her eyes narrowed, offering her blessings for their long-lasting union, for wealth that comes late, and for fortunes that arrive in good time. You must persevere. Chapter 45. A Surge of Rage. Followers, upon seeing Li Xiaodi, I suddenly believe in love again. They rise from the most arduous depths of society, refusing to give up, striving little by little. I hope, as the host mentioned, that they share both joy and sorrow, ultimately finding their fortune. Followers, Li Xiaodi's boyfriend is truly remarkable, and so is she. They love one another and wish the best for each other, rather than dragging one another down into despair. Wu Yin deeply resonated with the sentiments expressed by the audience. After several days of streaming, having witnessed countless scoundrels, Li Xiaodi's boyfriend stands as a refreshing anomaly. I have matters to attend to, so I must conclude the stream for now. If I have time this afternoon, I shall return to stream again. Wu Yin waved goodbye to the camera before ending the broadcast. She had already tidied up her belongings, so she simply took her phone off the stand and donned her backpack. The vehicle arranged by Wei Xian had just arrived downstairs, and Wu Yin exchanged greetings with Tan Ci before departing. The journey from the Tan Corporation to the S-City Military General Hospital took over an hour. Wei Xian was waiting at the entrance of the emergency building when Wu Yin arrived. He personally opened the car door for her as she stepped out. Master, Wei Xian reported, Zhou Chu and Jiang Huaidong have been taken to their respective rooms. Neither suffered life-threatening injuries, but they do have some fractures due to external trauma. However, the doctors are puzzled. They should not remain in a coma for so long. Since the rescue team found them, neither has awakened. As they spoke, they had already reached Zhou Chu's hospital room, where his parents were present. It seemed that some relatives had said something displeasing, as the Zhou family's relatives were waiting outside the room. Uncle Zhou, Aunt Zhou, this is Master Wu Yin, Wei Xian introduced her. Zhou's mother quickly wiped away her tears. Master, Zhou Chu's survival is thanks to your talisman. Could you please help us understand why he cannot awaken? Knowing that 5 individuals had ventured together, and only Zhou Chu and Jiang Huaidong carried talismans, while the other 3 met a tragic fate. Zhou's parents were immensely grateful to Wei Xian and deeply appreciative that Wu Yin was not one of those charlatans profiting from the misfortunes of others. When the rescue team retrieved the children, they found ashes from talismans burned in their shirt pockets. Zhou Chu occupied a private room, while Jiang Huaidong was in the adjacent one. Unlike Zhou Chu's parents, Jiang Huaidong's parents were skeptical of the efficacy of the talisman purchased from Wu Yin, attributing their son's survival merely to luck. Please remain calm, Wu Yin reassured them, her gaze fixed on the patient in the bed. From the moment she entered the room, she sensed an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Zhou Chu was ensnared by a dark energy that emanated a chilling sense of death. Wu Yin requested Zhou Chu's birth date and time, and upon calculation, she discerned the harrowing experience the group had endured the previous night. Mrs. Zhou, Zhou Chu is surrounded by malevolent energy. Last night, they encountered a vengeful spirit with some degree of power. This spirit has marked him, drawing his vital energy, while leaving him just enough life to sustain him. Tonight, it will follow the mark back to Zhou Chu and ultimately consume his heart. Wu Yin paused momentarily before continuing. It is imperative to understand that the incident cannot be reported, for the circumstances of the 3 individuals' deaths were not only tragic, but also peculiar. The malevolent spirit did not immediately extract their hearts. It first drained their vital energy, leaving them barely alive before taking their hearts. Those who lost their energy died emaciated, resembling frail old men, their bodies wrinkled, and their hair turned white. Zhou's parents nearly faltered under the weight of the revelation. Zhou's mother, filled with urgency and frustration, lamented, I warned him against engaging in such perilous actions. The wisdom of our ancestors is always valid, yet he refuses to heed it. Wu Yin understood. Indeed, this was a self-inflicted path to ruin for Zhou Chu and the others. The malevolent spirit resided deep in the mountains. Had they refrained from venturing into its territory, they would have remained unharmed. Their intrusion was akin to lambs wandering into the tiger's den, a blatant provocation of the spirit. As for Zhou Chu's inability to awaken, there was another reason besides the malevolent energy. Wu Yin continued, Zhou Chu was also severely frightened last night, losing a soul and a spirit, which is why he cannot awaken. Given the rate at which his vital energy is depleting, he will not survive until dawn. Therefore, the most urgent task is to preserve his energy and eradicate the mark left by the spirit. Master, will that spirit come looking for my son tonight? Zhou's mother grasped Wu Yin's hand desperately, pleading, Master, I beg you, save my son. He is my only child. If I lose him, how can I go on living? Do not worry, Mrs. Zhou. I can save Zhou Chu, Wu Yin assured her. You need to arrange for someone to purchase a paper effigy, a male one, and gather a bit of Zhou Chu's hair and nails. Additionally, I will require a table to draw 2 talismans and perform a puppet spell to deceive the female ghost. Once the spell is successful, I will summon Zhou Chu's spirit at sunset. I will arrange for someone to buy the paper effigy right away. Zhou's father promptly called a driver. Wu Yin turned to Wei Xian, noting that Jiang Huaidong likely shared a similar fate. If the mark on Jiang Huaidong was not expunged promptly, by evening, they would witness a middle-aged Jiang Huaidong, and by nightfall, he would appear as a centenarian. Come dawn, they might find a Jiang Huaidong without a heart. Wei Xian sighed with some resignation, recalling how, upon bringing the 2 back to S City, he had suggested to Jiang Huaidong's parents that they consult Wu Yin. However, Jiang Huaidong's parents dismissed the notion of mysticism. Those words were difficult for Wei Xian to articulate. At that moment, Jiang Huaidong's parents were already fraught with anxiety over their son's condition. Upon hearing Wei Xian suggest consulting a master, they rebuked him, accusing the young man of engaging in superstition and claiming that those who called themselves masters were all charlatans. They advised Wei Xian to steer clear of such frauds. Upon hearing Mr. Zhou's insistence that Wei Xian invite the master, Jiang Huaidong's parents could hardly conceal their incredulity, as though the words "Are you out of your minds?" were inscribed across their faces. I shall attempt to persuade him once more. Wei Xian, with a determined spirit, recognized the gravity of the situation. When lives hang in the balance, even the prospect of rebuke cannot deter one from trying again. With the master present, I shall accompany you to offer our entreaties. Mrs. Zhou, a kind-hearted individual, was keen to resolve her son's predicament swiftly, and naturally wished to prevent any harm befalling her son's dear friend, for what agony would it bring when her son awakens to find his companion lost? Chapter 46. The Plea of Grandmother Zhao. The Zhou family's bodyguards promptly brought the table requested by Wu Yin, who deftly laid out her materials, as if orchestrating a fluid dance, and soon the necessary talismans were meticulously drawn. Mr. Zhou, observing closely, contemplated how he might assist the master, only to be interrupted by Wu Yin's declaration that she was finished. The vicinity of the hospital was replete with establishments catering to funerals, and within 15 minutes, a driver from the Zhou family bore in a paper effigy. Master, the shop only had this young male figure. Will that suffice? The driver asked, visibly anxious. Wu Yin inspected it briefly, nodded, and instructed the driver to place the effigy beside the table. She then turned to Mr. Zhou and stated, I require but a drop of blood from Zhou Chu's fingertip, merely a pinprick. It will not compromise his health. Wu Yin always informed the patient's family in advance about such procedures. After all, even if 10 milliliters were necessary, it would be taken. When life is at stake, one cannot afford to be hesitant about a trivial amount of blood. Mr. Zhou, bemused, remarked, You are the most unpretentious master I have ever encountered. With a gentle smile, Wu Yin lifted Zhou Chu's hand. She required no instruments. With a mere flicker of her aura, a tiny wound appeared at Zhou Chu's fingertip, from which a single drop of blood floated onto the talisman in her hand. As she brushed her fingertip over the wound, it vanished instantaneously. Mr. Zhou, nearly wide-eyed with astonishment, maintained his composure through years of steadiness, refraining from applauding in wonderment while his son lay unconscious on the hospital bed. Yet, when Wu Yin returned to the table, Mr. Zhou could not resist examining his son's hand closely, ensuring the injury had truly disappeared before he stepped away from the bedside. He mused, this young lady, brought in by Wei Shen, is indeed a master of profound skill. It is no wonder that a single talisman could reclaim 2 lives from the clutches of malevolence. Zhou Chu is fortunate to have a friend like Wei Xian. What is your plan, master? Mr. Zhou inquired. Is there any way I may assist? Wu Yin did not respond immediately. Instead, she carefully wrapped the talisman, now stained with Zhou Chu's blood, in his hair and nails, folding it into a triangular shape before affixing it to the paper effigy. She then handed another talisman to Mr. Zhou, instructing, place this talisman upon Zhou Chu's heart. At the moment Mr. Zhou positioned the talisman over his son's heart, Wu Yin formed a mudra, her aura shimmering between Zhou Chu and the effigy, initiating a puppetry technique. The marks upon Zhou Chu successfully transferred to the paper figure. This ruse would deceive the female ghost, who, upon failing to extract further energy from Zhou Chu, would assume he had perished. Wu Yin began to tidy the items on the table, saying, "Mr. Zhou, the puppetry is complete. The remaining matters will await the setting sun." At that moment, Wei Xian and Mrs. Zhou returned through the door, both bearing grim expressions, having just visited Jiang Huaidong's ward. Upon learning that the master had indeed been summoned, and hearing Wei Xian and Mrs. Zhou urge them to allow the master to assess Jiang Huaidong, the couple had furiously threatened to call the authorities. Observing their demeanor, Wu Yin surmised the outcome without needing to inquire further. Even if she wished to save Jiang Huaidong, her presence would surely be misinterpreted as deceit, leading to her being reported to the police. Wei Xian sighed, about to ask Wu Yin if she had any more talismans at her disposal, when suddenly her phone rang. Upon checking, Wu Yin saw it was a call from Grandmother Zhao and promptly answered. "Wu Yin, just now your grandfather and I visited his old comrade. But as soon as we entered the hospital room, the talisman you provided began to heat up. Remembering your warning, we made an excuse and left within 5 minutes. Once outside, the talisman turned to ashes." Grandmother Zhao, shaken, recalled that the last time Wu Yin mentioned their being shrouded in yin energy was after a similar visit to the old comrade. "Wu Yin, I happen to be at the Military General Hospital. Please wait for me by the emergency department entrance. I shall come down to investigate." Wu Yin concluded the call. Turning to Mr. Zhou and the others, "I must attend to a matter concerning my elders. As long as these items I have set up for Zhou Chu remain intact, there should be no issue. I will return once I have resolved this matter." Fearing that the two elders might grow anxious waiting, Wu Yin hurriedly departed. "Little Wu Yin." Grandmother Zhao spotted her from a distance and called out, waving her hand. Wu Yin rushed over, her keen gaze immediately detecting the lingering yin energy surrounding the two. However, thanks to the talismans, they remained unaffected, yet Wu Yin's extraordinary senses allowed her to detect the unpleasant odor emanating from them upon drawing near. "Grandfather Zhao, Grandmother Zhao, what is the current condition of your friend? Is there anything suspicious?" Wu Yin inquired. "That is my old comrade. We have known each other for decades. He once shielded me from a bullet on the front lines. We are as close as brothers," Grandfather Zhao expressed with evident concern. "Is he being tormented by malevolent forces?" Wu Yin shook her head, stating, "I cannot ascertain without seeing him in person." "Do you possess his birth date and time?" Grandfather Zhao replied in the negative, explaining, "He is an orphan, raised in an orphanage, and even he does not know when he was born. Many years ago, rural women rarely gave birth in hospitals, so the government cannot trace his parents through hospital records. The child was discovered at a train station and taken to the police station, and with no parents to be found, he was sent to the orphanage for care. Then, I must see him in person to understand the situation," Wu Yin declared. Before asking, "How did he come to the hospital? Were there any unusual occurrences prior to his admission?" After a moment of contemplation, Grandfather Zhao spoke. "The day before his hospitalization, we had planned a fishing trip together, but he cancelled at the last minute, claiming to feel fatigued and cold, possibly catching a cold. The next day, he suddenly collapsed and was rushed to the hospital for emergency care. The doctors informed us that his heart had even briefly stopped during resuscitation, making the situation quite dire. When we visited him yesterday, he was still in the intensive care unit, unconscious. My wife and I donned sterile gowns to speak with him for a short while. Late last night, we received a call from the hospital, stating he had awakened. So we hurried over this morning, only to find that upon entering the room, the talisman began to heat up, even through our clothing." Grandmother Zhao sighed, lamenting, regrettably, "We had just concocted an urgent excuse to leave, and it would be illogical to return with you now. Do you have acquaintances at the hospital? Perhaps I could pose as a nurse to gain entry? Or does this esteemed gentleman have any descendants? I could visit as a friend of his family," Wu Yin proposed. Chapter 47. The Possessing Malevolent Spirit. "I am acquainted with the attending physician. I shall take you to him," Grandfather Zhao replied, as they walked and conversed. Wu Yin followed Grandfather Zhao and Grandmother Zhao toward the inpatient building. "Earlier you asked if I noticed anything unusual about him." Grandfather Zhao shook his head. "Since awakening, I have not perceived any abnormalities. Indeed, we spoke for a few minutes, and he even mentioned wanting to go fishing with you, Grandfather Zhao, once he is discharged. He expressed a desire for me to prepare braised fish, something he has always relished, unchanged over the decades," Grandmother Zhao added. Grandpa Zhao and Grandma Zhao did not disclose Wu Yin's identity to the attending physician. They merely requested that he procure a nurse's uniform for her to wear. "Old Yu, A person of considerable stature had finally regained consciousness, and naturally, there was no shortage of visitors eager to see him. Following the attending doctor, Wu Yin entered the room. And as soon as the door swung open, a palpable aura of malevolence struck her face, revealing the ferocity of the malevolent presence within. "Please make way. I am the doctor. Allow me and the nurse to enter," the attending physician called out to the guests gathered to visit the patient. Once those by the bedside stepped aside, Wu Yin was finally able to glimpse the visage of the elderly man lying on the hospital bed. With a single glance, her heart skipped a beat. The figure before her, old Yu, bore a striking resemblance to someone she had encountered just the previous night in an abandoned building. Indeed, he was the new classmate whom the teacher had surmised to be a soldier. Yet, at this moment, the essence inhabiting old Yu's body was not his original soul, but rather a malevolent spirit exuding a chilling aura. This evil entity had forcibly seized control of old Yu's body, masquerading as him while exchanging pleasantries with all who came to visit. The attending physician, concerned for old Yu's condition, inquired about how he was feeling, while Wu Yin pretended to jot down notes, her gaze fixated on the elderly man on the bed. She pondered a perplexing question. Why had the malevolent spirit chosen to occupy old Yu's body? Given such power, wouldn't it have been wiser to usurp a younger vessel? The hospital room appeared bright and well-lit, yet to Wu Yin, it felt suffused with a discomforting, sinister energy. How could it possibly be bright when it was, in fact, enveloped in darkness? "Dr. Chun, I will return to the nurse's station," Wu Yin informed the attending physician, signaling a discreet understanding. Once he acknowledged her request, they both exited the ward together. In the doctor's office, others were present, and Wu Yin exchanged glances with Grandpa Zhao and Grandma Zhao before the three descended to the lower floor. "Little Wu Yin, have you discerned anything?" Grandpa Zhao inquired eagerly. "Curiously, I had seen old Yu before today, yet I was unaware of his identity," Wu Yin replied, pinching her brow. "Last night, in the abandoned building of the development zone, I encountered the lingering soul of old Yu. Just moments ago, I witnessed a malevolent spirit lying in his place. Yet there are several points that elude my understanding. First, if the evil spirit has seized the body, why not simply devour old Yu's original soul? Logically, a soul would be a significant boon for a malevolent entity. Second, given its capabilities, why not select a younger, more vigorous body? The act of usurping a body is no trivial endeavor. Wouldn't it be more advantageous to secure a more enduring vessel? At old Yu's age, his bodily functions are no longer akin to those of the young. If I were a spirit, having accomplished the act, I would undoubtedly target a younger individual." Grandpa Zhao's expression grew grave. "Both old Yu and I are of considerable age, nearing retirement. It is implausible that he would encounter a malevolent spirit and have his body usurped. What is the difference between possession and what you describe as usurpation?" Grandma Zhao inquired. Puzzled. "You have seen old Yu's lingering soul. Did he not convey to you what transpired? Possession resembles a parasitic relationship. The original soul remains intact. And such spirits are typically of lesser power. Usurpation, by its very definition, entails the complete takeover of a body for one's own use. Such spirits are often formidable and, to prevent the original soul from interfering with their control, they typically consume it post-occupation. Those possessed tend to shy away from light, avoiding human contact during the day. While a malevolent spirit that has usurped a body can, as long as it maintains a convincing facade, go unnoticed by the average person. An individual like myself, lacking certain spiritual insight, would also remain oblivious. However, there is yet another aspect that perplexes me." Wu Yin stroked her chin thoughtfully. "When I encountered old Yu's lingering soul, he possessed no memories. Typically, usurpation only entails the physical body being taken, without the accompanying memories of the individual. Yet this malevolent spirit appears to possess all of old Yu's memories. If such a powerful spirit exists, how is it that it cannot conceal its malevolent aura?" During her brief time in the ward, the malevolent spirit had conversed effortlessly with each visitor, and among the many present, none sensed any discord in the dialogue. The spirit engaged in discourse with ease, adeptly navigating various topics and even inquiring about others' professional matters. Wu Yin turned to Grandpa Zhao. "I harbor an ominous premonition."
Speak.
Grandpa Zhao urged, his brow furrowed. In addition to old Yu, there are at least 30 other lingering souls trapped in that abandoned building, each differing in age, gender, and profession. Yet, akin to old Yu, they are devoid of memories and remain ensnared in that area, perpetually tainted by malevolent energy. When I first encountered them, I presumed they were lost spirits. It was only upon old Yu's appearance last night that I recognized them as lingering souls, and that the abandoned building had been ensnared in a gathering of Yin energy. Wu Yin had struggled to comprehend this until she met old Yu in the hospital, leading her to believe that a nefarious force was orchestrating events, weaving an extensive web. The contents of this web remain unknown, as does when it will be drawn tight. Grandpa Zhao, I suspect this malevolent spirit is a creature nurtured by someone from the Xianmen sect. Its selection of old Yu was likely no mere coincidence. The individual behind this must have purpose in their choices. Wu Yin's words struck a chord with the two elders, awakening their awareness of the gravity of the situation. All walks of life are represented? Grandpa Zhao was taken aback by the number, over 30 individuals. Among them, one appears to be a teacher, likely fond of instructing others, in addition to a lingering soul clad in a white coat, and others in suits or uniforms. The remainder, though I cannot discern, seem to be highly educated, judging by their demeanor. Chapter 48. The Teacher Spirit with Students Abounding. By the way, Grandpa Zhao, if possible, may I visit old Yu's residence? If the malevolent spirit is being controlled, there may be traces left behind, Wu Yin requested. I will arrange this, but it must be reported. The loss to society and the nation due to these 30-odd individuals, if they are indeed elite professionals, is incalculable, Grandpa Zhao replied, his gaze towards Wu Yin filled with gratitude and relief. He felt fortunate that his grandson Zhao Yu had been kidnapped only to lead them to someone as capable as Wu Yin. It was through her that they had learned of the lingering souls trapped in the abandoned building. Grandpa Zhao, once you have made arrangements, please call me. If I uncover any new leads, I will report to you immediately. Wu Yin watched as the two elders hurried away. She let out a soft sigh, hoping that her concerns were unfounded. While waiting for the elevator, Wu Yin received a call from Tan Ci. Is this a convenient time to talk? I have found information on the 3 individuals you requested, Tan Ci informed her. Just a moment. I need to find a secluded spot. Wu Yin glanced around, noting the bustling activity within the hospital. She dashed outside, crouching behind a flower bed. I'm ready now. The eldest among them is old Yu. Coincidentally, he is a former comrade of Grandpa Zhao, now a commanding officer in the local military district, currently hospitalized at the Military General Hospital. How fortuitous. I just visited old Yu's ward. Wu Yin chuckled. The figure on the bed was hardly old Yu. It was undeniably the malevolent spirit that had usurped his body. What about the 2 sisters and the other individual? Did you encounter the malevolent spirit? Tan Ci's tone betrayed his concern. Are you all right? I did not confront it. I merely took a glance, Wu Yin replied. I will explain the details later. Please share what you have discovered. The 2 girls are indeed sisters, though they are cousins. Their parents are both national researchers, bound by confidentiality regarding their work, and are stationed at a certain base, from which they are not permitted to leave under ordinary circumstances. Currently, the sisters reside at the base with their parents. One attends the high school there, while the other is in elementary school, with their grandmother overseeing their daily care. The sisters are affectionately nicknamed Tingting and Roro. The man with the beard is indeed a teacher, specifically a high school educator named Chen Benjen, a distinguished educator who has since retired. Throughout his dedicated teaching career, he has cultivated numerous successful students across various fields, earning their enduring respect. Each year, many former students make a point to visit him. Locally, there exists a Chen Benjen Learning Foundation, established by several of his students in his honor, dedicated to supporting impoverished and exceptional students. Wu Yin is increasingly convinced that these selections have been meticulously curated, rather than being made at random. She feels as though she has stumbled upon a significant secret. She shares her thoughts regarding the situation with Tan Ci, who, upon hearing her, recognizes the gravity of the matter. Over 30 individuals, not merely 3, suggest that, looking across our nation, there could be individuals in various sectors who have been possessed by malevolent spirits, manipulating these entities for their own substantial gains. The magnitude of the situation correlates directly with its inherent danger. Wu Yin, prioritize your own safety above all else, Tan Ci cautions, anxious that Wu Yin, emboldened by her talents and fervor, might recklessly charge into the fray alone. Rest assured, Wu Yin replies, I am not a reckless person. I will take care to protect myself. For the time being, I will continue to reside in the unfinished building, allowing for convenient observation of the situation. Once I have managed the affairs there, I shall move into your home. With a playful smile, Wu Yin adds, could I ask your chef to prepare breakfast for me tomorrow morning? There's no need for special preparation. I'll eat whatever you have, as long as you can make an extra portion for me while preparing your own. The greatest allure of staying at Tan Ci's residence lies in the talents of a chef. Tan Ci smiles gently, agreeing, and then continues. I will prepare a high-capacity power bank for you, ensuring that you can charge your devices at any time. I will send someone to deliver it shortly. The newly purchased power bank may not be fully charged, so please charge it in Zhou Chu's hospital room first. What a splendid idea. Tan Ci, thank you. You are truly the best friend I have in this world. Apologies for always using the same phrase to compliment you. Muin changes her approach to flattery.
Oh.
Tan Ci raises an eyebrow, a smile in his voice. I thought Zhao Yu was your best friend. You are my best adult friend in this world. And Zhao Yu is my best minor friend. There is no conflict there. Muin giggles and quickly hangs up, fearing that Tan Ci might inquire further. Leaving her unable to respond, Muin circles around Zhou Chu's hospital room, noticing that it is still early and that there is nothing for her to do here. She discusses with Zhou's parents. I will go outside to host a live stream. I will return before sunset. She needs to earn rent. She cannot continue to reside in Tan Ci's villa without contributing, especially not while enjoying the services of a chef. Although it isn't raining outside at the moment, the dreary weather suggests that it may rain again soon. Perhaps it would be better to conduct the live stream here? Zhou's father enthusiastically invites her. Look, there's a table. I can have my driver get you a phone stand. Do you need a ring light? I can have him buy one for you as well. Do young people enjoy bubble tea? Would you like some? I can order takeout for you. If you get thirsty during the stream, you'll have something to drink. By the way, are you hungry? Should I prepare some snacks for you? Zhou's mother also inquires, already pulling out her phone to open a food delivery app. Would you like pearls or coconut jelly in your milk tea? Or perhaps something different? Do you have any particular preferences or brands? It is evident that Zhou's mother is keenly attuned to the trends of the youth. Thank you, Mrs. Zhou. Wuyin smiles brightly. I would love taro milk tea. Zhou's mother gives her an approving thumbs up and begins placing the order. Wei Xian watches in astonishment. Mrs. Zhou, you are quite fashionable. Wuyin doesn't need a phone stand. She casually grabs a ceramic cup and leans her phone against it to log into her live stream. Zhou's father quickly ushers Wei Xian to assist Wuyin in setting up her live stream, which begins with the necessary software download. As soon as Wuyin starts her live stream, someone immediately requests to connect. Finally, the host is online. I was just waiting since this morning when you were saying goodbye to everyone. A man under 30 greets her, expressing his good fortune. Hello, host. My mother has recently been feeling unwell, and despite undergoing comprehensive examinations at the hospital, nothing unusual has been detected. I would like to ask the host for help regarding my mother. Chapter 49. Is your mother-in-law's ashes delicious? After finishing his statement, the man shifts the camera to reveal his mother, who is named Zhang Mei, as she groans and pounds her body in various places. Host. I always feel an immense weight on my back, as if carrying hundreds of pounds. At night, I feel as though someone is slapping my face. And I consistently wake up with handprints on my cheeks. Am I haunted? Wuyin observes the video, noting the presence of a large male ghost on Zhang Mei's back, but refrains from responding hastily. Ghosts typically do not target individuals without reason, so she first examines Zhang Mei's birth date and time. After calculating, she discerns the connection between Zhang Mei and the male ghost, causing her lips to twitch involuntarily before she nods and states, "You are burdened by a ghost." It's a male ghost. Zhang Mei gasps, abruptly leaping from her chair, frantically grasping at her back as if attempting to dislodge the ghost. Host. How could my mother be carrying a ghost? The man inquires anxiously. What grievance does this ghost have against my mother? Why is it haunting her? This ghost is your father-in-law. Wuyin leans back in her chair. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mei's face transforms in panic. That short-lived ghost. He should have died peacefully. How dare he disturb me? How dare he make me carry him? My father-in-law? The man is utterly perplexed. My father-in-law passed away 2 months ago. But he died of illness, and my mother did not cause his death. Why is he haunting her? This question is something you should ask your mother regarding what she has consumed that she ought not to have. Wuyin feels that this is perhaps the most distasteful divination she has ever performed, and the most exasperating one to boot. Zhang Mei immediately retorts. What have I eaten that I shouldn't have? Is there anything in this world I shouldn't eat? Zhang Mei, proud and defiant, declares. My son earns over 5,000 a month, and he provides all the necessities for this household. This is my son's home. Is there anything here that I shouldn't consume? Upon hearing Zhang Mei's words, the ghost begins to pound violently on her back, causing her to grunt in pain. Host, I am in pain again. Is that short-lived ghost attacking me? Zhang Mei cries out in agony, simultaneously cursing. I believe we should find a master to banish this short-lived ghost. He has died. Instead of going where he belongs, he dares to haunt me. I will ensure he cannot even be a ghost. His assault on you is warranted. Wuyin inquires, Zhang Mei, is your father-in-law as ashes delicious? The moment Wuyin poses this question, it sends a chill through all the viewers in the live stream. Followers speculate whether Zhang Mei has consumed offerings meant for the deceased. But none could have anticipated her audacity in having eaten someone as ashes. Followers comment, I feel nauseated. The followers remarked, no wonder the host displayed such an expression after examining Zhang Mei's fortune. Her lips quivered, as if she were on the verge of retching. Another visitor commented, what a disgusting habit, consuming ashes? It's a sight to behold. Zhang Mei's son, his expression gradually unraveling, shouted, Mom, did you really eat my father-in-law's ashes? What sort of host is this, who speaks so recklessly? Why would I eat someone's ashes? I am not insane.
Zhang Mei retorted.
My son earns over 5,000 a month. I am not lacking in food or clothing. How could I possibly go mad and consume ashes? The host, seemingly mistaken, questioned, how could your mother eat your father-in-law's ashes? The man was on the brink of despair. One follower insisted, do not doubt the host. If she says your mother has eaten them, then she undoubtedly has. Another added, the host's readings are remarkably accurate. Wu Yin smirked. Oh, you haven't eaten? Are you quite certain you've thought this through? I have not. I am not deranged. Ashes are contained within an urn. I find them repulsive. And I would never even consider consuming them. Zhang Mei asserted firmly. Zhang Mei's son contemplated and suddenly realized, Mom, my father-in-law's ashes weren't in an urn. That day at the crematorium, Xiaohua asked me for money to buy one, but you forbade me from paying. You said it was her father, not mine. So why should I pay for the urn? I thought your reasoning was sound, and didn't he give her the money? He scratched his head, recalling that the crematorium did not provide free urns and that Xiaohua had later requested a tin of camel milk powder from the staff, using it to contain her father's ashes. Xiaohua, unable to afford a grave for her father, had taken the tin home, hiding it at the bottom of the wardrobe, wrapped in one of her black garments. Wasn't Xiaohua saying her father's ashes had gone missing about half a month ago? She even asked if you had seen them. She searched for half a month and was so anxious she almost called the police. Zhang Mei was taken aback, her teeth chattering. What are you saying? The tin wrapped in black clothing contains her father's ashes? Oh, dear heavens. How did it come to this? Is she deliberately trying to ruin me? Why would she put her father's ashes in a camel milk powder tin? Zhang Mei pounded her thigh, exclaiming, the day I brought you the neatly washed clothes, I saw that camel milk tin and thought your wife had bought something nice to enjoy secretly. I even checked online, and they said camel milk powder is very nutritious, so I hurriedly took that tin to my room, thinking it would be good for my health, consuming it morning and night. Crying and cursing, Zhang Mei lamented, I had never tried camel milk powder before. I had no idea what it tasted like. I wondered why it wouldn't dissolve in boiling water, and when I found lumps of bone inside, I assumed she had intentionally added pig bones to deter me from discovering her hidden stash. I thought if she was bold enough to eat it, then so was I. After all, I am her mother-in-law. How dare she enjoy such luxury behind my back while being a lazy dependent on my son? Zhang Mei was truly at a loss for words, squatting in a corner, desperately clawing at her throat, retching and feeling nauseous.
Mom.
Xiaohua would never have the audacity to hide and consume it. The man joined in, pounding his thigh. Host, what are we to do? A follower lamented. What kind of luck has that woman encountered to have such a revolting mother-in-law and husband? Another added, let us clarify this family as absurdity. The daughter-in-law as biological father has passed away. It's one thing not to buy a grave, but to refuse even the most basic and cheapest urn? One follower mused, heaven knows the despair, pain, and helplessness that woman felt when she used unwanted camel milk powder to contain her father as ashes. Chapter 50. He has 3 conditions. A visitor remarked, this old witch keeps proclaiming that her son earns money for the family and that she lacks nothing, yet she has consumed someone as ashes. Another chimed in, my son earns 5,000 a month. She has boasted about it multiple times in the live stream, priding herself as if he earns 5 million. 5,000 is hardly enough to buy me a handbag. Another visitor criticized, this man is a lost cause, a mama's boy. If his mother doesn't allow him to give money, he's simply one tea. Such stingy mama's boys should be kept out of the marriage market. A follower expressed sympathy for the woman named Xiaohua, lamenting the plight of contemporary full-time housewives and mothers. Another remarked, Is there any essential difference between this and directly consuming human flesh? Is it merely a matter of one being baked at high temperatures while the other is consumed raw? Wu Yin did not respond immediately, but instead inquired, Zhang Mei, are there any ashes of your father-in-law remaining?
No.
I consumed them all, leaving nothing behind. I thought it was some nutritious camel milk powder. Why would I waste it? I noticed the date was not fresh, so I hurriedly consumed it all, Zhang Mei replied, still clawing at her throat. Host, many on the internet claim you are quite capable. Surely you can assist us? Please retrieve my father-in-law, he is a ghost. And ghosts can cause harm. The man, flustered, pleaded, calling for his mother and the host in rapid succession. Your mother is still alive. And your father-in-law does not seem to have any immediate intention of claiming her life. Wu Yin contemplated the nature of the situation. As many netizens have pointed out, that girl named Xiao Hua truly drew the short straw by marrying into such a family. Your wife is your father-in-law's only daughter, correct? Wu Yin suddenly asked, and upon receiving a nod from the man, she continued, you mentioned earlier that your wife was so anxious she nearly called the police. You must inform her of this matter. Have her come here. The man scratched his head. After handling my father-in-law's affairs, my wife went out to find work. She has been at her job for over half a month and hasn't he returned yet. Host, can we avoid telling her about this? Seeing your wife is also your father-in-law's wish, so I'm afraid that's not possible. The ghost had already realized that Wu Yin could see him, and he had been addressing the camera, expressing a desire to meet his daughter. He informed Wu Yin that before discussing any other conditions for his departure, he must first see his daughter. Just as the man hesitated, a new connection request appeared in Wu Yin's live stream. Glancing over, she noticed a private message stating that the sender was Zhang Mei's daughter-in-law, the very person who had been searching for her father's ashes. The one who sent the connection request was indeed this user, prompting Wu Yin to exclaim and approve the multi-person connection. She informed Zhang Mei and her son, Xiao Hua. The person directly involved has also joined the live stream. Host, I am Lin Qinghua, Zhang Mei's daughter-in-law. Lin Qinghua's eyes were red, clearly having just cried. I've been searching for my father's ashes for a long time. I saw someone on the internet claiming that the host could help find lost items, so I thought to seek your assistance in locating my father's ashes, but to my surprise, I entered and found my mother-in-law seeking the same. I never expected that my father's ashes had been consumed by her, leaving nothing behind. Lin Qinghua's tears streamed down. Some netizens were right. When I held the camel milk tin containing my father's ashes, I felt like a failure in life. I felt I had betrayed my father. I was not a good daughter. My father suffered from illness and passed away in pain, and even in death, he was deprived of dignity. I felt utterly useless. From that day on, I vowed to find work, earn money to buy a proper urn for my father, and then save for a grave, ensuring he could rest in dignity, even as a ghost. Lin Qinghua gazed at her mother-in-law and husband on the screen. Every glance made her feel disgusted. As fate would have it, all parties involved were present, making it an opportune moment to resolve the matter at hand. Wu Yin directly engaged in dialogue with Lin Qinghua's father. Mr. Lin, your daughter is already in the live stream. You may articulate your demands regarding Zhang Mei. Wu Yin felt a deep sympathy for the plight of Lin Qinghua and her father, particularly for Mr. Lin, who, after his passing, could not even secure a resting place for his ashes, let alone retain them. Therefore, Wu Yin exhibited a measure of leniency. Dear host, could you kindly inquire of my daughter whether she would be willing to divorce that useless man and raise my grandson alone? Mr. Lin remained steadfastly propped against Zhang Mei's back. He would not budge until the issue was resolved. Wu Yin acquiesced and conveyed Mr. Lin's words to Lin Qinghua. I want a divorce. Even if my father does not bring it up, this marriage is over. Lin Qinghua asserted without hesitation. Living with such a person is tormenting me every day. I endured for the sake of my child not growing up without a father. But now I realize I was gravely mistaken. My forbearance has yielded no benefit. They even believe I deserve the bullying. Mr. Lin, feeling profound sorrow for his daughter, had his ashes brought back by her and had been following her in spirit since his demise. In this afterlife, he had gained clarity regarding the injustices his daughter had suffered in this marriage. First, I demand that my son-in-law divorce my daughter, and the custody of my grandson must belong to her. My son-in-law's family will never be permitted to contest this custody. Second, I require my son-in-law to compensate my daughter with 200,000 yuan upon divorce. Third, I insist that Zhang Mei purchase a grave and arrange for my burial. Even the most modest grave will suffice. This is her debt to me. Should Zhang Mei's family refuse, I shall never leave her side. Once she passes, her debts will be inherited by my son-in-law. If his mother has consumed my ashes, he bears a share of the blame. Were it not for his ineptitude, how could she dare to touch his wife's belongings? Mr. Lin's eyes burned with resentment as he glared at Zhang Mei and her child. Wu Yin acknowledged his conditions and relayed them to the live stream audience. Upon hearing the exorbitant financial demand, Zhang Mei's demeanor hardened and her fear dissipated.
Divorce? Fine.
If she wants the child, let her have him. After all, my son earns over 5,000 a month. I have no doubt he will find another woman to marry and have children with. But for that wretched soul to demand 200,000 from my son and for me to arrange for his burial? Dream on. Host, could you possibly negotiate further with my father-in-law? These 3 conditions are indeed quite burdensome. The man seemed less than enthusiastic. Mr. Lin stated firmly that there would be no further discussion. Wu Yin propped her chin on her hands and scoffed. Zhang Mei, do you understand the weight of consuming another's ashes? Some debts must be repaid in this life. If not, they will follow you into the next. And you shall repay them doubly. If you fail to do so, you will be cast into the depths of hell to suffer, and subsequently reincarnated as a beast to continue repaying your debts. Furthermore, your son will also be affected. Living in proximity to spirits will gradually weaken him, leading to ill fortune, jeopardizing his steady income. At this revelation, Zhang Mei and her child fell silent. The mere notion of posthumous repayment was terrifying, and the thought of losing a stable income due to ill health was equally alarming. Do not entertain the idea of agreeing now and trying to deceive the spirit later. Committing to a spirit's demands is binding. If you breach this agreement, the debt will not be erased, and due to your lack of integrity, it will multiply. Wu Yin warned the pair, who were nearly calculating their options in front of the live audience. It's merely 200,000. Son, give it to her. Consider it a donation to a beggar. Zhang Mei urged, nudging her son. You earn 80,000 a year, 200,000 is just a matter of 3 years. Once you rid yourself of her, you can marry someone better, someone who earns just as you do, and have a son even smarter than a Bao. Zhang Mei believed that 2/3 of the women in the world were unworthy of her son's 5,000 monthly income. And Lin Qinghua was among those who did not measure up. If Lin Qinghua married her son, it was only because she had elevated herself to such heights. Well then, I shall heed my mother's advice. She speaks the most sense. Encouraged by his mother's words, the man soon dismissed the 200,000 as insignificant. Host, you can inform that short-lived soul from the Lin family that I accept his 3 conditions. The man scoffed disdainfully. When I am successful in the future, Lin Qinghua will come begging for my help with her son, but by then, it will be too late. When that time comes, should Lin Qinghua and her child wish to blame someone, let them blame that short-lived soul for inciting them to miss out on opportunities for a better life. Having concluded his remarks, he abruptly ended the connection, unaware of Wu Yin's exasperated eye roll. Already a follower, I have been following you since your first live stream. You are a remarkably stable host, but I have never before seen you roll your eyes so expressively. Wu Yin smiled. You have caught me. Quickly regaining her composure, she addressed Lin Qinghua, who had not yet departed. Take good care of your son. Life may be challenging for a time, but it will not be burdensome forever. After Lin Qinghua expressed her heartfelt thanks, she disconnected. Mrs. Zhou placed the recently delivered takeout beside Wu Yin. Wu Yin smiled at Mrs. Zhou and thanked her before taking a hearty sip of milk tea. Delicious. As she sipped, she scanned the comments from the audience. Already a follower. Today, I finally encountered a typical man, 5,000 yuan salary, and he is too proud to see his own reflection. Already a follower. Host, do you think this man will ever become successful? Wu Yin did not respond, instead donning an enigmatic smile. Successful? A middle-aged man facing a career crisis, dismissed in his prime, and ultimately living in poverty by scavenging. Where would success come from? Moreover, this man would only have one child, the son he shares with Lin Qinghua. Yet Lin Qinghua possesses a face that suggests a life of hardship in youth, but comfort in her later years. Once her son matures, he will likely work abroad, taking his one and only mother with him to enjoy a prosperous retirement. This man would find no one to care for him in his old age. Wu Yin glanced at the time. There was still a bit of time left to take another inquiry. After concluding her thoughts, the live stream erupted with excitement as new connection requests flooded in. Wu Yin accepted one, revealing 2 women on screen. a woman in her 50s and a younger woman in her 20s, unmistakably a mother and daughter duo. Already a follower. Today, two children have come with their parents. It seems the host's live stream appeals to all ages. Hello, host, my name is Zhang Meilin and this is my mother, Chen Fong. I have been a long-time fan following you from Hongyu to Duiziu. Zhang Meilin, familiar with Wu Yin's character, proceeded directly to the matter at hand. My mother has been feeling unusually fatigued lately and has been seeing shadows. She had a health checkup last month. While she has some minor issues typical for her age, overall, she is still healthy. However, it seems that shortly after returning from the hospital, she has not been feeling well. Having watched your live streams, I suspect that something unclean may have attached itself to her. I have sent you her birth details. Wu Yin acknowledged with a good and set her milk tea aside, focusing her attention on the divination. After a while, Wu Yin returned to the conversation. Your mother is not possessed, nor has she attracted anything unclean. Her condition is due to human malfeasance. Malfeasance? What do you mean? Are you saying someone is trying to harm my mother? Zhang Meilin's pupils quivered. My mother has always maintained an excellent relationship with our neighbor, and she is nearing retirement. In her workplace, she is cherished by her younger colleagues like a talisman. The atmosphere there is so delightful that even I find it appealing. The neighbors and colleagues do not harbor grudges. However, my mother often feels drowsy and fatigued, frequently perceiving shadows. This is a result of drug poisoning. The shadows she sees are mere hallucinations induced by the medication. Wu Yin remarked that it is not her colleagues nor the neighbors, but rather a family member who has poisoned her. Chen Fong grasped Zhang Meilin's hand and speculated. It must be your sister-in-law. Ever since she entered our lives, she has treated me with disdain. It is undoubtedly she who has poisoned me, eager for my demise. Your sister-in-law is a wicked woman. Mother, can you refrain from such baseless accusations? My sister-in-law is genuinely a wonderful person. Zhang Meilin retorted angrily. How can you think so poorly of her? The gold bracelet on your wrist was a gift from her, wasn't it? And the jade Buddha around your neck? That too was given to you by her, right? Every year on your birthday, she carefully selects presents for you. She treats you better than my brother does. Can you not find a shred of conscience? Why is it that whenever something goes awry, you immediately blame her? Surely, she wouldn't treat you so kindly if she intended to harm you. The more Chen Fong pondered, the more convinced she became of her reasoning. Mother, do not tarnish someone's goodwill with such malevolence. My sister-in-law is truly a good person. If you continue to speak ill of her, I shall inform her. And she may choose to stop being kind to you to spare herself your baseless suspicions. Chapter 52. The Son Who Murders for Insurance. Mother, how can you behave in such a manner? I feel sorry for my sister-in-law. Zhang Meilin shook off her mother's grip and resumed speaking to Wu Yin. Host, I apologize. I've tried to reason with my mother multiple times, yet to no avail. Regardless, I firmly believe that my sister-in-law is not involved, for she is genuinely good-hearted. Zhang Meilin regarded Wu Yin with admiration, prompting her to ask, Host, surely you can deduce who seeks to harm my mother, cannot you? Indeed. Wu Yin thought to herself, appreciating Zhang Meilin's rational demeanor as a sister-in-law. You may wish to check your elder brother's nightstand. There lies a substantial accidental insurance policy, with the policyholder being your brother and your mother as the insured. Wu Yin gazed at Chen Fong, saying, Your daughter-in-law shows you genuine filial piety, but your son's kindness may stem from a fleeting pang of guilt. The one truly intent on your demise is your own son, who has taken out insurance on your life. Zhang Meilin acted swiftly. No sooner had Wu Yin finished speaking than she dashed to her brother's and sister-in-law's room. In the third drawer of her brother's nightstand, she indeed discovered a policy insuring her mother. She rushed back to the living room, thrusting the insurance document before her mother. Mother, brother has taken out a 5 million insurance policy on your life, with him as the sole beneficiary. Zhang Meilin was nearly driven to madness. Her sister-in-law, known for her emphasis on privacy, never meddled with items in her brother's nightstand, suggesting that this insurance was clandestinely purchased by him. I had wondered why your brother had suddenly become so dutiful, often preparing milk for you several nights a week before bedtime. I even jested that after all these years of raising him, he only just started serving you milk, only to find out that it was poisoned. The more Zhang Meilin reflected, the more she felt that their trust in her brother had blinded them to his irregularities. When my mother mentioned feeling unwell, my sister-in-law suggested taking her to the hospital for a checkup. It was my brother who insisted against it, claiming that since she had just undergone a physical examination, there could be no issues, suggesting instead that she might just be entering menopause and needed rest and nourishing soup. He was evidently afraid that if she went to the hospital for blood tests, the truth would be revealed. Zhang Meilin felt a chill run down her spine. Last month, my brother arranged for my mother's medical checkup, likely to ensure that when any symptoms arose, he could dismiss them as non-concerning since she had just been examined. How could it be him? Chen Fong slumped on the sofa, utterly unable to muster the strength to grasp the insurance document. Host, what would have happened to my mother if I hadn't found you today? Zhang Meilin inquired. Would my mother truly have died? Yes, Wu Yin replied directly. Had you not connected with me to inquire about this matter, your mother would have met with a tragic fate this evening while out buying groceries, succumbing to an accident caused by her hallucinations. Chen Fong's face drained of color. I nearly didn't survive today. What sins have I committed to raise such a son? He has a job, and I have never withheld anything from him. His marriage was facilitated by the house and car provided by his father and me. I am his mother. Why would he wish to harm me? Because he is in dire need of money. Wu Yin pressed her lips together. Some individuals, when cornered by financial desperation, will resort to the most desperate measures, and your son is one such individual. Why would he be short on money? Zhang Meilin pondered, confused. He earns a substantial salary each month, and my parents provide for the household necessities. My brother and sister-in-law have an AA marriage, so he spends only what he earns. How could he be in such dire straits? He embezzled company funds to invest in stocks, only to find the market plummeting this year. He kept hoping for a recovery, gradually siphoning more money from the company to invest, until he realized he could not cover the gap in the company's accounts. Soon, it would be time for the annual financial reconciliation, and once his embezzlement was exposed, he would face imprisonment, a few million, enough to keep him incarcerated for half a lifetime. Your brother, wishing to avoid prison, must find a way to cover the missing funds before they are discovered. He cannot confide in you. Nor does he wish to sell his house or borrow money from friends and family, as that would be too humiliating. Thus, he resorted to the scheme of insurance fraud. Meanwhile, Chen Fong, having devoted her life to her son, remained oblivious to the fact that her favored child had turned into a treacherous wretch. According to Chen Fong's original fate, she would not have survived the day. After being struck by a truck, the insurance payout would amount to over 100,000 for the Zhang family, while her son would claim the 5 million from the insurance policy, using the funds to cover his embezzlement. The ease with which he executed this heinous act emboldened him further. Lacking any real skill, he continued to dream of striking it rich through stock trading. Before long, he encountered a group that specialized in exploiting naive investors, and once again embezzled company funds to invest millions, only to inevitably face another loss. Having tasted the success of his first murderous insurance scam, he set his sights on his father, employing the same treachery, this time with audacity enough to secure a 10 million insurance policy. Had your daughter not brought you to me today, your husband would not survive until next spring festival, Wu Yin stated, but the heavens are merciful. And your son's second attempt at familial murder for insurance has drawn scrutiny due to the hefty payout. The insurance company conducted a thorough investigation before dispersing the funds. Ultimately, it was the insurance company that delivered your son to justice. 2 lives lost and 15 million in insurance claims. Your son will not see the next spring festival either. Wu Yin felt that the most innocent party in this entire affair was Zhang Meilin, who would lose both parents, only to discover that the perpetrator was her own elder brother, rendering her unable to hold her head high in her marital home. Whenever relatives from her in-laws visited, they would gossip about her family. Eventually, unable to endure the incessant prying, she chose to divorce her husband, opting to lead a solitary life. Mother, I must report my brother to the authorities. He is a murderer. He intends to kill you, and father, he is utterly heartless. He is a beast. Zhang Meilin's eyes brimmed with anger. Upon hearing this, Chen Fong hastily clutched her daughter tightly, exclaiming, I forbid you to do that. He is your brother. How can you report him? Chen Fong quickly added, but I am fine, aren't I? Today, I shall remain indoors until your brother returns. At which point we shall have a serious discussion with him. We ought to consider selling our home. You and your husband can contribute a little more money to allow him to cover up his business affairs for the time being. As long as we are alive, life will continue, and money can always be earned anew. Chapter 53. Drinking more vinegar to bear sons. Throughout our lives, every time my brother made a mistake, you were always there to defend him, to speak on his behalf. This is precisely why he has grown up to be the way he is today. Zhang Meilin, exasperated to the point of exhaustion, declared, I am going to call Dad. This concerns him too. You may be confused, but Dad is not. Meilin, I implore you, do not inform your father. We can resolve this quietly with your brother. If Dad finds out, he will indeed break your brother's legs and sever all ties with him. Chen Fong rose slowly. Do you want me to kneel and beg you? Wu Yin detested such absurd family dramas. The divination had already been completed, and she believed that Zhang Meilin would yield under her mother's pressure. To her surprise, Zhang Meilin remained resolute, pushing her mother away and insisting on informing her father. Spoiling a child is akin to harming them. This is wisdom passed down through generations. Chen Fong, the more you indulge your son, the more he will believe that he can escape the consequences of his misdeeds. What extent can you protect him? Will the law permit you to take his place in prison? Wu Yin shared these thoughts with Chen Fong before concluding her call with Zhang Meilin. These words were offered as advice, given that Zhang Meilin possessed a sound moral compass. Had it been solely Chen Fong, Wu Yin would have deemed any further punctuation unnecessary. That concludes today's broadcast. Farewell, everyone. Wu Yin waved her milk tea at the camera, casually promoting her charms for sale: peace charms, fortune charms, and talismans against evil spirits. After the live stream, Wu Yin glanced at her private messages and noticed 2 fans wishing to purchase peace charms as gifts for their elders. This instantly added 50,000 to her earnings, further uplifting her spirits. Zhou Fu and Zhou Mu, having watched Wu Yin's stream, felt as if their worldview had been reconstructed. I need to send out 2 packages. Can we arrange for the courier to pick them up from here? Wu Yin inquired. Master, please go ahead. Zhou Chu is currently asleep and won't be disturbed, Zhou Fu replied, nodding vigorously. By the way, I also wish to purchase 5 peace charms, 1 for each of our family and 1 for my in-laws. Thank you for your patronage, Mr. Zhou, Wu Yin responded, promptly retrieving 5 charms from her bag, priced at 10,000 each, offering fair dealings to all. The master's charms are truly worthy of their name. I find 10,000 to be remarkably affordable. Many masters in Port City sell theirs for 50,000, and they're often in high demand. Zhou Fu recounted, adding that the masters there claimed that the ability to draw charms was a true test of skill, only achievable by those of profound Taoist mastery, and that even producing 3 in a day was a feat of great expertise. Thus, genuine peace charms in Port City were exceedingly expensive, circulating solely among the affluent, leaving no chance for the newly rich without connections to acquire authentic charms. Zhou Fu and Zhou Mu treated Wu Yin to lunch, ordering from a nearby restaurant. After her meal, a driver sent by Tan Ci delivered a large-capacity power bank and some desserts prepared by him. Upon spotting the mango pie, Wu Yin eagerly dug in. Is there none for me? Wei Xian asked the driver, taken aback. Surely Mr. Tan is aware that I am here? The driver chuckled. He is aware, but Mr. Tan did not specify. This mango pie was prepared by his family chef. He only instructed me to bring 1 for Master Wu Yin, not for you. Is Tan Ci merely biased or oblivious? Wei Xian returned to the small sofa, grumbling about how long he had known Wu Yin compared to how long he had known Tan Ci, lamenting the lack of even a single mango pie brought for him. Go back and tell Tan Ci that I, Wei Xian, am feeling jealous. The driver awkwardly laughed as Wu Yin cheekily relayed Wei Xian's words to Tan Ci, brandishing her phone before him. Look, Tan Ci says he'll have his secretary buy you a case of aged vinegar to ensure you drink more. Wei Xian was genuinely surprised by Wu Yin's audacity, unable to suppress a glare in her direction. You truly are a commendable employee of Wei Shen. You both have taken this pettiness to a new level. Zhou Fu laughed heartily. Wei Xian, drinking more vinegar is beneficial. It may even help you father a son. Such a statement lacks any scientific basis, Wei Xian replied, utterly speechless. Fear not. By the time you reach my age, you too will be able to spout such nonsense. Zhou Fu and his wife mused, reflecting on the joys of being a parent. When I was young, your father and I shared similar experiences. I now truly appreciate the joy in their earnest absurdities. Just as Wu Yin finished her mango pie, Grandpa Xiao called, stating that he had arranged for someone to take her to visit Old Yu's home. After receiving the call, Wu Yin began to pack her belongings, informing Zhou Fu and the others, I must attend to an urgent matter, but I assure you I will return before sunset. Master, do not hesitate to attend to your urgent affairs. Your presence here would merely waste your time. We trust you to handle your business, Zhou Fu assured her, displaying no displeasure, and even personally escorted Wu Yin to the door of the hospital room. The more capable the master, the busier they tend to be, Zhou Fu thought. Understanding well, Wu Yin descended the stairs, and within 10 minutes, a discreet black car came to a stop before her. The window rolled down to reveal Grandpa Zhao inside. Hurry, get in. We must visit before Old Yu is discharged. Grandpa Zhao opened the door for Wu Yin, who noticed the driver and the passenger, both clearly professionals in the same field as Old Yu. Dr. Chen mentioned that Old Yu plans to be discharged tomorrow. So I have gathered several colleagues to bring you to the Yu household, Grandpa Zhao explained, assuring her that the family had already been informed and were awaiting their arrival. At that point, Grandpa Zhao sighed softly. Little Wu Yin, we have one more matter to trouble you with. Could you please describe the appearance of the remaining souls at the abandoned building? It will aid us in our search. I can sketch them for you when I return home tonight, Grandpa Zhao. I can draw remarkably well, Wu Yin replied, having already researched 3 individuals with Tan Xi's assistance. Upon sharing the identities of those 3 individuals with Grandpa Zhao, he mirrored Wu Yin's expression of concern. What a coincidence! The parents of these 2 sisters were involved in 2 significant information leaks at their research base last year and this year. Yet we have yet to identify the source or any suspects. Thus, Grandpa Zhao realized that this matter was growing increasingly complex and could not withstand further scrutiny. Chapter 54, The Soul Bottle and the White Talismans. During their conversation, the car entered the courtyard where Old Yu resided in a small detached house. At this moment, it was indeed empty. The middle-aged man in the passenger seat had a key and directly opened the door for Wu Yin and the others. Old Yu's bedroom was located on the first floor to the right. The middle-aged man gestured for them to follow him. Wu Yin nodded and ascended the stairs behind him. Upon entering Old Yu's room, she immediately noticed a large, round vase by the window, containing a nearly wilted lily. What's wrong? Is there something amiss with the vase? The middle-aged man observed Wu Yin's intense focus on the vase. This is not merely a vase. It is a soul bottle. Those seemingly inconspicuous patterns on its surface are actually runes used for soul pacification, Wu Yin explained. However, it is curious. Soul bottles are not commonly favored by our country's practitioners. They are more prevalent in Southeast Asia. Additionally, Japan has a tradition of using such bottles to contain ashes, believing it soothes the souls of the departed. Wu Yin remarked that the lily still bore lingering malevolent energy, indicating that this soul bottle must have been placed by someone harboring a wicked spirit. Moreover, it is ill-advised to keep lilies in the bedroom, as their fragrance can disrupt normal sleep and incite feelings of restlessness. Please investigate who placed the vase in Old Yu's bedroom, the middle-aged man instructed directly into his phone. Wu Yin was uncertain to whom he was speaking, yet she continued to observe Old Yu's room. Aside from the soul bottle on the windowsill, nothing else appeared amiss at first glance. She approached the bed and lifted Old Yu's pillow. Could you kindly fetch me a pair of scissors? I need someone skilled in sewing to help me re-sew this later. The middle-aged man promptly retrieved a military knife from his pocket and handed it over. Will this suffice? Yes, Wu Yin replied, glancing at the malevolent aura surrounding the blade. It was truly a knife that had seen human blood, suggesting that this man had been a frontline soldier with considerable accomplishments. To avoid making the subsequent sewing task overly challenging, Wu Yin only made a small incision in the pillow, just enough to insert her hand. Inside the pillow was cassia seed, allowing her to easily uncover what was concealed within. Upon extracting it, she discovered a piece of talisman paper that had lost its potency. A white talisman? Old Master Zhao mused, recognizing it instantly as an ominous object that stirred unease upon mere glance. Wu Yin unfurled the talisman to reveal the script inscribed upon it. It was written in the language of Japan. She handed it to Old Master Zhao. This is a soul-binding talisman, though its power is diminished due to insufficient mastery of the technique. Indeed, only the Japanese would favor white talisman paper. Old Master Zhao recalled, realizing why he had felt uneasy upon seeing it. So the mastermind behind this arrangement is of Japanese origin? The middle-aged man was utterly astonished. Did the misfortunes befalling Old Yu and over 30 others originate from the Japanese? It appeared so. Wu Yin nodded, explaining that Old Yu had fallen victim to a sinister art known as soul transference, and the practitioner likely possessed only rudimentary skills, akin to someone who had merely learned the basics. I now have a clearer understanding of why they can find living souls within an unfinished building, using malevolent energy to taint them, likely to serve a purpose of concealment. Many of those souls, like Old Yu, possess considerable merit, and the practitioner could not guarantee that their disappearance would not attract the attention of the underworld. Thus, as a precaution, they chose to confine these souls, gradually obscuring their merits with malevolent energy. Wu Yin continued to speak, oblivious to the fact that if the orchestrator of this scheme were to overhear her words, they would surely be infuriated. The talisman's magic was insufficient. The souls ensnared by this technique would not depart their bodies immediately. which explained why Old Yu's soul had only been delivered to the unfinished building the previous night. Muin said, "I shall return to the unfinished building tonight to investigate further. If those souls were not transported there through a formation, we could then inquire about who else visited the vicinity of the unfinished building last night aside from myself." She tucked the talisman paper back into the pillow and asked, "Grandfather Zhao, uncle, does anyone here possess sewing skills?" Muin scratched her head. "I'm not very adept at sewing. My master tried to teach me, but I struggled with it. Eventually, seeing my lack of talent, my master ceased to press me. The middle-aged man offered, 'I'll handle it,' and took the pillow from her." Old Master Zhao chuckled. "Little Wuyin, there's no need to feel embarrassed. It's impossible for one to excel in every endeavor. By the way, if I recall correctly, you mentioned you trained at Wufang Valley? Do they require you to learn sewing there? Do you sew your own garments?" "Yes. I have a senior sister who is exceptionally talented. The ritual robes she makes are particularly beautiful," Wuyin responded, referring to the white ritual robe she had been gifted by her senior sister. After inspecting Old Yu's room, Wuyin proceeded to examine the other rooms, including that of the housekeeper, yet no further anomalies were discovered. On their return journey, Old Master Zhao first took Wuyin to procure sketching supplies, knowing she had matters to attend to at the hospital, and then accompanied her back. Due to the delay, Wuyin arrived at the hospital just before 4:30. Upon exiting the elevator, she observed a flurry of doctors and nurses hastily making their way to the room adjacent to Zhou Chu's, where Jiang Huaidong was being treated. After waiting a moment, she successfully returned to Zhou Chu's room, only to find Wei Xian and Zhou's mother absent. "Master, you're back." Zhou's father greeted her upon her arrival, inquiring whether everything had gone smoothly. "No need for assistance from the Zhou family for the time being," Wuyin replied with a shake of her head. "By the way, Master, you mentioned conducting a soul summoning for Zhou Chu after sunset. I just realized today is overcast and the sun has not emerged." Zhou's father chuckled awkwardly. "What should we do?" Wuyin paused for a moment before breaking into a smile. She had forgotten that in the 21st century, people were accustomed to specifying exact times. When I referred to sunset, I was referring to that specific moment. Even on an overcast day, the sun still exists. Yin and yang continue to alternate. The sunset I mentioned refers to the transition between them. After sunset, it signifies the moment of this transition. Wuyin calculated with her fingers, determining that in about an hour and a half, it would be nearly time. "Now I understand," Zhou's father mused, recognizing that the master spoke in a manner distinct from ordinary people, imbued with profound meaning. As they conversed, Wei Xian and Zhou's mother returned.
It was terrifying.
"When I visited Jiang Huaidong this morning, he appeared perfectly fine, but just now, he looks as though he has aged 30 years in half a day. Even wrinkles have formed at the corners of his eyes," Zhou's mother remarked, glancing at her husband. "Jiang Huaidong now resembles you. To the uninformed, they might think he is your age. Before midnight, Jiang Huaidong will resemble a withered old man, and at that point, he will truly be left with just a breath, awaiting the malevolent spirit to feast upon his fresh heart," Wuyin stated. "In matters such as these, no amount of doctors can be of assistance. While they may treat physical ailments scientifically, they cannot remedy the afflictions of the soul and fate." Chapter 55. Observing the contest for the Monkey King. The Jiang family summoned all available specialists in the hospital for consultation, yet the experts expressed their unfamiliarity with such phenomena and were at a loss for solutions. When Zhou Ai and I arrived, Jiang Huaidong's parents asked us not to disturb them at this time, Wei Xian said, throwing up his hands in frustration, feeling helpless despite his anxiety. Even if he wished to discreetly ask Wuyin for assistance, he could not procure Jiang Huaidong's hair, nails, or blood. As sunset approached, Wei Xian returned after several trips to the adjacent ward to gather information. Wuyin returned to her table, taking a piece of pre-cut yellow paper on which she inscribed Zhou Chu's birth date and name, along with the soul summoning incantation. Once the sun dipped below the horizon and the moon ascended, she gently pinched the talisman paper between her fingers and cast it out the window.
Go.
After a soft command, the talisman twirled in the air, and within seconds, one end pointed northward. Standing by the window, Wuyin performed the necessary gestures, watching as the talisman seemed to come alive, slicing through the sky toward the north with great speed before vanishing from sight. Would the talisman fly to the location where Zhou Chu had encountered trouble? How far would it have to travel? What if it rained elsewhere, and the talisman got soaked? Zhou's father bombarded her with questions, even asking whether the talisman flew faster than a helicopter. His inquiries were not rooted in doubt of the master's abilities, but rather in pure curiosity, attempting to rationally explain this mystical art through a scientific lens. Wuyin was amused by Zhou's father's questions, yet she understood that now was not the time for idle chatter, so she gently shook her head without responding. Before Zhou's father could ask another question, Wuyin's expression brightened. Found it. She had located Zhou Chu's lost soul. Zhou Chu. Return. Wuyin deftly manipulated her fingers, employing the soul summoning technique, her voice directly reaching the ears of that soul in the deep mountains. However, after waiting for a moment, without seeing the talisman return, she furrowed her brow. Master, is there something amiss? Zhou's mother noticed Wuyin's frown and grew anxious. Wuyin took a moment to respond. It's not a significant issue. It's just that the soul seems unwilling to return. I am curious to see what binds it. As the conversation concluded, Wuyin, multitasking, expertly formed the soul retrieval technique. With a surge of spiritual energy, the spell took effect, and she gradually closed her eyes, conjuring an image of the talisman in her spiritual sea. Before her, the talisman transformed into a small yellow paper figure, crouching on the shoulder of Zhou Chu's soul. Sensing the call of spiritual energy, the tiny figure anxiously nudged Zhou Chu's shoulder with both hands. However, Zhou Chu merely shrugged and said, "No hurry, let me finish watching this Monkey King contest first. Tell the master that I'll return obediently once I'm done." Wu Yin inhaled deeply, her moral integrity preventing her from cursing at that moment. What a peculiar creature. Knowing full well his predicament, he still chose to watch a monkey contest? Aware that she was summoning him back, he still had the audacity to ask for a moment's delay? What nonsense. Wu Yin's spiritual energy surged as she directed it through the paper figure, creating a spiritual lock that bound Zhou Chu's soul.
Uka.
Return. With renewed determination, Wu Yin executed the soul retrieval spell once more. This time, the paper figure successfully brought the soul back, drifting slowly through the window. Wu Yin's fingertips glimmered with spiritual energy as she lightly touched the center of the patient's brow, effortlessly guiding the soul back into Zhou Chu's body, facilitating a gentle merging of the two essences. As she withdrew her energy, she proclaimed, "All done." Zhou's father and mother hurried over, eager to inquire when their son would awaken, only to hear Wu Yin suddenly declare, "This child of yours needs to be properly disciplined. He acts without a plan, lacking any sense of urgency. While I am here performing a soul retrieval, he is in the mountains fretting over a monkey contest, wasting my spiritual energy." Zhou Chu opened his eyes just in time to hear Wu Yin reporting him to his parents, and he immediately shut his eyes again, feigning sleep. "Enough. I know you're awake. No need to pretend," Wu Yin retorted, her annoyance evident as she cast him a sidelong glance, exposing his ruse. Zhou's father, upon hearing this, raised his hand and smacked Zhou Chu's forehead. "You little rascal. The master calls you back, and you dare to ignore her? The combined courage of our Zhou family for 18 generations pales in comparison to your audacity. Do you think a place like that deep mountain haunted house is suitable for someone like you? You nearly lost your life there, do you realize?"
Dad.
"I understand my mistake. I promise it won't happen again." Zhou Chu rubbed his head where he had been hit, pleading for mercy. "It's my fault. I always thought ghosts couldn't possibly exist, so I was never afraid." Reflecting on last night's events, Zhou Chu could only describe it as a harrowing experience. The vengeful spirit, with its long nails, would snatch a person and drag them before her. Zhou Chu watched as Zhuang Lily and the others were seized by the malevolent spirit, transforming from youthful individuals into frail old men in an instant, their once smooth skin now riddled with wrinkles and age spots. Then, the spirit's claws suddenly swelled, plunging into the hearts of Zhuang Lily and her companions, ripping out their still-beating hearts before swallowing them whole. Had it not been for the talisman sent by Wei Exine, Zhou Chu and Jiang Huaidong would have met the same fate. After the spirit killed Zhuang Lily and her companions, it turned its attention to me. Just as its ghostly hand brushed against my chest, it emitted a horrific shriek and retreated, my talisman burning fiercely against my skin, so intensely that I thought I might be seared. Seeing that I was protected by the talisman, the spirit redirected its assault towards Jiang Huaidong, who was similarly shielded, causing it to recoil in fear of the talismans we bore. Once the spirit retreated, I realized I could move and urgently called out to Jiang Huaidong to flee. However, he seemed entranced, as if spellbound by the ghost, remaining frozen despite my shouts. I dashed into the courtyard of the house before realizing Jiang Huaidong had not followed, so I turned back to drag him along. It's no exaggeration to say I pulled him with all my might as we fled the house, racing down the mountain. Initially, the spirit pursued us from a distance, but curiously, it seemed to collide with an invisible wall at one point, bouncing back and staring at me with its blood-red eyes as I dragged Jiang Huaidong away. As I recounted this, Zhou Chu scratched his chin, attempting to mask his embarrassment. The mountain was shrouded in darkness, trees towering densely, blocking out even the moonlight. In my haste, I stumbled over a tree root, causing both Jiang Huaidong and me to tumble down a slope, after which I lost all recollection of what transpired next. Chapter 56. Those who wish to die cannot be saved. Zhou Chu glanced at Wu Yin, who was observing him with an impassive expression. When I regained consciousness, I found myself floating freely in the mountains. At first, I thought I had died, but I realized I was not like the ghosts depicted on television. I felt no fear of sunlight. I surmised that I was still alive, perhaps experiencing something else entirely, so I wandered the mountains, seeking amusement while hoping to find Jiang Huaidong, unsure if he was in the same predicament. Wu Yin had returned to the table to gather her belongings. Seeing her, Zhou Chu hopped off the hospital bed and rushed to her side, asking, "Master, can you take me as your disciple?" Zhou Chu. Zhou's mother thundered. "You need to settle down. Step aside," Wu Yin said, pushing Zhou Chu away. "You lack the talent for this. I cannot accept you. Do not disrupt the master as she organizes her belongings." Wei Xian pulled Zhou Chu aside, scolding him. "You truly are audacious. The master couldn't even summon you back, and you know your predicament, yet you still wish to watch the commotion? Initially, I was quite worried, but then I recalled the power of the talisman you gave me, which even the vengeful spirit feared. I thought, since you know such a formidable master, you would surely seek her help if anything went awry. So I merely had to wait." Zhou Chu chuckled. That Monkey King contest was genuinely captivating. I still wonder which monkey emerged victorious. He was still preoccupied with the outcome. Wu Yin shot him a disapproving glance and asked, "Do you know why those two monkeys are fighting?" "Isn't over territory and status," Zhou Chu replied, thinking it obvious. "If I had delayed a moment longer in binding you back, once you witnessed the outcome of the monkey contest, you would have become the victor's meal." Wu Yin retorted with a scoff. "They are not vying for the right to feast on you. You foolish child. You, a mere dessert, stood by waiting for them to finish? What nonsense!" Zhou Chu exclaimed, nearly leaping up. "Eat me? Have you ever seen a mountain with just two monkeys fighting for dominance? There's no troop of monkeys. What a farce." Wu Yin explained. That mountain is home to a vengeful spirit, perpetually shrouded in sinister energy, compounded by miasma, making it unsurprising that strange creatures emerge there. Those are two monkey spirits competing for a supplement. Zhou Chu fell silent, realizing that the mountain was rife with peril. He was indeed fortunate to have traversed it unscathed. "Jiang Huaidong should be waking up by now," he remarked, donning his jacket. "I need to ask him why he insisted on staring at that malevolent spirit without fleeing." His situation was different. Jiang's parents did not believe in metaphysics and opposed Master Wu Yin's intervention regarding Jiang Huaidong. "Your mother and I have tried to persuade them twice, but we were turned away," Wei Xian stated. "It's good that you've awakened." Zhou Chu's awakening served as the best testament to Wu Yin's abilities. Wu Yin had finished packing her belongings and slung her backpack over her shoulder. She looked up and asked Zhou Chu, "You mentioned that the vengeful spirit suddenly seemed to hit something invisible and bounce back, correct?" Upon Zhou Chu nodding, Wu Yin conjectured, "If I'm not mistaken, that was a barrier set with the formation. If so, it suggests that the vengeful spirit is being contained by someone, and the formation was designed to trap it. However, the person behind it did not anticipate that there would be individuals as reckless as you, who, knowing the mountains are haunted, would still venture forth to face death. If that is the case, I shall make time to investigate further tomorrow." She indeed wishes to investigate whether that malevolent spirit was conjured by someone or merely discovered and subsequently confined in the depths of the mountains. What ulterior motives does the puppeteer harbor in nurturing this vengeful ghost? Wu Yin's thoughts drifted to the ominous energy emanating from the abandoned building. She vowed not to overlook any potential connection to the souls lingering there. Her resolve to delve deeper remained unshaken, regardless of the absence of monetary incentive. The very thought of the 30-odd souls and the potential devastation their plight could inflict upon the nation and society filled her with a fervor that rendered her fearless in the face of danger. The matters of home and country are of utmost importance. Despite her prolonged absence from Wufang Valley, the deep-seated sense of national duty instilled in her since childhood remains unwavering. Wu continues to cherish her homeland, hoping fervently for its prosperity and strength, even as she seeks a way back to Wufang Valley. Master Wu, could you provide me with a bank account number? I would like to transfer your remuneration. If you are available this evening, my family would be honored to invite you for dinner, hoping to express our heartfelt gratitude, proposed Mr. Zhou. Wu's phone lock screen displayed her payment code. She simply extended her device for a direct scan to facilitate the transaction. These two payment methods incur significant withdrawal fees for the master. It would be more prudent to transfer directly to your bank account, Mr. Zhou suggested. Wu considered this and agreed, promptly dialing Tan Ci. As Wu requested his bank account number over the phone, Wei Xian watched in astonishment. When had Tan Ci become so free as to answer her call instantaneously? Such trust between them. Trust to the extent that he would handle financial matters for her? Wei Xian counted on his fingers. Hadn't they only known each other for a few days? Seizing the opportunity, while Wu was on the phone, Zhou Chu stealthily slipped out of the hospital room and into the adjacent one. Inside, the doctors remained perplexed, having come to consult without any solutions. Zhou Chu, with his exuberant personality, boldly pushed aside the individuals blocking the doorway and shouted, "Mr. Jiang, I am Zhou Chu. You must summon Master Wu to save Jiang Huaidong. It will be too late if we delay." Everyone in the room was taken aback by Zhou Chu's sudden appearance. An elderly physician emerged from the crowd, speaking in hushed tones to Mr. Jiang. "Mr. Jiang, your son's condition cannot afford any further delay. I recommend you seek the expertise of the master next door." Zhou Chu, now frantic, dashed out of Jiang Huaidong's room, initially intending to pull Wu over, only to encounter her just outside the door. "Master, I implore you, please examine Jiang Huaidong. I will bear full responsibility for any consequences," Zhou Chu pleaded, tugging at Wu's backpack and pulling her into the adjacent room. "Stand aside. Make way. Do not obstruct Master Wu from saving him," Zhou Chu asserted, forcefully clearing a path through the crowded room. Wu hesitated, considering Wei Xian's presence, and chose not to leave. Standing at the bedside, she glanced at the patient and addressed Zhou Chu. "Zhou Chu, Jiang Huaidong's situation differs from yours. You have lost a soul, while he lies here merely as a husk. Moreover, Jiang Huaidong's physical decline has accelerated beyond my estimations. His soul may now be near the ghost dwelling in that haunted house. We have barely escaped. Why would he return there? I'm going mad."
Uke exclaimed.
"No wonder I wandered the mountain for an entire day without encountering Jiang Huaidong. I thought I was simply unfortunate to be stranded there." Had Zhou Chu refrained from approaching the spot where the ghost had been repelled yesterday, thus avoiding an encounter with Jiang Huaidong? Yet, Jiang Huaidong was aware that the ghost could not leave that place. Why wouldn't he simply stay away? "Provide me with Jiang Huaidong's birth date and time. Immediately. If you wish to save him, do not delay," Wu nearly shouted. Chapter 57. The Jiang family offers 10 million. Mr. Jiang hesitated for half a minute before responding to Wu, reciting Jiang Huaidong's birth details. Wu promptly began calculating using the given information, but to her dismay, the more she calculated, the more profound the implications became. Regardless of her approach, the divination consistently pointed towards death. Her expression grew grave, and Zhou Chu, observing her demeanor, felt a surge of panic. "Master, could you please display a different expression? Your current demeanor genuinely frightens me," Zhou Chu inquired. "Can my friend still be saved?" "Those who wish to live, I can save, but those who wish to die, even if saved this time, will still meet their end eventually." "Is there any point in such salvation?" Wu retorted, then added, "Jiang Huaidong's romantic journey has been fraught with difficulties, and having lost a child at a young age, he sought the ghost of his beloved, effectively courting death. Surely, you're a fraud. I knew there were no true masters in this world. My son is not yet married. How could he possibly have children? You are nothing but a charlatan." Mr. Jiang, in a fit of rage, ordered her to leave. A child born out of wedlock is still a child. Furthermore, do not Mr. Jiang and Mrs. Jiang recognize the child as mother? Wu countered. Jiang Huaidong's fate is in disarray. While it may appear promising, it is riddled with death signals. His fate has been shaped by the love and care of Mr. and Mrs. Jiang. What do you mean by that? Mrs. Jiang's expression darkened. "Do not presume that just because we are seeking your help, you can act with impunity." "Acting with impunity? We are all born equal. What gives you the right to demand such respect?" Wu scoffed, mocking Mr. and Mrs. Jiang for believing that their wealth elevated them above others. "Have you grown so accustomed to your lofty status that you perceive your children as mere extensions of yourselves? Zhou Chu became increasingly bewildered and anxious. Mr. and Mrs. Zhou, along with Wei Xian, had followed closely behind and overheard this exchange. Master, please enlighten us about Jiang Huaidong's condition. Zhou Chu felt as if his heart might leap from his chest. What do you mean by courting death? Has Jiang Huaidong been searching for someone all these years? Wu Yin queried. I don't understand. Zhou Chu shook his head in confusion. Yes, Wei Xian replied, then reconsidered. Or rather, he's been seeking a way to encounter the supernatural, for the person he is searching for is rumored to be deceased, prompting him to find a means to see her again. Could it be his college girlfriend? Mrs. Zhou interjected. Yes, Wei Xian confirmed with a nod. Mrs. Zhou immediately turned to Mrs. Jiang, her expression laden with unspoken thoughts. Jiang Huaidong had a girlfriend during his university years, someone with whom he shared a deep bond. Unfortunately, the girl was an orphan, having lost her parents early on, and her family background was lacking. Nevertheless, she was a remarkable individual, beautiful, intelligent, polite, and well-mannered. Mrs. Zhou held a positive impression of the girl, but Mr. and Mrs. Jiang, valuing social status, would never allow such a girl into their family. In the year of the children's graduation, Mrs. Jiang discreetly approached the girl, after which the girl vanished from Jiang Huaidong's life. Wei Xian continued, later, Jiang Huaidong hired a private investigator to find her. One day, inebriated, he came to me and expressed his sorrow, claiming his beloved had died. He stated that if there were indeed ghosts in this world, he desperately wished to see her. Wei Xian had thought it was merely drunken ramblings. But as the years passed, Jiang Huaidong's fixation on encountering the supernatural persisted. It was no wonder that the normally composed Jiang Huaidong had joined Zhou Chu in their reckless escapades, embarking on a live-streaming adventure to purportedly haunted locales. After hearing this, Wu Yin turned to Mrs. Jiang, stating, Jiang Huaidong suspects that the malevolent spirit in the old mansion is his girlfriend, which is why his soul seeks to draw near. However, even if that spirit were once Jiang Huaidong's beloved, it has long since lost its human cognition and cannot recognize anyone from its past life. Master, regardless of the circumstances, we must retrieve Jiang Huaidong's soul first. Let us overcome this hurdle before addressing future concerns, Wei Xian urged. Wu Yin nodded in agreement, and the items were arranged as per the morning's preparations. Upon hearing this, Zhou's father immediately called the driver, while Zhou Chu inquired if anything else was needed, then set off to find a pair of scissors. Wei Xian and Zhou's father headed next door to retrieve the now vacant table. Though everyone moved with remarkable speed, they were no match for Jiang Huaidong's rapid decline in search of a vengeful spirit. They could only watch helplessly as the aging process accelerated for Jiang Huaidong on the hospital bed. Yet an unforeseen obstacle arose with the driver who had gone to purchase the paper effigy. Master, can a paper effigy still be used if it has been damaged? The driver wiped the sweat from his brow and explained, when I entered the elevator, an elderly man saw the effigy and, fearing it brought bad luck, pushed me aside. I didn't expect him to be so forceful, and I lost my balance, falling and colliding with a nearby trash can. Wu Yin glanced at the severely deformed paper effigy and shook her head. The damage is not the issue. The critical point is that the effigy is stained with your blood and thus cannot be used. Hurry, and buy another one. Zhou's father insisted. I found that shop only had this one when I was there, and the owner has other matters to attend to. He is closing right after the sale. It would take half an hour to drive to another shop, making it an hour round trip. The driver was filled with self-reproach. Master, will there be enough time? This was a question Wu Yin need not answer. The others looked at the person on the hospital bed and understood there was no time to spare. Master, is there any other way? If you can bring Jiang Huaidong back, the Jiang family will reward you 5 million. Mr. Jiang recognized the young man before him possessed some ability, thus softening his tone. At present, both he and his wife sought the master's assistance, and the master had indeed made astute predictions regarding Jiang Huaidong's situation. 5 million is trivial. Zhou Chu's matter is less complicated than your son's. Our Zhou family has already offered 5 million. Zhou's father scoffed. Do not underestimate the master, as though he were a child. Mr. Jiang appeared slightly embarrassed for a moment before stating, the Jiang family will provide 10 million. Zhou's father muttered under his breath that this was a more reasonable offer. Wu Yin pressed her lips together to suppress an inappropriate smile. She had not realized Zhou's father had promised her such a substantial reward. Sudden wealth certainly brings joy. Yet pressing matters still required attention. I will personally seek out Jiang Huaidong, Wu Yin declared before shouldering her backpack and sprinting out of the hospital room. She moved so swiftly that neither the Zhou family nor the Jiang family had time to react. How is the master going to find Jiang Huaidong? Is she running? Zhou's father was taken aback. Quick, chase after the master and ask her. Otherwise, we can arrange for a helicopter to take her there. By the time you get the flight plan approved, the opportunity will have vanished. Zhou Chu bluntly remarked. The master must have her own methods, right, Wei Xin? Wei Xian immediately recalled Wu Yin's previous mention of the 1,000-mile escape technique during a live stream. This might indeed be genuine. Not merely Wu Yin's idle talk to frighten the ghost. Chapter 58. Jiang Huaidong's Obsession. The 1,000-mile escape technique is real, albeit tremendously taxing on spiritual energy. As Wu Yin dashed downstairs, she dialed Tan Ci's number. Once the call connected, Wu Yin spoke directly. Tan Ci. Please retain 100,000 from the 5 million reward the Zhou family provided, and donate the rest to a charitable organization in my name as swiftly as possible. This was the quickest and most efficient method Wu Yin could conceive for accruing merit. The Tan Group has a charitable foundation overseen by Tan Jai. Sensing Wu Yin's urgency, Tan Ci hastened his speech. Is something unexpected happening? Is the situation not going well? The matter concerning Jiang Huaidong is somewhat complicated. I must rush to the location of the incident immediately. I expended some spiritual energy while aiding Zhou Chu earlier, and now I require merit. Thus, charitable donations are the fastest option. Wu Yin clarified, please ensure the donation goes to the Tan Group's charitable foundation. I have other matters to attend to. I'll handle it right away. Tan Ci, while distractedly writing a note to Yan Ming, continued conversing with Wu Yin. You must be cautious and prioritize your own safety. Call me immediately once you resolve things. If you find yourself in danger, do not be reckless. Tan Ci, you sound just like my master. On the other end, Tan Ci worriedly furrowed his brow, repeatedly admonishing her, while Wu Yin found herself increasingly amused. It seemed that every time she was about to undertake a task, Tan Ci would fret and offer a barrage of advice, akin to a master uneasy about her accompanying her senior brothers and sisters outdoors. Before Tan Ci could finish a sentence, Wu Yin cut him off. Tan Ci rubbed his nose and asked, your master must be quite elderly, right? Indeed. He is a venerable figure of several centuries, exuding an ethereal presence and remarkable grace. Tan Ci paused, clarifying, I'm only 6 years your senior. Wu Yin calculated her age in this realm and nodded in acknowledgement. Ah, right. What's the matter? So, I cannot compare to your master. I can only aspire to resemble your senior brother at best, Tan Ci explained. Wu Yin finally understood the point Tan Ci was concerned about and could not help but burst into laughter.
Danchi.
Do you realize that when a man begins to fret over his age, it signifies he is truly getting old? As she teased Tan Ci, she dashed out of the hospital and sought a secluded spot. Tan Ci, I must go. I have pressing matters. Wu Yin stowed her phone in her backpack, scanned her surroundings, confirmed the area was suitable, and prepared to cast the 1,000-mile escape technique. Holding Jiang Huaidong's birth date and time in her grasp, Wu Yin effortlessly pinpointed the location of his soul. With a single incantation of the 1,000-mile escape technique, Wu Yin arrived at the mountain where Zhou Chu and Jiang Huaidong had encountered trouble in the blink of an eye. Uncertain of the ghost's power, she refrained from charging directly in. Fortunately, Tan Ci acted swiftly. Within half a minute of her arrival in the mountains, she received new merit. Wu Yin immediately converted the merit into spiritual energy and utilized the soul-conducting talisman she had drawn in advance as a guiding symbol. Upon casting the spell, the talisman began to lead the way. Wu Yin's pace quickened, and within a minute, she reached the location Zhou Chu had mentioned, where the vengeful spirit was being obstructed. As Wu Yin had surmised, there was indeed a formation present, and it was the formation's barrier that contained the vengeful spirit. Humans could traverse freely within the formation, which was solely intended to confine the ghost. Wu Yin stepped inside, following the talisman deep into the mountains, and as the talisman flew faster, so did her speed. In less than 10 minutes, Wu Yin encountered an abandoned traditional courtyard, reminiscent of ancient architectural styles. However, with a wave of her spiritual energy, what she saw was merely a paper house. At the entrance stood Jiang Huaidong's soul, poised to push the door open. Wu Yin unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, forcibly drawing Jiang Huaidong's soul back. You truly seem eager to court death. Wu Yin exclaimed. Do you not realize that the closer you get to this place, the weaker your soul becomes? Do you understand what state you are in? Jiang Huaidong's soul had transformed from the appearance Wu Yin had witnessed during her live stream into that of a middle-aged man around 50 years old. though his attire remained unchanged. Are you the streamer? Jiang Huaidong inquired, astonished, before recalling her name. Wu Yin from Wufang Valley? Did Wei Xian send you to save me? Yes. Wu Yin considered for a moment, and added, your parents offered 1 million for me to bring you back. Jiang Huaidong merely scoffed at the mention of his parents. To them, I seem quite valuable. After his derisive comment, Jiang Huaidong asked, has Zhou Chu returned? I saw him earlier. Zhou Chu has awakened, Wu Yin confirmed. Then I can rest easy. Jiang Huaidong expressed an apology to Wu Yin. However, you will have made this trip in vain. I will not return with you. I am going to find her. I am aware of your situation. Wu Yin cautioned, do not rush into self-destruction. Although puzzled as to why the vengeful spirit had yet to appear despite Jiang Huaidong's presence at the door, she knew that should he enter, the courtyard was the ghost's domain, and Jiang Huaidong could be killed without the spirit even revealing itself. I know you were searching for your girlfriend. Wei Xian mentioned that you had hired a private investigator to look into her, and the investigator informed you that she had already passed away. Wu Yin said, you should return with me first, then provide your girlfriend's birth date and time, and I will assist you in calculating her fate. As long as she is alive. Regardless of where she may be hiding, I can help you locate her. Even if she has passed away, as long as you are willing to pay. And she is not yet reincarnated, I can summon her spirit for a meeting. The allure offered by Wu Yin was undeniably compelling. However, to her surprise, Jiang Huaidong shook his head. Host, my instincts tell me that my girlfriend is within the manor. Jiang Huaidong gazed longingly at the entrance of the estate. As though by merely looking, he could pierce through the closed doors to see the person he yearned for day and night. Host, do you know how much I despise my mother? She had my father send me abroad under the guise of a business trip, and then behind my back. She confronted her with cruel words, shattering her dignity. She is a person who is both self-deprecating and proud, which is why she left without saying a word to me. Later, I learned from a private investigator that she was already pregnant when she left me, while I was searching for her. She gave birth to our son in a small town. The investigator revealed that she was kidnapped on her way to the hospital with our child. The surveillance footage captured her being forced into a van while holding our son, and thereafter, there was no further news. All these years, neither she nor the child has reappeared. They must have met with a tragic fate. Host, do you have any idea how painfully my girlfriend endured the period from our breakup to the disappearance and presumed demise of our child? She faced the anguish of pregnancy alone, bearing both physical and psychological torment. I caused her to become an unwed mother. As a young and beautiful girl, she attracted countless judgmental gazes. They were kidnapped just as the rent was due, and when the landlord couldn't find her, he discovered that she and the child had vanished. Yet all their belongings remained in the house, indicating they hadn't left quietly. It was only after he reported it to the police that everyone realized she and the child were missing. So much time has passed. What good will it do to report it now? Years have gone by, and still, there is no sign of life or death. I detest my mother, but more so, I loathe myself for failing to protect her and the child. They are likely dead, and what right do I have to live on alone? All I desire is to find her and the child, to reunite our family. From now on, I will never leave her or the child again. We must always be together. Wu Yin listened quietly as Jiang Huaidong spoke. He had never even confided in his close friend, Wei Xian, about the existence of his child. Over the years, Jiang Huaidong had kept everything bottled up inside him. Anyone would be driven mad by such anguish. Provide me with your girlfriend's birth date and time, and I will assist you in calculating her fate. Wu Yin felt a twinge of compassion for Jiang Huaidong, who was so deeply infatuated. Trusting Wu Yin's abilities, Jiang Huaidong immediately relayed his girlfriend's birth information. Upon hearing the birth details, Wu Yin fell silent. Yet, she proceeded to calculate, letting out a sigh afterward. When she looked up at Jiang Huaidong again, it suddenly dawned on her why the omens surrounding him were so permeated with death. She could discern from the birth details the events of this individual's life, and thus, she understood the circumstances surrounding Jiang Huaidong's girlfriend in her lifetime. Your girlfriend has indeed passed away. Wu Yin had already deduced the fate of Jiang Huaidong's son from his birth details. However, it was the reading concerning Jiang Huaidong's girlfriend that revealed further complications. Jiang Huaidong, the circumstances of your girlfriend and your son's demise are entangled with many others. Wu Yin stated, but I can tell you that the malevolent spirit involved is your girlfriend. Before Wu Yin could finish her words, Jiang Huaidong lost his grip on sanity, frantically struggling to free himself from his bindings. Yet, Wu Yin's spiritual energy held him fast, rendering his efforts futile. Xiaoran, Xiaoran.
Come out.
It's Dongzi. I have come to find you. Jiang Huidong ceased to struggle and shouted towards the manor, hoping to summon the spirit within. Observing this, Wu Yin swiftly cast a spell to seal Jiang Huidong's mouth, rendering him mute. He stood stunned for a moment, then glared fiercely at Wu Yin. Jiang Huidong, death is an inevitable end. There is no dignity in dying so pitifully and meaninglessly. Wu Yin reproached him. Do you not wish to know how your girlfriend and son perished? Do you not yearn to seek justice for them? Have you not considered that your girlfriend is trapped here? What about your son? Where is he? Wu Yin's words brought Jiang Huidong back to his senses. He looked at Wu Yin, waiting for her to continue. I do not have the luxury of time to explain everything to you now. If we delay further, you may truly meet your demise. Wu Yin glanced down and scanned the surroundings before reaching for a leafy branch from a tree. I shall conceal you here. You must not emerge without my permission. Wu Yin instructed. After stating this, she looked at Jiang Huidong. Not if you agree. If you do not comply or betray me upon entering, I will eliminate the spirit within. Jiang Huidong nodded vigorously. Wu Yin performed the ritual to hide Jiang Huidong as spirit within the branch, weaving it into her hair before retracting her spiritual energy from him. Once this was accomplished, Wu Yin pushed open the manor's door and stepped inside. As the door creaked open, an oppressive chill wafted out. Wu Yin scanned the interior, noting that the malevolent spirit was not in the front yard. Following the trail of dark energy, she traversed the lengthy corridor and arrived at the back courtyard. There, she discovered a well, its mouth exuding a menacing aura, undoubtedly the hiding place of the vengeful spirit. Wu Yin approached the well but did not rush in. Instead, she sent a pulse of spiritual energy downwards to probe. The next moment, an enraged roar echoed from the depths. Wu Yin found it peculiar, despite the spirit's fury. Why did it remain hidden at the bottom of the well? The talismans she had used the previous night could harm the spirit, but given its strength, it should not have been sufficiently wounded to retreat into hiding. Moreover, the spirit's howls were odd. It seemed to be attempting to intimidate Wu Yin from approaching with its furious cries. After hesitating for only 2 seconds, Wu Yin leaped into the well. It was deep, yet the bottom held secrets of its own. The depths were perpetually shrouded in darkness, damp and eerie. Wu Yin transformed her spiritual energy into a soft glow, illuminating the well's interior, revealing its contents. She beheld the long-haired spirit, standing within a formation, its malevolent energy continuously seeping outward. However, this dark energy was swiftly absorbed and vanished into the formation. Upon seeing this formation, Wu Yin realized the source of the persistent dark energy emanating from the abandoned building. She had not anticipated such a significant discovery from this venture. Wu Yin's presence startled the spirit within the formation. Upon realizing that someone had truly entered the manor, the spirit's fingers elongated like claws, sharp nails protruding from its flesh as it roared at Wu Yin, seemingly commanding her to leave. Shaoran, either come out on your own now, or I will destroy this formation and drag you out. Wu Yin threatened. The spirit, having been silenced in life and now existing as a mute apparition, could emit sounds but could not articulate words. Wu Yin waited for a moment, but upon seeing that the spirit did not emerge voluntarily, she produced a yellow talisman, preparing to draw a lightning summoning rune. The spirit recognized the talisman instantly, panic flooding its face as it desperately shook its head, hastily emerging from the formation. Once the spirit exited the formation, much of its dark energy had been dispelled, and it appeared more human-like, no longer resembling the red-eyed ghoul from within the formation. The spirit did not immediately attack Wu Yin. Instead, it pressed against the well wall, showing evident caution towards her. As Wu Yin remained vigilant against the malevolent spirit, she circled the small formation. Just as she was about to step into the array, the vengeful ghost suddenly lunged toward her, reaching out with its hand to grasp her throat. Wu Yin transformed her spiritual energy into a blade and directed it toward the ghost. In a swift motion, the energy sliced through the ghost's 5 fingers, severing its claws. The spirit immediately recoiled, retreating to confront Wu Yin with its ghostly aura. Though Wu Yin's current strength had not yet returned to even a fraction of what it was during her time in Wufang Valley, the ghost, having just emerged from the formation and still in a weakened state from the previous night's injuries, proved no match for her. In fact, Wu Yin managed to incapacitate the ghost with merely 2 strikes, without even resorting to her Thunderbolt talisman. However, the specter, fearing that Wu Yin might destroy the formation, stubbornly endured instead of fleeing. Wu Yin manifested her spiritual power into a sword, pressing the razor-sharp blade against the ghost's neck. With her other hand, she formed a seal, casting a spell that eradicated the bond between the ghost and Jiang Huadong. This spell was particularly forceful, and as the bond was forcibly severed, the ghost suffered backlash, causing its spectral energy to wane. At that moment, Jiang Huadong, who had been concealed among the branches, could no longer contain himself and pleaded, "Master, please do not harm her. If I do not eliminate her today, the laws of heaven and earth will not spare her in the future. She is a malevolent spirit responsible for the deaths of countless souls." Nonetheless, even if Jiang Huadong had not spoken up, Wu Yin had no intention of eliminating the ghost at this moment. She regarded the spirit named Xiaoran, whose tragic life and death evoked a sense of pity. Yet, the hundreds of innocent lives lost at her hands were equally deserving of sympathy. "Now, I will ask you questions, and you shall respond accordingly. Nod if it is true. Shake your head if it is not." Wu Yin, unable to afford the expenditure of spiritual energy on divining the ghost's thoughts, opted for the simplest method of inquiry. "The malevolent energy you have been channeling into the formation is meant for your son, is it not?" Wu Yin inquired. The ghost stared at her, neither nodding nor shaking her head. She was protecting her child. "Jiang Huadong, come out," Wu Yin commanded, removing the branches from her hair. Once Jiang Huadong emerged, she questioned the ghost again. "Do you know who he is?" The ghost first nodded, then shook her head. Wu Yin continued, "What you mean to say is that you saw him last night, but you do not know who he is." The ghost nodded twice in affirmation. "Xiaoran, do you not recognize me?" "It's me, Dongzi," Jiang Huadong exclaimed, his expression one of shock followed swiftly by pain. "It is my failure. I did not protect you and the child, leading you both to this plight." Jiang Huadong reached out to touch the ghost's face, but Wu Yin swiftly swatted his hand away. "Did you not hear her say she does not recognize you?" Wu Yin remarked. "She has been turned into a vengeful spirit, and her memories were obliterated during the process. To control these spirits, the practitioner who refined them only allows them to retain memories beneficial for their manipulation. The one who refined Xiaoran likely used the bond between her and her son to exert control over her. This indicates a lack of finesse in their technique. Hence the need for such contingencies. How often does your master feed you? When was the last time?" Wu Yin inquired further. "Aside from feeding you, does he visit regularly? Can you contact your master unilaterally?" The ghost wrote the number 7 in the air with her ghostly energy, followed by indicating 6 days prior. This signified that her master fed her every 7 days, with the last visit occurring 6 days ago. She then nodded, paused for 2 seconds, and nodded once more, indicating that her master also visited occasionally and that she could indeed contact him independently. Jiang Huadong comprehended the implications and turned to Wu Yin. "Master, the one controlling Xiaoran may come today or tomorrow." Wu Yin pressed her sword harder against the ghost's neck, letting out a cold laugh as she addressed Jiang Huadong. "Today, you have witnessed the art of ghostly deception. Not a single truth has escaped her lips. Feeding once every 7 days, if that is all it produces, I could easily dispatch your master without a second thought. Moreover, if they are fed every 7 days, one can only imagine how many corpses lie in this mountain." The ghost's strength clearly indicated that she was fed once and starved for half a year. The puppeteer behind her confinement in the mountains did not intend to cultivate her into a fierce warrior, but rather to provide ghostly energy to the dilapidated building. The ghost's attempts to deceive Wu Yin were merely tests to gauge whether she would fear her master, attempting to intimidate her into retreat. Wu Yin summoned Jiang Huadong back with her spiritual power, casting a binding spell on the ghost before leading Jiang Huadong away from the well. Wu Yin first circled the estate, then exited to inspect the formation. The formation was of low rank. Had the ghost been slightly stronger, she could have easily broken it herself. Within the formation's barrier, there was no signal for mobile phones. As Wu Yin made her way out of the barrier, one hand secured Jiang Huadong while the other held her phone, searching for a signal. Only halfway up the mountain did she find a signal, and Wu Yin promptly called Old Master Zhao. As soon as the call connected, she stated, "Grandpa Zhao, I am currently in the mountain where Zhou Chu and the others encountered trouble last night. I have discovered that someone has been raising a vengeful spirit here, utilizing the bond between mother and child to channel ghostly energy into the formation at the dilapidated building each day. I intend to take that ghost along with the estate, but the puppeteer may become aware, so I need you to arrange for someone to monitor this mountain discreetly and see who approaches after I leave. If possible, please bring the soul bottle discovered at the Yu family home for me to use to suppress the ghost." At this point, Wu Yin paused and added earnestly, "I will return it once I am finished." Old Master Zhao chuckled at her remark. "You truly have a sense of humor, child. I will make arrangements now." I cannot get there myself, but I will have the person in charge over at City C contact you shortly, and I will see how to deliver the soul bottle to you. After hanging up, Wu Yin tossed her phone back into her backpack, tugging at the still-dazed Jiang Huadong and leading him forward. Jiang Huadong opened his mouth, hesitating to speak. The young master of the Jiang family was being led around like a dog. It was an affront to his dignity. Yet, realizing no one was watching, he relented. After all, even if he spoke, it would likely be futile. In the eyes of the master, he was merely a tethered soul, akin to a million. Wu Yin wandered nearby, eventually finding a suitable piece of wood. She sat down on the ground and picked up a sharp stone shard to use as a knife. Jiang Huadong, unsure of Wu Yin's intentions, sat down a meter away from her, his gaze fixed on her busy hands. As he watched, the moon rose high above, and Wu Yin only paused to answer one phone call before returning to her task. Jiang Huadong observed as the thick wood gradually took on the shape of a small coffin. Unable to contain himself any longer, he finally spoke up. Master, you know where my son is, don't you? You have the patience to wait until now to ask. Wu Yin replied nonchalantly, exhaling gently toward the small coffin, causing the wood shavings to scatter and slowly drift down at Jiang Huadong's feet. I have yet to return to confirm, but it cannot be mistaken. Wu Yin glanced at Jiang Huadong. Your son is in the formation at the dilapidated building in the S-City development zone, nourished by the ghostly energy supplied daily by his mother. Jiang Huadong was about to inquire why the mother and son were separated, wanting to know why his girlfriend and child had been harmed, and yearning to understand what suffering Shaoran endured in life that rendered her a mute ghost. However, just as he opened his mouth, Wu Yin suddenly stood up and shouted angrily toward the left. Who is there? Step forward. Jiang Huadong was startled. He had not sensed anyone approaching. Is it Lady Wu Yin? A man's inquiry echoed from the distance. He appeared somewhat astonished. Despite the considerable distance between them, it was unexpected that seasoned martial artists like themselves could be so easily detected.
Who are you?
Wu Yin inquired, stepping forward with caution. We are bodyguards hired by Mr.
Done.
Due to his physical limitations, he did not accompany us up the mountain. He and his assistant are waiting at the foot of the mountain. The man, sensing Wu Yin's wariness, hastily elaborated, you may contact Mr. Tan to confirm. Stay where you are, I will ask first. Wu Yin picked up a leaf from the ground and propelled it forward with her spiritual energy. The leaf pierced the trunk of a tree adjacent to the men like a razor-sharp blade. If you dare to advance another step without my permission, the leaf will bring you harm. The expressions of the men shifted dramatically. One younger man, suppressing his voice, turned to the leader. Captain, this woman is more formidable than we are. Just her use of the leaf demonstrates skills we cannot match. Did Mr. Tan truly hire us to protect her? I can't shake the feeling that this job is rather dubious. Wu Yin, though holding her phone, caught the words carried by the wind. She stepped forward, curiosity piqued, and asked how many of you are there. How much did Tan spend to hire you? There is nothing to conceal, the captain replied candidly. We are 10 in total. He then raised 3 fingers. 300,000. Wu Yin exclaimed softly, her demeanor remarkably calm. However, another voice chimed in, that is 300,000 per person. Almost losing her grip on the small coffin she held, Wu Yin's thoughts raced. 300,000 per person, 10 individuals, that amounted to 3 million. What a lavish expenditure. As she dialed Tan Si's number, her frustration intensified. The moment the call connected, Wu Yin shouted, you spent 3 million to hire a group of inept individuals to protect me. Why not just give me that money directly? I can protect myself and earn that amount. Jiang Huadong glanced back and, true to his expectations, the expressions of the men were nothing short of entertaining. I called you when I set out, but your phone had no signal. I tried again at the foot of the mountain, but your line was busy and you didn't respond to my messages, Tan Si explained, his earlier worries dissipating upon hearing Wu Yin's outburst. He could vividly picture her animated gestures. The fact that she was still concerned about money indicated she was unharmed. Don't worry, there's reimbursement, he reassured with a smile. I came with a mission. Old Master Zhao entrusted me with the items you requested, which I have already sent up with the bodyguards. Once you are done, come down. I will be waiting for you at the foot of the mountain. Though Tan Si was concerned for Wu Yin, he hesitated to call her again after being met with silence, fearing that his attention might inadvertently place her in danger. Is there really reimbursement? Wu Yin asked, half in disbelief. Are you trying to deceive me? Indeed. These individuals will accompany you for the next few days. Their sole task being to ensure your safety, Tan Si clarified. Currently, we cannot ascertain which of the people might harbor threats like Old Master Yu, so after deliberation, Old Master Zhao decided to hire external help. My involvement should prevent undue attention towards you. Wu Yin found his reasoning convincing. After ending the call, she allowed the bodyguards to approach. Having recalled Tan Si's earlier statement, she scrutinized the 10 bodyguards, ensuring none were possessed before accepting the soul vessel from the captain. Had I known this item would arrive so swiftly, I needn't have worried so much, Wu Yin mused, stuffing the painstakingly crafted coffin into her backpack and securing the zipper. She patted it gently, reserving it for future use. Wait here for me. I'll be back shortly. Do not proceed any further. She admonished once more, ensuring they understood. Upon receiving the captain's nod of acknowledgement, Wu Yin turned and sprinted into the mountains with the swiftness of a wild leopard, vanishing into the night in the blink of an eye. Back at the manor, she leapt directly into the well, where the fierce spirit was held immobile, its eyes the only part able to move. Aligning the mouth of the soul vessel with the spirit, she bound it with her spiritual energy and confined it within the vessel, sealing it with a talisman to suppress it. Let us go, she declared, cradling the vessel in one hand while gently pulling Jiang Huaidong with a spiritual tether in the other. With a graceful leap, she exited the well, her feet barely touching the tiles as she swiftly departed the manor, landing lightly at the entrance. With a single hand gesture, she directed her spiritual energy towards the 2 large red lanterns adorning the manor. Illusion. Break. With her command, Jiang Huaidong watched as the ancient manor transformed into a mere paper facade, gradually shrinking to the size of a palm before levitating into Wu Yin's hand. Yet, the well remained intact, indicating that it was the only genuine feature of the manor. Wu Yin left behind a small yellow figure with its eyes painted on at the bottom of the well. After encircling the well once more, she placed several stones around it, imbuing them with her spiritual energy to establish a highly discreet formation. As long as someone approached, she would instantly sense it. And if anyone entered the well, she could monitor the situation in real time through the yellow figure. Having completed her preparations, Wu Yin returned to meet the bodyguards. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, she spotted Tan Si in his wheelchair, alongside a red helicopter parked not far away. She approached Tan Si quietly, intending to surprise him from behind, but he unexpectedly turned around, transforming her intended boo into an awkward laugh. Shall I turn back and try again? Tan Si asked with a smirk. Wu Yin quickly shifted the topic to mask her embarrassment. Thank goodness you flew in the helicopter. Otherwise, I would have hesitated to use my energy to return to S City. The helicopter made the journey from C City to S City in under 2 hours. It landed atop the military hospital, and Wu Yin hurried to Jiang Huaidong's ward. The atmosphere in the ward was tense, as everyone awaited her return. Fortunately, shortly after Wu Yin's departure, Jiang Huaidong had ceased his decline, which prevented the group from spiraling into panic. Although no one could see him, Jiang Huaidong was undeniably tethered back from the mountain by Wu Yin. If one were to question whether Wu Yin felt a twinge of guilt, the answer would be an unequivocal no. Chapter 62. This is what you owe that child. Jiang Huaidong. Return. Wu Yin commanded, forcefully reuniting Jiang Huaidong's soul with his body. With a touch of her spiritual energy to his forehead, he opened his eyes the next moment. The person has awakened. Zhou Chu exclaimed with excitement. You finally returned. We were worried sick. Jiang Huaidong's father, observing his son who appeared even older than himself, furrowed his brow. Master, can his body recover? Or will he remain in this state? As long as I eliminate that ghostly mother and child, he will return to normal. But upon their removal, they will have no chance of reincarnation, Wu Yin explained. You claim they are ghosts. If they are not eliminated, they will continue to bring harm to Jiang Huaidong. Mrs. Jiang interjected angrily. We, the Jiang family, have given you 10 million. Why the hostility? Wu Yin retorted, hands on her hips. Do you not know how to speak politely to others? Jiang Huaidong, anxious, nearly toppled from the bed. No. Master, please do not kill them. Wu Yin ignored Jiang Huaidong's plea and continued to confront Mrs. Jiang. You must understand. The 10 million you paid me was to return Jiang Huaidong's soul and awaken him. Haven't I accomplished that? She gestured towards the person on the hospital bed. Isn't he alive, fully intact, and returned to consciousness? Wu Yin's disdain for the arrogant Mrs. Jiang had already been considerable, but after calculating Xiao Ran's life, her aversion intensified to its peak. Mrs. Jiang, Xiao Ran and her child are suffering due to this calamity, and you bear significant responsibility. With a tone of mockery, Wu Yin recounted the past, when you forced the pregnant Xiaoran to leave S City, uttering the most disparaging words that rendered her utterly worthless, with a venomous tongue that wounded her dignity. Was it not so? Madame Zhang's cold laughter echoed. How could someone raised on the charity of others dare to dream of marrying into the Zhang family? Such was her foolish delusion. Enough! Zhang Huaidong roared. I was the one who pursued her. I was the one who clung to her, seeking a chance. The deluded one is me. After Xiaoran left S City while pregnant, Madame Zhang did not spare her. Wherever the influence of the Zhang family reached, she deprived the expectant Xiaoran of even a modicum of safety and shelter. With her burgeoning belly, Xiaoran was driven from one city to another, only to be cast out repeatedly, until she was ultimately forced into a remote town where she could finally catch her breath. Madame Zhang's ruthless tactics were truly remarkable. After Xiaoran's departure, Jiang Huaidong hired a private investigator to track her down, yet it was the Jiang patriarch and matriarch who bribed the investigator, providing Jiang Huaidong with false information, causing him to miss the opportunity to reunite with Xiaoran and their child. By the time Jiang Huaidong sensed something amiss and discreetly commissioned Wei Xian to find another investigator, Xiaoran and her child had already met a tragic end. There was no time left. Wu Yin felt a deep sense of injustice for Xiaoran. Her youth, wasted merely for loving Jiang Huaidong, led her to be driven to the point where she had no place to call home. Mr. Jiang, Madame Jiang, are you aware that Xiaoran bore your grandson? Wu Yin inquired. Do you know how your own grandson met his demise? The expressions of Mr. and Mrs. Jiang stiffened, both reluctant to meet Jiang Huaidong's gaze. For all the clandestine deeds they had committed, Wu Yin spoke the truth, even about the child's birth, which they were aware of. However, because they disdained the child's mother, they had no intention of acknowledging the child. How did the child die? What about Xiaoran? Jiang Huaidong had awaited this answer for far too long. Jiang Huaidong, now I will tell you, Wu Yin spoke with a composed demeanor. Your son was brutally dismembered, limbs severed from the torso, his head taken, all with an axe. The left foot was struck first. The child's cries were heart-wrenching. And by the time the right foot was severed, the child had gone silent. Stop! Stop! I don't want to know. Madame Jiang cried, covering her ears. Jiang Huaidong, in anguish, clawed at his palms until they bled, seemingly oblivious to the pain. You are the child's grandmother. You must know. Wu Yin forcefully removed Madame Jiang's hands from her ears, continuing, because during this horrific ordeal, Xiaoran, as a mother, was compelled to watch helplessly. Xiaoran's demise was no less tragic. You can barely endure hearing this? Xiaoran, however, witnessed her son endure such torment, experienced it herself, only to be silenced and met with a vengeful fate. Her spirit bound to the realm of the living as a vengeful ghost. Even as a ghost, Xiaoran was subject to the whims of others, gradually becoming the wretched creature she is today for the sake of her child. Upon finishing, Wu Yin locked her gaze onto Mr. and Mrs. Jiang. Had you not pushed Xiaoran to such extremes, would someone of her caliber, a graduate of a prestigious university, have been forced to retreat to such a desolate town to live in solitude? Given her capabilities, whether in S City or C City, even with a child in tow,
How could she not have thrived?
Mr. Jiang, Madame Jiang, I must ask again, upon learning that Xiaoran and her child went missing on their way to the hospital, did your conscience not stir with unease? Had you reported it at that time, Xiaoran and her child would not have suffered such a fate, nor would they have fallen to this tragic end. Wu Yin regarded Mr. and Mrs. Jiang with a cold smile. The Jiang family's fortunes have dwindled over the past 2 years.
Have they not?
Let me enlighten you. The child who was brutally murdered was your family's sole heir. With his death, the Jiang lineage ceases. This child is also tied to your family's fortunes. His misfortune spells your own demise, and with his death, your family's prosperity shall forever remain elusive. Ever since you forced Xiaoran and her child into despair, the Jiang family's fortunes have entered a downward spiral. If Wu Yin had not intervened in Jiang Huaidong's affairs, he would have perished in the depths of the mountains last night. With his death, the Jiang family would have faced extinction, and shortly thereafter, their company would plummet to bankruptcy within half a year. Even if Wu Yin were to return Jiang Huaidong now, without eliminating Xiaoran and her child, he would remain stagnant, alive yet childless, leaving the Jiang family without heirs. Not to mention, Jiang Huaidong's deep affection for Xiaoran would never allow him to harm her and their child. Even if he could bring himself to commit such an act, the repercussions of such a sin would ultimately be unbearable for the Jiang family. Mr. and Mrs. Jiang turned pale as they recalled the truth of the matter. Ever since they forced Xiaoran and her child away, the Jiang family's fortunes had indeed suffered, reaching a point of incessant misfortune following their disappearance. Wu Yin cast Jiang Huaidong another divination, yet the outcome remained grim. Chapter 63. Master, I have encountered something strange. She had previously stated that she could save those who wished to live, yet not those who sought death. Jiang Huaidong. Wu Yin gazed at the man on the hospital bed, tears streaming down his face. Death is indeed easily attained, yet living is what can atone for the past. May you live well, performing good deeds, amassing merit for that innocent child, striving to grant him a chance at rebirth before your own end. After a moment, Wu Yin added, this is what you owe the child. Jiang Huaidong, in his agony, found himself at a loss for words, unsure if he had absorbed Wu Yin's counsel. Having said her piece, Wu Yin chose not to linger further with Jiang Huaidong and turned to Mr. Jiang. You may obtain my payment account from Zhou Chu's father. A friendly reminder. Those who default on my debts typically repay with something of considerably greater value. Wu Yin had no intention of threatening anyone for $1,000,000. She left Jiang Huaidong's hospital room with a smile that could almost be encapsulated in an emoticon. Master. Jiang Huaidong stumbled out after her, choking back emotion. Master. Can I perform good deeds to atone for my child? What about Shaoran? What can I do to make amends for her? It was not I who sought Shaoran's death. It was fate that condemned her. Wu Yin explained. She has entered the underworld and will endure torturous punishment for nearly 1,000 years. With her strength, she cannot withstand such a duration. After my death, may I bear her punishment instead? That is what I owe her. Jiang Huaidong pleaded, Master, let me redeem her sins. Can she and the child be reborn as humans together? Tears streamed down Jiang Huaidong's face. In the next life, she will not encounter me again and will not suffer the burdens of my existence. There are laws governing all things, and the law will not permit anyone to fully replace another who has committed murder to bear the consequences. However, should you choose to remain resolute, when I uncover the mastermind behind this, I can establish a pact of shared destiny for you and Shaoran. Upon your death, you may share half of her burden. With that, Wu Yin turned and departed. She had spent too much time on Zhou Chu and Jiang Huaidong's matters today, and now needed to return to the unfinished building. Wu Yin had not forgotten. She had other tasks awaiting her that night. As the elevator doors opened, Wu Yin stepped inside, clutching the soul vial, only to notice Tan Xi and Yan Ming were also present. Here to find me? Wu Yin wrinkled her nose, her gaze falling upon the food container resting on Tan Xi's knee. It smells delightful. President Tan said you hadn't eaten, so he specially had the chef prepare this for you. Yan Ming spoke rapidly, finishing Tan Xi's sentence before he could utter a word. Tan Xi took a deep breath and pinched the bridge of his nose. For me? Wu Yin replied, her voice tinged with embarrassment. Yet she had already freed a hand to take the food container. Exiting the elevator, Wu Yin followed Tan Xi to his car, placing the soul vial at her feet as she lowered her head to eat. Upon opening the box, the delightful array of dishes inside instantly filled Wu Yin with joy. It was none other than small wontons and pan-fried dumplings. The wonton soup was adorned with seaweed and dried shrimp, and with a sip of the broth, the freshness was so exquisite it felt as if her tongue might dissolve in delight. Tan Xi, I must say, you truly understand me.
Wu Yin assured Tanchi.
Promising that as soon as her spiritual energy was restored, she would promptly heal his legs. No matter how much others might offer, I won't let anyone cut in line. And I shall even give you a discount. After a moment of contemplation, Tan Xi replied, then I thank you, Master Wu Yin. This perfectly timed jest elicited laughter from Wu Yin. As customary, Wu Yin permitted Tan Xi to escort her only to the corner. She instructed the bodyguards to find accommodation in a nearby residential area and kept them away from the unfinished building. Once out of the car, she held the snacks Tan Xi had prepared in one hand and her sketching tools in the other. Turning her back to him, she swayed her head side to side in his direction before striding confidently away. Yan Ming, having understood the cue, turned to Tan Xi and remarked, Master Wu Yin's way of bidding farewell is quite unique. I never imagined someone would wave with their head. Tan Xi shot Yan Ming a glance. You're quite chatty tonight. Yan Ming was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time Tan Xi had expressed such annoyance at his verbosity. The driver stifled a laugh and resumed driving. Does Assistant Yan not realize? Tan Xi cannot abide any criticism of Master Wu Yin, not even in jest. Upon returning to the temporary dwelling in the unfinished building, her two sisters were still there, guarding her suitcase. I'm back. Are there any new classmates today? Wu Yin placed her items atop the suitcase, waved her hand, and, just as the day before, instructed her sisters to divide the snacks in half for themselves. Please tell everyone that I will be here tonight to sketch their portraits, and I will expedite the process of identifying you all and returning you home. There are no new classmates today, her sister replied, taking her somewhat reluctant younger sibling away to begin their tasks. Before long, all the wandering souls gathered around Wu Yin, including a few who had been reclusive and absent from class the previous day. Despite Wu Yin's swift painting, the sheer number of souls overwhelmed her. And by the time she finished all the portraits, dawn had arrived, having worked through the entire night. Her younger sister cautiously approached Wu Yin and asked, "Master, do you need to rest?" Wu Yin shook her head while tidying up her belongings. "I must first deliver your portraits." "Sister." "Thank you," the younger sister said, returning the snacks she had been holding. "I won't eat. You should have them. Eat more to replenish your strength. Only then can you accomplish so much." Wu Yin couldn't help but chuckle at the child's earnestness. "You should eat what I've given you. Snacks will not suffice for nourishment." With her backpack slung over her shoulders and a thick stack of portraits in hand, Wu Yin departed the unfinished building. On her way, she made a delivery of the portraits, resulting in her arriving at Tan Si's office well past 9 o'clock. "Master, Mr. Tan has gone to a meeting and asked me to wait here for you," Yan Ming mentioned, casting a few extra glances into Wu Yin's eyes. "Mr. Tan has instructed that if you feel tired, you may rest in his lounge. The sheets are freshly changed and have not been used. Let us start the live stream first. If there's nothing urgent afterward, I will rest," Wu Yin decided, recalling the throngs of fans eagerly awaiting her stream. Her streaming room enjoyed the finest promotional resources from Duiziu, and for several consecutive days, the moment she began streaming, it would be pushed across the entire network. Amidst the greetings from viewers in the comment section, a particular message stood out. Following guest, "Master, I am Zhu Ping. Do you remember me? I urgently need to speak with you. Can I request a connection now?" Wu Yin certainly recalled Zhu Ping, her very first customer from her inaugural broadcast, who had sought her assistance in locating his missing father. Of course, Wu Yin nodded, and the next moment, Zhu Ping sent a firework and requested a connection. As soon as the video linked, Zhu Ping's anxious voice came through. "Master, I've encountered something strange. Each time I place my father's urn into the grave, a sudden gust of wind sweeps through. As soon as the wind ceases, the urn ends up outside the grave again. This has happened multiple times, and it's causing quite a stir among the relatives." Following guest, "Zhu Ping, just a few days ago you criticized the streamer for being inaccurate. Why come back now? Aren't you just slapping your own face?" Zhu Ping was not oblivious to the comments and felt embarrassed, knowing he couldn't escape it. So he scratched his head and apologized. "Master, I apologize for my previous behavior." Afterward, he addressed the live stream audience. "Last time, the master was indeed correct. I found my father at the grave of his first wife, and he was already deceased when I discovered him. Everyone already knows about that. It was reported in your local news and local viewers have confirmed it with us," came the replies. Zhu Ping felt utterly dejected. He acknowledged his past rudeness and pleaded, "Please, master, help me. I cannot keep my father's urn at home. The villagers are condemning me, claiming I am unfilial, and my father cannot find peace even in death." Zhu Ping felt unjustly wronged, yet no one would believe his plight. He had not slept well for the past 2 days, and the dark circles under his eyes rivaled those of a panda. "Master, what should I do?" Zhu Ping implored, his voice thick with despair. Wu Yin chuckled lightly. "Zhu Ping, if you insist on burying your father alongside your biological mother, this funeral will not proceed smoothly. I have previously informed you that your father wishes to be interred with his first wife." Noting Zhu Ping's discontent, Wu Yin continued, "Your father did not disclose this to you. I should not meddle in your affairs, but since you remain obstinate and refuse to heed my counsel, it seems the time has come for you to learn the truth." Zhu Ping rubbed his face, stiff from restless nights, and nodded. "Master, I merely feel it is unfair to my mother." "Zhu Ping, your father has shown great kindness to both you and your mother," Wu Yin stated. "Though you are not his biological child, he regards you as his own, nurturing and guiding you with utmost dedication. He deserves every honor from you in calling him father." Zhu Ping's expression froze, as though struck by lightning. "Master, what nonsense are you speaking? How could I not be my father's biological child?" He immediately refuted Wu Yin's assertion, but upon reflecting on her abilities, he fell silent. Following guest, "Zhu Ping, the streamer's divination cannot be wrong. If the master says you aren't, then you certainly are not." Wu Yin observed the shift in Zhu Ping's expression and recognized that his rebuttal lacked conviction, prompting her to elaborate further. "Your mother is indeed your biological mother, but your father is your adoptive father. Many years ago, when your adopted father's wife tragically passed away during childbirth, he was engulfed in sorrow while simultaneously being pressured by his parents to remarry for the sake of carrying on the family line. Your mother, a classmate of your adoptive father, learned of his unwavering love for his late wife and his reluctance to remarry, yet faced with familial coercion, she sought his assistance. Your mother bore you out of wedlock, which was taboo in that era. Your adoptive father, moved by her plight and her proposal of a sham marriage, agreed to this arrangement to avoid being forced into blind dates and remarriage. Zhu Ping, you must have been aware from a young age that your parents slept separately? Wu Yin inquired. Zhu Ping nodded. Yes, when I was little, my mother and I shared a room. As I grew older, and we moved into a bigger house, my parents each had their own rooms. Whenever my grandparents visited, my father would sleep on the floor in my mother's room. They have never shared a bed. Zhu Ping appeared somewhat dazed. I asked my mother about it, and she said it was due to their differing schedules, and that sleeping apart wouldn't disturb each other's rest. They never argued, and would discuss matters together, so I never doubted their feelings for one another. Wu Yin shook her head. How could decades of companionship lack affection? It is simply not romantic love. Perhaps to your adoptive father, your mother is akin to a sister, a familial bond. Regarding your origins, you may seek confirmation from your grandparents, for they are aware of your mother's unwed pregnancy years ago. This revelation struck Zhu Ping with overwhelming force, rendering him momentarily unable to process the truth. However, he refrained from disconnecting the call, instead remaining seated in a contemplative daze. He reflected on the subtle nuances of his parents' interactions over the decades, recalling how his father had unwaveringly honored the memory of his first wife and child by visiting their graves each year, while his mother had never uttered a word about it. As the master had said, his father's kindness over the years had left no room for doubt regarding their relationship. Zhu Ping had believed that his parents shared a serene and mutual affection, so when he learned that his father had, for all those years, been mourning another woman, his heart swelled with profound sorrow and indignation. After a lengthy pause, Zhu Ping hesitantly inquired, Master, may I provide you with my birth date and time? I implore you to help me uncover the whereabouts of my biological father, for my parents never divulged such matters to me, not even until their deaths. Zhu Ping. The master replied, your mother's unwed pregnancy was a grave issue in her youth. She had no choice but to seek the assistance of your adoptive father, which implies that either your biological father has passed away, or, although alive, he might as well be dead. Wu Yin paused before continuing. Your adoptive father and mother have given you a nurturing environment to the best of their abilities, so it would be prudent not to seek unnecessary suffering. Wu Yin kindly reminded him that sometimes blood relations are not of paramount importance, are they? Zhu Ping nodded gently. I heed your advice. I shall not pursue this further. I have my father and mother, and that is sufficient. Since my father wished to rest alongside his late wife, I shall honor his final wish. Zhu Ping rubbed his eyes. I must also apologize to her. In my ignorance, I harbored resentment towards her, believing she sought to take my father from my mother even in death. Now that my father is gone, I will visit their graves. With gratitude. Zhu Ping concluded the call. I previously harbored unspoken disdain for Zhu Ping's father, feeling that his enduring affection for his first wife rendered his second marriage unjust. I apologize, uncle, commented a follower. I never anticipated the aftermath. Zhu Ping's father truly is a remarkable man, his devotion to his late wife unwavering over the decades. Even in his final moments, he was still devoted to her memory. He wronged no one during his life, and he embraced a child with no blood ties as his own. A visitor added, my grandmother once recounted that in her hometown, a girl faced disgrace for being an unwed mother and was driven to suicide. In smaller communities, the tongues of the people can be deadly. Zhu Ping's father is indeed a good man, and it is a blessing for both Zhu Ping and his mother to have encountered such a classmate. Wu Yin, observing the comments from netizens, nodded in agreement with those that resonated, preparing to scroll further when the screen was suddenly filled with a burst of fireworks, signaling a new call request. Wu Yin accepted it without hesitation, and the next moment, a young boy appeared on the video, possessing a delicate and handsome visage. Yet it was evident he bore the posture of someone who had long been accustomed to hunching his back. Chapter 65. A Brainwashing Deception. The phone's speaker transmitted the sound of howling winds from his location into the live stream. Wu Yin sensed something amiss and inquired, where are you right now? Host. My name is Chen Fengyu, the boy replied, seemingly oblivious to Wu Yin's question regarding his location, as he continued speaking. I'm not sure what I want to ask. I just want someone to listen to me. Despite his youth, his face bore the weight of an incongruous sorrow. His tone was eerily calm, a demeanor that belied his age. Children of his years should be laughing and playing in classrooms. Perhaps, host, you could help me find out where my parents are. And why they abandoned me? Chen Fengyu asked. Or could you assist me in obtaining their phone numbers? I wish to ask them why they brought me into this world only to forsake me. I can help you. Please provide me with your birth date and time. Wu Yin readily agreed. However, Chen Fengyu did not immediately send his details. Instead, he continued to gaze vacantly at the camera, lost in his own thoughts. My parents divorced when I was very young. They went abroad to pursue their careers and left me behind at my uncle's home. I have always been a burden, living under someone else's roof, devoid of dignity or hope. My uncle told me I was an unwanted child, that he and my aunt took me in out of pity, and thus I owe them gratitude, lest I be ungrateful. They said my parents had remarried abroad and started new families with new children, and to them, I am merely a burden. My aunt insisted that they provide for my education, clothing, and shelter, and I must repay them by not being ungrateful. As a child, I thought I must study diligently and achieve good results to make them proud. Yet, inexplicably, whenever I excelled, my uncle and aunt would become displeased, reprimanding me, punishing me, and withholding food. I foolishly believed I was not good enough and exerted myself to become even better. It was only as I grew older that I realized my achievements only brought them discontent. They did not wish to see me shine. Eventually, I was placed in the same class as my cousin, who forced me to write his name on my exam papers. When he brought home excellent grades, my uncle and aunt were overjoyed, taking him to amusement parks and treating him to delicious food, while I remained invisible. From that moment, I understood that those who supported me did not desire my brilliance. They wished for me to remain in the shadows. Consequently, I began to do all his homework, writing his name on my papers, while I became the student who never submitted assignments and consistently turned in blank sheets. Yet, my uncle and aunt did not punish me. Rather, they praised me, claiming that studying was arduous and that children should indulge in play. In the beginning, their praise thrilled me, as I believed I had finally made them happy. But gradually, I came to realize that this was wrong. Sometimes, I truly despise my own intelligence. How much better it would be if I were foolish enough to be coddled forever. The more aware I became, the more anguish I felt. Is there truly no one in this world who wishes to love me? Host, I do not blame others for their lack of love. I merely wish to ask my biological parents why they did not love me yet chose to bring me into this world. If they intended to abandon me, why did they not simply end my life, instead of allowing me to endure this unbearable existence? Wu Yin grew increasingly concerned and interrupted Chen Fengyu's monologue. Chen Fengyu, please send me your birth date and time. I will look into this for you. I observe your features, and it appears you are not of shallow lineage. There may be some misunderstanding. Upon hearing Wu Yin's words, a glimmer of hope sparked in Chen Fengyu's eyes. Host, really? Does this mean I am not an abandoned child? Perhaps my biological parents do love me and have been searching for me all along? I have dreamed of this for years, in which I am not an unwanted child, but one who has been kidnapped, with my real parents diligently seeking me. Please provide me with your birth date and time. Wu Yin requested, before realizing that Chen Fengyu, having not seen his parents since he could remember, might not know his own birth details. Do you know your birth date and time? If not, you may provide me with your parents' birth details instead. I do not know my own, he replied. Chen Fengyu shook his head. However, I do have my mother's. I once saw the red paper used for her and my father's wedding in the small cabinet of my uncle's storage room. It bears their birth dates, but my father's handwriting is too smudged to read, so I only remember my mother's. All right, please send me your mother's birth date, Wu Yin replied with a nod. After a brief wait, Chen Fengyu received a private message from her. It revealed a destiny of wealth, yet it was tinged with the sorrow of a mother who lost her child in middle age. After a moment of anticipation, Chen Fengyu anxiously inquired, Host, is this my biological mother? Am I merely an abandoned child? His voice was imbued with a desperate hope, yet laced with fear. Wu Yin, without hesitation, nodded. She is your biological mother, and she loves you dearly. Her voice was gentle as she continued, From your mother's destiny, I have discerned certain truths. Chen Fengyu, please step back a few meters and find a quieter place to listen to what I have to say, Wu Yin instructed softly. Moved by her declaration of love, Chen Fengyu hesitated for only a couple of seconds before complying. His phone screen flickered as he searched for a sheltered spot away from the wind. A follower commented, Am I seeing things? Did that spot just look like a rooftop? Another follower added, I thought I was the only one who saw that. It terrified me. I have acrophobia. A visitor remarked, so Chen Fengyu was preparing to. After over a minute of searching, Chen Fengyu finally stabilized his phone, and the howling wind ceased. However, the light dimmed significantly, as if he had stepped into a corridor. Host, it's quiet now. You may speak, Chen Fengyu declared, sitting upright, with the hand not holding the phone resting placidly on his knee, embodying a disciplined posture. Wu Yin acknowledged his readiness and began. Your mother sends you numerous gifts from abroad every year, during festivals and on your birthday without fail. In addition to the gifts, she deposits money into a bank account in your name. You mentioned you haven't seen her since you could remember. Yet I can ascertain that she has returned to the country every year for the past few years. Moreover, she has neither remarried nor had other children. You are her only child. Chapter 66, Leaving the Rooftop to Find Your Mother. What Wu Yin said contrasted sharply with Chen Fengyu's understanding, leaving the online audience bewildered. A follower questioned, what is going on? How could Chen Fengyu's mother not have remarried and still not love her only child? Another visitor remarked. The host said that Chen Fengyu's mother sends him birthday gifts and money every year, indicating she has always cared for him. A follower queried, then why hasn't she met her only son upon returning? Is there something unspeakable? Chen Fengyu's mood visibly lifted, and he began to stutter in his excitement. Initially, he thought that if he were an abandoned or adopted child, he could still hope that his biological parents loved him. But, to his astonishment, he learned he was indeed his parents' biological son, and the host had said his mother loved him dearly. He had always felt as though he was walking on fragile ice, fearing that one misstep would plunge him into a cold abyss, waiting quietly for death. He believed that no one would remember him, nor would anyone grieve his departure from this world. Yet the host told him that he was merely standing by the lake, waiting for the moment when spring would blossom. The hope ignited within him brought forth the warmth of spring he had never dared to wish for. Host, you say my mother loves me, but why doesn't she come to see me? Chen Fengyu pondered. Is it my father who prevents her from seeing me? Or is it for another reason? Wu Yin shook her head. It has nothing to do with your father, but rather with your uncle and aunt. Wu Yin had uncovered the entire truth within the fate of Chen Fengyu's mother. Had he not reached out to her today, he would have already taken a step forward, ending his young life. Chen Fengyu would have died believing that no one loved him, thinking himself the most superfluous person in the world. He would never have known that his leap would have brought about his mother's madness, transforming her into a murderer. Chen Fengyu, tomorrow is your birthday, correct? Wu Yin suddenly asked. Chen Fengyu nodded lightly. Do you wish to see your mother now? To ask her in person why you have not seen her for so many years? Wu Yin urged. Some questions must be asked directly, and you should hear her answer with your own ears. Now leave the rooftop. The first woman you see wearing a black dress after you exit the building will be your mother. Wu Yin encouraged him. Be bold and ask her. And you will discover how much love and warmth your world should have. Chen Fengyu hesitated for half a minute, but under Wu Yin's encouraging gaze, he nodded vigorously. A follower exclaimed, Chen Fengyu, please don't end the live stream. We want to see too. I'm so curious. Another pleaded, please don't disconnect. We all want to know the outcome. Seeing the audience's requests, he responded affirmatively and left the corridor with his phone in hand. The rooftop where Chen Fengyu stood was on the upper floors of his residential complex. The elevator stopped on the first floor, and he walked through the lobby. As he stepped outside, he immediately spotted a middle-aged woman in a black dress, carrying a violin case. She was wearing high heels and had been lingering for quite some time, just a few hundred meters from the villa area where his uncle lived. When Chen Fengyu approached her, she had her head bowed until he inquired, Auntie, are you my mother? Upon hearing his voice, Chen's mother looked up at the boy standing before her, her expression transforming into one of immense surprise. Fengyu, she exclaimed, her hands trembling with excitement. How did you come to be here? I just spoke with your uncle who said you were sulking at home. Overjoyed, she gazed at her grown son, placing her belongings on the ground as she reached out to touch his head, measuring their heights. You're almost taller than me now. This was the first time Chen Fengyu experienced such affectionate interaction since he could remember. He gazed at the woman before him with wide eyes, hardly daring to believe. Are you really my mother? It was then that she finally realized something was amiss. Fengyu, you don't recognize your mother? This revelation was a crushing blow to her. Your uncle and aunt said that since you could remember, they have shown you pictures of me and your father. We send them new photos every year. Fearing you wouldn't recognize us. As she grasped Chen Fengyu's hand, she noticed he was wearing clothes she had bought for him, which brought her a measure of joy. Haven't I sent you many new clothes from abroad every year? This outfit is from when you were 10. Why are you still wearing it? Look how short the pants are and how small the shirt is. Are you too sentimental? Delighted to see her son in her chosen attire, she thought to herself that perhaps it meant he didn't truly despise her as a mother. Chun Fengyu shook his head, explaining, "These clothes were given to me by my cousin after he outgrew them." After a pause, he added, "My uncle and aunt never showed me any pictures of you and dad, nor did I ever receive any clothes you sent." At this moment, Wu Yin let out a cold laugh, addressing Chun Fengyu. "The clothes your mother bought for you are to be worn only after your cousin has finished with them, which indicates that your uncle and aunt have taken all the belongings your mother had intended for you." Wu Yin continued, "Chun Fengyu, it is time for you and your mother to find a secluded place to have a heart-to-heart conversation." Hearing the unfamiliar voice emanating from Chun Fengyu's phone startled Chen's mother, as live streaming was not as prevalent abroad. Thus, she initially did not realize that her son was connecting with someone in a live broadcast. Chen's mother inquired, "Are you on the phone with a friend?" Chun Fengyu, being a sincere child, shook his head and explained, "I am connected to a streamer on the Twitch platform. She informed me that I could meet my mother if I came downstairs." At this point, Chun Fengyu hesitated, seemingly unsure of how to interact with his mother, causing his speech to come off as somewhat awkward. The streamer suggested they should find a private place to converse meaningfully. Wu Yin was amused by the way Chun Fengyu spoke, realizing he was still very much a child in both his manner of speaking and thought processes. Upon hearing her son wanted to have a serious talk with her, Chen's mother was absolutely elated. "If you don't mind, would it be possible for us to meet at the hotel where I'm staying? It's nearby." In Chapter 67, claiming half of a minor goal, Chen's mother picked up the items on the ground, stating that although she had already sent gifts from abroad, she had heard from your aunt that you were recently learning the violin. Therefore, she had specially ordered a violin from abroad to gift to you. There were many items, and being a well-behaved child, Chun Fengyu hurriedly bent down to assist with carrying the larger ones. Upon hearing his mother's words, Chun Fengyu called out, "Mom." He added, "It's my cousin who is learning the violin. My uncle and Aunt 1T let me learn such things. They say it's too expensive, and they don't have extra money to waste on me." Chen's mother's expression instantly changed. "You wish to learn? Then learn. What does that have to do with them? When has my son ever needed their support?" Chen's mother continued, "When your father and I divorced, I opened a bank account in your name. Every year, your father deposits money into that account, part of it for your living expenses and tuition, and part of it as your allowance. Each new year, your father and I would also deposit your New Year's money into that account. If our businesses were doing well, we would add more for you to spend." Chen's mother reminisced, recalling that during the early years of starting her business, she had not earned much, but she consistently wired over 500,000 each year to your account. After about 5 or 6 years, once her company became established, she began depositing at least 5 million annually into your account. As for your father, he has always been competitive with me. If I deposited 500,000, he would deposit 600,000. If I put in 5 million, he would match it with 6 million. So, how could you possibly lack funds for violin lessons? Confused, Chen's mother remarked, "Your uncle and aunt told me you found a prestigious teacher who charges over 5,000 per lesson. How did this suddenly become about your cousin learning the violin?" As a self-made businesswoman, she was no fool, otherwise, her company would not have thrived to this day. Finally, from Chun Fengyu's few words, Chen's mother began to grasp the gravity of the situation. "Is your bank card not in your possession?" Chun Fengyu shook his head, explaining that the card was with his uncle, who claimed he had borrowed it because he could not locate his own identification when he opened the account in Chun Fengyu's name temporarily. "Temporarily, indeed." Chen's mother scoffed, anger giving way to incredulity. She then asked, "You haven't even seen a picture of your mother? Over the years, your uncle and aunt have told me that you resent me and your father for abandoning you in the country, and you refuse to meet us. Is that true? Or is it a lie?" "It's a lie." Chun Fengyu clenched his fists, stating, "My uncle and aunt said you and dad no longer wanted me. That you both got married abroad and had other children, and that I was just a burden to you. If they hadn't taken me in, I would have starved outside." Chen's mother was so enraged that she swore in front of her son. Had she not been pushed to her limit, she would never have been so coarse. "Your father and I were both abroad, struggling to establish our businesses. In the beginning, we were busy with work. But once our company stabilized, we would return every year, especially for your birthday. However, your uncle and aunt told us you were rebellious and extreme, harboring hatred for us, and that if you saw us, you would go mad, harm yourself, or even run away. So, out of fear of triggering you, We refrained from coming to see you, only daring to glance at you from the outside of the yard without letting you know. The thought of how she had longed for her child day and night, only to have trusted relatives exploit and hurt her, was a bitter pill for Chen's mother to swallow. Fang Yu, let me tell you, your uncle and aunt are despicable scoundrels. Chen's mother pointed at a nearby villa. That house is in your name. It was purchased by your father and me the year we divorced. All expenses, including food, clothing, utilities, and nanny wages, have been covered by your father and me together. The ones who should feel grateful are your uncle and aunt, who are nothing but useless parasites. This revelation shattered the worldview of the vast audience in the live stream, with comments flooding in. What an astonishing truth. So, it turns out that it is Chen Fangyu's uncle and aunt who are living off him? Living off him? More like squatting in his own home. What do you mean squatting? This is outright theft. They have unlawfully occupied another's property, and given the large sums involved, they should face serious consequences. According to what Chen's mother just stated, after all these years, it amounts to a significant sum. They're looking at hefty prison time. Chen's mother recounted. When your father and I divorced, it was due to our disagreements. You were still young. I had thought about bringing you abroad. Enduring hardships would be worth it. But your father insisted on fighting for custody. Eventually, he persuaded me to leave you in the country under the care of his brother and sister-in-law, allowing me to focus entirely on my career. I thought, well, they're your blood relatives, so I agreed. Your father and I brought your uncle and aunt from the countryside to the city, arranged jobs for them, and hired a nanny to look after you. All we asked was that they ensure the nanny treated you well. We even paid them a salary, providing for their food, clothing, and shelter. And this is how they repay my kindness? They have deceived me for years, treating me like a fool. It's one thing for them to con me, but how dare they spend my money while mistreating my son? As she recalled her younger son's chubby, carefree appearance and contrasted it with her own son wearing his cousin's discarded clothing, Chen's mother was filled with profound regret. I should never have listened to your father's advice. No matter how hard it was, I should have kept you by my side. Touching Chen Fengyu's thin face, she felt immense sorrow. I thought that while I struggled abroad, you would at least live a life of comfort and luxury in the country, even if you harbored resentment towards me and your father. Wu Yin interjected, unfortunately, the reality is far from that. Everything you and your husband provided for Chen Fengyu has been seized by his uncle and aunt. They took everything from him while treating him harshly, fearing his brilliance and excellence, doing everything they could to suppress him, wishing for him to become a rebellious troublemaker. Had Chen Fengyu not contacted me in the live stream just now, he might have already jumped from the upstairs. He would die before you, unaware that his mother was standing before his lifeless body. Should Chen Fengyu perish, you and your ex-husband would only then begin to grasp the suffering he endured over the years. After handling his funeral, you would be unable to bear the grief and would directly kill your uncle's family of 4. Your ex-husband would try to take the blame for you, but the agony of losing your son would drive you to madness, believing he was also responsible for your son's death, and in a fit of rage, you would kill him too, ultimately leading to your own demise. This is the fate that Wu Yin observed from Mother Chen, a tragic sight that pierces the heart. In Chapter 68, Disconnected Friends, Mother Chen suddenly turned to Chen Fengyu, demanding, "Tell me, did you truly contemplate jumping from the rooftop?" "I'm sorry, Mother." Chen Fengyu nodded in acknowledgement, confessing, "I was unaware you were here. I believed I was a superfluous being in this world, thus I wished to depart." Tears welled in Chen Fengyu's eyes as he added, "I never anticipated I would die before you, Mother. That would surely be a cruel blow." Mother Chen pounded her chest vigorously, tears streaming down her face. Wu Yin recalculated Mother Chen's birth chart, then smiled. How wonderful! The fate of losing a child in middle age has been altered. Chen Fengyu, your fortune reading is complete. We may now conclude this connection. Wu Yin gently reminded him. Return to your parents. You are destined to be a brilliant star. Study diligently and persevere. Thank you, host. I will. Chen Fengyu replied apologetically. I'm sorry for taking so much of your time. Goodbye, host. A follower commented. What a polite child he is. Another added, it's so heart-wrenching. Seeing him apologize to his mother, I truly believe he is a wonderful person. Despite struggling against adversity, he continues to grow independently and positively. Such a commendable spirit. Wu Yin nodded, acknowledging that he had evaded this brush with death, and foresaw that as Chen Fengyu matured, he would undoubtedly achieve great things. Observing his features, Wu Yin was confident that Chen Fengyu would excel in scientific research and ultimately become a pillar of the nation. Thus, the merit derived from this reading surpassed that of a typical individual's fortune. Let us proceed, Wu Yin noted, glancing at the time. I shall conduct one more reading before I take my rest. As she spoke, she stifled a yawn. Just then, a new connection request arrived. A burst of fireworks exploding vibrantly on the screen. After approving the connection, the girl on the other end did not reveal her face, even altering her voice with a sound effect. I apologize, host, but I prefer not to be recognized, hence I want to show my face. Her youthful voice, unmistakably belonging to a girl in her 20s, introduced herself. You may call me Shaolin. I am not here for myself, but rather to read for a friend. She could also be considered my colleague. Shaolin explained, this colleague and I share a close bond. 6 months ago, she began dating a boyfriend, and last week she mentioned she was going to meet his family. Initially, she took time off to go. His home is in a remote village, and she sent me pictures of the scenery along the way. However, within 2 days, I realized I could no longer reach her. She stopped sending me updates, and my messages went unanswered. 2 days prior, I discovered that just before she went missing, she had messaged the HR manager, stating she intended to resign to marry her boyfriend and would not be returning. Shaolin's tone grew anxious. This situation is truly perplexing. Setting aside the fact that she abruptly resigned, forfeiting over half a month's salary. She had previously confided in me that she had few friends and hoped I would be her bridesmaid. Now, she suddenly claims she is getting married, and my calls go straight to voicemail. This is utterly abnormal. Host, I suspect something has happened to my friend. Could her boyfriend be a human trafficker, luring her into the mountains under the guise of romance to sell her? Shaolin could conceive of no other possibility. Wu Yin and the other viewers shared this apprehensive suspicion. Please send me your friend's birth chart, Wu Yin requested. I do not possess her birth information, Shaolin replied. However, I do have a photo of her that I surreptitiously took from her HR file. It's a clear image of her ID. Wu Yin nodded. That will suffice. Please send it to me privately. Shaolin acted swiftly, and by the time Wu Yin opened the private message, the photo had already been sent. After a few moments of silence upon viewing the image, Wu Yin remarked, your friend has undergone cosmetic surgery. Yes, she had minor enhancements. She lacks confidence in her appearance. In truth, she was quite attractive even before the surgery, and the changes are not drastically different. Suddenly, Shaolin recalled another detail. Host, the birth date on her ID is incorrect. She once mentioned that her family was part of a population control initiative, and she was an unplanned child. To avoid certain policies, they registered her a year late. Wu Yin furrowed her brow slightly. Such alterations, even minor, can significantly impact one's features. Based on your friend's current appearance, she possesses a short-lived fate and is likely to encounter misfortune soon. For greater accuracy, you must find unaltered photos of her or ask her family for her birth details. She has several sisters, and her parents might not recall the precise time of her birth. Shaolin lamented, I will do my utmost to locate her pre-surgery photos. I will provide you with my phone number. Please call me once you have found them, Wu Yin instructed. You must act swiftly. Time is of the essence. If after 2 days you have not secured her birth information or unaltered photos, you may send me an item she commonly uses instead, Wu Yin advised. In any case, the sooner the better. Shaolin repeatedly affirmed her understanding before ending the connection, just as Wu Yin hesitated, pondering whether to conduct another reading. At that moment, Yan Ming entered. Master, old Mr. Zhao has arrived. Yan Ming, aware that Wu Yin was live streaming, spoke in a hushed tone. Wu Yin nodded and informed her viewers that she would conclude the broadcast for the day. Stepping out of the break room, Wu Yin saw old Mr. Zhao frowning at the soul bottle placed in the corner of Tan Xi's office. Rest assured, Grandpa Zhao, the bottle is sealed with talismans. Xiao Ren cannot escape. Wu Yin assured him. Last night, I returned to the unfinished building and confirmed with Xiao Ran that her son is indeed trapped beneath the debris. She can sense it from there, but I cannot intervene for fear of disrupting the formation. Being cautious is wise, old Mr. Zhao acknowledged. I came to discuss the matter of the wandering souls with you. Before Wu Yin joined the Tan family, she had made a point to deliver the sketches to old Mr. Zhao. Now that the internal database was thorough, identifying individuals with the images was indeed expedited. Aside from a few high-security documents still undergoing verification, a significant number of identities had been uncovered. Old Mr. Zhao pinched the bridge of his nose. Among them were a senior automotive designer, a high-ranking official in the chemical industry, 2 researchers from a pharmaceutical institute, a data clerk from a launch base, 2 doctors, and several individuals from critical departments. The mere emergence of this information sent shivers down one's spine. Xiao Yin, do you know how we old-timers felt upon seeing this information? Old Mr. Zhao began, uttering a single word: fear. Having lived to this age, he had never before uttered the word fear, yet today they felt genuine trepidation, nay, terror. Our generation has preserved every inch of our land with our flesh and blood. Countless warriors on the front lines have sacrificed their lives to protect our territory, and many nameless heroes have devoted their lives to our nation's prosperity. The path to our current standing has not been easy. Everything we have today has been achieved through our own efforts. Yet, it is infuriating that there are still those with treacherous intentions, still coveting everything belonging to our nation. Truly despicable. As old Mr. Zhao trembled while holding the document folder, he could scarcely imagine how much further this country would have eroded had Wu Yi not unveiled the existence of wandering souls. He could not fathom the damage that would ensue should the forces behind this matter succeed in usurping Old Yu's body, compromising the interests of the nation and its people. It was crucial to note that a nationwide drill was imminent, with Old Yu occupying a vital role in its execution. Had Wu Yi not discovered the truth of Old Yu's body being seized, the consequences would have been unfathomable. Wu Yi, do you have a way to return these souls to their own bodies? Elder Zhao inquired. At present, we have temporarily halted all of Lao Yu's work under the pretext of his ill health, allowing him to recuperate at home. It would not be particularly difficult to merely return these souls to their vessels. The true challenge lies in discreetly uncovering the mastermind behind this scheme. Wu Yi replied. We must apprehend the puppeteer, for otherwise, we are merely addressing the symptoms rather than the root cause. They have confined Xiao Ran in the remote mountains of City C while trapping the souls in an abandoned building in City S. The considerable distance between the two locations indicates a meticulous effort to evade detection. Even if one location is discovered, the anomaly alone would not reveal their ulterior motives. Thus, the orchestrator has demonstrated remarkable cunning. Alas, they have encountered misfortune by crossing paths with someone like me, who has moved into the abandoned building due to financial constraints. Elder Zhao, I have an idea. Please consider its feasibility. Wu Yi moved a chair beside Elder Zhao and continued, instead of squandering time in idle speculation, we might employ a tactic to draw the snake from its lair. The mastermind is unaware that we have knowledge of the souls in the abandoned building, yet they could eventually uncover the details of the murder case in City C if they have connections. Perhaps they are already aware but are hesitant to act due to the presence of guardians in the mountains. While the authorities have yet to disclose the murder case, the online community is already aware. Merely enforcing a ban on discussions is futile. It would be far more effective to openly publicize it. We could use the murder case as a hook to offer a substantial national reward for exceptional talents to assist in solving the mystery. This would surely attract many masters from the realm of metaphysics. I cannot believe the mastermind would remain unperturbed. At that point, they would either risk infiltrating the mountains to relocate the vengeful spirits and erase any traces of the haunted abode, or they would have to register to participate in the investigation, eager to gauge the extent of the authorities' knowledge and devise countermeasures accordingly. Before the bounty is announced, I will position myself at the foot of the mountain to await their arrival. If no one appears, I shall participate as a contestant, enabling me to secretly observe everyone. Perhaps I can discern the mastermind from their handwriting or traces of their rituals. Of course, this plan hinges upon my ability to first relocate those souls to a sufficiently secure location, ensuring that no opportunities arise for harm to befall them. Upon concluding her thoughts, Elder Zhao clapped his hands in approval. What a brilliant idea! Drawing the snake from its lair, capturing the turtle in the urn. Excellent. Just then, Tan Ci entered and overheard Elder Zhao praising Wu Yi. While Elder Zhao's commendation was directed at Wu Yi, Tan Ci felt an inexplicable joy. What are you discussing? Tan Ci inquired with a soft chuckle, reminding the two engrossed individuals of his presence. Wu Yi turned to him and waved, then recounted her method to Tan Ci as well. We could also investigate the ownership of the abandoned building, Tan Ci suggested. The land was not particularly expensive back then. It wasn't even considered a development zone. It made little sense to purchase land for factory construction only to abandon it midway due to insufficient funds, leaving the building in limbo for years. Are you implying that the abandoned building was specifically constructed to confine those souls? Wu Yi exclaimed, clapping her hands. That makes sense. Otherwise, the presence of those trees serving as the focal point is utterly incomprehensible. The ability to trap the souls there indicates they anticipated that location would remain untouched for nearly a decade. How can they be so certain? Perhaps because that land belongs entirely to them. Elder Zhao turned to Wu Yi and asked, Now, let's discuss the temporary accommodation for those souls. This matter hinges upon your decisions. What are your requirements? I need you to find a clean, relatively large jade bottle or wooden box. I must first lure the souls inside without disrupting the formation before removing them from the abandoned building. Additionally, we require a spacious and secure location, free from intrusion, where I can set up a new formation. I must release the souls from the container. Otherwise, if the container is too small, they will be cramped inside. And if any become agitated, conflict may arise. With over 30 souls, some prefer a bustling atmosphere while others seek tranquility. Keeping them confined together for too long could lead to chaos. If a fight breaks out and a soul is harmed, that would be disastrous, as healing and restoring souls is an immensely energy-consuming endeavor. That's manageable. I have a friend in the jade business. He surely possesses exquisite jade bottles, Elder Zhao responded. My family's ancestral home is spacious and rarely visited, and I can arrange for a few individuals to take turns guarding it, ensuring the safety of the souls. Elder Zhao then asked, if you have the time now, would you like to accompany me to the Zhao family ancestral home to take a look? Certainly. Wui nodded, rising to gather her belongings from the lounge. In less than a minute, she emerged with a backpack and her phone. Let's go. Upon Wu Yin's exit, Tan Xi addressed her and then asked, do you need me to prepare anything for you?
On the way.
I need to make a detour to buy some materials for drawing talismans, and then I must visit the live poultry market to procure some live creature souls to use alongside my illusions, Wu Yin replied, following Elder Zhao out. Then she heard the sound of Tan Xi's wheelchair and turned to see him emerging as well. Are you going too? Wu Yin asked, puzzled. Aren't you busy? I've just finished my tasks, Tan Xi replied nonchalantly. Am I not allowed to accompany you? Chapter 70. No inconvenience. No inconvenience at all. Wu Yin shook her head, naturally slowing her pace to walk alongside Tan Xi's wheelchair, then began recounting her grievances regarding Qin Fangyu and his peculiar aunt and uncle, along with her frustrations about his inadequate parents. After discussing the live stream, she concluded with, once I finish this matter, I'll treat you to lemon fish. I'm quite financially stable now. Tan Xi's lips curled into a slight smile, recognizing that her previous remarks about Qin Fangyu were merely a prelude to her true intention. Alright, once you're done, let me know, and I'll reserve a spot in advance, Tan Xi responded. Wu Yin's spirits noticeably lifted, and she directed the driver to take them straight to the shop she had previously visited. With Tan Xi accompanying her, Wu Yin did not need to use her cash. She ordered several thousand worth of supplies in one go, prompting the owner, sporting a distinctive mustache, to regard her with even more warmth. Young friend, have you already exhausted the supplies you used last time? You practiced diligently, the owner remarked while packing her items. Given Wu Yin's youth, the owner assumed her purchases were for practice and added, would you like to buy some ordinary ones? Those are sufficient for practice. And using regular materials can save you a considerable amount. Oh, by the way, didn't your master prepare these for you? Why are you here to buy them yourself? Which sect do you belong to? The owner bombarded her with questions, but Wu Yin merely replied, these aren't for practice. I want the best. Tan Xi's disdain was more direct. You talk too much, owner. The owner was taken aback, thinking, I was merely trying to familiarize myself with a potential big customer. After completing the payment, Tan Xi handed Wu Yin her bank card, stating, many places no longer accept cash. You can use this card. The shop owner's eyes nearly bulged out of his sockets upon seeing the black card. Goodness, I have never encountered such a card in my lifetime. The shop owner promptly forgave Tan Xi for his earlier rudeness and added, some smaller establishments may not accept cards. Perhaps you should set up a close payment option for her. That would be more considerate. This was the first time Tan Xi had heard such a term. How do I do that? The shop owner promptly bent down to instruct her step by step. After explaining the green software, he proceeded to teach her about the blue software. Wu Yin, curious, leaned in to observe. Once Tan Xi's phone was set up, Wu Yin asked, does this mean I can also make payments with my phone in the future? Absolutely. The proprietor once again began instructing Wu Yin on how to set the default payment method. Tan Xi was quite satisfied, as was Wu Yin, and the boss found contentment in their satisfaction as well. Observing the couple as they exited the shop with their purchases, the store owner stroked his mustache with a sense of gratification, reflecting on how rare it was to encounter such a generous young couple these days. Indeed, watching others in love was a delightful spectacle. That was a black card, he murmured, reiterating that witnessing the romance of the affluent was undeniably intriguing. Unbeknownst to Wu Yin and Tan Xi, their relationship had been misconstrued by the shopkeeper. Wu Yin was genuinely elated. With the card and the intimacy of payments, she would no longer need to carry stacks of cash while out shopping. In recent days, she had been subjected to the peculiar stares of onlookers. After returning to the car, the group promptly redirected their course towards the Zhao family's ancestral home. Situated beyond the city limits, as Old Master Zhao had mentioned, the area was indeed tranquil. The residence was an old-fashioned courtyard, square in shape, yet every brick and tile held a rich tapestry of history and cultural anecdotes. "Wuyin, do you find this place suitable?" inquired Old Master Zhao. Wuyin nodded enthusiastically, praising the beauty of the residence. "You appreciate traditional Chinese architecture?" The old man chuckled. "If you truly admire it, I have a traditional villa in the city, and I would be delighted to gift it to you." "Old Master, Wuyin does not lack for housing," Tan Ci interjected at the opportune moment. "What she truly lacks is money." Upon hearing this, Wuyin's eyes crinkled into a smile. "Perhaps after this matter concludes, you could assist her in securing a larger bonus," Tan Ci suggested. "An increase in the reward for the bank robbery case would be quite welcome." At this, Wuyin could hardly contain herself. With her hands tucked into her pockets, she pirouetted on her toes, turning her back to Old Master Zhao while facing Tan Ci, her lips slowly curling into a bold and exuberant grin. "That can be arranged." Old Master Zhao readily agreed. Tan Ci elaborated. "Wuyin has recently donated nearly 5 million to charity." Thus, Tan Ci understood the joy Wuyin felt upon hearing the mention of money. Sometimes, an ample sum could indeed alleviate her pressing needs. Wuyin, who abhorred the notion of debt, would not easily expend funds beyond her savings, even with the black card in her possession. Compared to a house, what she genuinely needed was financial support. Old Master Zhao felt an increased admiration for Wuyin. A person lacking funds who could still afford to donate to charity was certainly not one driven purely by greed. Furthermore, he had heard from Yan Ming that Wuyin was in need of money, yet due to her relationship with Zhao Yu, she had never entertained the thought of selling the gifts bestowed upon her by the Zhao family. Wuyin was a young woman of deep sentiment and loyalty, qualities that many contemporary youths seem to lack or have lost altogether. In the eyes of many, a gift received is perceived as one's own possession, and how one chooses to dispose of it is deemed their personal prerogative. While this reasoning holds merit, it is those like Wuyin who place greater value on the emotional significance of a gift over its monetary worth, who evoke deeper sentiment. When Old Master Zhao prepared the gifts for Wuyin, he was unaware of her financial struggles. He had contemplated that simply giving her money might not be the best approach, as it could be seen as a blatant insult to someone with a strong sense of pride. He ultimately decided to present her with jade, believing that if Wuyin did need money, selling the gift, though it may incur some loss, would still yield her at least 5 million in cash, provided she did not encounter unscrupulous dealers. Little did he realize that Wuyin was too reluctant to part with the gifts from the Zhao family. As Old Master Zhao grew to know Wuyin better, his fondness for her deepened. It took Wuyin less than half an hour to arrange the formation at the Zhao family residence. After leaving, she made her way to the farm. The wooden coffin she had carved from stone slabs in the mountains was now put to good use, as she secured the souls of over 30 chickens and ducks within it, with their motionless bodies filling the trunk of her car. "We should return to the ancestral home first to ensure these chickens and ducks remain alive until this is all over," Wuyin remarked. Chapter 71. The response from Li Zhaodi. The Zhao family home featured a backyard, where Wuyin began by setting up the formation and affixing talismans. She then placed the mobile chickens and ducks in a corner of the yard. Tan Ci and Old Master Zhao were unable to assist and could only watch from the sidelines. After a while, Wuyin returned to their side and Old Master Zhao inquired, "Will these chickens and ducks survive without food or water?" "They will not perish," Wuyin explained. "The formation will provide them with vitality, ensuring they remain unharmed. However, this formation is time-sensitive and only effective for 10 days. If the matter is not resolved by then, I will need to return to re-establish it." "What happens if these chickens and ducks die?" Old Master Zhao pressed further. Wuyin pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. "If they die, the roast chicken will lack freshness." Old Master Zhao appeared taken aback, staring at Wuyin in disbelief. Tan Ci was momentarily stunned but then burst into laughter. As expected, Wuyin continued with a smile. "If the bodies of these chickens and ducks die along the way, their living souls will transform into departed souls. Although I can create illusions, those with greater skills may still notice the difference." After a pause, Wuyin added, "If they die for too long, the roast chicken will indeed lose its flavor." Old Master Zhao chuckled in response, realizing Wuyin's genuine love for food. Following their departure from the Zhao residence, Old Master Zhao sought out friends to purchase jade bottles while Wuyin and Tan Ci returned to the Tan group. Upon their return, the driver had just delivered lunch for the three of them to the office. As Yan Ming arranged the meal on the table, Wu Yin dashed off to wash her hands and hurried back, drying her hands with tissues while eyeing the dishes. Tan Ci, hurry. We have roast duck for lunch, Wu Yin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she urged Tan Ci to come over. It was remarkable how the driver managed to keep the roast duck warm upon taking a bite. The skin remained crispy while the meat was tender and juicy, flooding her mouth with an indescribable flavor. Tan Ci, your chef must make delicious roast chicken too. Wu Yin beamed. I picked several extra chickens when choosing the live poultry, as I believe chicken is even tastier than duck. If your roast duck is this delectable, just imagine how scrumptious the roast chicken must be. As she swallowed her mouthful, she continued, I can hardly bear to think about it. If I do, I might end up craving it tonight. Dining with a master always seems to whet one's appetite, Yan Ming praised. You wouldn't understand, Wu Yin replied cryptically. She had always loved food, but had abstained from it while focusing on her training at Wufang Valley. Her senior and junior brothers and sisters, as well as her uncles and aunts, were well aware of her passion, and whenever they ventured out, they would bring her treats. Sometimes, while she was in seclusion, they even crafted a special vessel to preserve food, ensuring she could enjoy freshly made meals regardless of how long her meditation lasted. Everyone at Wufang Valley knew of Wu Yin's love for food, as her master would say. Even the dog from Wufang Valley would know to return with something to eat for Wu Yin. After the meal, Wu Yin and Yan Ming lounged on the couch, engrossed in their phones, while Tan Ci returned to her desk to review documents. Wu Yin glanced at Tan Ci and murmured softly to Yan Ming. Being a boss is not easy at all. Tan Zong has it all figured out. Before you arrived, he was perpetually absorbed in work. I often wake up in the middle of the night for a drink, and even at 2 a.m, I can still see the light from his study, where he is conducting international video conferences, Yan Ming remarked, shrugging his shoulders. I had anticipated that Mr. Tan would arrive at the office a bit later the following morning. Yet to my surprise, when I rose, he was already awake. I could not discern whether he had spent the night awake or simply rose at an early hour. Wu Yin's gaze was imbued with admiration for Tan Ci. His wealth was indeed well-deserved. Wu Yin shook her head, realizing that she felt no envy towards his affluence. Despite being in Mr. Tan's presence daily, jealousy eluded her. Yan Ming concurred with Wu Yin's sentiment. Mr. Tan's riches were a direct result of his unparalleled dedication and hard work, far exceeding that of the average person. After a brief exchange of murmurs, they shifted the topic, and Yan Ming discovered that Wu Yin had once again made it to the trending list. Master, I've noticed that you seem to dominate the trending topics lately. Since the day you interpreted the bones, that incident remained in the limelight for quite some time, with netizens expressing their astonishment. Look, you've made the trending list again today. It's that Li Zhaodi who mentioned you in a tweet. Let us check it out on Weibo. As Yan Ming urged Wu Yin, he promptly opened the Weibo app, where he immediately spotted the trending phrase. Upon entering, he saw the popular tweet in which Li Zhaodi had tagged Wu Yin. Li Zhaodi had posted this tweet to express her gratitude towards Wu Yin. She recounted that upon landing with her boyfriend, while waiting for a taxi, they discovered a document bag belonging to a person ahead in the queue. After a brief conversation, they learned that the individual was engaged in medical research, specifically focusing on the hereditary condition afflicting her boyfriend. Following their discussion, the individual invited her boyfriend to join his research team, which would provide an optimal treatment plan based on his condition, with the cost split between them and the research team covering half. Li Zhaodi mentioned in her tweet that the individual had roughly estimated that, should the treatment proceed smoothly, their out-of-pocket expenses would not exceed 200,000. Furthermore, she noted that a kind-hearted netizen from the capital, aware of her and her boyfriend's visit, privately contacted her to offer complimentary accommodation, saving her a substantial sum. Within this lengthy tweet, every word radiated gratitude. Gratitude for Wu Yin, for the generous assistance offered to her and her boyfriend, and for the whims of fate. The subtext conveyed Li Zhaodi's confidence and hope for their future, affirming to all her followers that she and her boyfriend would not yield nor succumb to despair. They perceived the world as warm and vowed to strive diligently to reciprocate this warmth to society in their own way. Master. Reading Li Zhaodi's tweet fills me with warmth and emotion, Yan Ming reflected, recalling the adage, true feelings exist in the world. When one is in trouble, everyone lends a hand. There are indeed more good-hearted individuals in this world. Wu Yin squinted her eyes, chuckling softly. She had just performed a reading for Li Zhaodi's boyfriend, and the signs had shifted, finally landing on a favorable omen, a good reading, culminating in a delightful outcome. Having finished reviewing the first document, Tan Ci lifted his gaze, noticing the two heads huddled together on the couch, murmuring inaudibly. Wu Yin and Yan Ming appeared to be engaged in a private conversation, their voices barely audible within the spacious office. Wu Yin, do you wish to take a brief rest in the lounge? This marked the second instance today where Tan Xiai found Yan Ming inexplicably irksome. Chapter 72. He holds a favor with Anan. Why must Wu Yin lean in so closely while conversing with Yan Ming? When did their relationship evolve to such a degree? Hearing Tan Xiai call her name, Wu Yin responded, I just finished lunch. There's no rush. After glancing at the time, which indeed indicated it was still early, Wu Yin rose and declared, I'll go and start another live session. This was Wu Yin's first spontaneous live stream. She had assumed it would garner little attention, yet the power of trending topics on Weibo exceeded her expectations. As she initiated the stream, she was promptly logged out. Stunned, Wu Yin was still in a state of bewilderment when Wei Shen called her. Your live stream has attracted an overwhelming number of viewers. The company's tech team is addressing the influx. Please try to re-enter in about 5 minutes. Wei Shen could barely contain his amusement. You didn't notice, did you? On the trending list, the last spot was held by Cheng Yining, who had paid to promote her new drama. But your trending topic surged forth, eclipsing hers completely. I nearly burst out laughing. Wei Shen genuinely hadn't anticipated Wu Yin's remarkable prowess. Apart from providing resources for the platform, he hadn't spent a single cent. Wu Yin had independently propelled herself onto the trending list multiple times. Her Weibo followers had now multiplied to several times more than Cheng Yining's, surpassing 1 million in just a few short days, a remarkable feat, unmatched within the industry. Upon re-entering her live stream, Wu Yin was bombarded by an avalanche of gifts from fans, rendering the screen nearly indecipherable. The comments section refreshed at an astonishing rate, with hundreds of new messages appearing before she could even comprehend the previous ones. The number of concurrent viewers soared to over 30,000 and continued to climb at a rate of 1,000 per second. Such a crowd! Wu Yin gasped, overwhelmed by the rapid influx of viewers. I'll need to take a break shortly, so I'll keep my words brief. If anyone wishes for a reading, please request to connect. No sooner had she spoken than the screen erupted with fireworks and a mother appeared on video, cradling an adorably dressed little girl. Hello, host. My name is Liang Ai Min and this is my daughter, Thenan. She is 6 years old. Liang Ai Min gently encouraged her daughter. Say hello to the big sister. The little girl smiled at the camera and waved, hello, beautiful sister, I'm Anan. With her fair skin, large eyes, and hair styled in 2 little buns adorned with pink butterfly clips, she wore a white and pink knit jacket, her sweet, cherubic voice melting the hearts of all the viewers in the live stream. Hello, little one. Wu Yin's voice softened considerably, almost wishing she could reach through the screen to pinch the delightful child's rosy cheeks. After greeting the child, Wu Yin surmised the purpose of Liang Ai Min's inquiry. You wish to seek insight regarding your child, correct? She queried. Liang Ai Min nodded fervently. Host, can you see something? I wish to inquire about my child. She quickly added, our daughter has been rather peculiar, especially at night. She often talks to herself and wanders off to play alone, refusing to engage with other children. Once, she even ventured into the mountains by herself, which terrified our family. When we asked her why she went up the mountain, she claimed she was looking for her good friend. 2 years prior, the child had been taken to the mountains by an older village child who, lacking responsibility, had not informed the adults before leading Anan away. After losing sight of her in the mountains, the child had not dared to inform them out of fear of reprimand. During that time, the family had feared Anan had been abducted, searching frantically and even involving the police, only to find that the village's surveillance was insufficient to yield any clues. Eventually, Anan returned home as dawn broke, having miraculously navigated her way back after spending the night in mountains. However, ever since that incident, they had noticed Anan becoming increasingly withdrawn, preferring solitude over playing with the other village children, often retreating into corners to talk to herself. Initially, they had assumed the experience had inflicted a serious psychological trauma, even consulting a doctor, who assured them that Anan was mentally sound and advised them not to worry excessively. Recently, the child's health has been deteriorating, becoming increasingly susceptible to illness. A few days ago, while watching a live stream by a host, I pondered whether the child might have encountered some unclean entity in the mountains during the past. Hence, I reached out to the host for assistance. Liang Ai Min stated that she had privately sent the child's birth information to the host. Wu Yin responded affirmatively. In truth, from the moment the child appeared on camera, Wu Yin discerned the presence of yin energy surrounding the child, a result of prolonged exposure over the years. The child, Anen, has become increasingly ill due to the yin qi infiltrating her body, rendering her weak and frail. Anen, nestled in Liang Imin's arms, squirmed and pouted, correcting her mother with a hint of displeasure. "Mommy, there's nothing unclean. We are all very clean." She even turned her little hand over to show her mother. "I always wash my hands after playing." Liang Imin was at a loss, unable to decide whether to laugh or cry, and could only sigh as she stroked the child's forehead. After Wu Yin completed her calculations, her brow relaxed. She smiled at Liang Imin and reassured her, "Do not worry. The issue is not severe." "Did Anan truly encounter such entities?" Liang Imin inquired. "Yes," Wu Yin affirmed, nodding. "Anan is still young. Her energy is light, which allows her to perceive things invisible to others. The fact that she returned home unscathed from the mountains was due to her meeting a little ghost there. The ghost, delighted to have someone to play with, lost track of time until dawn, at which point it escorted Anan back to her doorstep. In rural mountainous areas, wild beasts roam, and the paths are obscured at night. Thus, considering the circumstances, Anan was fortunate to have met that little ghost. Though mischievous, the ghost had a kind heart, and it is precisely because of him that Anan returned home safely. He rendered her a favor. Upon finishing her explanation, Anan gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth in disbelief, her expression clearly questioning, "How did you know all this?" Children possess an innate charm. Their emotions transparently reflected on their faces. The viewers erupted in laughter, recognizing Wu Yin's accuracy. Liang Imin, hearing this, found herself uncertain whether to feel relieved. On one hand, she was comforted by the notion of encountering a benevolent spirit. On the other, she dreaded the possibility of a malevolent entity threatening Anan's life. Nevertheless, regardless of the spirit's nature, it was evident that An's health had indeed been impacted. An is not merely talking to herself. She is playing with that little ghost, though others cannot see him, Wu Yin explained. Anan has recently taken to running into the mountains, correct? Wu Yin asked. Liang Imin nodded. Yes, she darts off at the slightest lapse in supervision, leaving us adults in a constant state of worry. This is because the little ghost has noticed An's increasing frailty and understands that their companionship is detrimental to her health. Consequently, the ghost has refrained from descending the mountain to play with Anan lately. Missing him, she has ventured into the mountains to seek him out, Wu Yin remarked. Turning to Anan, "Is what I said true, little friend?" Anan vigorously nodded. "The brother doesn't he come to play with me anymore? I know the way. I'll go find him. I've been saving the snacks Mommy gave me. I've packed a little bag to share with him." And Anne's eyes sparkled with excitement. "He is so amazing. He knows where to find wild fruits and flowers in the mountains. He picks wild fruits for me. Some are sour, some sweet. And there are even some that stain your teeth and tongue black, which is so much fun." As she spoke, Anan sighed like an adult. "But he won't let me tell anyone about him. He says others can't see him, and if I tell others, they might be scared of him. And of me too." Anan was elated that someone finally acknowledged her special friend, and she chatted animatedly with Wu Yin. After their conversation, Anan suddenly glanced up at her mother. "Mommy, the brother knows you too. That day when I got lost in the mountains, I was so scared, crying and wandering. The brother saw me and asked if I was Mommy's child. He said I looked just like you." Liang Imin was taken aback, pausing for several seconds before asking Wu Yin, "Host, is that little ghost someone I know?" Wu Yin smiled and nodded. "He was an 8-year-old boy when he passed. Although he's been gone for several years, you should still remember him." Upon hearing 8-year-old boy, Liang Imin immediately recognized who it was. And, is your brother named Junjun? Does he have a small dimple on his right cheek?" Liang Imin inquired, looking down at her daughter. Anan promptly nodded. "Mommy, you remember him. If the brother knows you still think of him, he would be so happy." "It is indeed Junjun," Liang Imin whispered his name, recalling how many viewers in the live stream were inquiring about this child. The country vigorously promoting rural development? My husband's village has been developed into a tourist spot. After marrying him, I returned to the village. Junjun was the child of my husband's neighbor. His father had a penchant for drinking. When inebriated, he became violent, either shouting or hitting people. Junjun's mother, unable to endure it any longer, left when Junjun was just over 5 months old. She returned to divorce Junjun's father when he was a little over 1 year old. I heard from villagers that she found another partner, and, last year, it seems she had 3 more children. Junjun's father was indeed unbearable, often out drinking for days.
Neglecting Junjun is niet for food.
When I was still living in the old house with my husband, I felt so sorry for Jun that I invited him over for meals, bathed him, did his laundry, and even bought him toys, telling him to come find me whenever his father was absent or he was hungry. Reflecting on that time, felt a pang of sorrow. Jun was truly attached to me back then. Whenever I called him, he would rush over immediately, following me wherever I went. He really resembled my child. However, later, my husband and I decided to open a guest house in the village, and with the elderly in poor health, we had to rely on ourselves. We were so busy overseeing the renovations of the guest house that we hardly had time to return to the old house, which is when the tragedy befell Jun. One day, Jun's father returned home inebriated, and for some reason, Jun said something that angered him. In a fit of rage, he struck the child with a firewood stick. By the time the neighbors heard the commotion and rushed over, Jun was already on the brink of death. At that time, the village had few young people, and my mother-in-law came to find us at the guest house. My husband drove us to the county hospital. I held Jun in my arms, but unfortunately, he did not survive the journey. He passed away in my embrace. To this day, recalls that night with a heavy heart. On the way to the hospital, Jun could no longer speak, but he held my hand tightly, his eyes fixed on me. Choked on her words as she recounted this, while Anan raised her hand to wipe her mother's tears, saying, "Mommy, don't cry. If you cry, it will embarrass the brother." He told his father that he also wanted a mommy, and then his father got so angry that he hit him. Though learned the truth, it did not ease her heart. The mere utterance of that child's words led to his tragic demise. This truth only deepened her sense of regret. "Mommy," the brother said, Anan's mommy is the best mommy in the world, and I also think you are the best mommy. Anan nestled her head against her mother, her face radiating happiness. Wuyin consoled assuring her that the child harbored no malevolence towards Anan. In fact, he felt an immense gratitude for the kindness and care she had once shown him. Upon learning that Anan was her child, he developed a profound sense of responsibility towards her. Aware of the busy lives led by both her and her husband, he deemed it his duty to watch over and accompany Anan. Given her tender age and the propensity of older children in the village to bully, he vigilantly ensured that Anan did not mingle with those already cunning enough to manipulate. Nodded gently and inquired, "Anchor, his father beat him to death and was sentenced. He is yet to be released from prison. Why does Jun linger in this realm after all these years?" "I thought the deceased would inevitably find their way to the afterlife. Because he has unfulfilled wishes," Wuyin replied. "A soul bound by its obsessions cannot enter the Yellow Springs." The desire that Jun harbored was articulated by Anan moments ago. He yearned for a mother. This longing led to his demise, and after death, it transformed into an unyielding fixation, thus preventing him from crossing over, leaving him as a wandering spirit in this world. Liang's lips quivered slightly, caught in a tumult of emotions. Ultimately, her innate kindness triumphed over her fear of the unknown. "Anchor, may I become Jun's mother? What must I do to fulfill his wish?" In Chapter 74, Is the Tan Family a Zoo? Anan gazed wide-eyed at her mother as Liang leaned down to ask, "Would you be willing to let your mother take a turn as Jun's mom?" Anan nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Yes. Brother loves Mama so much. On Mama's birthday, the flowers I gifted her were picked by Brother in the mountains, but he forbade me from saying so. So I had to deceive you, Mama. I'm sorry, I lied to you. Brother said you love flowers. When you weren't busy before, you would often go to the mountains to gather them and place them in jars." Hearing her child recount this, Liang felt time had flown by too swiftly. Back when she had yet to open the guest house and was not so preoccupied, she had many hobbies. She enjoyed flower arranging, observing every plant around her, and even crafting plant specimens. Over time, she had set aside these passions for the sake of survival, to the point where she had forgotten her former interests. Yet that child still remembered. "Both Anan and Jun are wonderful children," Liang said, embracing her daughter and planting a kiss on her cheek. All the viewers in the live broadcast expressed their regret, pondering how blissful it would have been if Jun truly was Anan's brother, another child of Liang. A follower posed a question, "Anchor, will Liang's acknowledgement of Jun as her child have any repercussions for her and Anan?" Wuyin, lifting her head briefly from her talismans, responded, "No, it is not about recording Jun under Liang's name. It is akin to playing house, allowing Liang to be Jun's mother for a day, fulfilling his dream. Once the child's wish is granted, he will ascend to where he belongs." Wuyin then stated, "Liang, please send me your address via private message." I shall send you several talismans, one of which you should give to Junjun. After he receives it, you will have an entire day to see him, allowing you to experience a day in a mother-son relationship. Once Junjun departs, you and Anin should wear the other two identical talismans and bask in the sunlight. Rest assured, this will have no adverse effect on you. In fact, it will accrue merit for both you and Anin. Wu-Yin's words stirred another concern among the viewers. What if Junjun finds Liang Aimin's maternal affection too comforting and refuses to leave her? Wu-Yin shook her head. That will not happen. Junjun is an exceptionally sensible child. He does not merely like Liang Aimin. Yet, he has not clung to her despite his long absence from this world. He understands that his interactions with Anin could influence her and has been avoiding close contact. Liang Aimin added, I, too, believe that Junjun is not the type to be so unreasonable. He has always been very considerate, fearing to burden others, and did not wish to be a nuisance. During the time I looked after him, he would only approach me when I called. If I did not, he would remain patiently in his yard, waiting for me. After expressing their gratitude, Liang Aimin bid farewell to Wu-Yin, pulling Anin close as they ended the broadcast. Subsequently, Liang Aimin sent her address to Wu-Yin via private message. Upon receiving the address, Wu-Yin promptly dispatched the freshly drawn talismans via express delivery. Glancing at the numerous viewers still present in the live stream, Wu-Yin contemplated conducting another reading but was interrupted by a knock at the door. Tang Ci wishes to see you. He is currently in the lobby, Wu-Yin stated. If you prefer not to meet him, I can ask the front desk to refuse. I am unsure what they want, but I shall go down to find out, Wu-Yin replied. Their mindset appears to be stuck in the Qing dynasty, behaving rather oddly. I must ascertain what they are plotting. I cannot allow them to hinder my affairs. With that, Wu-Yin hurried back to her phone, announcing, I have a matter to attend to, so I will be signing off. I will accompany you, Tang Ci offered. I heard from Wei Xian that Jiang Huidong's parents exhibited an unfriendly demeanor towards you at the hospital. That day, I merely acted out of respect for the Zhou family and Wei Xian. I had already intended to visit that remote ancestral home, so rescuing Jiang Huidong was merely incidental. Otherwise, I would not have bothered with the Jiang family at all, Wu-Yin shrugged. You need not worry about me. You attend to your own matters. If anything arises, I shall call you. With that, Wu-Yin exited Tang Ci's office, taking the private elevator directly to the first floor. Zhang's father and mother were seated on the sofa, conversing with another individual who appeared to be a familiar acquaintance. Wu-Yin approached and directly asked, What brings you both to see me? Before Zhang's parents could respond, the man opposite them, Tan Mingzhong, interjected, scrutinizing Wu-Yin with a condescending gaze. You are the woman who has been coming and going with Tang Ci these past few days? He sneered, adjusting his tie mockingly. Tang Ci's standards have truly plummeted. What kind of person does he bring to the company? Wu-Yin, hands in pockets, surveyed Tan Mingzhong's face with a mocking smile and retorted, Is the Tan family a zoo? What manner of beast do you have here? Even Zhang's parents were momentarily taken aback by Wu-Yin's audacious retort. After all, he was the eldest son of the Tan family and at the very least, Tang Ci's uncle. Wu-Yin had no qualms about expressing her thoughts. It took a couple of seconds for Tan Mingzhong to register that he had been insulted as a beast. He immediately rose, seizing a water cup from the table to hurl it in Wu-Yin's direction. However, the cup barely traveled a few inches before inexplicably veering back towards Tan Mingzhong. Startled, he stumbled back, trying to evade it. Yet, as he took 2 steps, his foot slipped, sending him crashing to the floor with a loud thud, his face colliding with the ground while his foot struck the leg of the sofa. The cup of tea subsequently struck his head with an echoing thud, a sound that resonated painfully. Wu-Yin chuckled lightly, So you drink water with the back of your head? I have never encountered such a unique method of hydration. It is truly amusing. Several security guards rushed over to assist Tan Mingzhong. Before he could regain his composure, he began shouting, Who is responsible for cleaning this area? What kind of floor is this? I'm going to break my neck. Inform HR to fire them. After venting, he pointed accusingly at Wu-Yin, shouting, And her. Get rid of this sorceress. Toss her out of the Tan group. The security personnel simply helped Tan Mingzhong back onto the sofa and stood silently to the side. Heads bowed. The front desk staff quietly inquired, Manager Tan, are you alright? Do you need to be taken to the hospital? To the hospital? Did you not hear me say to expel this woman from the Tan group? Tan Mingzhong seethed, his humiliation fueling his rage further. The receptionist, with a forced smile, explained, Manager Tan, please do not put us, the grassroots employees, in a difficult position. Ms. Wu-Yin is a distinguished guest of President Tan. who has specifically instructed that her matters are his concerns. We would not dare to intervene. Although her face bore the guise of professional politeness, her heart was unyielding. The Tan group was under the dominion of Tan Si, and even though Tan Mingjong was Tan Si's elder, he merely held the position of a departmental manager within the company. He had even dismissed a janitor, according to company policy. What authority did a department manager have to terminate a formal employee? Furthermore, Ms. Wu Yin treated President Tan's office as her own. So who in the company would dare to expel her? The receptionist had also heard assistant Yen mention that Tan Ruzhen had somehow offended Wu Yin, leading to Tan Ruzhen's father, Tan Mingyin, being implicated in a significant professional error that resulted in his demotion the following day. Rumors suggested that the young lady, Tan Ruzhen, had her cards suspended by the Tan family, forced into self-reflection at home. Amid these events, the elder Tan did not even inquire about the situation. As Chapter 75, The Walking Green Hat, unfolded, the receptionist pondered and promptly instructed security to escort Tan Mingjong to the hospital, preempting a scene where he might lose face. Wu Yin stepped aside with her hands in her pockets, squinting her eyes in amusement as she observed Tan Mingjong being escorted away by two security personnel under the pretense of needing medical attention. In a provocative manner, she waved at the still glaring Tan Mingjong and remarked, "Take care, no need to see me off." That wretched woman. Tan Mingjong, incensed, was on the verge of rushing back to strike her. Wu Yin placed a finger to her lips, signaling for silence, and in that moment, Tan Mingjong opened his mouth, but could not utter a sound. The security guards, upon noticing, immediately declared, "Manager Tan can no longer speak. We must hasten to the hospital." They quickened their pace and led him away. It was then that Mr. and Mrs. Jiang realized that the young woman before them was not as powerless as they had presumed, at least within the Tan group. Even a member of the Tan family like Tan Mingjong was overshadowed by her. Reflecting on Wu Yin's capabilities, they concluded that Tan Mingjong's fall had not been merely due to a slippery floor. It was evident that Wu Yin had intervened. To confront a member of the Tan family with such boldness left Mr. Jiang uncertain of whether Wu Yin was truly fearless or simply naive. The couple recalled their previous demeanor towards Wu Yin in the hospital room. Her decision to intervene and save Jiang Huaidong seemed influenced by the presence of Zhou Chu and Wei Xian. Had Zhou Chu and Wei Xian sought her assistance on behalf of themselves rather than Jiang Huaidong, she likely would have walked away, without a second thought. "What brings you to me?" Wu Yin inquired after dealing with Tan Mingjong. Mr. Jiang cleared his throat and, adopting a calm tone, stated, "We wish to request that you eliminate the ghost and her child, restoring Jiang Huaidong to his rightful age. The reward is 10 million. Out of concern for Jiang Huaidong, they had refrained from discussing details in his presence. However, their intentions remained unchanged, and upon learning that Wu Yin had been frequenting the Tan group and associating with Tan Si, they sought her out again today. Wu Yin flatly refused. "I have already made a promise to Jiang Huaidong. No amount of money will sway me. You seem youthful and impetuous. Why would you turn down such a sum?" Mr. Jiang pondered if she was foolish for dismissing the monetary offer. Mrs. Jiang, unable to temper her pride, had adjusted her tone, no longer speaking as she had in the hospital, but rather like an elder offering counsel. "You are still young and beautiful, but a woman should not rely solely on a man for her future. While Tan Si may protect you now, it does not guarantee his support for a lifetime. The Jiang family is offering you a lucrative opportunity. You should seize it." Wu Yin clicked her tongue, her disdain evident. It became clear why the Jiang family had reached their current state. With their limited vision and mindset, their prospects were indeed dim. After expressing her thoughts, Wu Yin regarded Mrs. Jiang with a quizzical expression and asked, "Haven't you made any friends throughout your life?" How pitiable. When Tan Si arrived, he overheard Wu Yin's conversation with the Jiang couple. The increasing incredulity in her tone only served to aggravate them further. Observing Mrs. Jiang's changing expression, he could tell that she was seething internally, yet dared not retaliate. "Wu Yin," Tan Si approached her, first offering a smile before addressing the Jiang couple. "Wu Yin's skills were not imparted by me. I am not the key to her abilities. She is not the type of woman, as you claim, who relies on others for support. While you, Mrs. Jiang, may consider yourself an exemplary businesswoman, I assure you, Wu Yin surpasses you immeasurably." Noticing the couple's silence, Tan Si continued, "Wu Yin is my savior, as well as Zhao Yu's. We share a profound friendship." Mr. and Mrs. Jiang were momentarily at a loss for words, having misjudged the nature of Wu Yin and Tan Si's relationship. However, after Wu Yin's earlier remarks and Tan Si's subsequent statements, Mr. Jiang felt slighted, his displeasure mounting. He grasped his wife's hand and declared, "Let us go." This individual, while somewhat capable, does not impress me. In my view, her abilities are rather mediocre. Mr. Jiang did not mean to disparage Wu Yin, but genuinely believed her capabilities were average. Although she had saved Jiang Huaidong from a malevolent spirit, he dismissed her predictions as ludicrous. There are many who possess such skills. We only sought her out because of her previous assistance to Jiang Huaidong and were willing to offer 10 million. If she declines, there will always be someone else willing to accept. Persuaded by her husband, Mrs. Jiang collected her handbag and departed. Wu Yin, unfazed, smiled and waved at their retreating figures. Once the Jiang couple had distanced themselves, she made a phone call. "Hello, is this the tax bureau? I am reporting the Zhouyu group for tax evasion. You must investigate immediately before they escape." After hanging up, she turned to find Tan Ci smiling at her. "They are insufferable. I must give them something to occupy their time," Wu Yin remarked earnestly. "As a law-abiding citizen, I have the obligation to report any illegal activities."
당신 어땠? 리수링 cat.
Rest assured, the Tan group does not engage in tax evasion.
I see that.
Wu Yin grinned, revealing her teeth. "I must call Grandpa Zhao to inform him. Ideally, they should end up in a holding cell to prevent them from interfering with my plans with Grandpa Zhao." As she spoke, Wu Yin dialed Zhao's number. He was busy, but after a brief exchange, they ended the call without further conversation. Wu Yin pondered for a moment before turning to Tan Ci and asking, "Do you know why Jiang Huaidong's father believes my predictions are inaccurate?" Her expression clearly conveyed, "I have juicy gossip to share." Raising an eyebrow, Tan Ci replied, "You mentioned that the Jiang family would face extinction, yet Mr. Jiang has a mistress and an illegitimate child, who is only a few years younger than Jiang Huaidong and is already in university. You knew all this?" Wu Yin exclaimed in astonishment.
It was a chance discovery. Tanchi responded.
"It appears that the illegitimate child is not Mr. Jiang's, but rather the child of his driver." Wu Yin burst into laughter, clutching her stomach. "So Mr. Jiang is supporting his driver and mistress. How amusing." All of this was information Wu Yin had gleaned from her previous reading for Jiang Huaidong. And when combined with the countenance of his parents, the truth had been laid bare before her. Thus, when Wu Yin looked at Mr. Jiang, it was as though she were gazing at a walking green hat, worn with pride for decades. Sooner or later, Mr. Jiang would come seeking her assistance. Wu Yin pressed her lips together, appearing as though she were on the brink of death. Noticing Tan Ci's gaze upon her, she continued, "What you sow, so shall you reap. The fate of the Jiang family is a consequence of their own making." Tan Ci nodded in acknowledgement, then broached the subject of Tan Mingzhong. Chapter 76. Offerings to the Mountain God. Regardless of the setting, be it within the company or beyond its confines, the Tan family remains the Tan family, and I remain myself. Wu Yin comprehended Tan Ci's words, responding with a smile and a nod. "I just reprimanded Tan Mingzhong. If you ever provoke me, I shall not hesitate to retaliate." Tan Ci chuckled softly. "That day is unlikely to come. However, should it ever occur, I trust you will show mercy, considering our friendship." He then added, "I've spoken to the chef. We will have roast chicken for dinner." The corners of Wu Yin's lips, which had been struggling to remain subdued, gradually lifted in a smile. With her hands tucked into her pockets, she took the lead toward the elevator. Moments later, a muffled yet unmistakable chuckle from Wu Yin echoed back. "All right." Upon returning to Tan Ci's office, Wu Yin intended to take a brief nap in the lounge. However, merely half an hour into her rest, her phone vibrated. It was a message from Xiaolin, informing Wu Yin that she had located her colleague's unaltered photo prior to her cosmetic procedures and had sent it to Wu Yin via the Duetsu platform. Sitting up, Wu Yin logged into Duetsu and opened the private message containing the photo Xiaolin had sent. Xiaolin had previously mentioned that her colleague had only undergone minor alterations, yet the raw image clearly revealed substantial changes to the girl's appearance. Gazing at the photograph, Wu Yin's brow furrowed in contemplation. Without hesitation, she called Xiaolin, asking, "Do your colleague's family not recall her exact birth date?" Surprised by Wu Yin's call, Xiaolin exclaimed in excitement before regaining her composure to respond, "I contacted her parents, but they don't remember the specific time of her birth. She has a total of 7 siblings, including the one given away, and her parents only remember the birth dates of her eldest sister and youngest brother. In rural areas, many children are born without birth certificates, and with a large family, parents often lose track of such details. Do you have any of her recently used items or clothing?" Wu Yin inquired. "Her jacket is still draped over her workstation." Xiaolin replied, "Would it be alright if I sent it to you?" I'm in S City, but I'm not sure how long it will take to get there. Will the host be able to receive it in time? Coincidentally, I am also in S City, currently at the Tan Corporation, Wu Yin informed her. You can simply arrange for a local courier to deliver it to the Tan Corporation. That will be much quicker. Shaolin eagerly agreed, expressing her delight. My company is not far from the Tan Corporation. I can easily find a courier to deliver it promptly. Half an hour later, the front desk delivered the package to Tansi's office, but he was nowhere to be found. It was Yan Ming who brought the items to the lounge for Wu Yin. Mister, how can one find someone using just a piece of clothing? Yan Ming inquired. His curiosity piqued as he stood there, motionless. If we had an accurate birth date, that would be ideal. However, in its absence, we must resort to tracking techniques. Wu Yin explained, as she tore Shaolin's jacket into small strips. In her hands, these strips swiftly transformed into fluttering butterflies. Approaching the window, she opened it, sending her spiritual energy toward the butterflies. They gradually unfolded their wings and flew out, soon disappearing from sight. Wu Yin continued to elucidate to Yan Ming. The tracking technique can locate similar energies through the essence left on the jacket. After finishing her explanation, Wu Yin began to gather her belongings. Her colleague, with a fate marked by impending demise, had only days left, necessitating her immediate pursuit using the tracking technique. With her bag packed, she slung it over her shoulder and turned to Yan Ming. Please inform Tan Ci that I may not return in time for dinner. Ensure he saves my portion for me, as I shall return as swiftly as possible. With that, she stepped out the door, and Yan Ming hurried after her, asking, Master, please let me know where you end up, or I won't have an answer for Tan when he inquires. Wu Yin gave him an okay gesture before dashing out of the office. The tracking butterflies halted at a certain location, prompting Wu Yin to seek a secluded grove. There, she formed a hand gesture, and her spirit moved in accordance with her incantation. In the blink of an eye, she found herself standing before a stone tablet in Ji Province. The tracking butterflies had landed here, or perhaps they were obstructed from proceeding further. Reaching out, Wu Yin caught a butterfly in her palm, which instantly reverted to its fabric form. She glanced at the stone tablet, which bore the inscription Sangu Village. This marked the territorial boundary. Opening her WeChat, Wu Yin sent Yan Ming a location pin, indicating Ji Province, T-City. Sangu Village lay within a remote county beneath T-City. Yan Ming swiftly replied with a shocked expression, followed by a video call. Upon answering, Wu Yin was greeted by Yan Ming's incredulous visage. Master, you've reached Ji Province already. You must be traveling at rocket speed. After the initial shock wore off, Yan Ming remembered to relay an important matter. Master, this county is impoverished, noted for its lawlessness. There are rampant issues with human trafficking in the area. Please exercise caution and maintain contact. If there's any trouble, call me or Tan Ci immediately. Wu Yin assured him she would be careful. After hanging up, she called Shaolin again to inquire further about her colleague and her colleague's boyfriend. Unfortunately, Shaolin did not have a photo of Li Si's boyfriend, but she learned that his name was Ge Chaoyuan. Stowing her phone, Wu Yin did not rush into the village, but instead circled the vicinity. It became apparent that something was amiss. Despite the clear sunny weather, an unmistakable chill enveloped her as she approached the outskirts of Sangu Village, dissipating merely a few meters back. As Wu Yin contemplated climbing a higher hill to survey Sangu Village, she suddenly heard voices from across the road. Instinctively, she leapt to hide behind an old tree, utilizing its dense foliage for concealment. To her astonishment, even in this modern age, there remained places where ox carts were used to transport goods into the village. Two middle-aged men approached, seated on either side of the cart's front, one wielding a whip to guide the oxen. The cart was laden with items concealed beneath black cloths, rendering their contents invisible.
Dale.
In 3 months it will be your family's turn to offer sacrifices to the mountain god, correct? Without a daughter, how do you plan to manage? The man clad in a blue sweater inquired. Dolly sighed deeply. I have no idea. The mountain god suddenly altered the rules. Previously, it was said we would offer sacrifices every 6 months, but now it's been reduced to 3. My son isn't like Ge Chaoyuan, who possesses good looks and can charm a girl from the city. What am I to do? I can only borrow money from relatives and friends to buy a sacrifice from Chongge. Dolly gestured with his hand. I inquired with Chongge yesterday. He said even a fool would cost 60,000 now. I'm at my wit's end. If I spend 60,000 on a sacrifice now, what will we do when my son is ready to marry in a couple of years? We've already borrowed from friends and family. No one will lend us again.
Chapter 7 I am Li Si's bridesmaid.
The man beside him nodded. I used to think education was of little value, but now seeing that boy Chow Yuan, it proves to be somewhat useful. Attending university allows him to work in the city, where it's easier to win over girls. Look, he didn't spend a dime and managed to get a sacrifice. It is said that girls from big cities do not demand a bride price upon marriage. Have you calculated how much money Chow Yuan has saved by getting into university? Dolly is envious. It amounts to at least 2 or 300,000. Da Qiang, you mentioned that the mountain god's rules have changed several times already. Previously, we offered sacrifices every 6 months, with every household in our village drawing lots to determine the order. Now it has changed to every 3 months. It's truly arduous. Will it not shift to once a month in the future? Where on earth are we supposed to procure so many offerings? Dolly lamented, questioning how the mountain god has grown increasingly greedy. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Da Qiang hastily covered Dolly's mouth. Spare me. How dare you utter disrespectful words about the mountain god? The mountain god blesses us. It is our duty to present offerings. Da Qiang playfully tapped Dolly on the forehead. You are no longer a child. Why do you speak so recklessly? Why do you dare say such things? Dolly quickly muttered an apology to the mountain god, his demeanor exceedingly reverent. After making amends, Dolly resumed his conversation with Da Qiang, inquiring, given that Chow Yuan is so capable, do you think I could pay him to help me deceive someone from the big city into coming back? I could buy one from Chongge for 60,000 and give Chow Yuan 40,000, he profits, and I save 20,000. Why not give it a try? It might just work, Da Qiang chuckled. 40,000 is an easy sum to earn. If I were Chow Yuan, I would certainly agree. We toil for an entire year and barely earn 40,000. Yet, he could charm someone into giving him that amount with mere words. Only a fool would refuse such an opportunity. Upon hearing this, Wuyin already understood why Li Si met such a tragic fate. Who would have thought that falling in love could lead to death? She believed she was here to meet her boyfriend's family, but instead, she was to be a sacrificial offering. The tone of these two men as they conversed indicated that the lives of others were mere commodities to them, treated as casually as livestock. The mountain god they spoke of was likely a malevolent spirit masquerading as a deity, deceiving these ignorant and cold-hearted villagers. The two men had shifted their conversation to the gossip of others, discussing which young women had matured and were eligible for marriage, and the dowries that might be exchanged. As they delved into this topic, their excitement grew. Da Qiang thumped his thigh. If I had known that raising a daughter could yield such a substantial dowry, I would never have thrown her off the cliff back then. Just think of the tens of thousands wasted. Da Qiang was filled with regret. Raising a daughter was no burden, just feeding her would suffice, and after a few years, she could help with household chores. Why had he not realized this sooner? Dolly, amused, chimed in, Indeed, Da Qiang, I remember your wife bore you 2 liabilities in quick succession. She urged you to keep them, but you stubbornly tossed both of them off the cliff. Now, when you tally it up, you've thrown away 2 fortunes. Da Qiang's expression soured. Let us not speak of that. My grandfather said raising liabilities would bring no sons. He feared that with too many mouths to feed, we would go hungry. To ensure a son, I heeded his words and discarded the 2 liabilities. Da Qiang spat. After I got rid of those 2, that woman finally bore me a son. I thought I might try again for another, but before the first could be weaned, he jumped off the cliff, costing me 6,000 yuan, amounting to several tens of thousands in today's terms. Money was plentiful back then. But Da Qiang, did that not grant you a chance to continue your lineage? Dolly reassured him. You are fixated on the 6,000 yuan spent on your son. It holds value. Last year, Sanyo's family bought a son from Chongge, albeit a mute, for 30,000 yuan. Yours, being your own flesh and blood, capable and healthy, is worth every bit of that 6,000. Da Qiang found solace in his friend's words. The realization that others had spent more without securing better outcomes made him feel quite content with his lot. As the two men continued their banter, the ox cart ambled forward, while Wuyin stealthily trailed behind, her silhouette concealed among the trees lining the mountain road. It wasn't until their conversation grew tiresome that she hastened ahead. A slight rustle in the treetops went unnoticed by the two brothers, who merely remarked on the strong winds of the day. Wuyin paused a kilometer away from the cart, then leaped down from the tree, settling on a stone by the roadside to wait. After nearly 10 minutes, the cart carrying Dolly and Da Qiang approached slowly. Da Qiang, is that a woman sitting on the stone ahead? Dolly exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. She doesn't appear to be from our village. Her delicate skin suggests she hails from the city. Da Qiang nodded in agreement, cracking the whip to urge the ox to quicken its pace. Hey, who are you? What brings you to our village? Dolly scrutinized the unfamiliar young woman with cautious curiosity. Where are you from? Wuyin feigned fatigue, placing her hands on her hips as she stood. Uncle, I'm here to find my friend. Her boyfriend is from this village. A few days ago, she came back to meet his family and mentioned plans for marriage, but now I can't reach her. I thought I'd come to check on her. Wuyin had already crafted an excuse for Li Si's disappearance. She had promised to be her bridesmaid and was eager to see her friend again. By the way, uncle, my friend's name is Li Si, and her boyfriend is Ge Chaoyuan. You're from the same village, do you know him? Are they indeed getting married? Dolly and Daqiang exchanged glances, their eyes suddenly bright with intrigue.
Yes.
Yes, her name is indeed Li Si. Dolly responded eagerly. Your friend is in our village. And we are indeed neighbors with Ge Chaoyuan. They are getting married. The goods we bought for the wedding are right here on our cart, Daqiang added. Young people often misplace their belongings. Your friend's phone must have broken. She's been busy preparing for the wedding. And it's likely she doesn't fancy the cheap phones from the town. Chaoyuan mentioned he would take her to the city after the wedding to buy the latest model. Dolly, sensing a flaw in his own narrative, quickly added. As luck would have it, Chaoyuan's phone got ruined by his relative's mischievous child, so your friend had no way to contact you using his phone. Chapter 78. The film crew enters the mountains. Oh, I see. Wuyin exclaimed, her face lighting up with understanding. I'm so glad I came. Li Si will be thrilled to see her bridesmaid. She expressed her anticipation, then continued, Uncle, your village is quite hard to find. I took a taxi from the county, but when we reached the village entrance, the driver refused to continue due to the rough terrain, leaving me there after taking my fare. I walked all the way in, and my legs are about to give out. How much further to the village? May I hitch a ride on your cart? I can't bear to walk any longer. Wuyin clasped her hands together in a pleading gesture, her innocence shining through as she looked at Dolly and Daqiang. It's still quite a distance to the village. Hop on board. The cart may not be as fast as a car, but at least you won't have to walk, Dolly quickly replied, motioning for Daqiang to make space for her. Daqiang was exceedingly hospitable, even wiping down the spot where he had been sitting. Your friend will be overjoyed to see you, he thought to himself. Though he was uncertain of Li Si's feelings, he and Dolly were over the moon. This was no mere bridesmaid. She was a treasure arriving as a free offering to the mountain god. Both individuals were utterly overjoyed, for today they had truly struck good fortune. It was an unexpected stroke of luck that they encountered such a delightful event. The duo, Dolly and Daqiang, showcased the simple yet warm-hearted nature of the mountain folk. Over the course of nearly 2 hours, they managed to coax continuous laughter and smiles from Wuyin. As the ox cart rolled into the village, the scene before them was that of an unspoiled mountain settlement. Stone paths, earthen walls, towering trees, and verdant terraced fields stretched out before their eyes. The cart came to a halt at the entrance of a home adorned with red lanterns and festive couplets. Wuyin glanced at it, her expression one of naive delight, exclaiming in awe. The decorations were splendid. The bright red lanterns and couplets were truly beautiful. Though Ge Chaoyuan's family might be somewhat impoverished, the sincerity of their wedding preparations was evident. Wuyin nodded in satisfaction as she hopped down from the cart. Dolly and Daqiang could no longer contain their laughter, bursting into hearty guffaws. Indeed, to attract a bride from the big city, one must display sincerity, Dolly exclaimed, then exchanged a knowing glance with Daqiang before turning to Wuyin, saying, I suspect Ge Chaoyuan's family might not have anyone at home right now. They are likely busy outside. I'll wait here with you for a bit while I send Daqiang to fetch them. Daqiang understood, taking a stroll around before vaulting over the wall into Ge Chaoyuan's yard. Ge Chaoyuan. Ge Chaoyuan. Upon entering, Daqiang lowered his voice and began searching for him. At that moment, Ge Chaoyuan's family was out in the fields, but surely Ge Chaoyuan, being a university student, would be resting at home. Hearing the commotion, Ge Chaoyuan emerged from his room. Uncle Chang, are you looking for me? Daqiang replied, No, it's not me looking for you. It's a joyous occasion that seeks you out. He pulled Ge Chaoyuan aside, laughing. That girl you tricked back here, Li Si, her friend has arrived. She says she's here to be her bridesmaid and give Li Si a surprise. Your uncle Dolly and I have brought her for you, Daqiang continued. The girl's name is Shaolin. Have you seen her? She is stunningly beautiful, a true beauty from the city. Upon hearing Shaolin, Ge Chaoyuan nodded eagerly. I've heard Li Si mention that her best friend at work is this Shaolin, though I have yet to meet her. Li Si said Shaolin is very pretty and comes from a long line of city folk. Daqiang, feeling reassured, said, "That's perfect then, no doubt about it. Good Chaoyuan, this Shaolin is someone your Uncle Dolly and I have brought back for you. Once you sell her, we three must split the proceeds." Da Qiang added. Given her looks, selling her to Chongga could fetch an even higher price. I've heard Chongga say he sells beautiful girls to wealthy patrons. It's quite the lucrative business. We'd be lucky to get 10,000 for her. Da Qiang calculated in his mind, envisioning the three of them splitting 10,000, each receiving over 3,000. It was far quicker than farming, which explained why Chongga was so keen on such enterprises. 10,000 as an offering? What a bargain! Ge Chaoyuan began to feel anxious about the risk. If Shaolin goes missing, her family will undoubtedly search for her. Da Qiang reassured him. Once we sell her to Chongga, the rest is his concern. As long as she isn't in our village, we can say she came and left. No one will trace her back to us. He patted Ge Chaoyuan on the shoulder. You're a university student, yet you lack the courage of us uneducated country folk. How do you expect to accomplish great things out there? Ge Chaoyuan, easily swayed and tempted by the prospect of money, felt the weight of his academic status versus the reality of his situation. In the village, he was seen as someone who was successful in the city, but in truth, he earned only a meager 4,000 to 5,000 a month, barely scraping by after rent was deducted. The idea of making over 30,000 by selling someone who practically arrived at their doorstep was enticing. All right, Da Qiang, I'll listen to you. Bring her in so I can see for myself. If she is truly as beautiful as you say, she could be worth more than 10,000. Ge Chaoyuan remarked. You have no idea how delicate city girls are. Da Qiang nodded vigorously, envisioning the ethereal beauty of the girl. We must keep Li Si's situation under wraps. Let us say there is a custom in our clan where brides-to-be must stay at the mountain god temple for 7 days before their wedding. We can delay her arrival. Ge Chaoyuan then recalled another matter. Uncle Chong, while you and Uncle Dolly were out buying sacrificial offerings yesterday, you missed the news. There are celebrities in our village today. The village chief has instructed us not to mention the mountain god temple to outsiders. He continued, we'll say, Li Si went to stay with my aunt. Following our village custom that brides cannot be seen 3 days before the wedding. The celebrities will only be here for 2 days. And the chief has already consulted the mountain god about postponing the sacrificial rites by 2 days, which the deity has agreed to. Da Qiang's initial excitement at the arrival of celebrities quickly turned to concern. I hope they don't cause any trouble in our village. Don't worry. The village chief has everything arranged. Ge Chaoyuan waved his hand dismissively. I heard the production team was initially filming in a nearby village, but for some reason, a fire broke out there, so they moved their shoot here. The village chief negotiated with them, and they've given us 10,000. Upon hearing that the mountain god had approved this, Da Qiang felt silenced. He contemplated the 10,000, realizing that, divided among the villagers, each household could receive a few hundred. Wuyin had been waiting outside for nearly 20 minutes when Da Qiang and a man emerged from the other side of the path. By the man's age, it was evident that he was Ge Chaoyuan. As Ge Chaoyuan approached, he greeted Wuyin with a smile. You must be Shaolin. I'm Li Si's fiancé.
Ye Chaoyuan.
Come on in. If Li Si knows you're here, she'll be overjoyed. As Ge Chaoyuan spoke, he casually mentioned the tradition of brides not being seen in the days leading up to the wedding, inviting Wuyin to stay at his home. When the wedding day arrives, I'll bring Li Si back, and when she sees you, I'm sure she'll be thrilled to tears. She often tells me you're her closest friend at work, and on our journey back home, she kept saying she wanted to send you photos of the beautiful scenery. Ge Chaoyuan's explanation was far more articulate than that of Dolly and Da Qiang, a testament to his education. Wuyin appeared to be influenced by his words. Nodding eagerly in agreement, Ge Chaoyuan then asked, Did you bring a suitcase? Wuyin shook her head. I made a last-minute decision to come after work. So, I just brought a backpack. I figured I could buy clothes once I arrived. A last-minute decision? Da Qiang exchanged a glance with Ge Chaoyuan before asking. So your family and friends don't know you're here?
Exactly.
I'm used to being independent. My family and friends are accustomed to my spontaneous adventures, Wuyin replied. The three of them felt assured that this business deal was indeed secure. To ensure Wuyin wouldn't find the accommodations lacking, Ge Chaoyuan even took it upon himself to tidy up the guest room before inviting her to settle in, saying he would inform his parents in the fields. The three individuals left Wuyin alone and stepped outside, confident that she would not escape. The villagers were united, and it sufficed to inform everyone as they departed. Not long after stepping out, they could no longer contain their excitement. Uncle Dolly, this little Lin is exceptionally beautiful. She must be worth more than 100,000. Good Chaoyuan exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. Just look at her attire. All high-end brands. I could scarcely afford a single piece with my monthly salary. A daughter from a wealthy family is indeed a rare gem. Good Chaoyuan raised a finger, declaring, we must ask Chongge for 200,000. Dolly and Daqiang's eyes nearly bulged with anticipation, and they eagerly proposed contacting Chongge to inspect the merchandise. Meanwhile, upon their departure, Wuyin and her companions circled the courtyard. Finding no anomalies before heading to Ge Ziyuan's room. The door was locked, but such rudimentary locks were easily bypassed. Wuyin opened it in a mere second and entered with an air of nonchalance. Li Si's suitcase lay untouched within, and her phone was still plugged into the bedside socket.
Charging.
The room was small, and having taken a quick glance, Wuyin restored the lock to its original state before exiting the Ge residence. As Ge Chaoyuan had already greeted the neighbors upon leaving, despite having heard Dolly and the others speak of the beautiful merchandise, the villagers were still taken aback when Wuyin emerged. Regardless of gender, they were unable to resist stealing glances at her. Whispers circulated, noting how the girl from Ge Ziyuan's home appeared even more stunning than the female celebrity residing with the clan leader. It was no wonder Dolly and the others were overjoyed. What fortune could they possibly gain from her? Unbeknownst to them, Wuyin's keen hearing caught their murmurs. A smile curved her lips as she pondered the clan leader and the celebrity. Intrigued, she made her way towards the most opulent house in the village. The filming location for the program had been set at the clan leader's residence, which was now bustling with villagers eager to witness the spectacle. Approaching, Wuyin feigned ignorance, her face a mask of curiosity as she inquired, what is this place? Why is it so lively? An uncle, caught off guard by her beauty, turned and called to the filming crew, there's a star among us who just arrived. Why did you start filming without her? He urged the crowd to make way as he pushed Wuyin forward. Thus, Wuyin made her entrance before the gathering, leaving the director momentarily speechless. Cheng Yining? He blurted out, only to shake his head in disbelief. No, she was seated and recording the program. The resemblance was uncanny, leading him to mistake her for Cheng Yining. This is not a guest from our program, the director's assistant explained to the villagers. Wuyin's sudden appearance startled Cheng Yining, who abruptly stood up. How did you end up here? Cheng Yining asked, unable to hide her surprise. The clan leader, observing the scene while smoking, was equally taken aback by the unfamiliar face in their midst. Realizing she was not part of the crew, he rose to question the villagers. Where did this girl come from? A guest from Ge Ziyuan's family, a friend of Li Si's. She claims to be here as a bridesmaid, having come on her own this morning, a neighbor responded. The clan leader furrowed his brow and turned to Cheng Yining, asking, what is her name? What does she do? Do you know her? Tension mounted among the neighbors, who feared that if the girl was acquainted with a celebrity, it would complicate matters for Ge Ziyuan's family. Her name is Wuyin, and she is. Cheng Yining began, but Wuyin interjected, I am Lin Wuyin, a colleague of Li Si's, an ordinary office worker. I am just an average person. How could I possibly know a celebrity? Indeed, she and Cheng Yining had never met before, only having engaged in silent online contests previously. Although Cheng Yining was unaware of Wuyin's motivations for her deceit, her disdain for Wuyin compelled her to expose the lie. She doesn't. Yet, as she began to speak, Cheng Yining suddenly found herself unable to utter another word, her mouth frozen. The thought of Wuyin's profession struck her. It was undoubtedly Wuyin's doing. Fearing that her secret would be unveiled. Chapter 80. All remain as sacrifices. Cheng Yining, what is the matter? The director's assistant was the first to notice something amiss and hurried over to inquire. Cheng Yining pointed at her mouth, then angrily directed her finger at Wuyin. The crowd turned their attention to Wuyin once more. Has she suddenly developed facial paralysis and can't speak? Wuyin remarked earnestly, my ancestors were traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. I possess some medical knowledge, and, from what I observe, this appears to be sudden facial paralysis. After a pause, she added, we must rush her to the hospital, otherwise, if we delay, it could lead to a stroke. Her serious demeanor, despite the absurdity of her claims, left the audience rattled yet in agreement. Director, perhaps we should send someone to take Cheng Yining to a hospital in the city? The assistant softly advised the director, aware that this was a prominent young lady from the Cheng and Qi families, and any mishap on their watch would be disastrous. Cheng Yining, incensed, grabbed her phone to text someone nearby. However, as soon as she unlocked it, the phone slipped from her grasp and crashed to the ground, shattering the screen. A male actor chuckled, Cheng Yining, you're having a rough day. Cheng Yining slowly turned her gaze towards Wuyin, her finger trembling with rage as she pointed at her.
Look.
Her hands are shaking. It's a sign of a stroke, Wu Yin shouted. The director, sensing the gravity of the situation, immediately halted the filming and arranged for 2 individuals to accompany Cheng Yining's assistant to the hospital. Wu Yin, seizing the opportunity to play the role of the concerned citizen, stepped forward to assist Cheng Yining. As Cheng Yining attempted to push her away, Wu Yin whispered in her ear, "If you cannot control your tongue, then perhaps you should rest quietly for a few days." After stepping back into the crowd, Cheng Yining suddenly collapsed. "Sister Yining has fainted." Her assistant panicked, nearly in tears. Wu Yin stood among the crowd, clucking her tongue, remarking on how someone so young had succumbed to a stroke, clearly indicating a volatile temperament that was detrimental to her health. Showing no regard for self-care, the filming crew was too stunned by Cheng Yining's collapse to pay attention to Wu Yin's commentary. The clan leader's brow furrowed deeper as he observed the commotion. Once the crew departed with Cheng Yining, the clan leader withdrew from the crowd and left. Although Wu Yin had seemingly avoided any direct interaction with him, she had been keenly observing his movements. As soon as the clan leader exited, Wu Yin quickly concocted an excuse to leave the clan leader's home, following him at a distance. To her surprise, the clan leader ascended the mountain directly after leaving his home, navigating the rugged path with an ease that suggested he was quite familiar with it. The winding trail took nearly an hour before he slowed his pace. In the heart of the mountains, a smooth concrete path unexpectedly appeared. Following it forward, Wu Yin soon found herself in front of a temple, concealing her presence. She watched as the clan leader entered the temple, which was surrounded by a protective barrier. After assessing the barrier, she scoffed. Such trivial craftsmanship was no challenge for her to breach undetected. With a flick of her wrist, Wu Yin effortlessly entered the temple, where she found the clan leader fervently kneeling before an imposing stone statue. Traditionally, the idols enshrined within temples are carved to resemble the deities they represent. However, this stone effigy left even Wu Yin perplexed, as its form was unrecognizable. It was broad and elongated, lacking discernible facial features such as a nose or eyes. "Esteemed mountain deity, I have a matter to report. A girl has arrived in the village today, seeking a tribute for you. However, it seems she is acquainted with a star from the filming crew." The village chief felt that the situation had surpassed his control. The filming crew, having encountered the girl, could not allow her to be troubled in the village, yet she had come seeking a sacrifice. Therefore, he humbly inquired of the mountain deity whether the ritual could be postponed. Upon finishing his statement, the chief drew a blade across his finger, allowing his blood to smear upon a branch in a vase before the idol. In that instant, the previously indistinct statue erupted with a thick, black mist, emitting a nauseating stench. Yet, the chief appeared oblivious to the foul odor, bowing his head in reverence, prostrating himself with his palms open beside his forehead. The black mist thickened, coalescing above them like a dark cloud. "Leave them all," the mist suddenly spoke in human language, its voice raspy and grating, reminiscent of an elderly person with a damaged throat. "All shall be my offerings." The black entity rejoiced, erupting into a sudden, sinister laughter that pierced the air like needles, causing Wu Yin to cover her ears. What malevolent spirit was this? Its features were obscured, and its voice bore no characteristics of any known creature. Such audacity! Demanding the entire filming crew as sacrifices, explained the chief's earlier inquiry regarding whether the spirit would permit their departure. The chief, aghast, shook his head repeatedly, pleading, "Oh, revered mountain deity, this cannot be. These are stars. They have countless fans, billions of eyes upon them. If anything were to befall them in our village, it would spell our ruin. Your secrets would be exposed. Foolish one, how dare you question my decree?" The dark mass's temperament shifted abruptly, transitioning from mirth to fury, a tendril of black mist striking the chief. In pain yet paralyzed with fear, he could only plead for the mountain deity's forgiveness, trembling. "Those who lack courage and fear trouble are destined for failure. I granted you this chieftaincy, and I can just as easily revoke it." After delivering this threat, the darkness declared, "I possess the means to ensure all of this appears as an accident. None shall uncover any wrongdoing. Do not question any of my decisions. Your only duty is to obey." "Yes, yes, yes. I shall comply with your commands, revered mountain deity. I will make arrangements at once." The chief hastily agreed, muttering his dismissal as he hastened out of the temple. Wu Yin chose not to follow the chief back, but remained rooted in place. She observed the black mist gradually dissipating, and after a moment, the temple returned to a profound silence. Although situated in the heart of the mountains, it was excessively quiet. So quiet, In fact, that Wu Yin suddenly realized something, since she had set foot on the mountain path. She had not heard a single chirp of insects or call of birds, nor had she seen any small creatures like squirrels in this vast wilderness. This mountain was unnaturally still. Confirming that the malevolent spirit had departed the temple, she wandered within and unexpectedly discovered the unconscious Li Si in a room to the left. Chapter 81. The lives of others are lives too. The villagers seemed accustomed to using antiquated locks, and the one securing Li Si's room was no exception. Wu Yin effortlessly opened the door and nudged Li Si, but she did not awaken. Resorting to a touch of spiritual energy, Wu Yin pressed it to Li Si's forehead, prompting her to slowly open her eyes. Upon seeing a person, Li Si instinctively gasped, but Wu Yin gestured for silence.
Li Si,
I have been sent by Shaolin to find you. At the mention of the familiar name, Li Si nodded vigorously, though her terror remained evident, her eyes brimming with tears. Ge Chaoyuan is not human. He intends to kill me, she cried, grasping Wu Yin's hand. We had just arrived at the village entrance when I drank a sip of water he offered, and I lost consciousness. When I awoke, I was already in Ge Chaoyuan's home and overheard him boasting with his relatives, realizing that in his eyes, I am not a girlfriend but merely a sacrifice he need not pay for. Ge Chaoyuan's family and the village chief brought me to this temple, locked me away, and forced me to drink a bowl of water laced with who knows what, claiming it was for purification. Then they withheld food and drink, stating that once my body was cleansed by the mountain deity, they could proceed with the ritual to offer me to their god. Shortly after drinking that water, I lost consciousness. Li Si had never seen the mountain deity described by Ge Chaoyuan, but she had witnessed the fervent respect he displayed when speaking of their god. They are all mad. The entire village is mad. Li Si muttered under her breath. I understand now. Wu Yin nodded, comprehending why she had been unable to rouse Li Si earlier, though she remained unsure of what exactly Li Si had ingested. However, she noticed the black mist coiling around Li Si's forehead, interlaced with another greenish energy. Did you bring the police to rescue me?
Li Si asked,
slowly rising while leaning against a pillar. Can we leave this cursed place? Have the police apprehended Ge Chaoyuan and his ilk? I came alone. Wu Yin stood as well, explaining that the mountain deity spoken of by Ge Chaoyuan was an unknown malevolent spirit in disguise. As long as the spirit remains, the police's arrival will be futile. This audacious spirit impersonating a deity is incredibly cunning. The statue in the temple conceals its true form, and it did not fully reveal itself when the chief came to seek guidance. I require more time to investigate the spirit. Only by understanding what it is and where it hides can I eliminate it. Wu Yin patiently explained, reassuring her, do not fear. Keep the 3 talismans I provide you. They will protect you thrice in times of danger, and I assure you I will arrive before the 3 are exhausted. Upon hearing this, Li Si quickly shook her head. I refuse to stay here. I want to leave now. You can't be so kind-hearted for no reason to help Shaolin find me. He must have paid you. You are mistaken. I will take you away, but not at this moment. Wu Yin frowned, explaining that a filming crew had arrived in the village, numbering around 40 or 50 people. It would be easy to take you away, but you carry the lingering aura of the malevolent spirit. The moment you step outside the temple and leave the village, the spirit will sense it, and I won't have time to return to protect the filming crew. This spirit, masquerading as a deity, was exceedingly treacherous. The statue in the temple failed to reveal its true essence, and when the chief sought counsel, it had not fully manifested. I need time to gather information about the spirit. Only by uncovering its true nature and whereabouts can I eradicate it. Wu Yin explained patiently, continuing to soothe her. Take good care of the 3 talismans. I will ensure your safety. As she spoke, Wu Yin reached into her bag for some food. These provisions were gifts from Tan Ci, who had advised her to pack some snacks for emergencies, in case she couldn't return in time for a meal. A simple task, yet a prudent habit she had adopted. Here, take these little cakes and this bottle of milk to stave off hunger. Wu Yin offered them, intending to mention how delicious the brand of cakes was, but Li Si swatted the items from her hand, shouting at her in frustration. I don't want your things. I don't care. Shaolin only asked you to rescue me, not to save them. The filming crew is not your responsibility. Why must you meddle in matters that do not concern you? Why delay my chance to escape for the sake of unrelated individuals?
Li Si demanded angrily.
Shaolin only sent you to save me, not to exorcise the spirit. Can you not discern what your true mission is? Wu Yin's expression hardened as she bent down to retrieve the little cakes and milk from the floor. Fortunately, the cakes were individually wrapped, so they remained clean. After gathering all her belongings into her bag, Wuyin directly flung 3 talismans onto Li Si's face. If I were not meddling in others' affairs, I would not be standing here now. Xiaolin gave me 1,000 yuan as a fee, merely to ascertain your whereabouts, not to rescue you. Li Si, in my eyes, your life is precious, but so is the life of the photography crew. Compared to your infatuated mind, the lives of those who came here for work are far more valuable than yours. If the malevolent spirit is not vanquished, this mountain will continue to see countless individuals like you, Li Si. How can your one life compare to the thousands? I comprehend your fear of the unknown and your panic when faced with a threat to your safety, but I cannot fathom nor accept your indifference and selfishness. Wuyin's voice resonated with strength. My training in Wufang Valley has never been solely for the salvation of a single person, but rather to save many. Why should she jeopardize the lives of dozens in the photography crew for the sake of rescuing Li Si alone? Now that I have entered Sang Village, I am determined to eliminate this malevolent spirit and protect this land's peace. Upon concluding her words, Wuyin turned and left, locking the door behind her. Li Si, fearing that her cries would attract others, dared not shout out, yet as Wuyin departed, she anxiously pounded on the door, pleading for Wuyin to return. However, Wuyin remained unresponsive and re-entered the main hall of the temple. After searching multiple times without finding any information regarding the malevolent spirit, and noticing no trace of dark energy elsewhere in the temple, Wuyin speculated that while the mountain folk constructed this temple for the spirit, it likely did not reside here frequently, if at all. Once outside the temple, Wuyin found a secluded spot before revealing her true form. She feigned admiration for the beauty of the terraced fields, snapping photos with her phone.
Ah,
Here we are. Let us find you. A villager named Dolly shouted to others further away, announcing that they had located her, who was busy taking pictures. These city kids had never seen such mountains and had come here alone. Wuyin then put away her phone and approached the crowd, asking Uncle Dolly, "Were you looking for me? After you left the village chief's house, we didn't see you and worried you might be in danger. So we called everyone to help look for you," Dolly explained. "We fear you might run into trouble alone in the mountains. There are fierce beasts here. Wild boars, tigers, pythons, it's dangerous, so do not wander too far into the mountains." Chapter 82, The Centenary Mountain Temple. Wuyin smiled in response. Fierce beasts? There isn't even a single bird in these mountains. By the way, Xiaolin, the village chief mentioned that it is inappropriate for a young lady like you to stay at the good Sayuan's house, as they have no other young women there, which could tarnish your reputation. Therefore, the chief wants you to move to his house, where the photography crew is also staying, allowing you to converse with others from the big city. Wuyin agreed nonchalantly. All right, don't wander off alone. I'll take you back to the chief's house,
Dolly said.
Following Dolly and the other villagers, Wuyin returned to the chief's house, which was bustling with commotion. Upon noticing the vehicle that had taken Cheng Yining to the city hospital had returned, she saw the director anxiously trying to contain his temper. What happened? Wuyin approached to take a glance. Cheng Yining and her assistant were still in the back seat, with Cheng Yining unconscious and leaning against her assistant. The mountain road out of the village has collapsed, blocking the only route out. The signal tower is also destroyed, and we cannot leave. Our phones have no signal. One of the crew members replied to Wuyin. Then, in a hushed voice, he added, "Didn't you say Cheng Yining had a stroke? She still hasn't awakened. And the director is worried. If Cheng Yining dies here, our entire crew is doomed." It seemed the malevolent spirit had indeed acted in the shadows, intent on claiming the entire photography crew as its offerings. The village chief was no longer exhibiting his initial demeanor. He stood at the door, waving his hands to send the onlookers back to their homes, while dismissively stating, "At the moment, we cannot leave. It will take time to clear the road. Just carry the patient back to the room for now. She is young and not so easily lost. Perhaps she will awaken on her own after a night's rest." To the chief, these individuals were now mere sacrifices for the mountain deity, their status and identity fading in his eyes. He no longer felt the need to show patience or respect toward the offerings. Upon hearing the chief's words, the director was about to explode with anger, exclaiming, "What do you mean young people are not so easily dead? Does that even make sense? What else can we do?" The chief retorted, "The road is blocked. You don't want to hear the truth. Why don't you carry her over the mountains to the city yourselves?" Good Chaoyuan emerged from the crowd, calling out to Wuyin, "Xiaolin, I have arranged with the chief for you to stay at his house for the next few days. I will come to fetch you on the day of my wedding." "All right," Wuyin replied with an innocent smile. The chief no longer paid attention to the photography crew but turned to Wuyin, instructing his family to lead her to an empty room. The chief's house was spacious. A two-story L-shaped earthen building, one side occupied by his family and the other lent to the photography crew for accommodation and filming, with Wu Yin's room situated on the crew's side. Wu Yin's room was in the far corner, adjoining a mud wall and the room of the male celebrity who had experienced a bout of misfortune earlier. With filming halted, the guests were resting in their respective rooms. Likely due to the lack of mobile signal, when the male celebrity, noticing another occupant in the adjacent room, stepped out to take a look. Upon seeing Wu Yin, he exclaimed, "Oh, it's you." This left Wu Yin somewhat at a loss for words. After a moment's thought, she nodded and replied, "Yes, it's me." The calm and indifferent demeanor Wu Yin exhibited momentarily stunned the celebrity, who then tentatively inquired, "Do you not recognize me?" After pondering for a moment, Wu Yin answered affirmatively, "I do not know you." The male celebrity glanced at Wu Yin's attire, beginning to doubt his own fame. He could comprehend that in a remote mountain village, people might not recognize him, but why would a fashionable and beautiful young woman from the city not know him? Had his stardom diminished to such an extent? Scratching his head, he noticed Wu Yin was still waiting for him to speak, prompting him to extend his hand and introduce himself. "I am Li Chaofeng, an actor." Just as Li Chaofeng finished speaking, the director's assistant hurried over. "Sister Xiaolin, I heard you mention you know some traditional Chinese medicine. The director would like you to check on Cheng Yining's condition. If there's a way to help, we would greatly appreciate it. If you feel uncomfortable, you can refuse us." The assistant explained, "The villagers lack large tools for transport and can only arrange for some people to use farming equipment to clear the road, which might take several days. We are worried about delaying Cheng Yining's condition. Tell your director not to worry too much. Cheng Yining just had a mild stroke due to her bad temper and anger. She will awaken on her own." Wu Yin smiled, her eyes crinkling. "If she isn't woken by noon tomorrow, prepare a set of silver needles for me. I will surely ensure she awakens." "Oh, thank you so much." The assistant left with a relieved expression. After the assistant departed, other guests approached. They were looking for Li Chaofeng. One male guest asked him, "With the signal tower down and Cheng Yining unconscious, we surely cannot film tomorrow. We plan to explore the mountains and visit the mountain temple. We have already arranged with the chief to have a villager guide us. Will you join us?" Li Chaofeng, eager for excitement, quickly agreed. Wu Yin was startled upon hearing mention of the mountain temple. "You plan to visit the mountain temple tomorrow? Are you willingly seeking to cleanse yourselves to become the earliest batch of offerings?" "Of course," Li Chaofeng responded, saying, "When we were recording the program in the neighboring village, we heard the local villagers mention that this village has a mountain god temple that has stood for several centuries. However, due to a lack of visitors in recent decades, the temple has fallen into disrepair and collapsed. Nonetheless, the ruins of the temple are quite intriguing. If you wish to see it, you can join us tomorrow. After all, meeting is destined, and the more the merrier. You'll have company." Wu Yin sighed in relief, realizing that these individuals were unaware of the existence of another mountain god temple dedicated to malevolent spirits in the village. Had it not been for their conversation, she too would have been oblivious to the historical temple that had existed for hundreds of years. "What time are you setting off tomorrow?" "I would like to accompany you," Wu Yin promptly replied. The male guest, being rather straightforward, inquired, "How is your stamina? Do you usually hike or engage in fitness activities?" Wu Yin understood their concerns. She was not merely boasting when she asserted, "In terms of climbing, none of you can compare to me," while others managed to maintain their composure. Li Chaofeng burst into laughter. "Isn't that a bit boastful?" "It is not boasting," Wu Yin insisted earnestly. "All right then, let's meet at 7 in the morning in the courtyard. After breakfast, we shall set off." A female guest cheerfully reminded, "The mountain will be shrouded in heavy fog in the morning, and the dew will be substantial. So remember to wear waterproof hiking attire." Wu Yin blinked, thanking Sister Bing for her thoughtful reminder. Though she had dressed appropriately, she appreciated the kindness of others. "You know Sister Bing?" Li Chaofeng exclaimed. "You don't recognize me, yet you know her? I thought you had just returned from abroad and were out of touch with the domestic entertainment scene." Chapter 83. How fortunate that must be. "I also know teacher Li Jinhui," Wu Yin replied, glancing at Li Jinhui. In her recollection, there were two individuals, one who idolized Sister Bing as a goddess and another who revered Li Jinhui as a god. Thus, despite her disinterest in celebrity culture, she was inadvertently familiar with both. "And what about me? Do you know me?" Lu Kaiyuan asked, pointing to himself. Wu Yin shook her head. Li Chaofeng chuckled and patted Lu Kaiyuan's shoulder. "My good brother, we need to work harder. Our fame is insufficient." After a brief conversation at the entrance, they all returned to their respective rooms. Wu Yin remained in her room until dusk, not emerging until the staff from the filming crew called for dinner. When Li Chaofeng knocked on her door, urging her to join them, she finally stepped outside. Several square wooden tables had been set up in the courtyard.
Li Chaofeng explained it.
Our filming crew has provided funding, so the village chief will arrange our food and lodging. You will also stay with the chief, as you are a guest here. For the next few days, you might as well join us. As they approached the table where Lu Kaiyuan and the others were seated, Li Chaofeng remarked on the delicious pork and lamb raised in the village, but his gaze fell upon the evening's meal. 5 dishes and a soup, none of which contained any meat, presented a rather alarming green appearance. Li Chaofeng was taken aback, glancing at the other tables, only to find the same meager fare, with the soup being indistinguishable in its contents. Is this for real? Li Chaofeng pointed at the table. The chief's son said the roads were blocked, making it impossible to procure supplies, so we could only eat what the village has. Lu Kaiyuan shrugged. Li Chaofeng gestured outside. Didn't he the village raise pigs and sheep? The chief mentioned at noon that if we liked, they could provide us with a feast. The filming crew also paid, so it shouldn't come to this. Wu Yin surveyed the spread before her. Aside from a bowl of plain rice, everything else appeared steaming hot but emanated a dark green aura to her eyes. She recognized this energy from Li Si. Was this a cleansing ritual for offerings? In the eyes of the village chief, the staff of the filming crew were merely offerings, and he would not waste meat on them, likely considering it extravagant. Wu Yin looked at the others and suggested, how about we go to the convenience store to buy instant noodles? I saw one while wandering around the village. Her proposal caught the attention of others at the different tables. A staff member inquired, beautiful lady, how much cash do you have? Could you lend us some? Wu Yin nodded, recalling that she still had cash from when Tan Ci helped her withdraw money, which she had yet to spend. She had 2 bundles of 10,000 and some loose change. Upon hearing that Wu Yin possessed 20,000, the director immediately declared, let us go and buy out all the instant noodles from the convenience store. As he spoke, the director took a few steps forward to walk alongside Wu Yin. Once the network is restored, I'll add you on WeChat and transfer the money back to you. After my work here is done, I'll treat you to a meal. The director instructed everyone to put down their bowls and chopsticks, announcing that they would wait for him to return with instant noodles. Upon hearing this, no one was willing to endure the indignity and promptly set their utensils aside. The convenience store was owned by a local villager, and instant noodles have a long shelf life, so the store had recently restocked. Wu Yin arrived and bought out all the stock, much to the delight of the store owner, who eagerly fetched a cart to help deliver the goods to the chief's home. After they finished their meal and tidied up, the chief finally returned leisurely from outside, only to see everyone in the courtyard still animatedly chatting. His expression was momentarily stunned. He rushed back to the kitchen to inquire of his family. What's going on with those people outside? Father, those city folks are not easily fooled. Upon seeing the dinner spread, they refused to eat and went to the convenience store to buy back several boxes of instant noodles. No one touched the meal we prepared. The director even came in to argue with us. We explained that the roads were blocked and we could only serve what we had, but they clearly saw through our excuses. They didn't even let us help them boil water. Fuming, the chief kicked a pile of firewood in the corner, declaring, tomorrow morning, let us prepare breakfast as we previously discussed. I will go to invite the mountain god for another blessing. With no signal, the filming crew could only play cards or chat to pass the time. By the end of the night, Wu Yin had become familiar with everyone in the crew. They played until after 10 before gradually dispersing. Upon returning to her room, Wu Yin's first act was to release a piece of talisman paper folded into the shape of 1,000 origami cranes out of the window. The talisman, imbued with her spiritual energy, silently escaped the barrier set by the malevolent entity in the village. Once the paper crane exited the barrier, it soared into the sky, swiftly reaching S-City, heading towards Tan Ci's villa. Tan Ci had shared his address with Wu Yin when she agreed to move in with him.
Considering the time,
she assumed he must have returned home from work, so she guided the talisman towards his villa. Indeed, the lights were on in Tan Ci's residence. The first floor was occupied by Yan Ming, and the talisman flew to the 3rd floor, entering through the balcony of the master bedroom.
Tan Ci. Tan Ci.
Wu Yin's voice echoed from the paper crane as it entered the 3rd floor master bedroom. Tan Ci had just emerged from the bathroom, and upon hearing Wu Yin's voice, he was about to respond when he noticed the paper crane suddenly flying towards him. The next moment, he heard Wu Yin's violent coughing sound emanating from the crane.
Wu Yin?
Are you in trouble? Tan Ci's demeanor shifted to one of concern. Where are you right now? Why can't I reach you on the phone?
I'm fine.
Wu Yin instinctively covered her eyes, only to realize the scene was within her consciousness, Merely covering her eyes was futile. Tan Ci. She instructed the paper crane to cover its eyes with its wings, finally obscuring the vision in her mind. She then softly reminded, quickly put on your clothes. Muin felt a warmth in her nose. Was this something she could witness without spending a dime? She wondered which fortunate girl would become Tan Ci's girlfriend in the future. Oh, how blissful that would be. Tan Ci was truly exceptional. I will step out first. Once you have dressed, call for me, and I shall return. Wu Yin promptly sent the paper crane soaring from Tan Ci's master bedroom. Suddenly realizing something, Tan Ci looked down to find that his bathrobe had loosened. He hastily attempted to gather it, but the thought of Wu Yin witnessing him in such a state caused his complexion to shift slightly. Anxious. Tan Ci was flustered by this unprecedented mishap, and the first time Wu Yin caught him off guard, would she mistakenly assume he was a pervert? He quickly retrieved his clothes and returned to the bathroom to change, his urgency causing him to hasten his movements, neglecting to dry his hair thoroughly before hurriedly donning his loungewear. Chapter 84. The Fading Deity. Yet, as he prepared to step outside, he hesitated. How would he explain this incident to Wu Yin? Would she be frightened enough to flee? After a brief internal struggle, Tan Ci made his way to the balcony, where he immediately spotted the paper crane flitting about wildly in midair. Wu Yin, he called out to the paper crane, I have changed my clothes. The crane collided with a telephone pole with a clattering sound before awkwardly veering towards Tan Ci. He extended his hand, and the crane settled in his palm. Just as Tan Ci was about to speak, Wu Yin interjected, I made the crane's eyes quite small, so I only caught a glimpse of your abs. I saw nothing else.
Truly.
I swear on the paper crane. Was this not the epitome of burying one's head in the sand? Tan Ci felt a chuckle bubbling within him, yet he could only suppress it upon hearing Wu Yin's earnest declaration. I apologize, he finally explained, due to health reasons. I typically wear a bathrobe while changing in my room, and today I simply overlooked the looseness of it. After clarifying, Tan Ci deftly shifted the conversation, continuing to speak. Wu Yin, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, found it challenging to maintain her composure. You didn't return to City S tonight? I called after work, but your phone was unreachable.
Tan Ci remarked.
If he could not establish contact with Wu Yin before bedtime, he intended to head to City T with his bodyguards. The signal tower here was damaged, resulting in no cellular reception, and the road out of the village was blocked. Wu Yin understood that Tan Ci must have worried about her due to their lack of communication, which was why she had expended her spiritual energy to reach out to him in this manner. The village was plagued by malevolent spirits. Li Si had become a sacrificial offering to the evil entity, and the ritual had yet to take place. Moreover, dozens of individuals from a variety show were also being considered as offerings. The disturbance of the signal tower and the blocked roads were all the handiwork of the malevolence. I need to venture into the mountains tomorrow to investigate the local deities' matters. Do not worry, I shall return swiftly, Wu Yin assured him, recalling the incident at the unfinished building and determined not to linger in the village for too long. Please inform Grandpa Zhao about the situation here, so he can arrange for people to await my message to apprehend the spirits. However, until I send out the word, no one else should enter the village. The addition of even one more person means one more offering for the malevolence, and I would have to protect another soul. Be careful. If you find yourself unable to handle it alone, leave immediately. Your safety must come first. Do not overexert yourself. I understand, Wu Yin replied, nodding her little paper crane head, which then fluttered its wings in Tan Ci's palm. Tan Ci, could you help me adjust the crane's wings? They got a bit crooked when it bumped into something, and now it flies rather poorly, she said with a playful chuckle. You keep the crane. I can contact you through it any time. After a moment's thought, she added, just cover the crane when you change, and I want to be able to see. Tan Ci chuckled softly in response, agreeing, all right. After exchanging goodnights, the paper crane flew to rest on Tan Ci's bedside table. As he lay in bed, he turned his head to see the crane, pondering for a moment before draping a clean handkerchief over it, akin to tucking it in with a little blanket. Once this was accomplished, Tan Ci realized how foolish his action seemed. Before Wu Yin noticed, he swiftly reclaimed the handkerchief. Throughout the night, Wu Yin remained on high alert. Yet the malevolence did not appear to check on its offerings. The following morning, Li Chaofeng knocked on Wu Yin's door, reminding her not to forget their visit to the ruins of the mountain god temple. Breakfast awaited in the kitchen, and after ensuring all the food was in order, Wu Yin took a bowl. Following their meal, the four of them accompanied a villager appointed by the elder to ascend the mountain. The old mountain god temple and the malevolent spirits temple were not on the same mountain, yet they faced each other. The mountains were deep and the trees tall. Neither the old nor the new mountain god temples were visible from the village. As Li Kaiyuan had mentioned the day before, the path was indeed treacherous. Although a trail existed, it was overrun by weeds, and the villager at the front wielded a hatchet, clearing the way while grumbling about how city folk always sought trouble, prying into matters that did not concern them. "If you are unwilling to guide us, you may return. We can find our way," Li Chaofeng retorted, not indulging the villager. However, the villager, having received the elder's orders to watch over them, dared not leave. After being reprimanded, he fell silent. The four trekked for over an hour before reaching the old mountain god temple. The temple was not vast, yet it had collapsed, leaving stones scattered about. Even the statue of the mountain god lay in ruins, battered by years of exposure to the elements, rendering it unrecognizable. "This is it. I wonder what there is to see," the villager remarked, sitting aside, unwilling to enter. "Look at that wall that hasn't completely collapsed. The murals appear to possess some historical significance," Li Jinhui pointed out. The statue was exquisitely carved. "It is truly a pity that these relics were not preserved. I have heard this mountain god temple boasts a history spanning centuries, thus qualifying it as an ancient site," Chen Bing joined in. "It is indeed a shame for it to lie in such disrepair." The group gathered around the murals, while only Wu Yin approached the statue. Upon entering the mountain god temple, she felt a faint aura of spiritual energy, yet it was nearly extinguished. Thus, it seemed that this temple had once truly housed a deity. Wu Yin slowly bent down, observing the moss that had grown in the eye sockets of the shattered statue's head. With a sigh, she reached out to pull away the moss entirely. As she tossed the moss aside, a gentle breeze swept through, causing the fallen head of the statue to levitate slowly. The fragmented pieces seemed to come to life, assembling themselves seamlessly. Before Wu Yin, the statue regained its former glory, and in an instant, every brick and tile of the temple flew back into place, restoring the temple to its original state. Wu Yin rose gradually, taking in the sight as Li Jinhui and the others vanished from view. They were no longer visible within the temple. In the next moment, figures began to appear, each donned in ancient attire, their hairstyles reminiscent of bygone eras. As if an old film were playing out before Wu Yin, she could distinctly hear the faithful citizens kneeling before the mountain god, fervently praying for blessings. They beseeched for favorable weather, national peace, and the well-being of their families. The statue stood majestically on the altar, its face adorned with a smile, casting a gaze filled with compassion upon all who sought its blessings. Time sped forward, and in the blink of an eye, it was now the Republic era. The citizens visiting the mountain god temple had cropped their long hair, donning the attire of a new age. Chapter 85. Do you understand this feeling? They continued to pray with sincerity, asking for their homeland's safety and for the safe return of a loved one from the front lines. Time fast-forwarded once more, and the visitors now wore leather shoes and wristwatches. They remained devout in their petitions, seeking wealth and sons from the deity. Gradually, the statue of the god began to lose the kindness and warmth it had exuded a century prior. When the deities failed to satisfy their selfish desires, they proclaimed the gods to be worthless, dismissing the so-called mountain god as nothing more than a ruse concocted by the older generation. One day, a rowdy group of men stormed into the mountain god temple, reeking of alcohol, hurling insults at the deity's effigy, and even urinating upon it. They vehemently cursed the mountain god for being useless, lamenting the lack of sons bestowed upon them. Despite their fervent pleas for offspring, the mountain god had granted them only a succession of financial burdens. They denigrated the deity's incompetence, seeking wealth yet facing inevitable losses in gambling. Unable to earn a living without effort, the temple fell into disrepair, and gradually, fewer souls ventured there. Even those who did come, merely to curse at the fragmented shrine, claimed that the mountain god had failed to bless them, leaving them unable to secure a wife. Muin slowly began to comprehend the history of this temple, a tale that incited both laughter and fury. Suddenly, she heard someone call her name. Looking around, she found no one nearby. Turning her gaze towards the fallen idol, she inquired, "Is it you who called me?" "It is I." A nearly transparent white figure gradually materialized before the idol. "Are you the mountain god?" Muin struggled to discern the figure's features, noting its imminent dissolution into the ether. "Indeed," the mountain god replied. "A decade ago, I utilized the last vestiges of my meager spiritual power to divine the future, revealing that 10 years hence, this mountain would encounter a turning point. It seems that you, dear Wuyin, are that very turning point. I have heard all that you spoke to that girl in the sinister shrine. My decade-long wait has not been in vain." The white figure raised a hand, abruptly stating, "Wuyin, take this." Before she could react, a gust of wind lifted her hand, presenting her with a radiant golden talisman. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was the mountain god's decree, a symbol of divine authority. "Wuyin, remember the incantation. Vanquish evil and eradicate malevolence. May the gods assist me. I grant you this divine artifact, with the essence of the heavens as your bow and my decree as your arrows. May you rid this mountain of its malignance and restore its noble aura. Wuyin, let a drop of your blood fall upon the talisman, and it shall reveal all the answers you seek." Very well. Following the mountain god's instructions, Wuyin let a drop of blood fall upon the talisman. In an instant, it shimmered with golden light, and she felt a connection established between herself and the decree. Henceforth, she would be the new master of the mountain god's talisman, and the memories belonging to the deity flooded her mind. "In knowing you, dear Wuyin, I find fortune in my final moments. May you find peace and all endeavors flourish." The blessing from the divine was bestowed, consuming the last flicker of its power. The white figure gradually faded, and the surroundings reverted to their previous state. The voices of Li Chaofeng and others marveling at the murals reached her ears, accompanied by the click of their cameras. "Wuyin, why are you standing there in a daze? Come over and take a look." Lu Kaiyuan called out, having noticed her stillness. "I'm coming." Wuyin suppressed the myriad of emotions within her and stepped towards them. The mural depicted scenes of townsfolk offering prayers from centuries past, a time when this place was vibrant with life. Now, however, it lay in ruins, its splendor long vanished. The divine presence no longer felt. Li Jinhui asked a villager who remained outside, "Why hasn't your village reported this mountain god temple ruin to the cultural preservation authorities?" The villager pouted, thinking, who would want to report that? Isn't that just asking for trouble? The mountain god temple in their hearts was not here. The true protector of the mountain folk resided on the mountain across. "Wuyin, let us take a selfie," Li Chaofeng exclaimed. "Since we're here, let us capture a moment together. Once we have internet access, we can all add each other as friends." "By the way, Wuyin, where are you from?" Lu Kaiyuan inquired. "A city," Wuyin replied. "Are you a university student, or have you already started working?" Chen Bing observed Wuyin's youthful appearance. "I'm working," Wuyin said, moving to stand beside Chen Bing and gesturing peace signs for the camera. Li Chaofeng snapped individual photos with Wuyin, teasing her, "Once you post these pictures on Weibo, you'll surely gain followers in no time." "Oh, do you use Weibo? What's your username? I thought you were boasting yesterday, but it turns out you're quite impressive at mountain climbing. We should plan another hike together sometime." "My Weibo name is Wafenga Wuyin," she replied. Wuyin glanced at the others, noticing that the three, aside from Li Jinhui, suddenly lifted their heads in astonishment. "What did you say your name was?" Lu Kaiyuan nearly shouted. Wuyin scanned the villager seated outside and made a shushing gesture towards Lu Kaiyuan before repeating her Weibo name. Li Jinhui noticed the odd expressions on Chen Bing and the others, asking, "Do you all know her? Is she famous on Weibo?" "Jinhui, it's not surprising you don't know much about the internet. She has been trending on Weibo for several days," Li Chaofeng explained. "No wonder I found Xing Yining's attitude towards you a bit peculiar yesterday. You're Wafenga Wuyin after all. No wonder she doesn't like you. Your popularity overshadows hers." For those who frequently surf the web, it was hard to remain unaware of the name Wafenga Wuyin. Li Chaofeng and the others had seen her trending multiple times, though they hadn't paid much attention to the topic. "I have a sudden sense of foreboding, akin to watching a detective show," Lu Kaiyuan remarked. "You all have seen Detective Conan, right? Wherever he goes, a murder follows. Do you understand that feeling I'm trying to convey?" Li Chaofeng and the others shifted their gaze back to Wuyin. "Wuyin is an expert in metaphysics," Lu Kaiyuan said quietly. The appearance of Wuyin in this obscure mountain village made one ponder. Consider the broken signal tower and the blocked roads. Doesn't that resemble the backdrop of a crime scene in Detective Conan? "Now that you mention it, it does seem like it," Chen Bing replied. "The setting is entirely consistent with the anticipation of something significant about to unfold." The three fell silent, their eyes fixed intently on Wuyin, awaiting her response. Under their scrutiny, Wuyin slowly nodded. They all swallowed hard. Chapter 86. It seems she has become paralyzed. They listened as Wuyin spoke in a barely audible voice. "There is a malevolent spirit in the mountains. You are its chosen offerings." Their breaths hitched in their throats. "But fear not, for I have discerned the true nature of that malevolence," Wuyin assured them. "I will protect you." In truth, the sudden wildfire in the neighboring village was a divine warning, a a self-sacrificial act to alert and drive away the film crew approaching the perilous area. Yet, unexpectedly, the crew, in their folly, had ventured into the most dangerous village. The reason they had all eaten instant noodles the previous night was due to the problematic food. Wu stated, "When we return at noon, watch my expressions. If I suggest instant noodles, encourage everyone to follow suit." The three nodded solemnly. Having revealed Wu's identity, the descent from the mountain was tinged with a somber mood, far from the cheerful ascent. However, they moved swiftly, returning to the clan leader's home in just 40 minutes. As they entered the courtyard, they overheard the film crew discussing Cheng Yining. The director's assistant approached Wu, exclaiming, "Sister, you truly are remarkable." Cheng Yining just regained consciousness. While it was good news that she was alive, it was not particularly comforting. It seems she has become paralyzed. Only her eyes and fingers can move, while the rest of her body remains unresponsive. Our director is in a state of panic. The assistant sighed, lamenting how someone so young could suddenly suffer a stroke, especially within their production crew. Wu nearly burst into laughter, comforting the assistant with a gentle pat on the shoulder. "It's all right," she asked, gradually recovering. "In a couple of days, she'll be fine. Tell your director not to worry too much." Li Chaofeng and the other two glanced at Wu, recalling how Cheng Yining had, despite being fully aware of Wu's true identity, dared to expose her in front of everyone yesterday. Cheng Yining's character truly leaves much to be desired. It was during that moment that Wu had predicted Cheng Yining would suffer a stroke, and observing Wu's current demeanor, the trio surmised that Cheng Yining's present state of paralysis was likely the result of Wu's influence. Until Wu resolves the issues within the village, it appears that Cheng Yining will remain incapacitated. It is highly probable that her awakening is merely to prevent the director from becoming frantic. "Thank you for your kind words," the director's assistant said before leaving again. As it was still too early for lunch, Wu returned to her room alone, and without even setting down her backpack, she sat at the edge of her bed to delve into the memories of the mountain deity she had acquired through the mountain deity order. Just as Wu had witnessed in the mountain temple a century ago, the mountain dwellers lived in harmony, self-sufficient and content. They firmly believed that hard work could sustain their families, and their only prayers to the deities were for favorable weather and national peace. However, as the nation's economy surged, their desires shifted towards seeking wealth and sons to carry on their lineage. When the mountain temple was destroyed and the deities lost their worshippers, they gradually fell into a deep slumber. During the years of divine dormancy, the faithless mountain dwellers became increasingly restless and brutal. Who initiated the heinous act remains unknown, but they began to hurl newborn girls into the precipice. Rumors spread that having a daughter merely meant another mouth to feed, and that sons would shun such households. Consequently, whenever a girl was born, she was cast into the chasm as a form of punishment, ensuring she would not dare to reincarnate into that family in the next life. Over time, the number of infants perishing in that abyss grew, filling the area with vengeful spirits and a palpable malevolence. Ironically, the mountain dwellers dubbed this cursed chasm childbearing cliff. Eventually, word spread that if a girl was sacrificed to the childbearing cliff, the following year the family would be blessed with a son. Years passed, and the villagers noticed a dwindling number of daughters, leading them to believe in the cliff's supposed efficacy. Wu found this utterly absurd. Newborn girls were thrown into the chasm to die, leaving no chance for survival. How could there be any living girls left in the village? The villagers absurdly attributed the increase of boys to the cliff's influence. At the bottom of the chasm stood a camphor tree that had cultivated for a century and had become a spirit. The discarded girls gradually nourished this tree's spirit, which, as it consumed more and more infants, descended into a path of malevolence. In its quest for more human sacrifices, the camphor tree's spirit revealed itself to the villagers. Aware that the mountain temple had been destroyed and the deity was powerless, no longer a match even if it had not fallen asleep, it impersonated the mountain deity, easily gaining the trust of the ignorant villagers. Under the guise of protection, it demanded offerings initially once a year, then every 6 months, and eventually every 3 months. The demanded offerings became living humans. With few girls surviving in the village, when the villagers found their sons reaching marriageable age, they faced a scarcity of suitable brides. Wealthy families would purchase one, while those with fewer means would pool their resources to buy a bride. Ignoring moral and legal bounds, this vicious cycle perpetuated through generations. To this day, families required to present offerings to the mountain deity, if they had daughters, would send their daughters as sacrifices. If they had no daughters, they would find ways to scrape together money to buy one, even if it meant destitution, for the offerings to the deity must not cease. Some families would even go to the extent of utilizing their daughters-in-law as offerings once they bore a son, considering them expendable. A group of inhumane villagers, willingly manipulated by malevolent forces. Muin finally comprehended why she had scarcely encountered any young women or girls since entering the village. The arrival of the film crew had prompted those bought to be hidden away in the villager cellars. The rarity of young girls was because they were either thrown off the cliff at birth or sacrificed after a few years of life. Moreover, what Muin had seen in the temple erected for the malevolent spirit, the branches in the vase before the statue were indeed taken from the camphor tree's spirit itself. Thus, the spirit could communicate with the village chief through that branch. Had it not been for the memories obtained from the mountain deity order, who would have known that the grand statue was merely a facade? Perhaps even the villagers were oblivious to the fact that it was the seemingly insignificant branch that truly accepted their offerings. The chasm was 100 feet deep and the malevolent spirit's stronghold. A direct confrontation might prove unwise given Muin's current capabilities. The most prudent course of action would be to lure the spirit out of the chasm and incapacitate it before descending to vanquish it and its corporeal form entirely. Chapter 87. How to Persuade. Muin had formed a rough plan in her mind when the call for lunch echoed outside, prompting her to rise and step out. Li Chaofeng and the others stood motionless nearby, and upon seeing Muin emerge, the four exchanged knowing glances. Muin understood and glanced at the table, surveying the spread. Compared to the previous night's meal, this lunch was a veritable feast. 8 dishes and 2 soups, 5 meat and 3 vegetable dishes, a delightful array of colors and aromas. Everyone, come and eat. I specially borrowed meat from the villagers this morning to prepare for you all. Make sure to eat well. The village chief called out enthusiastically from the side. Li Chaofeng jogged over to Muin, asking Muin, can we eat this meal? 2 of the soups and that braised lamb dish are off limits. The rest is fine, Muin replied, observing Li Chaofeng's extensive preparations. Fearing they might resort to instant noodles again like the night before. How can one persuade? Li Chaofeng was momentarily taken aback, unable to find an excuse against the enticing spread. Would they risk illness if they indulged? Seeing the prolonged conversation between Li Chaofeng and Muin, Chen Bing and Li Jinhui exchanged glances, arriving at a mutual excuse. I'm on a diet. I won't eat lunch, Chen Bing declared before sneaking away. Me too. I'm dieting, Li Jinhui quickly added, following suit. To allow everyone to eat instant noodles while such a sumptuous meal lay before them would be sheer folly in the eyes of others. Noticing Li Chaofeng and Muin standing still, the director beckoned them over. Director, I'm on a diet too, Li Chaofeng scratched his head and added. Muin is dieting as well. We won't be eating lunch. Oh, you young people really don't take care of your health. You're all as thin as bamboo poles. Why not at least have some soup? Our soup is great for beauty and 1 tea make you gain weight, the village chief insisted, intercepting Li Chaofeng as he attempted to leave. No, I'm from the north. I don't like soup, Li Chaofeng vehemently shook his head. The director, puzzled, thought it absurd that Li Chaofeng would claim to be from the north when he was, in fact, a true southerner. Having already retreated to their rooms, Chen Bing and Li Jinhui re-emerged, not to eat, but to summon their assistant back with an excuse. It was then that Li Chaofeng remembered his assistant, a dedicated eater. He turned to find the assistant seated and promptly rushed over, tugging at the hood of his sweatshirt to drag him away. The director, having collaborated with Li Chaofeng, Chen Bing, and Li Jinhui on numerous occasions, was well acquainted with their personalities and habits. The situation had become rather apparent to several individuals, prompting the director to swiftly realize that something might be amiss. I suddenly recalled a work-related matter and proposed, everyone, please follow me for a brief meeting. We shall dine once we conclude. The director turned and urged everyone to hasten their movements, jokingly warning that they wouldn't starve if they were a tad late for dinner. After speaking, he confided to the clan leader, I seem to have struck upon an inspiration regarding the afternoon shoot. Please refrain from disturbing the items on this table, as I will require them shortly. We shall return after the meeting to finalize the shooting details. True to his role, the director's excuse left the clan leader speechless, who could only acquiesce with a simple all right. When the director called out, regardless of their internal grievances, everyone obediently made their way outside. Muin, isn't it? Come here. I need to discuss something with you, the director beckoned, also summoning Li Chaofeng. Once Muin and Li Chaofeng approached, the director lowered his voice and inquired, what transpired with you all? You left together this morning, and now seem quite peculiar. Those who returned from the mountain claim they're on a diet and 1 tea eat. Who would believe that? Last night, when we were enjoying instant noodles, I didn't see any of you expressing a desire to diet. Weren't you all quite eager for extra ham? Muin, recognizing the necessity of the director's cooperation, divulged the matter regarding the malevolent presence in the mountains, naturally including the peculiarities surrounding the food. The director took a moment to process the information, his expression reflecting disbelief as he gazed at Wuyin, as if to say, "Are you jesting? Whether or not I jest, you shall find out this afternoon," Wuyin replied. "I will set up a protective formation in this open space. Until I return, none of you are to leave the formation. Without my talismans, no one shall breach the barrier. My time is limited, and I must go to the malevolent temple this afternoon to draw it out. If any of you venture beyond the formation, becoming sustenance for that camphor tree spirit, I shall not take responsibility." Having concluded her instructions, Wuyin sprinted a short distance ahead before turning to call out, "Li Chaofeng, Lu Kaiyuan, come help me conceal this." While the director expressed skepticism, he still urged the two forward. Wuyin retrieved the talismans she had prepared earlier from her bag and circled the open area, instructing Li Chaofeng and Lu Kaiyuan to shield her. She buried the talismans at specific locations, then picked up nearby stones to delineate the boundaries on the ground. The director called for everyone to enter. Once everyone was inside, Wuyin pushed Li Chaofeng and Lu Kaiyuan in as well. 50 pairs of eyes fixated intently on Wuyin as she held the yellow talisman aloft, her fingers moving in an intricate dance, causing the talisman to float skyward.
Formation, heiresses.
She commanded. In an instant, the boundary glowed with a brilliant white light that surged upward, transforming into a protective barrier that encircled them all. You can see this boundary from within, but those outside cannot. So long as you remain inside, you are safe. Until I return, none of you are permitted to step beyond this boundary. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. You needn't worry, we won't leave, not even if it costs us our lives.
Li Chaofeng ka suret her.
Go and do what you must. We will not hinder you. Wuyin nodded and turned to depart. The group watched in astonishment as she took 2 steps forward and vanished from sight completely. Wuyin, wishing to conserve time, opted for a spell to transport herself directly to the malevolent temple. The spiritual energy she had left with Li Si had been depleted, plunging him into a deep slumber once more. She entered the chamber, drew a drop of blood from Li Si's brow onto a talisman, then, at the large incense burner in the temple courtyard, wrapped the talisman around a burnt incense stick. With a flick of her wrist, the incense stick fell to the ground, transforming into a replica of Li Si. This was merely an illusion. The most effective strategy for solitary combat is to lead the opponent into a trap. Wuyin circled the fake Li Si at the incense burner, establishing a binding array to ensnare the camphor tree spirit. Now that the spirit had developed a doppelganger, she only needed to lure it out and trap it, thereby depleting a portion of its primary strength, which was the safest plan for Wuyin. Chapter 88. Leap from the cliff. Should she fail to trap the doppelganger, she could at least destroy it before pursuing the original. Once everything was set, Wuyin boldly entered the malevolent temple, reached for the camphor branch within the vase, and tossed it to the ground, stomping on it twice. As the leaves trembled, she quickly retreated to the incense burner. "Who dares to wreak havoc in my temple?" A shadow materialized before the stone statue, a gust of wind hurtling toward Wuyin. This malevolent entity sought to claim lives. Had it struck a mere mortal, it would have been a fatal blow. After nearly a century of reverence from the mountain folk, who regarded it as a deity, the spirit had grown accustomed to such adulation, even adopting a speaking style befitting a revered god. "It is I, Wuyin of Wufang Valley. How dare you, a mere malevolence, impersonate a deity? Today, I shall act in the name of justice and vanquish you." Wuyin lightly channeled her spiritual energy forward, effortlessly redirecting the gust of wind back at the shadow. As it evaded the wind, the shadow charged toward Wuyin, gradually solidifying into a human shape as it exited the temple doors. "What audacity! Who dares to threaten me?" The doppelganger of the camphor tree had arrived, standing at the entrance and scrutinizing the audacious girl with a derisive laugh. "What sect is Wufang Valley? I have never heard of it. You send a mere child to confront me? Do you believe I have grown complacent in my cultivation and sent you a snack?" The spirit did not approach Wuyin, but stood at the temple's entrance, its grotesque form covered in the distinctive markings of an ancient tree. With a flick of its branch-like fingers, black mist enveloped the entire temple. The stone tiles trembled beneath them as roots burst forth from the ground, their tips sharp as daggers, closing in on Wuyin. Wuyin lightly tapped her toes against the cauldron, leaping several meters into the air, narrowly evading the roots that erupted from where she had just stood. "I underestimated you. You possess some skill," the camphor spirit remarked, surprised that the delicate girl could evade its roots. With a scoff, it declared, But this is merely the beginning. The moment the words left its mouth, the roots that had already breached the earth surged upward, as if driven by an endless supply of nutrients, rapidly extending towards Wuyin. Let us see where you can hide. The spirit descended the temple steps, advancing step by step, causing the roots to inch closer to Wuyin with each movement. Why should I evade? Wuyin observed the roots nearing her feet and, channeling her spiritual power into a sword, raised it high, unleashing a gust of wind that sliced through the roots. Those roots that encountered the blade fell away. Seizing the opportunity, Wuyin darted toward the formation she had prepared. Trying to flee? Too late. The camphor spirit, believing Wuyin intended to escape, became resolute in its pursuit. Of course I must run. I'm still young. I need to return to my sect to summon reinforcements. Then my master and seniors will join me in dealing with you. Wuyin, aware of her limited spiritual energy, aimed not to prolong the battle against the doppelganger. Severing it would only weaken the malevolence. She needed to conserve her strength for the descent down the cliff. Everything was proceeding according to her carefully crafted plan. As the spirit advanced a few more steps, Wuyin dashed into the formation, grasping the unconscious hand of the false Li Si. I shall take the offering with me for now. I one linger. I shall return with assistance to vanquish you. This is undoubtedly a provocation against the camphor tree spirit. As Wuyin prepared to take away its sacrificial offering, the spirit swiftly pursued her. 1 meter. Half a meter.
Now.
Wuyin tossed the fake Li Si in her hand, igniting the talisman paper, and set up the formation. The binding evil array was meticulously crafted as a cage tailored for this camphor tree spirit's doppelganger. The talisman burned above the formation, and flames gradually erupted within. Fire conquers wood. This is the most effective array to trap and weaken this doppelganger. I shall not let you escape. I will flay your bones and skin, leaving you no chance of survival. Do not think this will incinerate me. I am immortal and indestructible. No one can vanquish me. The malevolent spirit roared within the array, yet it dared not approach the blazing spiritual fire. As long as its true form remains intact, it shall never perish. The spirit vowed to extract and consume the soul of this girl piece by piece. At that moment, Li Si awakened, frightened by the commotion outside. She began to cry and pound on the door. Let me out! Let me out! Wuyin was somewhat surprised, realizing that when she took the blood from Li Si's brow, she had also suppressed the malevolent energy the camphor tree spirit had left within her. Hence, Li Si was able to awaken now. Li Si, stay inside. Wait for me to slay this evil spirit before I come back to open the door for you. Wuyin instructed, keep the talisman paper I gave you safe, and do not wander outside. With the spiritual fire burning, and the doppelganger trapped within the formation, Li Si was safe as long as she remained inside. Wuyin left a reminder and departed the temple without exhausting too much spiritual energy. The sacrificial altar was not within the temple, but rather at the cliff where the villagers discarded their infants, with the true form of the camphor tree spirit lying beneath the precipice. Wuyin shrank her surroundings and, in mere breaths, arrived at the cliff. Observing the meticulously cleaned sacrificial altar, she approached and shattered it to pieces with her fist. Such strength is advantageous. It even conserves energy. She expressed her gratitude to her senior brother in physical training for his years of guidance. Although he had not rendered her impervious to harm like himself, she had at least cultivated this remarkable strength without any expense. After obliterating the altar, Wuyin unleashed her spiritual energy against the cliff, breaking the barrier the malevolent spirit had left behind. She stepped to the edge of the cliff and peered down, where dark mist swirled ominously, shrouding the area in an eerie gloom. Encased in her protective spiritual energy, she leaped from the cliff. The spiritual energy parted the black fog, and Wuyin descended gracefully to the ground. This place, perpetually veiled in darkness, received no rays of sunlight. Beneath her feet, the cliff face was stained crimson with the blood of countless infants, washed and restained by rain over the years. Even the vegetation thriving below bore the taint of malevolent red. According to the mountain deity's memory, the true form of the camphor tree spirit was at the cliff's base. Yet as Wuyin surveyed the area, she failed to find the towering tree depicted in the deity's recollection. It must be hiding. Chapter 89. Break it for me. Yet the true form of the camphor tree spirit was immense and had flourished here for centuries. While it could conceal itself, it could not possibly relocate its entire being. As the saying goes, humans can adapt, but trees cannot. Among all living beings, the cultivation of flora is the most arduous. The camphor tree spirit had not yet reached the level where it could easily shift its massive form to continue its cultivation elsewhere. Otherwise, It would not have permitted the villagers to establish the sacrificial altar at the cliff's edge, still requiring them to cast offerings into the abyss, indicating its essence could not stray far from this location. Given its avarice, if the camphor tree spirit could move, it would have long since vacated the mountains for the bustling cities to feast upon humanity. Out of fear of Wu Yin, the spirit dared not act recklessly, waiting for an opportune moment to ambush her. The miasma of the mountains enveloped the area, serving as a formidable ally to the spirit. Wu Yin retrieved a paper crane folded from talisman paper from her bag, channeling her spiritual energy into it. Go. The paper crane soared skyward, without hindrance. As Wu Yin intended to survey the situation from above, only to be taken aback by the sight of villagers lined up in droves, marching into the mountains. Controlling the paper crane toward the villagers, she observed their eyes gleaming with a sinister light, resembling soulless puppets, mindlessly advancing toward their destination. The crane then flew towards the village, and seeing that the protective formation around Li Chaofeng and his group remained intact, Wu Yin felt a slight relief. The paper crane halted before the formation as Wu Yin inquired, Li Chaofeng, "What is happening with those villagers?"
Wu Yin?
Li Chaofeng turned around. "Where are you? Why can I only hear your voice and not see you?" "I'm at the bottom of the cliff. This paper crane can transmit sound," Wu Yin explained. Li Chaofeng located the crane, marveling at its capabilities, yet he did not delay in answering her inquiry. "Those villagers are terrifying. After you left, the village chief brought us a bucket of tea, saying we should drink while having a meeting. We dared not go out to receive it. When the chief realized they couldn't approach us, he knew we had sensed their intentions, and he dropped the pretense. The chief summoned all the villagers, wielding hoes, axes, and various farming tools, and began striking your formation, trying to break through the barrier and drag us out. Initially, those innocent faces turned horrifying as they raised their implements, causing many female colleagues to cry in fear. We worried the barrier might not hold, but the villagers seemed possessed. The leaves around their necks suddenly floated out of their clothes, transforming into a dark green mist that seeped into their foreheads. Then, one by one, they discarded their tools and stared blankly at the mountain behind them. "Wu Yin, do you know how terrifying that synchronized motion was?" Li Chaofeng, "Get to the point," Wu Yin urged, her patience wearing thin. Li Chaofeng rubbed his nose and continued. The villagers gazed at the mountain, then suddenly knelt down, all of them bowing towards it, chanting something about being summoned by the mountain deity and offering sacrifices. After that, the entire village, young and old, filed up the mountain. Even one of our crew, who had carelessly eaten a piece of lamb, seemed possessed, shambling like a zombie alongside the villagers. We couldn't even pull him back. Li Chaofeng, do those possessed individuals possess extraordinary strength? We pulled so hard on his arm it nearly dislocated, but we couldn't stop him. And those villagers, are they planning to offer us as sacrifices?
Not you.
Stay put and do not leave, Wu Yin understood. These villagers had fallen under the control of the malevolent spirit, intending to offer themselves as sacrifices. The camphor tree spirit was stalling, waiting for its new offerings. It intended to consume the entire village. This was a plan to feast upon the sacrifices before confronting her. Wu Yin had to locate the true form of the camphor tree spirit before the villagers reached the sacrificial altar. Controlling the paper crane, Wu Yin returned to the cliff when she suddenly heard Tan Ci calling her. "Wu Yin, are you busy?" Tan Ci held the paper crane that had journeyed from City S, which had fallen silent since last night. "I'm busy," Wu Yin replied briefly. "What's up?" "We're already in the county. Let me know if you have any progress." Tan Ci paused, adding, "And please be careful." "You arrived so quickly?" Wu Yin exclaimed with joy. "Wait for me in the county, and do not approach the village. I'll be done here soon, just wait for my notification." Wu Yin hastily concluded the call, retrieving the paper crane from the village. Since Tan Ci had come to fetch her, she no longer needed to reserve her spiritual energy for the journey back to City S. With sufficient spiritual energy, she could employ both meticulous and straightforward strategies. Wu Yin ascended the cliff face with the grace of a swallow, her feet barely making a sound as they lightly landed upon a vine. She scanned the enveloping black mist ahead, aware that the spirits of grass and wood were adept at concealing themselves. This illusion appeared flawless from an external view. Yet, in the presence of absolute strength, such concealment was rendered futile. With a decisive thrust of her palm, she unleashed her spiritual energy downward, commanding, "Break." An unceasing flow of energy surged forth, initially met with silence below, but gradually, the illusion crafted by the camphor tree spirit began to falter. As Wu Yin's energy rippled throughout the mountainside, The veil of darkness dissipated, revealing a towering tree, its height reaching several dozen meters. The camphor tree's growth was overwhelmingly dominant, its branches sprawling upward, overshadowing the frail flora surrounding it. How infuriating! You dare to thwart my endeavors. Today, I shall ensure you do not return. As the tree's spirit realized its ruse had been uncovered, it roared with fury, its lush branches transforming into whip-like vines that lashed toward Wu Yin's position. You insignificant fiend! What a waste of the fortune bestowed upon you! Wu Yin deftly evaded the strike, but in the next instant, her spiritual energy coalesced into hundreds of ethereal swords, all launched towards the camphor tree. As the spirit became ensnared by the swords, Wu Yin gracefully descended, approaching the tree's core. The camphor tree, having cultivated for many years, was robust and formidable. Wu Yin gathered her energy in her palms, encircling the trunk, and with a concentrated effort, commanded, "Rise." With a squat and a stand, she forcibly uprooted the tree from the earth. Cunning scoundrel! How dare you launch a surprise attack? The camphor tree's spirit panicked, its roots shooting from the ground in an attempt to strike Wu Yin. She released her grip and leaped atop the tree's canopy, channeling energy from the branches beneath her into the camphor tree, quickly retrieving a talisman from her bag to imbue it with her spiritual essence. Chapter 90. Divine Artifact Exterminates Evil. She then swiftly leapt away from the tree, using her ethereal swords to carve a path as she soared towards the cliff face. Mid-air, she enacted her spell, reciting the incantation, and suddenly, the sky erupted with thunderous roars as a bolt of lightning descended directly upon the camphor tree spirit. The malevolent beings trembled at the sight of heavenly thunder, which inflicted even greater harm upon spirits of the wood and grass. As the lightning struck, it collided with the spiritual energy Wu Yin had imbued into the tree, igniting spiritual flames that erupted from within the camphor's trunk. Master, Master, I surrender. I shall never again commit wicked deeds. The camphor tree's spirit cried out in agony, enduring the dual torment of lightning and flames. Please, Master, consider the hardships of my kind and grant me a chance for redemption. My path has not been one of my choosing. It was those wretched villagers who discarded a female infant, forcing her into my branches and thus corrupting my path to enlightenment. I too sought to cultivate through the essence of heaven and earth, but the selfish desires of the mountain folk have led to a tempest of resentment beneath the cliffs. And I have been eroded by this malice, left with no choice but to consume humans to pursue my cultivation. Wu Yin remained unconvinced by the tree spirit's words. A malevolent being is inherently malevolent, its moral compass unstable, rendering any justification futile. The villagers had wrought their own misfortune. Had you not harbored such ill intentions, you would not have actively absorbed those innocent infants as sustenance. Were I in your position, having cultivated for a century, I would never so easily destroy my own path to enlightenment. With such power, I would guide those unfortunate souls to reincarnation rather than devouring them. Accumulating virtue is also a means of cultivation, yet you have chosen to tread the path of darkness. Wu Yin scoffed. In your quest for power, fearing detection by the mountain deity, you manifested a doppelganger to infiltrate the villagers, inciting them to destroy the mountain god's temple, severing its offerings, while spreading falsehoods, leading the gullible villagers to sacrifice more infants to further your own vile practice. Camphor tree spirit, your sins are unforgivable. Had it not been for the villagers' ignorance, how would I have seized this opportunity? The camphor tree spirit erupted into laughter. This is a blessing from the heavens. It is only right that I grasp it. In the next moment, the vines along the cliff face suddenly tore through the rock, lunging towards Wu Yin. Anticipating this, she nimbly evaded, her form as swift as the wind, while the vines struck the ground in vain. Wu Yin produced the mountain god's decree and tossed it into the air. With the essence of heaven and earth as her bow, and the divine decree as her arrow, a flash of golden light heralded the appearance of a bow that gently landed in Wu Yin's left hand, while the divine decree transformed into a feathered arrow that fell into her right. Swiftly, she knocked the arrow to the bowstring, proclaiming, "Exterminate evil, grant me retribution." The feathered arrow sliced through the air, embedding itself into the camphor tree's trunk. In an instant, a radiant burst of golden light erupted, and the camphor tree spirit was obliterated, vanishing into thin air before it could utter another sound. As the golden light faded, the bow disappeared, and the mountain god's decree returned to Wu Yin's palm. The once mighty camphor tree had been reduced to a vast pit where it had stood. With a sigh of relief, Wu Yin released her tension, collapsing onto the ground. She understood that wielding a divine artifact required ample spiritual power. Yet she had not anticipated it would utterly deplete her energy, leaving her with nothing. Without her spiritual power, she found herself unable to contact Tan Si through her paper cranes. As she pondered how long she would need to rest at the cliff's base to regain her strength, the vine she had previously dislodged suddenly stirred to life. Perhaps seeing Wu Yin lying motionless, it slithered over, its tip transforming into a chubby finger that poked her belly. Startled by the tickle, Wu Yin let out a laugh, causing the vine to retract in fright. I nearly forgot about you. Sitting up, Wu Yin beckoned the vine with a finger. Come here. With your abilities, can you take me back to the cliff top? From the moment Wu Yin first landed upon this vine, she sensed it had developed intelligence and embarked on its own cultivation. The camphor tree spirit had likely realized this, enabling it to command the vine to attack Wu Yin. Although they both grew at the base of the cliff, this vine exuded a pure aura, completely distinct from the foul essence of the camphor tree spirit. The vine had yet to reach the stage of verbal communication, but it understood Wu Yin's words. The vine gradually coiled around Wu Yin's waist and ascended the cliff, finally releasing her atop a large rock at the summit. Thank you. Continue your cultivation diligently, and do not follow the treacherous path of the camphor tree spirit. Understood? Wu Yin patted the vine, which had yet to retract. I shall return to seek you out before heading to Wufang Valley. If you have made progress in your cultivation by then, I will reward you. The vine, possessing the intelligence of a young child, quivered with excitement at the mention of a reward. It seemed to have learned from somewhere how to extend its branches into small, chubby hands, attempting to hook its pinky finger around Wu Yin's. This was a ritual of agreement among human children, and it had learned and remembered it well. Wu Yin engaged in the gesture, laughing heartily. After resting briefly before the cliff, she set off, relieved that the camphor tree spirit had been vanquished and that the controlled villagers had regained their senses. The thought that they had nearly offered themselves as sacrifices to the mountain deity sent them fleeing down the mountainside, their figures swiftly disappearing into the forest. Li Si, still trapped within the wicked temple, had taken a detour. To her surprise, Li Si had managed to break the window and escape. By the time Wu Yin arrived, she found Li Si sitting on the ground in front of the binding array, shouting frantically, "What is happening? Do your words still hold any weight? Speak to me. Did you not say that as long as I helped you, you could change my fate? Did you not promise to make me the most beautiful person in the world and grant me endless wealth? I have agreed to everything. Why are you silent now? Tell me what I must do to assist you." Li Si was eagerly awaiting a response from the malevolent spirit. Thus she failed to notice that Wu Yin had already returned. Wu Yin stood there, a cold smirk gracing her lips. After all, she had vanquished the spirit's true form, and its essence had perished alongside it. If she hadn't felt that someone was coming to retrieve her, there would have been no need for her to expend a portion of her spiritual energy to return to S City. Had she adhered to her original roundabout approach, she would have been betrayed by Li Si. Li Si was well aware that the so-called mountain god was a malevolent spirit. Yesterday, when she spoke of the mountain villagers to Wu Yin, her face was awash with terror as she recounted how those villagers had gone mad. Yet, when it came to herself, she too could not resist the allure of the spirit's temptation. The malevolent spirit, with its beauty and wealth, had coaxed Li Si into casting aside her fear of the unknown and embracing a yearning for it. Chapter 91. Was it intentional? Stop shouting. That malevolent spirit has already been vanquished by me. Wu Yin stepped forth slowly, exasperated by Xiao Lin's worry over someone like Li Si. Li Si was taken aback by Wu Yin's sudden appearance, and upon turning to meet her scornful gaze, she instinctively began to explain, "I merely came out of curiosity. I did nothing. Did you do nothing or simply fail to do anything?" Wu Yin rolled her eyes.
What?
A mere camphor tree spirit can provide you with beauty and riches? If you don't use your brain, donate it to someone who will. This spirit merely seeks to deceive you into becoming its prey, you fool. Retrieving the 3 talismans she had left with Li Si, Wu Yin departed the spirit's temple. As Wu Yin wandered through the mountains, she held her phone aloft in search of a signal. The signal tower in the neighboring village had remained intact. As long as she drew near, she could surely connect. Fortunately, after scouring for half an hour, Wu Yin finally detected a faint signal sufficient for a call, and she immediately dialed Tan Si. "Tan Si, I'm fine now. You can bring the police into the village to apprehend the culprits and pick me up while you're at it," Wu Yin stated. "I'm currently in the mountains, and only here can I get a signal. Once I descend, I won't be able to make calls, so I'll hide for now and come out once you arrive." The villagers, still haunted by the malevolent spirit, were cowering in their homes, but once they regained their composure, they would storm the mountain god's temple and demolish it, just as they had done before. They would also devise ways to detain the film crew, ensuring that no secrets from their village were taken out. The crew was protected by the formations Wu Yin had left behind, and she was unwilling to descend and clash with the ignorant villagers. Thus she chose to remain in hiding for the time being. "All right, I'll be there soon," Tan Xi replied before hanging up. With nothing pressing to occupy her, Wu Yin roamed the mountains in search of wild fruits. Just as she was engrossed in her quest, the sound of a helicopter's rotor blades whirred above her. Looking up, she was taken aback by the grand spectacle. She had expected Tan Xi and the others would take considerable time to clear a path into the village, but they had instead opted for a swift aerial descent. The thought of returning home extinguished her desire for wild fruits, and with her backpack in tow, she cheerfully jogged down the mountain. Upon her arrival in the village, the helicopter had already landed, and the armed police had cordoned off the area, with Tan Xi and Yan Ming searching for her.
Danchi.
"I'm over here," Wu Yin called out as she dashed towards him. Tan Xi turned at the sound of her voice and saw Wu Yin barreling toward him like a cannonball. He quickly opened his arms to catch her. Wu Yin, having run too quickly down the slope, could not stop in time and collided into Tan Xi's embrace. "Ha ha ha, what a blunder. I ran too fast," Wu Yin said, looking up at him with a sheepish grin. "Master, next time, don't make such a mistake." Yan Ming chimed in, "If I hadn't pushed you, both you and Tan would have tumbled out together." Wu Yin giggled but suddenly caught a whiff of something, and before she had steadied herself, she began rummaging through Tan Xi's sleeves and collar. "What are you searching for?" Tan Xi asked as he noticed her head nearly disappearing into his clothes. "You brought me roast chicken, didn't you?" "I can smell it," Wu Yin exclaimed joyfully. "How did you know I hadn't had lunch yet?"
Danchi chuckled,
gently pushing her head away. "Yes, I did bring it, but on the plane, how could I hide such a large roast chicken in my sleeves?" "Oh right. I mistook you for a senior brother," Wu Yin said, straightening up and awkwardly touching her nose before asking, "Which plane was it on?" "I'll eat while waiting for them to finish." Tan Xi turned to Yan Ming. "Go get it." Yan Ming nodded and dashed off, returning shortly with not only the roast chicken but also a cup of milk tea. The bodyguards, displaying remarkable acumen, quickly fetched chairs and tables from the nearest villager's home for Wu Yin to sit and enjoy her meal. Earning 300,000 had been surprisingly easy. They felt somewhat guilty for not doing more to deserve it. Tan Xi produced some wet wipes from his pocket and offered them to Wu Yin, inquiring, "Are you injured?" "No," she replied as she wiped her hands. Hearing Tan Xi ask her to lower her head, she complied. "Did you go through the woods?" Tan Xi removed the dried leaves from her hair. Wu Yin suddenly remembered, "I picked some wild fruits for you to try." She opened her jacket pocket and gasped. Yan Ming nearly burst into laughter. "They're all squished." Wu Yin hurriedly shook the crushed fruits out of her pocket, and Tan Xi instinctively reached out to catch them. What fell were fruits that had been squashed to the point of oozing juice, their original shapes unrecognizable, in shades of red, black, and green. The fruits had been crushed when she collided with Tan Xi. It was inevitable. Ripe wild fruits indeed spoiled at the slightest touch. "What are you doing?" "Hurry and throw them on the ground. Look, the juice is dripping onto your pants. If it stains, it won't come out." Wu Yin jumped back a couple of steps and plopped down on a chair, the straw from her milk tea puncturing the cup with a loud pop. With her gaze drifting to the sky, she declared, "I'm not responsible for the mess." Tan Xi chuckled softly, picking up one of the less squished fruits and taking a bite, only to be overwhelmed by its tartness, momentarily losing control over his facial expressions. Wu Yin sat there, stamping her feet and laughing heartily. "Isn't it sour? These wild fruits are exceptionally tart. Was that intentional?" Tan Xi tossed the fruit he had bitten into the ground, wiping the juice from his palm with a wet wipe. The staining ability was indeed formidable. In just this brief moment, his palm had been marked, and the wet wipe proved ineffective. Yes, it was deliberate. Wu Yin grinned mischievously. "If you hadn't rushed here so quickly, I was planning to find a type of wild fruit that would numb your tongue for you to try." Tan Xi tossed the thumb-sized black fruit that had fallen on his pant leg toward Wu Yin, hitting her squarely on the forehead. This made Wu Yin finally tone down her exuberant laughter. As the police chief approached upon seeing Wu Yin, he inquired, "Has the situation over here been resolved?" "There are members of a film crew over there, but an invisible barrier is preventing our men from entering. They refuse to come out, insisting they will only do so once you arrive." Wu Yin smacked her forehead, having completely forgotten about the film crew upon Tan Xi's arrival. I'll go over there and call them out. Wu Yin, clutching her milk tea, accompanied the chief, and upon reaching the boundary of the formation, she shouted for the director and his team to come out. The malevolent spirit has been vanquished. It is safe outside now, so you may emerge, Wu Yin announced. Li Chaofeng was the first to rush out, slapping his chest. What's the matter with you all? Can't you see that we have so many comrades controlling the villagers? Why did you still insist on waiting for her? The chief questioned. That malevolent spirit is quite powerful and can control people. We feared you might be a trick of the spirit trying to lure us out, Li Chaofeng explained. And what if I were also a trick of the spirit? Wu Yin replied with a fierce expression. I could swallow all of you whole. Li Chaofeng leaped back into the formation like a startled rabbit, and upon seeing Wu Yin doubled over in laughter, he jumped back out again. Chapter 92. I can help you with your leg. Wu Yin, your sense of humor is remarkably low. Just a little tease and you burst into laughter, Li Chaofeng remarked, pointing at the milk tea in her hand. Where did you get that? Tan Ci brought it for me, Wu Yin replied before taking another sip of her milk tea, only to turn and see the police carrying Qing Yining out on a stretcher. Look at my exuberance. I completely forgot about her. With a gentle wave of her hand, Wu Yin dispelled the magic that had befallen Qing Ning. The bearers of the stretcher witnessed a most astonishing scene. The individual who had been incapacitated on the bed a moment prior suddenly propelled herself forward. The stretcher, unable to withstand the sudden movement, tipped over, causing the bearers to tumble to the ground, the stretcher clattering down upon Qing Yining. Madam Qing, are you all right? What on earth caused such a commotion? The colleagues lifting the stretcher had not anticipated such vigorous action from her. The captain hurried over to assist her. Qing Yining brushed aside the captain's hand and stood up on her own, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at Wu Yin, who stood with Li Chaofeng and the others. It was you who orchestrated this. Qing Yining spat through clenched teeth. I have no idea what you are talking about. Wu Yin replied, turning to Li Chaofeng. Do you know what she means? The group promptly shook their heads, expressing ignorance regarding Qing Yining's accusations. Temperament can lead to strokes. But youth indeed recovers swiftly, Wu Yin remarked, nodding in acknowledgement. That's quite commendable. With that, she returned to find Tan Ci, for she had yet to indulge in the roasted chicken. Over an hour later, the police team successfully rescued a total of 132 women and children who had been locked away in the cellar, a number so staggering it rendered one speechless. This is a significant case, the captain mused. The villagers, in their ignorance, believed they had purchased the people they enslaved. The police had expended considerable effort to suppress the resisting villagers. The signal tower was soon repaired, restoring communication to the village. With a large number of villagers involved, the police contacted higher authorities for support, determined to bring all lawbreakers to justice. Wu Yin, let us connect as friends, Li Chaofeng approached with his phone in hand. Noticing Wu Yin was preparing to leave. Keep in touch after you return, and we'll plan a hike together. Wu Yin handed him her phone. I'll create a group and add Jie Bing and the others shortly. Li Chaofeng shook his phone. We need to leave as well. The director wants us to relocate for the shoot. Wu Yin agreed and boarded the helicopter, where Tan Ci and Yan Ming awaited her. Once she was on board, the bodyguards secured the door. Are you tired? Tan Ci offered Wu Yin a blanket. You can take a nap and we'll arrive soon. I hardly slept last night, Wu Yin replied, yet she felt no fatigue, only excitement. This journey had proven exceptionally fruitful. Although she was uncertain of the extent of merit she had gained, acquiring a divine artifact was enough to elate her. The blessings and gifts from the deity were her greatest rewards and opportunities. The helicopter landed on the rooftop of Tan Ci's villa in S City. Wu Yin leaped from the aircraft and accompanied Tan Ci to the elevator, descending to the first floor. You will stay in the master bedroom on the second floor. Everything in there is prepared for you. Take a shower and rest. I'll call you when dinner is ready, Tan Ci informed her. Old Master Zhao will deliver the jade bottle shortly, and I'll take you back to the unfinished building after dinner. While she had not felt tired on the plane, the excitement faded once she disembarked, and weariness set in. She nodded in agreement and ascended the stairs. The master bedroom boasted a spacious walk-in closet filled with seasonal clothing and loungewear, and the drawers contained fresh undergarments. Upon seeing the delicate garments, Wu Yin's mind involuntarily recalled a scene from the previous night. She quickly shook her head, admonishing herself, No. I mustn't think like a pervert. After showering and changing into clean loungewear, Wu Yin nestled into the bed. The king-size mattress was of an unknown brand but exceptionally soft and comfortable. As she drifted off, Wu Yin contemplated purchasing a similar bed when she could return to Wufang Valley. The bed's coziness enveloped her, and she fell asleep instantly. Tan Cis' call did not rouse her. It was only when he knocked on the door that she awoke.
Coming.
She called out, blinking her eyes open. As she sat up, the radiant glow of her accrued merit nearly blinded her. She swiftly circulated the merit through her meridians, the abundant spiritual energy inciting great joy within her. I can unlock my spiritual abode, she exclaimed, throwing off the covers and racing to the door. In her excitement, she lifted Tan Ci along with his wheelchair. I have wonderful news. I can help you heal your legs. Tan Ci gripped the armrests of his wheelchair tightly. Though it was not the first time Ween had lifted him, it felt equally unfamiliar this time.
Put me down, he requested.
Ween complied, leaning closer to him. Aren't you excited? Indeed, Tan Ci replied with a gentle smile. Let us eat first. If we dawdle, the food will get cold. In this vast world, dining is of utmost importance. Ween nodded eagerly. Once I finish with the unfinished building, I'll help you with your legs. Don't worry. Your long-standing injury will be a simple fix for me. I'll concoct a marrow-cleansing elixir to help you reconstruct your bones. And you'll soon be as good as new. Though Tan Ci did not fully grasp the concepts of the marrow-cleansing elixir or bone reconstruction, he understood her confidence and buoyancy. All right, I'll be waiting, he said, his gaze falling on Ween's hands. He then inquired, in your sect, if you were injured, would you also not bear scars? Generally, external injuries leave no scars, Ween replied. Tan Ci's expression flickered, and as the elevator doors opened, he stepped in behind her. Continuing the conversation casually, if my leg injury can be healed, would a puncture wound from a branch also not leave scars or aftereffects? Can it truly return to its original state? Yes, Ween affirmed. Such injuries are trivial for us. Only those inflicted by powerful demons and evildoers can be challenging to heal.
Understood? Tan Ci's smile deepened.
When Ween descended, old Master Zhao had already left, but the jade bottle he sent remained on the table. Ween glanced at it, nodding in approval. The quality of the jade was indeed exceptional. It's certainly impressive. This jade bottle is worth at least 100 million, Tan Ci remarked. Yen Ming wouldn't dare touch it. It belongs to a collector friend of old Master Zhao. I'm here for dinner, Tan Ci called out from the restaurant entrance.
Coming.
Ween bounded over, and upon entering, she beheld a table laden with dishes, prompting her to sit down and urged Tan Ci and Yen Ming to join her quickly. Yen Ming approached, phone in hand, and began conversing with Ween. After the villagers were captured, each blamed their mountain deity, claiming they were forced to purchase sacrifices. They cried and shouted in the police station, cursing their deity for ruining their village. That's not the case. The evil spirit was nurtured by their own hands, and they fed it their ambitions, Ween scoffed. Not a single villager is innocent, young or old. Almost none have not stained their hands with blood. Chapter 93. You reap what you sow. The malevolent spirit and the villagers were mutually reinforcing. None of them were virtuous. These villagers, when they had daughters, deemed them worthless and cast them off cliffs. Yet, when their sons grew up and sought wives, they lamented the unfairness of fate, claiming they could not marry due to the high bride price in their region, thus feeling compelled to purchase women. You reap what you sow. In their area, the scarcity of girls led to high bride prices, and they commodified daughters, pricing them as goods. Their inability to marry is the result of their own malevolent actions. Ween clicked her tongue, stating, their fate is sealed. Such genes should die out. They should live their lives with their ancestors, without the notion of marriage or producing a new generation. Yen Ming nodded in deep agreement, noting that many regions today complain about high bride prices, yet upon inspection, these areas often display a preference for males. Historically, high bride prices were indeed due to the scarcity of girls, leading families with daughters to set exorbitant prices, a tradition passed down through generations. Thus, Wu Yin's words resonated deeply with Yen Ming, particularly because, 2 decades ago, had it not been for the prospect of a substantial bride price for raising daughters, how many girls in those regions would have been deprived of the opportunity to grow up? That single remark encapsulates the harsh reality. After dinner, Wu Yin did not feel compelled to rush back to the derelict building. Instead, she contemplated commencing a live stream when Wei Shen's call interrupted her thoughts. Have you been busy these past few days? Wei Shen inquired. A bit, indeed. I haven't streamed today and was just about to, Wu Yin replied, assuming Wei Shen was going to question her absence from the live broadcast, hence her preemptive explanation. Wei Shen chuckled softly. As I mentioned during the signing, I want to interfere with your streaming. I called not to inquire about your broadcast, but to ask if you're free next Saturday evening. If so, I would like you to accompany me to a film festival. Chung Yining is also on the invitation list. I'm unable to confirm right now. Can I let you know by next Friday? Wu Yin replied, uncertain of how long she would need to resolve matters concerning the derelict building, thus refraining from a direct affirmation. Nevertheless, she found the film festival quite intriguing. That sounds fine, Wei Shin responded, then suddenly burst into laughter. I suspect you are unaware that you've once again made it to the trending topics on Weibo. Wu Yin was indeed oblivious. When did this happen? What is the reason? It just occurred. Due to Qin Bing, Li Jinhui, Li Chaofeng, and Lu Kaiyuan, they all followed your Weibo and tagged you in their posts. Each of them shared a group photo along with a solo shot of you, which has significantly boosted your visibility. Wei Shin was unable to contain his excitement. Chung Yining participated in that program too. I'm curious about what you've been up to these past few days. It's impressive that you can be friends with all four of them. Your status has certainly risen. The company has received numerous invitations for you. If you have time, do come take a look. Accepting or declining is entirely up to you. Unless they invite me to read fortunes or exorcise spirits, I shall decline all others. Wu Yin responded decisively. There are variety shows and online drama invitations as well. Are you sure you don't want to give it a try? Wei Shun continued. There's even an audition invitation for a television drama that looks quite promising. Not interested, Wu Yin promptly declined. I will respond to the film festival matter by next Friday. If there's nothing else, I shall proceed to start my live stream. Having concluded the call, Wu Yin logged onto Weibo. Upon opening it, she was greeted by the trending topics. After a brief perusal, she realized Wei Shin had omitted one detail. The director of the variety show, Wu Mingho, had also followed Wu Yin and reposted the updates from the four individuals, each accompanied by a remark. Remember to invite me the next time you go hiking. How utterly absurd to repost the same content 4 times. After following all 5 individuals back, Wu Yin exited Weibo and switched to the streaming software to begin her live broadcast. One must never underestimate the traffic-driving potential of Weibo. As the trending topic surged, even before Wu Yin officially began her live stream, her follower count was rapidly escalating. By the time she organized her setup and glanced back at the live stream room, the viewership had surpassed 500,000. Such a large audience? Wu Yin exclaimed in astonishment. Followers. Wow, it just skyrocketed to 800,000 in the blink of an eye. Followers, are you shocked, host?
Surprised?
I feel like I've suddenly become an elder fan. Visitors, I came over from my male idol stream. Let us see if this host looks as good as in the photos with him. Visitors, I arrived from Bing Jia's stream. She seldom shares photos with others. Woman, you've successfully captured our attention. Visitors, Li Chaofeng has praised you to the heavens. I'm here to see if anyone who can hang out with him has caught his foolishness. Visitors, little fans of Kai reporting in. The comment section was moving at lightning speed, and the GIFs on the screen were incessant. A firework exploded on screen, which Wu Yin initially thought was a request to connect, but upon closer inspection, it was a gift from Shaolin. Followers, host, I'm Shaolin. The friend I asked you to contact got in touch with me, but I've cut ties with her. You should save her. Even if she doesn't thank you. She spoke ill of you, and I think her character is lacking, so I plan to sever ties moving forward. Wu Yin raised an eyebrow. Indeed, her character was questionable, and the decision to distance herself was the right one.
Followers, wow.
The host never comments on anyone in the stream. For someone to make the host speak ill of them, they must be quite unsavory. Followers, how dare she speak ill of the host? Cutting ties is the right call. People like that lack gratitude. As Wu Yin engaged with her fans in the comment section, Tan Ci approached her, informing her that someone had transferred 1,000 via WeChat. Such a small amount was certainly linked to Wu Yin's live stream, which Tan Ci could ascertain without needing to check. Wu Yin nodded, glanced at the connection requests which remained unresponsive, and stated, if you've paid for a reading, please request to connect. Followers, that man's voice is so pleasant. Followers, am I the only one who noticed the host is streaming from a different location today? Is that a mansion? I can't be mistaken. It's a mansion. Seeing the fans' comments, Wu Yin nodded. I'm currently at a friend's house. After responding, a new connection request arrived, which Wu Yin approved. The video feed revealed a pale young man. Hello, host. My name is Lu Jia. Lu Jia coughed after a couple of sentences, appearing gravely ill. Followers, are you seriously unwell? You look as if you're on the brink of collapse. Visitors, could you be a bit more tactful in your remarks? Lu Jia noticed the comments and shook his head. I've been to the hospital, and all my indicators are normal. But I don't know why I feel weak every day. Since this year began, I feel particularly unlucky. which is why I wanted to ask the host for a reading to see what's going on. Please send me your birth details via private message. Wu Yin observed Lu Zha's face, sensing something amiss. How could a person have such drastically contrasting features on either side of their face? Yet, evidently, the viewers in the live stream could not see this. Lu Zha agreed, albeit slowly typing due to his lack of strength. Before this year, I was not like this. My parents always said I was quite lucky from birth. The year I was born, my parents were allocated housing, and we moved from a damp, old home into a new apartment. My mother said I was the one who drew the short straw for our new home, which was on the 3rd floor with the best light. As a child, I often found money, and cats and dogs on the street were particularly drawn to me. During my elementary school years, there was a trend for scratch-off lottery tickets, especially around the new year, when stalls were everywhere. My parents took me to the park for photos and let me pick one randomly, and I ended up winning a grand prize of 100,000 before taxes. Back then, that amount could buy a very nice house. My parents asked me what I wanted to do with the winnings. They initially planned to reward me with toys or snacks, but I had just become obsessed with a drama series that had advertisements for properties. Not understanding the value of money at that age, I blurted out that I wanted to buy a big house. My parents were taken aback by my ambition, intending to placate me with toys, but I protested loudly, and they finally relented and took me to the city to cash in the lottery ticket and secure a home. That apartment is now in the best school district in the city, worth over 10 million. Throughout my schooling, I always had good fortune during exams. And after graduating from university, I was directly recruited by a company with a high salary. Last year, at the company's annual meeting, we were given lottery tickets. And I was the only one who won 10,000. As Lu Zha coughed a few more times, he lamented, since returning from my hometown after the new year, it seems I have been increasingly unfortunate, and my health has deteriorated. Is it possible that I have exhausted my fortune for the latter half of my life during the first 20-odd years? The viewers in the live stream, reveling in the drama, chimed in. A follower remarked, the immense wealth you have is rightfully yours. If I had insisted on my parents using lottery winnings to buy a house when I was young, they would have united to give me a good beating. Another commented, Lu Zha, your previous luck made me envious. Could you share just how unfortunate you've become? Perhaps it might help calm my own troubled heart. Yet another added, I have my snacks ready. Please elaborate on just how unlucky you are. Lu Zha managed a bitter smile, recounting his misadventures, narrowly escaping a car accident, only to be struck by a bicycle-riding lady who left him with a mangled toenail and demanded compensation, a glass exploding while he was drinking, and a ceiling collapsing at the office during overtime, striking him on the head. Numerous misfortunes had culminated in a sigh from Lu Zha. Wu Yin, having discerned Lu Zha's fate through his birth chart, frowned upon completing her divination. Lu Zha, you have not merely exhausted your fortune, rather, your luck has been exchanged. Based on your countenance and birth chart, it appears that your childhood good fortune has attracted the attention of someone ill-intentioned. Your recent string of misfortune stems from this exchange of luck, and the individual who siphoned it from you is particularly unfortunate themselves, even cursed with a short lifespan. If the one who exchanged luck were simply a long-lived individual with poor fortune, it would be merely a swap. But if they're a short-lived person with ill fortune, this becomes a theft of both luck and life. Currently, only half of Lu Zha's face bore the mark of the luck stealer. But should the entirety of his visage be transformed, all that belongs to Lu Zha would be secretly usurped by this individual. Eventually, upon Lu Zha's demise, the theft of life would be complete. Wait a moment, I need to draw something for you to identify. Wu Yin stood to fetch her drawing board, only to realize that they were in Tan Si's home, not his office's lounge. What are you looking for? Tan Si inquired, seated with a laptop, working. Do you have a drawing board at home? Wu Yin asked, shaking her head. Never mind, a pencil and some paper will suffice. Yes, Tan Si replied with a nod. Meanwhile, Yan Ming, reclining on the other sofa with headphones, watching Wu Yin stream, sprang up. The study has one. I'll fetch it for you. He dashed off, skipping the elevator and bounding up the stairs 3 steps at a time, returning shortly with the items. Tan Si handed Wu Yin a finance magazine to use as a surface. Wu Yin took it, seated herself back in front of the camera, and began to draw. The viewers were treated to a live demonstration of her artistic skills. Within 10 minutes, half a face emerged on the paper. Wow, the host has some talent. This fluidity and chiaroscuro, my art teacher wouldn't find a flaw. One viewer exclaimed. It seems she only took 10 minutes, another noted. As a fine arts graduate, I could never achieve this in such a short time. Perhaps my art instructor, after decades, might manage it a third at it. One might mistake this for a black and white photograph. Commented yet another. While the audience marveled at Wu Yin's drawing prowess, Lu Jia focused on the subject of the portrait. When Wu Yin held the paper to the camera and asked, "Lu Jia, do you recognize the person in this drawing?" he immediately replied, "That's my cousin Lu Haimin. The resemblance is uncanny." "How do you know him?" "I don't know him. I only see this half of his face reflected in yours," Wu Yin explained. "The one who has stolen your luck is indeed him. Hasn't his fortune turned remarkably this year?" Lu Jia stood frozen, gradually coming to his senses and nodding slowly. "Just the other day, my mother called to say that my cousin has been blessed with good fortune since he began worshipping some deity. Shortly after the new year, he won $1 million from a scratch-off lottery. After a hospital checkup, all his previous ailments mysteriously vanished. He even found a partner and used his winnings to make a down payment on a small apartment in the county, with wedding plans already in motion. He was once notorious for his bad luck, even falling into a toilet as a child, nearly drowning in excrement." Chapter 95. The so-called amulet of safety. He had never been fond of studying, having started smoking in elementary school and dropped out of high school to spend his days drinking and fighting with friends. Each time, his companions would escape, but he would be caught. Though he was only 3 years older than Lu Jia, his criminal record was extensive. By his 20s, he was diagnosed with kidney disease, but lacking financial means, his family had delayed treatment. When Lu Jia returned home during the Spring Festival last year, he found his cousin bedridden. Before returning to work, he had lent his uncle 100,000 yuan to take him to a major hospital for treatment. What Lu Jia could not fathom was how he had wronged his cousin. He had not done anything to deserve this. It was Lu Haimin who had been cruel, stealing his fortune and seemingly demanding his life in return.
"But why?"
Lu Jia lamented. "He has neglected his own health, destroying his body. Why should I suffer for him?" Their entire family had advised him, but he had refused to listen. Now, why should he take Lu Haimin's life? "Don't be disheartened, Lu Jia. The host is remarkable. She will surely find a way to assist you," a follower reassured. "Lu Jia, do not question the selfishness of those without a conscience. You have discerned the truth, and the host will undoubtedly save you," another follower encouraged. Wu Yin nodded. "It is not too late. Everything can still be salvaged." After comforting him, she asked, "Lu Jia, this kind of sorcery typically involves your birth chart and your hair. If not hair, then it could be your nails or blood, and it must be recent. Think back to the days you spent at home during the new year. Who might have come into contact with any of these? Aside from that, there should be more." Wu Yin inquired, "Are you currently at home?" "Host, I work in S City. I bought a small apartment here, and my hometown is a small town beneath S City." "Point your phone at your room, so I can take a look," Wu Yin instructed. Lu Jia quickly raised his phone, and after a brief survey of his modest apartment, he finished within a minute. Wu Yin discerned nothing unusual through the screen, but some anomalies could potentially escape the lens. "Send me your address. I'll head over now." Wu Yin began to gather her belongings, determined to resolve this matter by nightfall. Although she had been busy lately, the revelation of Lu Jia's predicament necessitated swift action. Given her current popularity, any mention of Lu Jia's plight on social media might alert Lu Haimin, risking further complications. Should Lu Haimin seek out the practitioner and undertake further actions, Lu Jia's life could be in jeopardy. "Host, once you arrive at Lu Jia's home, can you continue the live stream for us? I can't wait to see." One viewer pleaded. "Please, we beg you to keep streaming. It's like watching a series suddenly interrupted by commercials." Another chimed in. Wu Yin considered it and agreed. After temporarily ending the live stream, she rushed upstairs to change into a fresh outfit, then slung her backpack over her shoulder and descended. The driver was already waiting at the entrance. "Let us go,"
she said.
Tan Ci, fully dressed, inquired, "Where to?" "I'll drive you and wait downstairs, then take you to the unfinished building afterward." "To Wanhui Plaza," Wu Yin replied. "I'll send you Lu Jia's address for the driver. By the way, take the jade vial with you. After I've finished dealing with Lu Jia's matters, I will head straight to the unfinished building." Wanhui Plaza is somewhat distant from Tan Ci's villa, and the drive took over an hour. Lu Jia resides in an apartment behind the plaza, and the driver parked downstairs while Wu Yin ascended directly to his floor. Upon seeing Lu Jia, Wu Yin realized that his complexion appeared even worse than it did on her phone. "Lu Jia, the master," he said as he opened the door, hastily rising from the sofa upon noticing Wu Yin's arrival. "You wait outside. Let me take a look inside." Wu Yin stepped in and pulled out her phone to continue her live stream. Lu Jia was a fastidious young man. Even while unwell, his home was immaculately tidy. Wu Yin circled Lu Jia's apartment, finding nothing amiss. After a moment's contemplation, she offered her phone to Lu Jia. Hold this for the live stream while I attempt to use my spiritual energy. Sure, Lu Jia replied, reaching out to take the phone. However, as he lifted his hand, the sleeve of his shirt slid down to reveal his wrist. Wu Yin immediately grasped his wrist and inquired, "What is this talisman you are wearing?" "It is a safety talisman my grandfather obtained for me. He claimed it was acquired from a very efficacious temple. He even sent it all the way to the county town for me, instructing me to wear it during the day and remove it at night, but always place it by my bedside." Suddenly, Lu Jia's expression shifted. "Is there something wrong with this talisman? Let me see it." Wu Yin responded, "Hand it over." Lu Jia deftly untied the charm and handed it to her. She examined it closely. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable. It resembled a safety talisman, encased in a waterproof layer made of a plastic-like material. However, upon closer inspection, Wu Yin shook her head. "This is definitely not a genuine talisman from a legitimate temple. Take a whiff, it reeks." A proper talisman should have the scent of vermilion and yellow paper, perhaps with a hint of incense from the temple, she explained. Lu Jia touched his nose. "My sense of smell hasn't been very keen since I fell ill." Wu Yin responded with a sound of acknowledgement before tearing off the outer layer. As soon as she did, even Lu Jia, who had just remarked on his dulled senses, felt nauseated. Wu Yin pulled out the red string and slowly unfolded the triangular talisman paper. Moments later, 3 strands of hair fell to the ground. Lu Jia bent to pick them up, exclaiming, "Yellow hair? I've never dyed my hair. This must be my cousin Lu Haimin's hair. He is the only one in our family with this color." "Now take a look at this so-called safety talisman," Wu Yin said, presenting the open talisman paper to Lu Jia. "This is not a safety talisman. It contains the birth dates of both you and your cousin. There are 2 pieces of paper. One is wrapped around your cousin's hair, and the other contains your birth date, enveloping your cousin's talisman. The talisman has been enchanted, and by wearing it daily, the process of exchanging lives occurs quietly." Wu Yin stuffed the strands of hair back into the talisman and refolded it. Lu Jia, in a panic, exclaimed, "Master, why are we folding it back? Shouldn't we burn it?" "Burning it is futile. It will merely destroy the enchantment, halting the transfer of luck and life, but what has been taken from you will not be returned. Surely, you do not wish to live the rest of your days in this frail state?" Wu Yin queried, "Is your hometown far? We need to return there to retrieve the talisman from your cousin." Wu Yin explained, "The talisman your cousin possesses is the opposite. It contains your birth date paper wrapped around her hair, while his contains yours. Taking the high-speed train back only takes an hour and a half," Lu Jia noted. "Are there tickets available for tonight?" Wu Yin asked. Lu Jia promptly checked his phone and nodded, "Yes. Buy a ticket immediately. First, discreetly inform your parents about this matter," Wu Yin instructed. Suddenly, she recalled, "You mentioned this talisman was given to you by your grandfather? If that is the case, you must keep your return trip a secret from him, for he may very well be an accomplice." Lu Jia smiled bitterly. "I just remembered during the New Year, my grandfather was the only one who touched my hair. He suddenly pulled out a strand, claiming he saw gray hair. Afterward, he left without showing me, and I thought nothing of it, assuming I had simply overworked myself before the holiday." The fans in the live stream urged Wu Yin to continue broadcasting once they reached Lu Jia's hometown. Agreeing, Wu Yin concluded the stream and instructed Lu Jia, "Save my number and send me your family's address in the county town. We will stay in touch. I will call you when I arrive downstairs, and then we can return to your hometown together." Afterward, Wu Yin departed from Lu Jia's residence. While waiting for the elevator, she called Tan Ci, stating, "I will be heading to Lu Jia's hometown soon, but he will need some time to return. Therefore, I plan to settle the lingering souls at the unfinished building first." Wu Yin touched her nose. "I don't have identification, so I can't take the high-speed train. I will need to use my abilities to get there." "All right, head downstairs, and I will take you to the unfinished building shortly," Tan Ci responded. As the elevator arrived, Wu Yin stepped inside while lowering her head to put away her phone. However, as she entered, she sensed something was off in the atmosphere. Looking up, she spotted Tan Ruzhen's boyfriend, Chen Jincheng. When Wu Yin entered, she had her head down, and initially, Chen Jincheng did not recognize her face. He merely noted a striking young woman entering, preparing to whistle at her. Yet, the next moment, the young girl suddenly lifted her head to meet his gaze and disdainfully retreated to a corner of the elevator. "It's you?" Chen Jincheng recognized her, straightening his once casual posture and blurting out, "Aren't you Tan Ci's woman? Is he keeping you here? If you have nothing to say, just keep quiet," Wu Yin replied, moving further into the corner. After a few seconds of maintaining his upright stance, Chen Jincheng could no longer hold it and slumped against the elevator wall, rubbing his shoulders, only to suddenly sneeze. Seeing this, Wu Yin quickly pressed the button for the nearest floor and, as the elevator stopped, she covered her nose and dashed out. Chen Jincheng, witnessing this, chased after her, shouting, "What do you mean by this? It's so foul in here. How unfortunate." Wu Yin glanced back and answered before slipping into the safety stairwell. After a few days apart, it was no surprise that he had acquired another ghostly infant. No wonder he could barely stand upright now. Wu Yin moved swiftly, and Chen Jincheng was unable to keep up, especially since she belonged to Tan Ci, and he dared not pursue her further. Descending from the 13th floor to the first was an effortless feat for Wu Yin, who barely broke a sweat. Once in the car, she closed the door and began to vent to Tan Ci. "I just ran into Tan Ruzhen's boyfriend. After a few days, he has gained another life. The ghost clinging to him is unbearable." Just then, Chen Jincheng exited the building and caught sight of Tan Ci's car. He thought to himself, thankful he hadn't pursued that woman, otherwise, he would have added another mark against himself in Tan Ci's ledger. His family had yet to let him off the hook for the last incident, and Tan Ruzhen was still being confined at the Tan family home. Wu Yin, however, turned to Tan Ci, playfully observing, "Look at Chen Jincheng's face. It seems rather dark, doesn't it? He must feel as though he is walking with leaden feet, given that two ghostly infants are clinging to his legs, and another female ghost is sprawled over him." The rest of the group could not see the latter, but the driver was indeed quite frightened. This female ghost had become a source of both affection and resentment for him. Wu Yin chuckled softly and then raised the car window. Yan Ming withdrew his gaze and remarked, "I have heard that before being with Tan Ruzhen, Chen Jinsheng had numerous girlfriends. He is notoriously known as a playboy. Rumor has it that one of his former girlfriends was pregnant and pressured him into marriage, but he dismissed her. Given the circumstances, it seems he did so rather violently, perhaps even to the point of ending her life. Was she the girl with purple hair?" Wu Yin inquired. "I am not certain. I have only heard about it, but have never seen her," Yan Ming replied, shaking his head.
Tanchi interjected.
"If you are curious, you might consider investigating further." "That is quite unnecessary," Wu Yin chuckled lightly, expressing her casual interest, but lacking any profound curiosity. However, the death of this female ghost was undeniably intertwined with Chen Jinsheng, which explained why she continued to linger around him. With such a cause and effect relationship, it stood to reason that Chen Jinsheng should face the consequences. "I just contacted old Master Zhao. He mentioned that once the unfinished building case concludes, he will strive to secure a special permit for you. In the future, this permit will allow you to travel via high-speed trains and airplanes." Tan Ci informed her before instructing the driver to head towards the unfinished building. Upon hearing this delightful news, Wu Yin felt a renewed urgency to resolve the case swiftly. It was still early, but as they exited the square, they had to navigate through a bustling urban area where they were delayed for 20 minutes in traffic. Wu Yin's phone vibrated multiple times. Upon checking, she saw that Wei Shen had sent her a screenshot of Cheng Yining's Weibo post. He also sent her a message. "Cheng Yining is insinuating that you are abusing your modest abilities to bully others, thus harming her personal interests and health. However, Li Chaofeng and the others stood up for you, and shortly thereafter, Cheng Yining deleted the post. Fortunately, my reflexes are quick. I captured a screenshot for you to savor at your leisure." Wu Yin laughed softly. "Who will you savor it for? For yourself?" Wei Shen replied only with a celebratory emoji, and then fell silent. As the vehicle approached the unfinished building, Wu Yin instructed the driver to stop at the usual spot, then carried 2 bottles inside. Once inside, she made a quick circuit around the premises to ensure no new anomalies had arisen in the past couple of days before returning to her temporary dwelling. "Master, you have returned," the 2 sisters exclaimed, having remained there to keep an eye on Wu Yin's belongings. "Have there been any new classmates in the past few days?" Wu Yin inquired. The sisters shook their heads. "Please gather everyone. I will first lead you away from the unfinished building to a safer location," Wu Yin assured them. "Trust me, I will swiftly assist you in returning to your own bodies." "Thank you, Master. I will go summon them," the sisters said joyfully, hand in hand, rushing out to call the others. Before long, all the wandering souls had congregated there. Wu Yin's strength had now regained half of what it was during her time at Wufang Valley. Gently, she enveloped all the wandering souls with her spiritual energy, transferring them into the jade bottles and sealing them with her power. Once completed, she descended the stairs, placing the soul bottles on the ground. She then extracted the malevolent spirit, Xiao Ran, from one of the bottles, restraining her with spiritual energy. "Can you sense your child is here?" she inquired. Xia Ran ceased her struggles, immediately attuning her senses, and nodded repeatedly, crimson tears streaming down her cheeks. She could feel the presence of her child, with traces emanating from each cardinal direction.